Hey there, I'm Adrienne Lindeen, and I am the co-founder of Beach Boss Influencers. And I got started in the network marketing space on New Year's Eve of 2015. Prior to that, I was a high school physical education teacher, head volleyball coach of 10 years, and I was a high school assistant principal. I was juggling all these hats at the same time. And what led me to wanting to tap into the entrepreneurial world was the thought of being fully in control of my time. This was so appealing to me because I was literally trading time for money. I was emotionally poor at the end of my day and had very little to give my family. So let me know if any of you can relate to that. I was extremely exhausted, and I never thought there could be enough sleep to ever catch up on. I thought I was going to be stuck in this loop for years to come. And I wanted to be the one, spending time with my family that I was sacrificing for that time. I was extremely exhausted. I was paying $1,800 a month for someone else to raise my kids. And I wanted to be the one raising my kids. We would spend our time on the weekends getting caught up on house chores and on life and preparing for the next week to begin, instead of living our life and experiencing what life had to offer. Again, let me know if this is you on here. And I can remember sitting behind my desk at work one day, and I was thinking, there has to be more to life than this. Okay. Have any of you ever thought that to yourself? Now, don't get me wrong. I was making a six-figure salary, but I was burnt out and it was no longer serving me anymore. My purpose and my passion were fizzled out. I couldn't imagine doing what I was doing for another 20 years, which was the time that I had until I could retire. And it's pretty sad to think that you're counting down your days to retirement till you can finally have the freedom that you want to do the things that you want. And I knew that God created me with a bigger purpose, but I couldn't exactly put my finger on it right then and there, what that was. I just knew I had this internal pull inside of me that was just burning and yearning and saying, there's something more. You were meant for more, right? And so I was sitting there with these thoughts running through my head. I couldn't help but think about that greater purpose. You see, in 2003, I was diagnosed with stage 3 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and I was given a 55% chance of survival. I ended up having a 19 centimeter mass wedged between my heart and my lung, causing my lung to collapse. And that's kind of what triggered the whole thing. I couldn't breathe, went to the emergency room. And after a bunch of tests, that's when they handed me this diagnosis. And at that time, I had just come off of being a thriving college athlete, having the best year of my career. Okay. Everything that I had worked up to in my childhood, winning a college national championship in volleyball, to getting this diagnosis. And it was devastating. But I started chemotherapy immediately, and I put it all in God's hands. And I chose to fight. I chose to fight no matter how hard it got when I woke up, no matter how hard it was every single day. I chose to wake up with positive thoughts and a positive attitude, no matter how crappy I was feeling. And let me tell you, I had a lot of crappy days. I was fortunate enough that my dad retired from work to care for me 24/7 so that I could focus all of my energy on the fight to live. And 8 months later, after going through 8 rounds of chemotherapy, 21 days apart from one another, and basically being told that it wasn't effective, we're going to have to go to these extreme measures. They ended up reading my test results wrong. And I was told I was in remission. Okay. And I mean, that was huge. That was huge. I was also told, though, that because of all the chemo and the drugs and all that stuff that I had put into my body to fight this, I would never be able to have children or carry a baby to full term. So I am going to tell you that I do have 2 children. I have a almost 12-year-old daughter and an almost 10-year-old son. And I call them my miracle babies. And I always dreamed of gifting them this beautiful life of experience, okay, where I could take them on a trip and let them experience life and things outside of the bubble that we lived in. And so while I'm sitting here, right, still at my office desk, and it was like flashing before my eyes, kind of this epiphany, right? I ended up going on social media, and one of my high school friends' posts kept coming into my feed. And it wasn't the products that she was posting about that caught my attention. It was actually the lifestyle that she was able to build in just a few short months of starting up her own home business in this network marketing space. So I started thinking, the wheels started turning of the possibilities of what this could mean for myself and for my family. And when I dove in further to kind of see, like, what is it that she did? Like, how did she do this? I basically felt it was in alignment, the industry, with kind of who I was. I was already coaching and mentoring and teaching, right? Those are the things that I was passionate about. It was just in the education space, all the negative side that came with that, especially as you move up as an administrator, really kind of is what took that fizzle out for me. But seeing that I could do something similar in this space, the wheels started turning. And I started thinking and dreaming of the life I could create with this opportunity and retire myself from what I was doing and finally be able to take my kids to and from school myself and be more present in their life. So I reached out to this friend. This is why it happened on New Year's Eve, because the price was actually about to jump up to double to get started. But I reached out to her and I jumped in with 2 feet, and I was determined to make huge waves in this industry. I didn't know how. I just knew that I was coachable and that I wanted this bad. And for anybody that knows me, if you're going to tell me I can't do something, I'm going to prove you wrong. Well, it didn't exactly, go as I had envisioned. It was definitely harder than I had expected. And after getting started and being excited and all that stuff fizzled out, I was kind of spiraling down a path that didn't serve me, trying to build this business, or it did not serve my family either. I was spending more money on my business than I was making. I was even less present for my family than I was before, because what little time I had, I was putting into this business. I felt like I was working 2 jobs at the same time. What I technically was, right? But I was doing everything that I was told by the leaders in my company. I was buying trainings, anything I could find to try to get a leg up. Okay, like what was it that I was missing, that I wasn't doing right? But I just wasn't getting any results. I might have gotten some results, but I wasn't getting the traction to actually build something that paid full time, that could actually match what I was making in my career. And, it was definitely discouraging. I started to think that, maybe I just wasn't cut out for this whole entrepreneurial thing. And the thought of quitting crossed my mind more times than I could count. And in the middle of trying to build a home business, working full-time as a high school assistant principal, running a high school volleyball program, which entails 3 teams, and everything that comes with it, and all the things outside of that, right? Running your home and kids and all that stuff. We actually decided to uproot our family from San Diego and move back to my homeland of Texas to be closer to my family and raise my kids near their cousins, near their aunts and uncles and their grandparents. I wanted to give my kids the life that I didn't have. And my parents actually moved us away from our entire family for my dad's business at the time. So we spent many birthdays, holidays with only just us, just the 5 of us. I have 3 sisters, and I didn't have cousins that, you know, I could play with after school or I would see on a regular basis at family events. My grandparents were states away. Hardly ever got to see any of my extracurricular activities I was involved in, or just really a whole lot of my life. And I wanted that to be different for my kids. My sister had moved back 2 years before me. Her 2 kids are the same exact age as my 2 kids. They're just 3 months apart. And I just had this life and vision for my family and my kids. So we did it. We decided, we made it happen. Sold our home, both making great incomes in our career, and moved to Texas. And from there, I applied for 2 years. Well, I was applying during this. I knew it was coming, right? So I started 2 years before. And I was willing to, at the drop of a hat, if I were to get hired, we were going to make a move. We had we had plan A, plan B, plan C, all the way to plan Z in place for every scenario. So I applied for 2 years to every school within range of where we were going to live. I had the highest letters of recommendation from superintendents, several principals, and I never got hired. And I thought to myself, okay, maybe, you know, not having a job I had to be at, I could finally build this business. It would free up more time, and that's what would make me successful. Okay. But boy, was I wrong. Okay. More time did not necessarily mean more results in your business. And it was actually really hard to implement structure of my day. And knowing like what exactly to do to build this empire that I had visioned for myself. You know, I go from working where I have a bell schedule. Okay. And when I'm in my teacher role, I knew exactly what I was doing first period, second period, third period. I didn't have to think about it. I had my lesson planned out for the year. I knew, you know, what I needed to do at every moment of the day, where I was going. Same as when I was an assistant principal. You know, I had meetings scheduled. I knew what I was going to be doing here. It was a lot easier than becoming your own boss and working for yourself. And I am a ADD, squirrel brain type person. So that change was really difficult for me. And I had to learn, you know, how to implement that structure into my business. In 2 short years after moving, we went backwards. Okay. We went from being debt-free homeowners to losing our dream home and racking up over $50,000 in debt, in credit card debt. And that's when we officially hit our rock bottom. And it was very hard. I felt like a failure. I was embarrassed. You know, I couldn't believe I'd put my family in a situation like this. But my husband and I, we are a great team. We always have been. And he kept telling me, these are just things. We will get things back as you build this business in your life. I mean, we were literally, like I said, rock bottom, rock bottom. We were selling anything and everything we could to, you know, bring in some extra cash flow. We had garage sales. We were selling golf clubs. I mean, selling kids' toys, literally anything extra. We purged our house. I picked up driving grocery deliveries in my town where I lived. And I mean, I was willing to do anything and everything that could bring in a little bit of income, but still give me some flexibility to build this business. Okay. Because I was not about to go back into another 9-to-5 job, because then this business would never get built. And we almost got to a point where I told my husband, I said, maybe I should just sell my wedding ring. And that was a really hard thing, but I just kept hearing him say, it's just a thing. And we can always get these things back. And he's right. So we ended up selling our house. We sold our house, and we used what little profit we made off of it to get back on our feet. And at this time, I ended up finding a community online where I had learned some social media marketing strategies to help me grow my business online, on social media, authentically, okay, without having to bug my family and friends, because I had already done that for 3 years. And my warm market was non-existent. Okay. Nobody around me wanted to hear anything about what I was doing, let alone buy from me or join me. So when I found this community, it was like a gold mine. And I no longer was going to have to do home parties. I cannot even tell you how much wine and cheese I consumed over the years. And a lot of times it was just me, because no one showed up. I think I was excited. I had 3 people come one time. I remember moving into this new community we moved into in Texas, and I literally printed out a flyer. I walked around to every house I could, and I handed out a flyer, thinking, oh my gosh, I could have like 40 people show up. And I did not have one person come, because people who don't know you, okay, where are they going to come and just buy your product, right? But I didn't understand that yet. I didn't know that yet. I did know I wanted to build a business that felt good again. It felt good how I could build it, okay, without bugging people, without having to prospect people in grocery stores, at bars and restaurants, and all that type of stuff. And so finding this community gave me so much hope that my dreams of building this would actually become possible again. So in 2018, my husband and I ended up going to Las Vegas for a huge social media marketing event. And this was the first event I had gone to outside of my company, where big time leaders there who were crushing it in the online space. And this was a massive eye opener for me. And it was at this event that everything changed for me. We ended up investing everything we made from selling our home into a 1-year high-level mentorship program. And my husband told me this was my last chance to make it work, or else it was back to the classroom. And that was not an option for me. So I took my business completely online at this point, and I implemented automation so that the internet could actually do the sifting and sorting and heavy lifting for me. And I worked my freaking butt off, and I ended up building a 6-figure business in 11 months of getting started with these strategies. I climbed the ranks to a top leadership position in my company. And I also became a top affiliate in that community that I was in. And I finally cracked the code on how to attract and enroll the right people to me on social media who were interested in what I had to offer and were also interested in building a business, instead of facing all the rejection, because I'm so focused on talking to the wrong people. So while inside this community, I met my business besties and fellow beaches, as we call ourselves. And at that time, we were all in different home-based business companies, but we worked really close together. And we were all building our own brands using these strategies. And we ended up coming together under the same company months down the road, and our team blew up. Having all of us using the same strategies and putting it all together was crazy good. Okay. And we had ideas that, how could we, make a bigger impact on the world, helping more people just besides the ones who were in our team. And so from there, we created Beach Boss Influencers. And in 2 short years, we became a multiple 7-figure company and have helped over 35,000 entrepreneurs in our space get results that they've never had before. It's been so gratifying seeing people's lives and businesses. And I say that because when you go through this journey, it is not just a business that grows and changes. It is you. You grow and change. You have breakthroughs. And without that personal growth of you, okay, there isn't a business transformation. Okay. Beach Boss Influencers has changed my life 365. There's not 65 degrees. There's only 60 degrees, 360 degrees. I'm finally able to get out of debt, build up our savings account. We've been able to take our kids and our parents on trips all over the globe that we never, ever thought would be possible. My goal in starting this business from the beginning was to be able to support my parents and give back and treat them to experiences that they normally would never be able to afford otherwise. And that was like as a thank you from me to them for helping to save my life. I know that when it's your kids, it's different, but I do feel an indebtedness to them. And if I'm able to, with the means that I've been blessed with by this, this industry, I want to gift them the same experiences as well. They sacrificed everything when I was diagnosed with cancer. And my vision was to give back as much as I could once I was in a place that I could do so. So I was finally in a place where I had the time to kind of put this whole journey on paper and to share it with the world. And in December of 2021, I launched my book called Guts, Grit, and Glory. And I became a #1 best-selling author in 7 countries within a few short hours. I know it was just absolutely mind-blowing. I never thought it was possible. When I wrote my book, I just wanted to impact one life. I never imagined it would do as well as it did. I was on top of the world. I've been crossing off things off my bucket list. Writing a book was one of those things. And I just want to tell you that anything is possible if you put your mind to it. I am living proof. I am a perfect example of doctors and other professionals telling my parents I would never be college material, that I would struggle throughout high school. I ended up going to college, going to graduate school, getting a master's, and now we're here, right? So if this athlete, this college athlete, this PE teacher, turned assistant principal, volleyball coach can pivot and shift their life and create something bigger and actually fulfill on everything that you've put down on your vision board, anything is possible for you. So since then, since my book launch and all of that stuff, my husband has also left the corporate world and he started up a business with my dad. So they too are in control of their own time. And we now live our lives on our own agenda. The only thing that actually keeps us tied down is having to get the kids to school and picking them up. And, of course, their practices and stuff in between, and all those type of things. But outside of that, we work from home together. We create our own schedules. We get to play golf together with our friends. I play in a tennis league as well. My husband also is the head coach of our son's select baseball team. And our biggest obstacle is where we're going to go on our next trip. We literally live our lives around our children and are fully present because of this space, because of what this entrepreneur opportunity has done for me and my family. And it's so freeing, the lifestyle that we've created, but don't think for a minute that it didn't come without sacrifice, because it did. But I want to tell you, the sacrifice is what makes it all worth it. And I honestly believe that going through those struggles and that sacrifice is almost like a test of, do you have what it takes? Do you really have what it takes to continue to persevere and push through all the ugly, all the bad that comes with sacrifice to get to where you want to be in life, to get to your goals? And as I say in my book, there's no glory without guts and without the grit it takes to get there. So I'm so glad that I didn't give up. I didn't give in to those thoughts of quitting on my dreams, because we never would be where we are now if I had done that. So hopefully you got some value with what I shared with you today. And if you're wanting to build your business on social media with proven strategies that actually work right now, if that's you, so that you can make more income while working less, then I want you to grab my free resource link that's at the end of this training. Thanks so much, and I'll see y'all around.
Hey, I am so excited to be a part of this event, and I'm so grateful that I was asked to share some of my experiences and things that are going to help you move forward in whatever you are doing in your life and in your business. My name is Brandy Shaver, and I started in network marketing, home-based business years ago. I started out as a salon owner, and really what ended up happening was that I was working all of the time and not being able to create the kind of income that I wanted, because it was a time for money kind of thing, right? And so I started to look for other opportunities, different ways to make money. And that's where I got my start in network marketing. Now, network marketing was something that I could create, right? Do around my family, which I have 6 kids. I'm from Utah. And it was something that I could fit into my crazy schedule and really start to make a side income and grow that business. Now, what happened when I got started in network marketing was I went through my warm market, right? People that I know, like, and trust. And I ran out of those people. I live in a really small town in the middle of Utah. So 2.5 hours one way to get anywhere that has a mall or somewhere more than just a Walmart, right? And so it was really challenging for me to grow business. I didn't know how to copy and paste. I didn't have any skills to build my business online. I actually didn't even realize that, people really use social media to build their business. So I was like naive and brand new, right? I didn't know how to copy and paste, and I knew nothing about the internet. And what ended up happening was I really went into the cold prospecting thing for business, right? And this is where you go out and you intentionally meet people, or intentionally stalk people, as I would call it now. And I would drive 2.5 hours north or south, and I would leave my kids with a nanny while my husband was at work. And I would drive the 5 hours, both ways, to get 20, 40 names. And I would really work those names during the week. And really what ended up happening out of this deal was that I recruited one person out of 2.5 years doing cold prospecting, right? Because I wasn't building the know, like, and trust. And really where we were at in that time, this was about 7 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, was when the world kind of started to look more at screens, right? Now everyone has a screen. And in the process of this whole building my business, old school, as I would call it, right? Prospecting people's in malls and restaurants and all those things, was that I was standing in the foyer of the mall, right? And I was like, there are people everywhere in here. Like I can't get anybody to necessarily, I could get them to give me their number and I could, get them to answer the phone or text them, but I really couldn't build that relationship with them. And so I was struggling really hard in my business, and it was hard. And I was leaving my kids. I wasn't making very much money in my company because it had gone backwards. My team couldn't really duplicate what I was doing because most people have a regular job. They don't own their own salon where they can, kind of do whatever they want and work it around their lives. And so I was really, really struggling. And what ended up happening was I got a hold of a training online, a little bit like this one that you are probably watching right now. And it started to open up possibilities for me. Like, okay, so there's a way to do this online, right? There's a way to build a business online, and there's a way to build that know, like, and trust with people. Because really in business, you're never going to be able to build a business without the know, like, and trust, without having that skill set of building the know, like, and trust. And so that's where my journey started. And like I said, I couldn't even copy and paste. And so there was a lot of ups and downs, right? And when I started online, I remember just feeling like totally overwhelmed. I remember feeling like, am I ever going to figure this out? Right. Cause it wasn't like I was young. I mean, my youngest child at the time was 1 and she's now 10. So, it wasn't like I was 20 years old and could just, pick up any skill set or anything like that. And I had avoided computers. I was a people person. And so I had a huge, huge, huge learning curve. But really what I want to dive in today was what I did to continue to move forward in my business, and really took it day by day and got super consistent, right? We're going to talk about a little bit about those, but I wanted you, as a part of this event, I wanted you to realize that everybody has their own road, right? Their own journey, and it's set in stone. And a lot of people in business, online business, network marketing, coaching, all the things that we're doing, that a lot of us are doing, we want it right now and we want it faster. And I'm going to tell you, it never happens fast enough, ever, no matter which business you're in, right? No matter if it's a $5 million company or a $1 million company or a $10 company, it's never fast enough for you as you grow. And so it's just something to be aware of, that to start to enjoy the journey a little bit more and be grateful for where you're at, because there's always, with the newest and biggest and next thing, there's always those newest and biggest and next issues that come up. And so it's important that we really understand and really are grateful for our skill set and where we're at right now. So your A to B is set in stone. Whoops. And you can't change that, right? And I can't predict it. Nobody can predict it. I get asked this question over and over and over and over and over again, right? They're like, well, how long is this going to take to be successful? How long is this? That's such a loaded question, right? It's such a loaded question because everybody comes into this deal with their own skill sets already, right? Into the next chapter in their life, or, coming back out of whatever it is you want to do. But we all come with our own set of instructions, I guess you would say, because everybody's different, right? Just like I said, I couldn't copy and paste. I had a girlfriend that started the same time I did, and she was faster and quicker and more successful than I was because she came into the situation with skill sets she needed, right? And I had to learn them. Like I said, I had a bigger learning curve. But the key is to getting consistent and owning your day. And so that's what I want to share with you today. I'm just going to pull up my notes right here so I don't get off track. I'm good at that. So let me know in the comments if you've ever wondered, what is it that I can possibly do to, get success faster in my life? And this was something that I had to do. I had to ask myself, what is it that I'm not doing, or what is it that I could accelerate my results, right? Sometimes you have to take a step back and evaluate where you're at. And what is it that's going to get you the most traction? And that's really going to boil down to your daily mode of operation, right? And that's what we're going to talk about today, is how to own your day. But what is a daily mode of operation, right? Some people call it a DMO. So if you've never heard DMO, daily mode of operation, what is it and why is it important or powerful to have one, right? To get results in your business. Well, one big mistake that I see when people take their businesses online or they get started is they don't know what to do in what order to get results using social media. Okay. Now, that's something that's super important because, you know, I've been able to go from non-copy and paste to I've built actually 2 multi-million-dollar businesses in that short amount of time, right? So it's important to understand what you do in what order to get results, right? And every industry is different. So like I said, some of us are in network marketing, some of us are in coaching, some of us are, you know, traditional business. You could be a real estate, you could be, you know, an author, any kind of business, but using social media is pretty much a must these days, right? This is where we build our relationships now. Okay. When we used to go to networking events and all of those things, that's where we would build relationships, build the know, like, and trust. That's how come it was normal back 10 years ago, right? To actually have a conversation with somebody in the mall, or, you know, you meet people in the restaurants and whatever. And unless you're super extroverted, most introverted people, and I will say that probably most of the population, well, maybe not most, I actually don't know the statistics, but I would think more people are more introverted than they are extroverted, right? So if there's a gal, you know, standing in the grocery store and you love her shoes, even though you might love her shoes, or you know, whatever, you're not necessarily going to walk up to her and be like, hey, I love your shoes, you know, and start a conversation if that's not your personality. And that's not my personality, right? So in order for you to build more relationships faster, which is how business grows, right? And how you are going to continue to grow what you want to do in your life, you have to get in front of people. Okay. Now let's talk about social media, because, you know, the algorithm isn't designed for you to sell on social media anything. Okay. That's not what it's for. In fact, it's the very opposite. And I don't care what platform you're on, it's just how it is, right? But in order for you to get results, you have to know how the algorithm works. And each algorithm for each kind of platform is going to be a little bit different. So, you know, you're gonna have to do a little bit of research on where you want to build. But my tip for that is pick one place, right? I wouldn't be all over social media on every platform, all just starting out. It would be way too overwhelming. And someone like me, I probably would have quit if I had done that, right? But here's the thing. This is what I know about humans, okay? And I am totally speaking about myself, is that we are lazy, okay? We want the biggest bang for our buck and the fastest way to get it, right? That's how we are. And we're in this very microwave mentality situation in the world now, right? And there is a system. You have to kind of give the algorithm what it wants to make it work for you. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Let me know in the chat if that makes sense. But it never fails that people try and beat the system because, like I said, we're lazy, right? Well, I can tell you that trying to cheat the system will just get you super frustrated. And I'm here to tell you that this will not work, right? You're not going to get eyes on your posts or your videos or whatever, and you're not going to be able to grow your business. Okay. Now, I know you're not lazy. Okay. We're all looking for how do we make the biggest impact the fastest, right? So how do you get results, and what do you need to do in what order on social media? And we're going to get into that. Okay. But first, I want to talk about what it takes to build a real business on social media. All right. Because I want this to be so impactful for you that you just are like, oh my gosh, like this is what I've been missing this whole time. Okay. And I'm going to ask, is it all right if I be totally real with you? Right. Because this might be eye-opening for some of you. Okay. Some of you are going to have to look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, do I have what it takes to build a business? Because listen, and I've been here. Again, I'm talking to myself as much as I am you. It's easy to blame others, blame the algorithm, blame your life, blame not enough time, blame your boss, blame your spouse, blame everyone and everything besides yourself that your business isn't growing. Okay. And I've totally been there, like I said. So this is not any judgment on you from me, right? But guess whose business it is? It's yours, right? And it's your responsibility to work your business. And the biggest issue I know for me, when I wasn't clear what to do every day to build my business, I found myself, scrolling the screens, right? Scrolling the social media and getting lost, getting stuck in, whatever. But you've got to really dial this in, because if you don't, you will run out of energy and want to build your business, right? Because you got to get in and you got to get out. You got to get in and get out and get what you need done. And I'm going to show you how, so you can actually have more time, right? That's what this is about. Now, when I say more time, obviously I'm not going to give you more than 24 hours, right? That's set in stone. I can't give you any more. You are kind of like, here's your time on this earth kind of thing, right? But I'm going to show you how I structured what I do to get everything done in like an hour, sometimes two, if I'm super busy, a day, and move on, right? So the question I want to ask you, this is an important one. Would you hire or fire yourself based on what you did in your business yesterday? Okay. Now, again, no judgment. This is just for you to become aware of what is actually happening in your business. Okay. Now, sometimes we think about our businesses a lot more than we're actually building them. We're thinking about our dreams. We're thinking about, what's next for us. We're thinking about all the things, and it makes us feel like we're actually doing the work. Okay, so if your answer is no, I would not hire myself today based on my actions I took yesterday, then what might you do differently to get to your goals? Okay, now more than likely you need a mode of operation, a daily mode of operation, or behaviors that have to get done to get to your goals. Okay, now look, this all starts with you and where you want to go in your business. So the first thing is you have to know where you are and where you are going. Okay. And you've got to figure out what daily mode of operations, like what actions actually make you money and what actions, are just kind of a waste of your time. Because there's different things that you do in your business. There's money-making activities, right? There are preparation activities. There are, whatever. There's different things that you have to be consistent in your business. And that's what we're going to talk about, all right? So why is a DMO important, a daily mode of operation? You are clear on what you have to do every day, right? You know exactly how long it takes to get it done, and it gets you closer to your goals each time you complete it, okay? And you stop wasting time and you have more time. And here's the thing, okay? I hate structure. Most of us entrepreneurs hate structure. That's the reason we're entrepreneurs, right? And let me know if you hate structure, okay? I want to know, do you hate structure? Because it's just a thing. And I don't know if it is hereditary, if it's something that's given to you in your environment. I don't know why some of us are different and we hate structure, but there is a reason that you hate structure and you've become an entrepreneur, right? Well, here's the thing. If you work a job, if you have kids, if you don't feel like it, you're definitely going to want to stick around and find out. Having a DMO and being loyal to it is a skill, and it takes some practice. Okay. And we're going to start super small today because I don't have a ton of time, but I want to give you something tangible to dive right in. First off, when I say I hate structure, when I put a daily mode of operation into my life to help me grow my business, I had a lot of pushback or kickback from myself, right? And how many of you have had this happen to you? You're like, okay, I'm going to eat clean. I'm going to work out. I have this daily mode of operation. And then you're like, this sucks. I don't want to do this stuff. It's not fun. I don't like working out. I don't like eating salad. And I don't like having my day structured, right? Well, here's the thing. This is what I found. And this was me. Okay. I found that if I structured my day and I had the tasks into my calendar and it was very specific, I knew exactly how much time it was going to take and what I needed to do. So I wasn't spending most of my time going, what am I going to do? I found I had more time freedom. Okay. Now, again, I can't give you more hours, right? But I had more time freedom in this whole process. So what I want you to do is I want you to, first of all, identify your next goal. Okay. Now you can do this after this training, but write this down. Identify your next goal. I want it down to the date it's going to happen. And I want it 30 days. Okay. Now here's the thing. This is something else that I did when I got started, and I would experience a lot of, I don't know what the word was, failure. I felt like a huge failure and felt just icky. I would make these audacious goals. Okay. Audacious. I'd be like, okay, well, I just got started in network marketing or in my business, and I'm going to make $3 million by the end of June. Right. And it's May. Okay. So that's probably not going to be realistic. Right. So we need a realistic 30-day time-bound goal, okay? And you've got to know where you're going to actually get there, all right? Now, if this might be a sales goal, this might be a team goal, this might be, a customer goal, this might be, finishing your book, this might be whatever it is that you want next in your business. Okay. But make sure that you're not falling into that trap of, oh, I want to make $3 million by the end of June. And, it's barely May 1st or whatever, whatever date it might be. Okay. So set the time and date for this goal to be accomplished, and just be super specific. Okay. Now that's what I first want you to do. Then I want you to get a calendar. Now, I don't care if it's paper. I don't care if it's a Google Calendar. I don't care what you use, right? But what I want you to do is I want you to block out time that is non-negotiable for you to grow your business. Now, if you are working a full-time job, let's say, that time is already allocated, right? You need personal time. You need time for you and your family, right? That's important. So the way I like to run my business and my calendar is God first, family second, and business third. Okay. And that's how it works. When I say God first, that's partly me, right? Personal time, and then family time, and then business. Now, here is because a lot of you are going to be like, well, that just took up all my time, right? Like, how am I supposed to build a business if I don't have, and if you hear snoring, it's my dog. It's my pug. Okay. So just so you know, he's down here participating in this event as well. So what I want you to do is to really understand that you have there's only 24 hours, right? Only 24 hours. And if you stack it all up with family and God and no time for business, right? There's got to be some kind of balance. So I'm not saying like skip the soccer game or, that kind of thing, but you don't need to be at every soccer practice, right? Like there's a compromise there, right? Like, does that make sense? You've got to find the time to build your business. And if what you want needs to grow, it needs to become some sort of priority, right? But that's how I structure mine. Okay. Just so you know, right? So that's how we do that. The next piece is I want you to identify your target market. Okay. Now, target market is a whole other training that we could talk about. And, if you need more on that, you can find me on social media. I have a ton of target market trainings that are free. So, you can, if you need that, you can just hunt me down and we can figure that part out. Okay. All right. The next piece is there's an active and a passive way to build your business. Okay. So before we go into the algorithm of social media, okay, and making it your friend, that's what you have to know. There's two things I want you to remember about building your business. There's an active way and there's a passive way, okay? And the fastest way to get results is to do both, okay? Now, if you're new here and hearing this for the first time, then, I want you to really listen to me, okay? I want you to really hear me, okay? Now, let's say you're a real estate agent, okay? And you're posting your beautiful homes online. Maybe you're doing some reels or TikToks or, whatever, short form video. Maybe you did, a live video on the home or whatever. And then you're just kind of sitting and waiting for people to show up or to let you know, okay? That's probably, for those real estate agents out there, they're probably like cringing in their seat right now because they're like, if I just sat and waited, probably nobody would buy anything, right? You've got to do the follow-up and you've got to have the active way of building your business. Okay. So what I want you to identify is I want you to identify what makes you money in your business, whether you're a coach, network marketer, real estate agent, insurance, a traditional business, whatever it is you're doing, what makes you money? What actually moves the needle, right? Like what takes it from this to this. And I want you to write those down. Okay. So if you never ask, you never will probably get what you want. And here's the reason. Okay. I'm going to share a story with you that this exactly happened to me. Okay. Now I used to actively build my business. Like I told you at the beginning, right? Actively all the time building my business. And when I took my business online, that's when I decided to go more passive. Okay. So I started more passively in my business. And there was a gal that came to me and asked me about enrolling in my team. She wanted to work together. Right. And I kind of just brushed her off. She was a student of mine at the time with coaching and those kind of things. And so, and I loved her. Right. I was like, man, she's freaking dynamite. Like this would be really cool. I'd love to work with her. Right. And I was so passive that she didn't feel like I wanted her in my business with me. And so she didn't enroll with me. She went to another company and another team. And it really taught me a huge lesson, right? Because I was so passive that I didn't ask for what I want. And so, she ended up eventually coming back, because she's one of my business partners now. But, it really was a lesson I had to learn. So I want you to understand passive and active. Okay. Active is what makes you money. And that's going to be like your follow-up and things that need to get done. Presenting depends on, kind of what industry you're in, but it's important, right? So getting clear on what makes you money is super important, right? Now, don't make a huge long list. This needs to be 2 to 3, maybe 5 things on the list that actually make you money. And we want to focus our energy and our efforts there. Okay. Now, your game on social media has to be upped. That's one of the keys to growing your business, right? But I want you to understand how the algorithm actually works. So the number one rule you must never forget on any social media platform is you have to give love to get love on social media. Okay. And this is where the algorithm comes in. It's designed to connect you with other people. Like connect, right? That's the key word. It's designed to connect you with other people. And the number one thing that has to happen for people to see your amazing posts and your videos and all your things is that they have to connect with other humans, okay? About your products, your opportunity, whatever it is you're doing, your real estate, your insurance, or, whatever. And make sure you keep the 80-20 rule in mind when creating content on social media, that 80% of it needs to be fun and light and, getting to know you and sharing stories. And the 20% really needs to focus on promoting. Okay. Now, if you go past that threshold of the 80-20, it kind of borders on spammy. So just so you know, like, be a human first. Okay. Just make sure that that is your first thing, is serving humans, and you won't have any problem. If you're ever like, man, am I being spammy? Well, is it helpful? Does it help another human? And is it always costing them money, or, you offering them to join you, or, to buy something or whatever? Can you give value that is value-based content without asking for them to, buy your products or join your team or join your coaching or whatever? Can you just give value? And if it's 80% of the time that it's value, education, edutainment is one of the words that one of my friends likes to use. And then the other 20% promoting, you're golden. Okay. All right. So here's what I want you to know about the algorithm. You got to give love to get love. You've got to understand how each platform works. Pick one and get really good at it. Okay. You don't need to be on every platform. And I know you're going to feel like you're missing out on something, but you're not. Okay. Pick one, get really good at it, get some results, and then add in another one. Okay. Now, the key here is to stay consistent every day. And what I want you to do, your homework, is number one, figure out your goal, like we talked about. Get a calendar. You've got to identify your target market. Fill out your calendar so you know where your pockets of time are in your business. And then the last thing is to figure out what makes you money. What happens on social media? Remember, you got to give love to get love, and take your time. This thing takes time. It's not a microwave. Okay. You're not going to be able to do content and build your business on social media and come out of, whatever it is you're doing and be successful in 30 days. It's going to take time and consistency. Remember when we talked about that A to B? Your A to B is set in stone. There isn't anything that anybody can do for you to make it any faster except you failing faster and faster and faster and faster. And you continue to get up and you continue to serve other humans. So I hope you got value out of today. Again, thank you for letting me be a part of this incredible event. And if you have any questions, let me know. Oh, and if you are looking for, more information, how you can get, how to do your business online and learn from kind of what I do, you can go to www.beachbossinfluencers.com, influencers with an S, okay, .com/formula stages. Okay. And I will post the link. Well, they'll probably post the link with this event, so you have it, or in the comments or whatever. But if you need it or need anything from me, you can find me on social media. It's Brandy Shareshaver. Thanks for your time. Have a great rest of your day. And I wish you all the success you can handle. See you later.
everybody. This is Neil Palacci with the Wealth Creator Company for Women and the Divorce Transition Professionals. It's great to be here today with you, and I appreciate you listening in. We're going to talk a little bit today about one of my favorite subjects, networking. Networking in 2022 and beyond. Now, what does that really look like? You would not be surprised to hear, as it says on here, the last 2 years has been a little strange. That would be a bit of an understatement, right? I mean, we have been seeing our clients for years in person at restaurants and homes and so on and so forth. And then all of a sudden we're told, can't do that anymore. And then we've got this fantastic technology that, of course, has been around for years, no question about that. But most of us really don't use it. They were using it at the corporate level, but many of us who are small business owners and entrepreneurs and so forth, were not really using this technology, this Zoom video teleconferencing. I know we all call it Zoom, but Zoom's just one of the many brands that are out there, right, that we all get to use. And so here we are with these little humans. We are stuck in these little squares, and we were stuck there for a while, and we were wondering, oh boy, what's this going to be like? Well, it'll be 6 weeks. Oh no, it'll be 6 months, and that'll be a year, and then it'll be 2, and so forth. And here we are, 2.5 years later, and we're starting to, and we have done this year in 2022, we've started to move back in the other direction just a little bit, although there's stuff going on. We'll have to see how it all works out as we move forward, but definitely we, at least in the United States, and what I've heard from Europe and parts of Asia, that people are going back to the in-person setting. But something interesting is happening, and that is that even though COVID is out there and there's stuff still going on, that there are many people that I talk to that are not going back to in-person settings, not because of COVID, but because of convenience. We have, I guess this is one of the silver linings, right? We have discovered this new technology, and we've discovered that here I am, I'm sitting in my office, and you're sitting in your home office, at your office, maybe you're in your car at a Starbucks. I mean, you can literally be anywhere on your phone, laptop, tablet, and you can be listening in to this and many other types of meetings, seminars, webinars, and so on and so forth. So what's next? Like, what are we going to do as business people? Say, what should we do about business development? We've got the networking groups. I mean, you've got all sorts of different networking groups, right? I mean, you could literally go to a networking group, breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day of the week. There's always something going on. The chamber is doing something, or there's a private organization doing something, or there is a service organization like a Rotary, they're doing something. There's all sorts of stuff going on all over the country, all over the world, every day. So what should we do about our business development? How do we make these decisions to do this rather than this? And it's difficult to do. We have to say, hey, what's the ROI, right? What is it actually that is going to get me the best return on my investment? And while we're at it, not only do I need to make decisions about what I'm going to do and where I'm going to do it and where I'm going to spend my money and spend my time, but I've also got to make these decisions about, hey, do I do in person or do I do virtual? Like what's the best way to do this? I know a few businesses, I'm sure you do too, that have made the decision that they are not going back to doing business in person, period. They have gotten rid of their offices. They have a home office, or they have their living room or their kitchen, and they've made the decision that they are going to do their business from that perspective. I have a lawyer friend of mine that is in the family law area, and he does mediation and collaborative law only, and he doesn't do litigation. So he doesn't need to go to court. And so he can do business from anywhere. So he does all of his mediations on teleconferencing equipment. He's got his laptop and he's got his camera, and off he goes. And he's got me. He says, look, I've got the husband and the wife, and we're mediating this thing. And in fact, in some ways, it's kind of better because they're in separate places and they don't have to look at each other and look at each other's body language and all this kind of stuff. And people seem to behave a little differently on video teleconferencing and so on and so forth. So he's quite happy doing this and doing this in a virtual way. But now I have to say, from my perspective, and maybe many of you feel the same way, I enjoy both. I mean, I'm doing this right now, right? We're in a virtual type setting here. At lunch today, I was in person. I had a meeting with somebody, and it was great. We were sitting outside a restaurant, a patio, having lunch, and it was terrific. And yesterday, I was in a meeting with 50 people at a golf club, and the day before, I was on a Zoom with 25 people from all over the country doing that. And I mean, it's really phenomenal that we get this choice. So when we talk about the question, are we going back to an in-person setting? The answer is yes and no. I mean, we have it available to us again, but there's a lot of us who have made the decision that we're just going to do what we want to do on any given day. I still have my office. I have a home office. I sit at coffee shops. I've sat at the beach. I mean, as long as you've got internet access, you've got the ability to get what you want to have done. And it's just, it's the most phenomenal stuff. And I'm sure that many of you agree. And so the answer is video teleconferencing just for the corporate setting, right? The answer is no. I mean, I remember years ago, in fact, I had a client who was in the teleconferencing business, and she used to sell teleconference equipment to some of the big mortgage and real estate companies. And they were doing, they had offices all over the country and so forth. And she'd go into a conference room in, real nice office setting and so on and so forth. And it was tens of thousands of dollars to set up this video teleconferencing equipment. And so that, you'd have one office, it cost 50 grand to do that one. They got 50 offices all over the country. So they're spending literally millions of dollars on teleconferencing equipment in order to, yes, save money on flying people back and forth. I know that was one of their goals for these companies, but they also, were aware of this technology. And now here I am. I mean, I'm a self-employed small business owner. I'm on my own. I mean, I have no employees. I use virtual assistants that are in different parts of the country and different parts of the world. And I do a lot of my business right over the computer. So what have you got? You got a laptop, $1,000. Actually, you can buy a laptop for $500, but a little better, $1,000 for a laptop, and you got your cell phone. If you need to have a big screen, jump down to Costco, buy yourself something for another $500. So maybe a couple of $1,000 and you've got your video teleconference set up. If you want something a little better, yeah, you can spend money on a microphone, a real nice camera, a little bit of lighting and so forth. But most people can do this now, whereas it used to be really just for the big corporate markets. So it's fantastic. But has networking really changed? My answer to that is no. I mean, networking really hasn't changed. I mean, I still have to, and you still have to build the relationship with this person. Now, I understand that in some situations, there's certainly a commodity sale, right? There's no real relationship being built when you are buying merchandise on Amazon and, it gets sent to you in the mail, in less than 24 hours. You don't have a relationship with anybody. You don't have a relationship typically with the vendor that's providing the product through Amazon. You don't have a relationship with Amazon. You just do it. Now, there are some people like me, I could say, well, I'm going to go sell a seminar. I'm going to go sell something like that. And it's going to be $99 or $297 or whatever it's going to be. And I could sell that as a commodity. But at the end of the day, if I want to build my networking organization, build my coaching clientele, people still do business with people that they know, like, and trust. That hasn't changed. And so from the perspective of, are we going to do business? I had better build that relationship with you. Yes, you may make a decision right off the bat whether or not you like me, trust me, and do you know me? Yes, okay, you've been referred. You can look me up, you can find all sorts of stuff about me or about who it is you're going to do business with on various social networking platforms, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, all that good stuff. You can find, and Google, just Googling people, of course, you can find out about people. But networking really hasn't changed from the perspective that people do business with who they know, like, and trust. And so when you're doing business in a personal sense, when you are handling assets for them, when you're doing legal work, when you are providing some kind of service, but even when you're providing a product, if you have a retail operation, not necessarily the Amazon type style, but there are still people out there that are doing business with retail establishments on an ongoing basis. They're networking. It's all about networking. It's all about building that client base, and you're building that client base by networking. And so the networking provides you the ability to say, okay, here's Neil Palachi. He's somebody that I want to do business with. I'm going to make sure that I get his permission to put him on my newsletter, and I'm going to stay in touch with him because maybe I have something that isn't required now, but might be required down the road. One of the other things that hasn't changed is the follow-up, right? I put a follow-up schedule in my one of my newsletters last week, and the statistics were astounding. Like, if you're going to go to a networking organization or networking meeting, you meet this great person, and then neither of you follow up. And the statistics, like 50% of the people don't follow up. Are you kidding me? Like, you didn't make a phone call, you didn't request a LinkedIn connection, you didn't friend them on Facebook, you didn't send them an email, text them. I mean, there's only 500 different ways to follow up and connect with people, and you didn't take the time to do one, but yet you spent 40 minutes at a meeting having a conversation and getting to know this person. And by the way, if you spent 40 minutes at a networking meeting getting to know this person, and you decided that this is a person that just there's nothing in common here, fine. I mean, make that decision, excuse me, make that decision not to do business with. Oh, okay, this is not somebody that's for me. But I don't know why it took you 40 minutes to figure that out. But one of the other things that you're doing at a networking meeting is finding out the people that you don't want to do business with, as well as the people that you do. So networking hasn't really changed, in my opinion. Even when you're networking, going to networking meetings online in a virtual setting, you're still, at least I am, I'm looking at these people and I'm saying, okay, who are these people? I'm taking a screenshot of the page or pages that are available to me, and they've all got their names, and some of them put their occupations, and others even put their phone numbers. And I'm listening to their 1-minute pitch, and I'm saying, hey, yeah, there's 3 people right there that I want to communicate with. Like, these are people I want to see, I want to get to know. I think that they're people that I could really develop something with. And then I will take it upon myself to follow up. I don't care if they follow up or they don't follow up. Like, I'm not gonna wait for them to follow up. Like, I want to see them. I'm gonna be proactive. So please don't sit there and make the decision, oh my God, they didn't call me, and so to heck with it. I'm not gonna follow up. Don't do that. And so the what still works and what doesn't is, I mean, I just covered that. Like, you want to go to networking meetings. You want to, if you're working in the professional marketplace, you want to make sure that you've got a real great LinkedIn presence, and you are networking on networking, not just building connections. That you build a connection and you connect with somebody, and then you say, hey, let's have a chat. Like, what's the point of connecting with them if you're not going to have a chat and figure out whether or not this is somebody that you can get on with and do business with? So all of the things that were there before are still there. They still work, but we do have this, what I think is an additional fantastic piece of technology that is allowing us to do even more networking. I mean, the networking that I now do is all over the world. And honestly, it was not before, not really to a great degree. But now, I can get on the Zoom call with people in Britain and Europe and Asia and Australia, wherever. It's phenomenal. And you want to definitely make use of that. So, the choosing of what kind of networking you want to do, you want to look at the ROI. Now, you don't always know the ROI up front, but should I join a BNI, or should I join a chamber, or should I be involved in Rotary? I mean, you have to make a decision as to what kind of involvement you want. Rotary is a service organization. BNI is pure networking. The chamber is networking, but it's also getting involved in the business community. So which one works best for you? And you can look at them and examine them. Don't just decide, oh, I'm going to do this, and here's my $400. And I'm going to join. I'm going to see what happens. The worst 3 words I've ever heard: see what happens. What do you mean you're going to see what happens? So because it makes it sound like I'm just going to sit back here and, well, okay, let me just see what happens. No, you can't see what happens. You've got to make it happen. You've got to be proactive, get involved, and then if you're not getting the response that you need, if you're not with the right people in the right place at the right time, then move on to something else. But the see what happens attitude of, I'm going to sit back, people are going to come to me because I'm the greatest, and now they know I'm here, the phone's going to start ringing off the hook. Yeah, don't do that, because that's a good way just to starve, and not really find out whether or not where you are is where you ought to be. And this is part of setting your expectations, right? You look at something and oh man, I'm going to get in here, this is going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. Your expectations should be, I'm going to give 100% after I have made a determination as to where I'm going to put my effort, because you can't put it everywhere. You can't be all things to all people. You better decide, who am I going to serve? And where are those people? And then once I'm there, how do I best serve them, right? To me, it's all about that. And you then build that relationship based on the fact that you are actually getting involved. Not lip service, not lip service. You're actually getting involved. Help other people. You help other people, they will help you. And that's how it works, my experience. So set your expectations so that they are reasonable. You've looked at a situation and you said, this is kind of how this is going to happen and how this is going to work. You may have to fine tune it a little bit as you move forward, but set your expectations based on what it is that you're getting involved with. There are, as it says here, so many questions. I mentioned that prior to the presentation today. So, this presentation can be 20 minutes, it can be an hour. I could probably do a half a day, easy. There is so much to be done in the networking arena, because networking really encompasses everything that you do every day, every minute probably of every day. It makes a difference who you're talking to, where you're talking to them, why you're talking to them, and then how you are going to build that relationship over time. So thanks very much for listening. I really appreciate it. Again, if you want to reach out to Neil Palachi, here's some information about, you might want to take a screenshot. All my phone numbers and my social media stuff and websites and all that good stuff. Feel free to take a screenshot and reach out to me. Make myself available. I hope that you have a fantastic week, a great day. I hope that your quarter is working out real well. We're coming up to the end of the second quarter, and I look forward to chatting with you some more soon. Thanks very much and take care.
No complaints and no regrets. I still believe in chasing dreams and placing bets. But I had learned that all you give is all you get. So give it all you got. I had my share, I drank my fill, and even though I'm satisfied, I'm hungry still to see what's down another road beyond the hill and do it all again. So here's to life and every joy it brings. So here's to life, oh, to dreamers and their dreams.
Wow. Wow. I love that. I love that song. Here's to life. Woo! That was me. That was me. I just recorded that a couple of weeks ago, and it's part of my new CD project, which I'm so excited about. So yay. Hello. It's Celeste Johnson here. Excited to be here. And I am thrilled that you are here too. I chose that song, Here's to Life, because of the lyrics that it has there. And it's in alignment with what we're going to talk about today. It says, no complaints, no regrets. I still believe in chasing dreams and betting bets. And I have learned that all you give is all you get. So give it all you've got. Yes, that's what we want to do today as we talk about daring to live by design, not default. We're giving it all we've got to live an amazing life. So welcome to this program. It's the same message, and it's something that we're going to have a great time today, I expect, because I have great material and we're going to jump right in. So again, thank you for being here. Today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to dare you to live by design, not default. Yes, I'm going to dare you. I'm going to urge you. I'm going to encourage you. I'm going to push you. I'm going to suggest that you do the things that we'll talk about today that will make a difference in your life and all the people's lives that you touch. That's what it's really all about. So we're going to jump in. Don't have a lot of time. We got a lot of content. So put on your safety belt and let's get going. We're going to use DARE as an acronym, D-A-R-E. And the first suggested action is that you decide. Decide and be determined that you are indeed going to have your second half, your best half. Yes, we can actually craft and impact the way that our lives unfold because we have that creative power, but it comes with the decision. You must decide, you must be determined that you're going to do the work. When I think about this, it reminds me of a story, something that happened here in Atlanta. I live in Atlanta, and we're talking about an example of when someone made a decision and they were determined for the outcome that they wanted. It really goes down to the Super Bowl 51. A few years back, here in Atlanta, we had the Super Bowl. Well, it wasn't here, but the Atlanta Falcons were in it. So, and they were playing the New England Patriots. This is kind of like David and Goliath. Atlanta is not normally in the Super Bowl. Let's be clear. We're New England Patriots with Tom Brady as their quarterback is often in there. Matter of fact, he's one of the most decorated football players in the NFL. He's won MVP for a Super Bowl more than anyone else and many other accolades. So here we go with Atlanta facing the New England Patriots. And what's interesting and what was shocking actually for many people is the first half, the Falcons led 21-0. 21-0. This highly acclaimed team did not score anything, whereas the Falcons, who were up and coming, did. So that was great, right? We go into the halftime locker room. I'm sure the Falcons were all excited. Yes, we were on a roll. We're going to keep this going and we're going to win. And then you can imagine what the conversation was like in the locker room for the New England Patriots. First of all, they had to be disappointed because they know who they are. They know they have more in them than they have demonstrated thus far. So I don't know the words that took place there. I have no idea. Well, I have an idea. I can guess, but I don't know for sure what took place. But here's what happened. So they come back, second half. Again, it's 21 Falcons, 0 New England. And New England finally put some points on the board. They have 3. So it's 21-3. And then Atlanta says, okay, we have to keep this rally going. So they score again to 28. So it's 28-3. And here's where the story changes. So the next 6 scores came from the New England Patriots. They blasted past the Falcons. And here's what happened. Look at here. So the next thing you know, we have second half score of 28 the Falcons and 34 for the Patriots. They went from 0 to 34 in the second half only. Whoa, was that amazing? It really is Super Bowl history. No one has had that comeback in the Super Bowl like this particular game. Why did I share this story? Because I believe our lives are very similar. It doesn't matter what happened in the first half of your life. And maybe it was some great things. That's great. But that means the second half can be even greater. Or maybe it was circumstances and things that you weren't so thrilled with. Well, you know, they call that life. But that means we have an opportunity to create and design the second half to be even better. I think we need to take on that New England Patriot mindset and to make things happen for ourselves. So that's where we want to go. Go New England. I love Atlanta, but here we go. Here's the A. The A in DARE stands for act now. So we decided, we're determined, but we need to take action right now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not someday. You know, someday is today. We need to take action right now. You know, I remembered this phrase that Martin Luther King actually used, the fierce urgency of now. He talked about that in Washington, D.C., in New York, and our former President Obama, Barack Obama, actually had a presentation about the fierce urgency of now. Now is really critical. So why did I go there? And how did I come up with the subtitle of this session being making your best second half, your best half? And I think it's important for us to look at something that I discovered. Do you know that the average life expectancy in the United States in 2022 is 79.05 years? Now let's just be generous and round it up to 80 for the sake of discussion. If it's 80, then if you are 40 years old or just approaching 40 or just past 40, either recently or several years ago, then you would understand the concept of the second half. The second half means that that first is gone. We're going, the time is running out, right? So what do we want that second half to look like? Do we want to be like the Patriots that rally back and make it an amazing historical experience? I say yes. I say yes. And we have to be about doing the work that we're called to do. As we look at the second half of our lives, we can actually design it. We can actually create the activities that we take place so that the results ultimately is what we want. Now, here's the interesting thing. There's a quote that you may be familiar with, and the quote says, if you want to know the future, the best way to know the future is to create it, right? I say the best way to know the future is to design it and live it. Either way, the idea is we can determine to a great degree what our future will look like. There are things outside of our purview and our ability to control, but what we do with that and how we frame everything is in our total control. And there's another point I want you to remember as we go forward, and that is something that Stephen Covey offered us. He, in one of his famous books, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, the second of the habits is begin with the end in mind. That is an effective way to approach anything. Begin with the end in mind and then re-engineer it, back engineer it until you get what you want. So with those two concepts in mind, as we're talking about designing our lives, I said, okay, so let's look at the end, if you would. Let's look at what people think and say who are at the end of their road. What should we maybe glean from that and learn from that? So I looked it up. There's a woman, her name is Bonnie. She's a Bronnie Ware is actually how she pronounced her name. She's an Australian nurse, a palliative care nurse, and that's the nurse that is with people the last 12 weeks or days of their lives. While working in that capacity, she asked the patients she was caring for, what are those things you're proud of? And what are those areas that you tend to regret? What she found out was certain regrets came up over and over and over again. So much so, she wrote a book, The 5 Regrets of the Dying. And I want to talk to you about the number 1 regret. This particular one came up over and time again. And we need to look at what that is. We want to do that because we want to live what I call regret-free living. That's what the R stands for. We've decided and determined, we're determined to do the work. We decided we're going to act now, not someday in the future. And how we want to live is a regret-free life. So how do we go about doing that? Let me show you what the number 1 regret is. Do you have any idea? What do you think? The number 1 regret that people who are exiting this life experience had. Well, let me show you. The number 1 regret is not having the courage to live the life true to themselves instead of a life others expected of them. Wow. Listen at that. People all around us have expectations. Our parents had expectations. Our spouse has expectations. Our children, our bosses, our community all have expectations of us. And that's fine. We can consider those, but don't lose sight of your own expectations of yourself. Not having the courage to live the life true to themselves. That's what we want to do. We want to make sure we're doing that. So in order to do that, we have to position ourselves to make sure that we are able to do that. And that's what we're going to talk about more here. So the number one regret, we don't want that. There are 4 others. Check out the book. The bottom line is, don't let that be your regret. Instead, decide to live the life that you desire to live and the life that you were designed to live. Let me say that again. We want to live the life that you desire to live and the one you were designed to live. And that leads me to our E in the letter of dare, in the word of dare. The E stands for embrace your authentic self. Embrace your authentic self. We want to live authentically. That means you have to know who you are. So let's break that down. How do we go about embracing our authentic self? Well, there are many, many aspects of you that you can consider, but I'm going to highlight 3. I talked about 3 key pieces we want to look at. And here's the 3 that I think will serve you best immediately. And that is, first, consider your preferences. When you're designing the life that you want to live that has no regrets, no complaints, as the song talks about, we need to consider our preferences. Now, this is low-hanging fruit. That's pretty easy. We understand what we prefer to have. Let me give you an example, very basic one, but very true. So I was raised in Detroit, Michigan, and I lived in Chicago multiple times. I love Chicago. Chicago is one of my favorite cities, really, literally in the world, because you can do so many things. You've got the water there, the lakefront, you have fashion, you have food, great restaurants, you have finance there, you've got theater, all kinds of things. It's just an exciting, livable city. But they also have winter. Cold winters, which I hate. I do not like the cold. All the way growing up in Detroit and all my time in Chicago and other areas in that part of the country, I just don't like cold. So the winter would come and I'd start complaining, oh my God, this is horrible. And one year I said to myself, Celeste, listen, either you're going to stay here and live with the cold and stop complaining, or you're going to move somewhere that's not cold. I opted for choice 2, and I moved to LA, seriously, because I love the water. And so in LA, I had not only the sunshine and the warmth, and, you know, even on that, New Year's Day, they'd have the parades and the sun is shining, and back home, you'd be freezing in the snow. So I love that. I had Santa Monica Pier, and we have Venice Beach, and all at my disposal. That was a preference of mine. And I still like warmer weather. That's a preference. What are your preferences? Identifying those and then crafting them, building that in to your life. So that's the first thing. And that's a simple thing, but we can dive into that more at another time. The second thing you want to consider is your purpose. Now, let me just make sure you're clear of this. The preferences are talking about your desires. Remember, I said how you desire to live. And then the purpose is dealing with how you were designed to live. We were all designed, I believe, before coming, we came pre-packaged with gifts and talents and abilities, things that are unique to us. You know, everybody doesn't have the same ones. And then you combine your own experiences, and that gives you a unique approach to living. So what gifts and talents and abilities do you have? Those abilities, those gifts are usually indicators of what your purpose is. Haven't you ever asked, what's the purpose of why am I here? What's the purpose of living? And I know I've heard that question quite often. And I think these gifts and talents are indicators of the area where your purpose is. When I think about purpose, there's a quote by this gentleman that I just love every time I hear it. And he says, I'm trying to think of his name right now, but he says that the purpose of life is to discover your gifts. The work of life is to develop your gifts. And the meaning of life is to give your gifts away. It is so powerful. The idea is for us to, we're here, our purpose is to do something, and we're here to discover what we're supposed to do. What is that something? And then once we discover that, to hone it, to develop it, to enhance it, and bring it out into the world. That's what purpose is about. And how do you discover that? Many ways. I mean, sometimes the indicators that I just talked about is a great way to determine or to get some insight on your purpose. It could be from experiences that you have. Sometimes tragedies actually point us in the direction of purpose. When something happens and we want to counter that, and that so that it doesn't happen again for ourselves or others, and we find purpose in moving that cause ahead. It's something we read that resonated with us. Or we went on a mission trip and we found out that we really like working with microloans for women, and that becomes your cause. Your purpose is to develop that. It comes in various ways, but identifying that is a powerful tool. And we want to make sure that we do that as much as possible. So purpose is something, and by the way, the gentleman's name I was trying to remember was David Viscott, who did that quote about purpose is identifying your gifts. So we want to do that. And then we want to move to number 3. Our time is running fast, so I want to just give you this last nugget, is contribution. Consider your life contribution. As I just tapped into just a little bit when I talked about identifying what your gifts and talents are, we also want to look at how do we bring that to the world? What is it that we're supposed to do? What is it that we're supposed to gift to the world? We believe that, someone says that our life is God give to us, and how we live our life is our gift to God. It's what do we do with what we've got to make it a contribution to mankind. I often think about Miles Monroe when I think about meaning and contributing and making it important that we do before we die. You may recall that he is known for saying that the richest place on the planet is not in the mine fields or the gold fields that's in Central America, or even in the diamond fields that's in South Africa, or in all of the banks combined. It's not in those places. No. It's in the place right down the road from you in the local cemetery. It's where all of the dreams that have never been fulfilled, the books that were never written, songs never sung, businesses never launched, so we never got the benefit of the services and products that business would have brought us. All of that is gone, and it's buried in all of these untapped potential is buried in the ground because we didn't do it. We didn't live out all the things that was given to us, our purpose, our fulfillment. We didn't contribute as we could. We don't want to do that. No. We don't want to do that. We want to live full and die empty. That sounds like a Les Brown quote. Many of you know I've worked with him many, many years, and he would say that, live full and die empty. There should be nothing left in you. No music left. It's time to go. You're ready to rest, right? And he talks about, he being Les, talks about this example, and I love how he says it. He talks about when you are on your deathbed, right? And you're laying there, and all of these visions of the future, what you could have done, in the books and the songs, are all standing around the foot of your bed, looking at you with large, angry eyes, because they say, we came to you for life. We were given you as an assignment, and now you're going to die, and we have to die with you. That's not cool. I can imagine them saying that, right? No, we don't want to be them. No, we must not be them. We have to do the work now. This is what I'm challenging you to do. Dare to design your life that you use all that you've been given to make a difference. Lord, let me give you some next step action items. Like, we got to wrap this up. These are some things that are going to help you do what I just said. First thing is to do a self-audit. Oh, I love this. These are things I have to tell you. My gift and my special secret power is of encouragement. I love inspiring and encouraging other people, if you can't tell. I just believe in the potential that we have. And so in order to do that, one of the things that I created was, or has been, a membership called Voices of Hope in Action. And in there, we do these kinds of things, which is a self-audit. Who are you? Who are you today? What do you believe? What are your values? What are your guiding principles? What is important to you? What makes your heart sing? Who are you? And who you are today is not the same as you may have been 10 years ago, because with the experiences, they mold and shape and shift into who you are today. But assessing that, we're often so busy living, just going day to day, going to work, coming home, that we don't get off the treadmill and assess all that's in your hand. There's so much treasure in your hand. Do a self-audit. Really, really important. Here's the second thing. You want to find your voice and tell your story. Find your voice, tell your story, tell your truth. What is your truth? here's the part of it. It's just beyond just those tools that you have, the gifts and talents and abilities. What are the stories? What are the experiences that you've had? What has shaped and molded who you are today? Some of those experiences are fantastic. They opened up doors and the visual possibilities for you. I remember the first time I had my name on the outside of a dressing room at the Kennedy Center. That was pretty cool. That gave me a vision of what's possible for me. There are so many things that were not so great that happened as well. And I'm sure you have a variety of those. We need to identify them, and not only identify them, because sometimes we turned away, particularly from those not so favorable ones. But when we own it, when we recognize, acknowledge, and own those experiences, it does several things. One, it is a healing process. We need to acknowledge it. That's who we were. This is who we are. It made us who we are today. So it is a healing. It is a connecting process. People can connect with you because they realize that you're human just like they are. And many times it inspires other people. How many of you are inspired by hearing other people's stories? Well, you can do that with your own. So I say, find your voice and tell your story. And again, this is something I love helping people do. And so if you need help, let me know, because here's the last one I'm going to give you as the next step. Become a voice of hope. Yes, yes, yes. This is an alignment with my Voices of Hope for sure. But, whether you come and join us directly or do it on your own, become a beacon of hope. Be that light in the world. Be the one that has some aspirations, that shares your stories with other people, and it inspires them to be their best. We want your life to be the best second half. Help others to do it. When you give, you get. It just works. It may not be directly in response, but it's part of the universal piece of law of reciprocity. So become a voice of hope. If you want more information, certainly I'd welcome you. Our Voices of Hope membership is phenomenal. We go through these processes. We help people craft their stories so they're able to go out there, whether they're a speaker and you want to do it from the platform, or you want to write a book and put your stories in a book and share it, whether you want to do it in your corporate world and connect with your employees more effectively. Stories work. And so join us at Voices of Hope in Action, or just do whatever you need to do to make it happen. I'm just going to wrap this up. Our time is basically gone. But yes, I am going to dare you to decide today to design your life and live a better half than the one you've had already. And be determined to do what needs to be done. Remember the New England Patriots. And then act now, not next week, not next month, not eventually, but now. And you want to commit to living a regret-free life. No regrets. Let's do what we've been wanting to do, what we said we wanted to do. Get it done. Yay. And then embrace your authentic self. Live in such a way that you're just an open book and you're able to just walk in your power, because you're who you are, and who you are is more than enough. I say, if you do all these things, by default, you will become a voice of hope. I'm so happy that you have been here, and I trust that you've gained some insight from all the things we've been talking about. Let me make sure you understand what HOPE stands for, because that is also an acronym. And the H stands for helping. The O is ourselves and others. The P is for to pivot, go from where you are to where you want to go. Prosper for sure. And the E is excel. So helping ourselves and others pivot, prosper, and excel. That's what HOPE is. And be a HOPE ambassador for yourself and for those in your community. I'm so glad that you are here. And I trust again that some of these nuggets resonated. Go back, listen to it again, and employ them. And I am sure that you will get the benefits from it. Contact us at voicesofhopeinaction.com or give us a call. And we are here. And remember what we said in the very beginning of this program. You want to here's to life. You want to have no complaints, no regrets. Always keep believing, place those bets, and then know that it's all about what you give is what you get. So give it all you've got. I'm Celeste, challenging you to be your best, and I'm here to help. God bless you. Thank you so much for being here. Have a fantastic rest of the day. God bless. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Danola Burton. with Enhanced DNA Publishing, where the DNA stands for develop, nurture, and achieve, where we develop individuals, we nurture them so they can achieve their objectives. And so today I'd like to share with you some of the expertise that we have learned as an independent book publisher over the last several years, and our proven processes for how you can become a successful author. So today we're going to share with you the 5 steps that we use for our authors to become successful. But I want to start out with a question. Did you know that 97% of the people that write a book never finish it? And that of those that do, only 20% of those actually get those books published. Well, we're here today to let you know that not only can you get your book written, not only can you get it published, but you can get it published professionally. And whether you self-publish that book, whether you use an independent book publisher like ourselves, or whether you use a traditional publisher, there are book publishing standards that you can follow, and you can learn that process yourself, or you can allow someone else to help you through that process. But the key is that you use a process that will get you the results that you're looking for. So we're here today to share with you our proven process, the process that we use at Enhanced DNA Publishing with all of our authors. And this 5-step process to become a successful author can be used by anyone. So we'd like to share with you what we've learned. Obviously, in 20 minutes, we can't share with you the entire step by step, but we can provide you with a high-level overview that you can then take and input into your own processes and have your own published book for you to become a successful author. So let's get started. Okay, step number 1 is all about identifying your authority. So I use the word authority, because what you're doing when you identify your authority is understanding what your area of expertise is, what you are an authority in, what your subject matter expertise is or will become. Because when we begin to write our book, we may not be an expert. And some of you may say, well, I'm not an expert. I'm going to write my memoir. I'm going to write about me. Well, who knows you better than you? You are an expert on you. And maybe you aren't an expert on everything that has happened to you in your life, but the area that you're going to want to focus on in your book is what's going to be your expertise. And so maybe you're going to focus on an aspect of your life, or maybe you're going to write a children's book. Whatever that topic is, develop that expertise. Maybe you were a victim of domestic violence. Maybe you aren't an expert on domestic violence. But if your story is going to impact others, You may want to share resources about domestic violence. You may want to talk about steps you took to come out of that situation. And in that respect, you have to become an authority on that subject. So develop your expertise and it will become your authority. And therefore, you will have identified yourself as an authority. So that's the first step. The second step is all about identifying your author DNA. Okay, so this time when I use DNA, I'm talking about what you're made of, but what you're made of as an author. What is it that you want out of your author experience? How are you going to get to the level of becoming a successful author? What is it that you are going to desire as an author? Are you going to take all of the steps yourself, or do you want someone else to help you with that process? That's about self-reflection. As an author, what you're willing to do as an author, how far you're willing to take it yourself, or if you want to turn it over to someone else in order to get your book professionally published, and then not just published, but marketed and sold and out to the people that you want to impact with your stories. So it's about understanding who you are as an author and where you want to go as an author. The third step is about following a blueprint. You know, it's one thing to just stumble upon success. Yes, you may be able to figure it out, but unless you have a plan, unless you have a process, unless you have steps, unless you have a blueprint, you may zigzag all around and finally get there. But if you have that blueprint, you will know from step one all the way through that process what you are expected to do, what you need to do, what you want to do in order to accomplish your goals. You know, different authors have different goals. As you do your self-reflection to understand who you are, you may say, you know, I just want to get grandma's cookbook recipes published so I can share them at the family reunion. Or you may say, I want to be an award-winning author and get recognition for the writing that I do in the books that I have written. And you can see that whether it's family reunion or award-winning, that you have to know the steps in order to get to each one of those goals. There's nothing wrong with getting a book published for the family reunion. You have to decide what your goal is and what your level of success is. But in order to get to any level of success, you need a blueprint. That blueprint is going to identify from day one when you begin writing, through the writing process, through the publishing process and the process that you'll use, marketing. Do you have a website? Are you using social media? All of those things need to be a part of your blueprint. So the third step is all about following that blueprint and whether you have taken the steps to understand that plan, understand that blueprint, and be able to implement it. Step number 4 is one of the most important ones, I think, and it can start well before you ever write a book. but it's all about identifying and engaging with your target audience. Who is your target audience? How do you find your target audience? Let's use the example of domestic violence. If you want to impact people who have been a victim of domestic violence, or maybe they've had a family member that's been a victim of domestic violence, or maybe they have been someone who has been violent. If you want to impact them, you have to find them. Where are they? What organizations are they a part of? What social media groups are they a part of? How can you get involved in them? And not only how can you get involved in them, how can you become an authority in those groups? So as people tell their story, are you commenting on their story? Are you giving them resources? Do people begin to look to you for advice in that subject? You demonstrate that you are an authority in that area, and then become engaged, ongoing. And then you may even become speakers for those events. People may begin to seek you out. And when your book is published, they will be looking for that book because they have already experienced that you are an expert in that area. So it's very important to start early, identify your target audience. You may have multiple target audiences, especially depending upon whether you write in different genres. But then you need to continue to engage and involve yourself in that target audience. And then the final step is all about staying connected and continuing to grow. Now, there's two ways to do that. You can stay connected with your target audience. You can continue to grow in that target audience. But even equally as important, you need to stay involved in your author community. You need to continue to grow as an author. You know, I mentioned publishing standards. I know when I wrote my first book, I didn't even know that publishing standards existed. There are many things that you can learn from other authors. And as you go through your author process, as you go through the writing, the publication, and what's after, because it doesn't stop after it's published, you can continue to grow and help others grow in that field. You know, one of the biggest steps you will take once your book is written is marketing your book. It is a big hurdle sometimes, and unless you have tools and resources, you may not be able to do that effectively, and that very well could be a part of what makes you a successful author. So the final step is all about continuing to grow in your subject matter expertise with your target audience and as an author. So let's talk about the 5 steps again. The first step, defining your authority. The second one, identifying your author DNA. The third one, establishing and following a blueprint. The fourth one is all about the target audience. And the fifth one is staying connected and growing as an author. So I hope that you were able to learn about those 5 steps. But one thing that I will offer you is this. As the founder and CEO of Enhanced DNA Publishing, our whole purpose really is to help develop, nurture authors so they can achieve all of their goals. So if you would like to have a free 30-minute author consultation, I will be more than happy to do that. And you may contact us through our website at www.enhancedDNApublishing.com. Again, thank you for allowing me to come from my home to yours. And remember that at Enhanced DNA Publishing, we publish authors, not books. Thank you very much.
It's a sneaky situation. Lord, how did I end up here with this STD? I need a doctor, please. Now, many of you probably wondering, what's this STD this girl is talking about? Sugary transmitted disease. I am Rochelle D. Jacobs. The D is for Destiny, the author of When Destiny Needs an Intervention for the Love of Sugar. Your girl was a sugar addict. Sugar was my stronghold. Sugar made me unhealthy. It made me greedy. It made me addicted. And it messed up my relationships, mind, body, and spirit. Now, many of you probably ask yourself these three questions. Who am I? What am I supposed to be doing? And why am I here? I found myself in that same situation during the pandemic of 2020. Why was I here? On this floor, sick as a dog with COVID. And I only had myself to blame. You see, I was obese, had high blood pressure, high cholesterol. I experienced inflammation, joint, knee pain, you name it, I had it. Sugar, sugar, sugar. All I could think about was sugar, sugar, sugar. Cupcakes, cookies, brownies, honey buns. Oh my, I craved sugar. If I was sad, I wanted sugar. If I was happy, I wanted sugar. If I was depressed or stressed, sugar, sugar, sugar. I found myself in a state of total despair. But then I had to ask myself, if nothing changes, well, nothing changes if nothing changes. I had to get myself, pull myself up out of that stronghold of sugar because nobody was coming to save me. So throughout the pandemic, I hit the reset button. I accepted a reset challenge by my health coach, well, my executive wellness coach, Dr. Shayna D. Lewis. I became a member of the YXL Academy, Your Extraordinary Life. And so those 15 days, that 15-day challenge of resetting my mind, my body, and my spirit propelled me to where I am today. I am the founder of Wellness PD, Wellness PD, which stands for Personal, Professional, and Power Development. We talk about in my academy, in my coaching program, I teach you how to develop personally in your mind, by changing your mindset, setting goals. I teach professional development, be it work or career. I also teach power development, tapping into that spirit of power. I want you to ask yourself 3 questions. Okay, So where do you find yourself on your personal journey? And like me, I found myself addicted to sugar. So Anne was my trigger to say, okay, what do I need to do about it? What is causing me to become so addicted to sugar? So the first thing that I had to do was I had to change my stinking thinking. I had to change my mindset. In the words of R.C. Blake Jr., the author of Queenology, I was walking around unconscious, unaware. The sugar just brain fog, sugar fog, just clouded my mind and my judgment. So I had to change the way I thought. I had to divorce my past and start dating my destiny. So with okay and then I had to ask myself, now what? Now, what is it I have to do? I had to decide that I wanted to change things around. I wanted to embrace everything that God wanted for me in my life. And I had to do that by investing in me. It was a reality check. I had to sit down and I had to write out, where was my money going? What was I spending my money on? When you talk about investing yourself, it takes money. And so, sometimes when we think about investing, we try to come up with all these excuses on why we can't invest in ourselves. But I had to realize I was worth it. And I found out that most of my money was going on sugar. I was my own pimp. Everything that I was spending money on was ruining my body, was ruining my mind, and weakening my spirit. So I had to turn that around and invest in me by writing that book, When Destiny Needs an Intervention, for the Love of Sugar. I had to turn it around by, I developed my own podcast, Free Yourself Friday. And I had to come up with what it is I wanted to live by. I wanted to answer those questions. Who am I? I am Rochelle. I am resilient. I am an overcomer. I am a champion. I am a hard-fighting Christian soldier. I am excellence. I am a learner. I am love. Most of all, extraordinary is who I am. So I'll leave you with this. If you want to be the best that you can be, wellness must be a lifestyle, not an event. So come and see me on Facebook. You can DM me on Facebook. You can email me for a 30-minute session at Rochelle at RochelleJacobs.com. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Again, wellness is a lifestyle, not an event.
Hello, everyone. I'm James Ferguson. We are going to talk about the 3 Ds of success. Develop yourself, develop others, delegate. First, develop yourself. You may be familiar with the old fable where the old man said to the stove, "Give me heat and I'll give you wood." The stove said to the old man, "Give me wood and I'll give you heat." This old fable is representative of a fundamental hurdle for many people who sincerely want to go further along their path of success. I said their path because everyone's path is different, and everyone must determine their own definition of success. But if success, however you define it, is at a higher level than where you are right now, how you think about this fable will powerfully impact your future. So let's cut to the chase. The stove said to the old man, "Give me wood and I'll give you heat." The stove is the success that you want. The wood is the knowledge you gain as you intentionally develop yourself. And the heat is the result that propels you to success. You feed the stove, you get the heat. You intentionally develop yourself, you get the results. Remember, an opportunity is only an opportunity if you are prepared for the opportunity. So if you want to go to the next level, you must feed the stove. You must intentionally develop yourself to create the outcome that you want. And notice I said create the outcome. Personal development not only prepares you for the opportunity, personal development helps you create the opportunity. You see, at each step up the success pyramid, the number of available positions decrease. The competition level increases. And the progress, your progress, requires increasingly higher levels of skills and different types of skills. There is a difference in the promotion criteria at lower levels and at higher levels. At the lower levels, the promotion scale is biased towards what you know. At the higher levels, the promotion scale is biased towards what you are. The closer you get to the top of the pyramid, the promotion scale bias shifts from what you know to a multifaceted combination of skills, knowledge, experience, emotional intelligence, interpersonal intelligence, thought processes, and behaviors that comprise what you are. Now, that gives a lot of people pause. They say, whoa, I have to do all of that. Well, we've all seen people eat a sandwich, put on their makeup, watch for the police, slow down for the speed traps, fuss at the driver in front of them, all while listening to their favorite song and talking to their friend on the phone while driving. Now, nobody watching this video has ever done that, I'm sure, but we've all seen others do it, right? And how can they do that without wrecking the car? Well, because generally they've been doing it for so long that driving becomes a subconscious habit. So similarly, the more time you spend intentionally developing yourself, the more you develop the subconscious habits necessary to achieve the success that you want. Now, if you've ever experienced early success, be it in a job or a business endeavor or even in a relationship, and felt like somehow you got stuck, often it is because of that difference in the promotion criteria at the lower levels and the higher levels. Early promotions can be misleading because they don't prepare you for the shift that higher levels of promotions require. So while the early promotions may feel good, they can result in a false set of expectations regarding what is required to get to the higher levels. And the early success may lead you to overlook the importance and the process of developing yourself. Yes, personal development is a process, but there are some things you can do right away. One, be intentional. Be intentional about how you spend your time and who you spend your time with. Be intentional about surrounding yourself with people who are wiser than you, people who are smarter than you, people who know more about the topic than you do, people who have already traveled the road you want to travel. Be intentional about finding people who can and are willing to invest in you by giving helpful insight on your personal development needs. Be intentional about getting in the room when these people speak, when they read, when they give speeches, when they give interviews, when they give training. You want to be there. You want to have your head in their books. You want to learn from these people. Be intentional about avoiding people who belittle your dreams, discourage your efforts, who tell you that you are wasting your time by investing in yourself. Avoid people who spend more time complaining about their circumstances than they do changing their circumstances. Be intentional about everything that you put in your eyes and your ears. Be intentional about asking yourself, is this the best use of my time? Am I investing my time or wasting my time? Is this helping or hindering my journey to where I want to go and to what I want to become? Answering these questions may or may not stop you from binge watching reruns that you've already seen multiple times. But asking these questions may give you a standard for examining your behavior and thinking about your choices and their impact on the future you want to create for yourself. Another simple step you can take to expedite your personal development is to take the advice of a former CIA director who said, never miss a good chance to shut up. The fact is that it is difficult to listen, learn, and talk at the same time. Even if you are wise enough to surround yourself with people with more knowledge than you and people who are willing to invest their time in you, unless you are listening more than you are talking, you will not learn as much as you otherwise would. If you want to expedite your growth, strive to listen more and talk less. Lastly, take ownership of your personal development. Taking ownership requires you to let go of all aspects of victimhood. Don't blame people, don't blame circumstances, and don't make excuses for where you are in your life, personally or professionally. Letting go of victimhood puts all the power you need back in your hands. You have the power to create the life that you want. Notice what happens when a stone lands in water. Whether it lands in a puddle, a pond, or an ocean, the stone always sends ripples across the waters. Like the stone that changes the water when it lands, as you change, the world around you will change. So take whatever action you need to take to build a better you, to build a better life, and to make your contribution toward building a better world. Honestly assess where you are, considering where you want to go. Develop a plan to change whatever needs to be changed and get moving on your path of success. Now, the last two Ds, develop others and delegate. For you to grow and perform at your best, for your team, your home, whatever it is, to grow and perform at its best, as the leader, you must develop others and you must delegate. As a leader, you cannot be all places at all times or all things to all people. And when you try to do that, you stifle your growth and you stifle the growth of your team. For you to grow and perform at your best, and for your team members to grow and perform at their best, you must delegate. Now, there are common objections when leaders are told they must delegate. One is, I can do it better than they can. Maybe you can. But the question is not who can do the task better, but who is the best person to do the task. For example, a parent can stay home and clean up the child's room, or the parent can go to work so that the family can have a home to live in while the child learns to clean up their own room. The parent may be able to clean the room better than the child, but it is better for the family if the parent works to ensure that the family has a home. Apply the same thought process to your team. Don't waste time doing things that should be delegated to others. Another objection, I am still responsible for what they do. Of course you are. That comes with being the leader. There is a world of difference between delegating and abdicating. Delegating is about teamwork, team building, professional development, collaboration, opportunity, and responsibility. Your responsibility as the leader is to identify the goal, the boundaries for achieving the goal, and the right people for the job. At that point, you get out of the way as much as possible. Having delegated, don't expect or even hope to be duplicated. Your team members won't always see it like you do, and this is a good thing. Anything different, any kernel of truth, any perspective they bring that you didn't have contributes to your growth, contributes to their confidence, and increases the value of the team. Sometimes when you delegate, your team member is going to get it wrong. When your team members are wrong, remember that failing is a part of learning. The time you invest in teaching and explaining will strengthen the team and provide you a clearer understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of your team. As the person you've trained grows, they become a greater resource to the team. Growing through the mistakes is a part of the process of developing the confidence to take the initiative. Taking the initiative is part of the process that prepares your team to lead so that you won't have to, so that you can spend your time developing yourself, developing your team, developing your business, and enjoying your success. Another common objection is, it is easier if I do it myself. Maybe it would be easier in the short term, but only in the short term. Success is inconvenient. Success is predicated on how you spend the time you have. As a leader, you want to consistently invest your time today so that you can reap the benefits tomorrow. When you fail to delegate, you create and perpetuate a dependent team that you have to carry. So unless you want to do everything yourself, you must provide opportunities for your team members to show that either they can do it, they can't do it, or they are willing and able to learn how to do it. Even showing you that they can't execute a task is helpful because it lets you know that you need to go further down the organizational chart or hire differently, whatever it takes, until you find someone who can do what needs to be done. One of the challenges for leaders is that they have often been promoted because of what they have done individually. As an individual contributor, it was overwhelmingly all about you. As a leader, it is overwhelmingly all about the team. The further you go up the leadership chain, the more your success is predicated on the team's success. In order to consistently create opportunities for your team to be successful and for your team to perform at a higher level, you must consistently develop your people, delegate to your people, and give them an opportunity to perform at a higher level. We're out of time. Remember, the power to change your circumstances is in you. When you change your circumstances, you can change the circumstances of others. When you change the circumstances of others, you change the world. Get started today. Visit my website, jameswferguson.com, so we can continue this conversation. Props and appreciation to Che Brown and his fantastic team for putting this event together. God bless you all.
Well, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, whatever time it is. I am so excited to be here with you on today. And this is the session entitled Free to Be Me, Overcoming the Imposter Identity and Thriving in the authentic greatness of who God called you to be. And my name is Jacqueline Carter, and I'm so excited to be here with you on today. And I know some of you say, well, who is this? Who is this woman coming through with all this energy? For those who know me, you know how I roll. But for those who don't, I'm a lot of things. I'm a daughter, I'm a sister. You can look at that list there. I'm an educator, I'm a leader, I'm a speaker. I am an actress and singer, but I'm an encourager, I'm a motivator. And I just think God has gifted me with that. And so I walk in that authority. And so today I want to come to you with a serious topic that so many suffer from, this imposter syndrome, this imposter identity, as I call it, that tries to take over your life. And so Champion Comeback Summit, I'm so excited to be here with you. So let's get started with this, because I'm all of those things, but I hate to say it also, I'm a recovering imposter myself. What, did she just say that? Yes, I did. I suffer with imposter syndrome that led to identity, and I've done this since I was a little girl. I always showed up to places not feeling quite adequate enough, not feeling good enough, not feeling like what I had to offer was enough. And God really had to go in and deal with me to let me know who I was and who I'm called to be in this earth. Now, wait a minute, before I go too far. Now, is there anybody out there in this world who's feeling me on that? No, wait a minute, it's a little too quiet in here. Look, okay, so in my normal educator spiel, let me go ahead and say that magical term, pop quiz. It's time for a pop quiz. Now, wait, don't leave my channel, don't leave my session yet. This pop quiz is something simple. It's not for a grade, but I want you to think about the answers that you're gonna give when I ask you these questions and see if you too have fallen into that category of being an imposter. So here we go. Have you ever worried that people may find out you're really not as capable as they think you are? Do you sometimes feel pressure to know all of the answers in your professional or personal communities that somebody might ask you? They ask you questions and you feel the need to know them? Is it hard for you to accept compliments about your work or accomplishments? Do you secretly compare yourself and your abilities to everybody else around you, thinking that they're better than you? Do you feel like the reason things went well is because you were just in the right place in the right space at the right time? I have a couple more. Do you ever think that if you can do it, well, surely anybody can do it? Or do you agonize over the little flaws that may appear in your work? Are you sometimes on the defensive when you get some constructive criticism because it makes you seem like inept, like you don't know what you're doing? Or when you have success, do you privately feel like, I fooled you again? Or do you ever feel like you have no clue of what you're doing and you're just so afraid that people are going to find you out for who you think you really are? I want you to think about those questions. Now, is there anybody who said, well, yeah, I answered yes to maybe about 2, 3, 4 of those? Well, if you did, experts say, raise that hand with me, because you've fallen into that trap somewhere of calling yourself an imposter. And it's okay, no harm. Many of us do that. And somewhere down the line, in some season, in some area, some profession, we found ourselves believing that we are an imposter. And you know, this really started hitting me one day when a colleague of mine asked, guys, create a vision board of things that have happened in your life that have brought you to this point thus far. And so I created this board, and when I stepped back and I looked at it, yeah, I had some successes up in there. I threw a childhood memory up in there. And then I started seeing masks that were broken, the words abandonment, the word fail. And I see a girl with a mask who's crying. So when I stepped back and I thought about this, the biggest term that came to me was fake. Jacqueline, you've been living your whole life as a fake. Now, why would I say something like that? You see, because I dream big. I've always been this huge, big dreamer, a visionary, and I make the plans, I follow the rules, I follow the ways of the systems that people tell me. But then sometimes I get to the end of what the end point is supposed to be, and I find that there's this stamp that says, fail. You failed again. And after hearing that so many times, what do you do with that? How do you live with the weight of that? And so one of my friends said, well, you know what? That happens to everybody. I didn't want to hear that. But she said, I think you're falling into imposter syndrome. And at that time, I didn't know what it was. I was like, imposter, what? I just knew I wanted to call myself a fake, a hypocrite. But when I really sat down and looked at the term imposter syndrome, a collection of feelings of inadequacy that persists even in the face of information that says that the opposite is true. And you know, I thought about that. Here I was on this professional front, and then some of my personal fronts. Yeah, I was getting the trophy. I was smiling for the camera. I was showing up for the photo shoot, but in the background, I was miserable. I was frustrated. I was sad. I was angry. I got depressed. Guys, I was broken. I was a broken vessel. So I said, maybe there is something about this imposter syndrome. Then I found a phrase that said, it's like an alter ego inside of me that pulls me down constantly when everybody else seems to view me as this confident winner, this confident champion on the outside. And I said, oh yeah, that about sums it up for me. But see, I let that thing sit with me and I started playing with it, and it started living inside of me and growing inside of me, that it grew roots in my soul. And then I started to think, I'm nothing more than an imposter. this is who I am. Then I started to speak it. Then I started to believe it and act it out. And then my life became the life of a person as if I were living behind the mask. I even began to say that failure, imposter syndrome, being a fake, being a phony is in my DNA. Wow. To say it's in my DNA, I was really at a low place, guys. I didn't know who I was. I would always look in the mirror and see all these different versions of myself. Everybody who, I saw the versions of everybody that people needed to be, but nobody who was authentic to me. My blueprint was lost, you guys. It almost became like there was a phrase over my head that the syndrome, the imposter syndrome said, I'm her identity. And I got caught in this cycle of everywhere I went, that's who I was. I had to show up as the superhero. I had to show up as the genius, the expert at everything, the perfectionist. Don't let me get it wrong. Because that was an indictment on who I was, the soloist. I could do it by myself. I don't need anybody's help. I'm her. That was becoming me. I lived in chaos, confusion, doubt. What do I do about this? How do I crawl and dig myself out? Well, God gave me something one day when I finally sat down and got quiet. He gave me shift habits. And so it was an acronym. I had to stop and I had to sit still. I had to stop running here and there, trying to find purpose and grabbing at it and thinking that I wasn't a success if I wasn't moving. I had to sit still. I had to humble myself and break that pride that it grew up inside of me and hear his voice. I had to illuminate some things and shine some lights on some areas of my life that I wanted to keep in the dark and then ignite a flame inside of me to do something about it. I had to focus on the right things that were in front of me, on the right verbiage, the right terminology about me, and then fight for my life to make sure I believe that and I reverse what the word cursed that people and that I had put on my own self. I had to trust the process wasn't going to be easy, but it was going to be worth it. And then I had to train myself to walk in that every day. And so I had to go back to the beginning. What does God say about me? I was in an identity crisis, but if I went back to the source, the identity in Christ would tell me who I was. So the first thing he said is, I'm your identity. So I began to look at imposter identity and I said, I'm her identity. Like this new banner was coming over me. But where I had put this thumbprint, this fingerprint of despair, he covered me in his blood and created the perfect heart. And he told me, before I formed you in the belly, I knew you. Before you came forth out of the womb, I sanctified you. I ordained you as a prophet to the nations. So who are you calling an imposter? And then he told me, you're a masterpiece. I created you with exquisite design to accomplish great things for my glory, my purpose. Then he took me to Ephesians. I'm his creation, created in Jesus for good works, which God prepared ahead of time so I could walk in them. Then he said, look at this one, Psalms 139:14. Praise me because you, Jacqueline, are fearfully and wonderfully made. And marvelous are my works that my soul knoweth right well. So then he said, no, you got to talk different. You got to think different. You got to live different. So he took me to these I am statements. And I don't know if you know the power of an I am. An I am perceives and it shapes whatever comes after it. So he said, start saying these every day. And you can look at them there and you can do your homework and research and take a screenshot of this and go find out what he says about you too. Because he told me I'm blessed. I'm above, not beneath. I am the elect. I'm the head, not the tail. I am victorious. I am a champion. Now, I got to keep it real with you. It's not easy, guys. Every day is not an easy thing for me. It's a battle every day to stay strong and get in that ring and fight for my life. Because see, there are two forces that are fighting for me. There's an imposter identity that's after my identity. But then there's a godly entity that is after me as well. See, that imposter tells me I will live in pain. I will live in opposition. I will live in self-sabotage. I will live in trauma. It has become me. But then the God in me, the Holy Ghost rises up and says, oh no, you have purpose. You have opportunity. There's success waiting on you and there's triumph in my name. But child, I need you to fight. And I say, God, I'm so tired of it. I say I want to get rid of this mask, but I still find myself wearing it every day like it's an iron mask that is clad to my face. And no matter how I try to dress it up and make it look good, God is still there and it's killing me every day. And he said, just take it off and let me have it. But I fought with him there too, because I said, God, look, when I take it off, there are scars on my face. He told me, don't hide the scars. Wear them as proof that I heal, that I'm doing a work in you. And then I knew nothing about kintsugi, which was a Japanese art form, where they take broken pottery, broken pieces, and instead of hide them and throw them away, they fill them with a lacquer and mix it with either gold, silver, or platinum and put it on display and say, look at the scars that make this piece beautiful. And that's what God told me he's doing with me, and he can do with you too today. See those scars from where the mask has been, where the imposter syndrome has lived, where it tells you fear, where it tells you failure, where it tells you disappointment will be your portion. Oh no. You wear them and you live in his love, live inside of his word of what he says about you. And as you do, as you start to believe it, it starts to fill itself with his gold. And you show yourself to the world and say, yeah, I have scars. But the truth is, I'm in control of my thoughts, so I'm going to use the power to reframe them. I'm only going to speak what aligns with what God says about me. I've got to stop self-sabotaging my success. I accept I'm created. I'm created and designed to be successful, so I'll live in it. And when I do that, I have confidence in my abilities. I empower myself to own the magnificence of me. I don't want to look at you and you. I don't want to compare myself with you. I don't need to. There's greatness in all of us. And I express myself to the fullest extent of who I am. And I got to remember, nobody's perfect. Wrong doesn't define me. It just makes me better. And I realize that nobody ever knows or what I'm thinking or feeling on the inside. So they may not see it, but I still got to step in the ring and fight it. So I ask you, like I asked myself a long time ago, do you want to be free? Do you really want to be free? Well, if you do, all you have to do today is just let it go. Let go of that imposter syndrome that is weighing you down, that is holding you back from keeping you from being the authentic self that you are designed to be, the greatness that is down on the inside of you that we call forth on today. Because if the Son sets you free, you are truly free indeed. And there's not a devil in hell that can keep you back. So I challenge you to look at yourself in the mirror. Sit with God and let him give you some downloads and tell you who you are and the greatness inside of you. Help him help you find it so that you can discover and live in the abundant life that he's called for you. Because guys, when you do, then you bounce back and you come back as the champion who he's designed you to be. And you can say, my name is victory. And you walk in that thing and you live in that thing and you show up with purpose. And you show up with a confidence that says, hell, you can't have me. And that's what I wanted to leave you with on today. I hope I was able to encourage someone's heart. And before I leave, I want to just, God, let's go before God in prayer. God, you see the people who are listening to this on the replays and wherever they are across this nation. God, I'm asking that you help take the blinders off of their eyes. Help them to see who they really are in you. They are comeback champions. They have greatness inside of them. No longer will they allow themselves to live in the cave, stay hidden in the shadows of the imposter syndrome that tries to steal the gifts that you've put in us. God, help us fight. Help us show up every day so that we will be all that you've declared that we will be, so that we will walk this life out in victory and we won't just be selfish with it. We'll take the win and take it to our brother, our sister, and lift them up so that we all can be the comeback champions that you've designed for us to be. Well, thank you for listening to me today. If you want to know what I'm doing and how I'm taking this imposter syndrome and identity message across the world, follow me on Facebook at Jacqueline D. Carter, and that's MED. Find me, you'll see my picture there. And as I'm unfolding more of my websites, my platforms, you can follow too and share with somebody who needs to know that they're great. And all they need to do is show up and leave a little sparkle wherever they go. I'll see you next time. Comeback champions.
My name is Karen George, and I am a comeback champion. Thank you for joining me today and listening to me talk about this most difficult subject. I'm so excited and I'm nervous. So if you see me looking at my notes, just please forgive me. I don't want to miss a thing. I have a lot of information to share, and I just want to take my time and do it. Okay, so who the heck am I? Well, I am an author, I'm a speaker, I'm a mentor, and I am a proud mother of 2 college graduates. But most importantly, I'm a blessed survivor of domestic abuse. I am passionate about helping other women and girls avoid toxic relationships through sharing my personal experience combined with educational facts. My talk today is going to focus on the costs of staying in a toxic relationship. Now, wait a minute. What's a toxic relationship? I'm so glad you asked. Okay. The term toxic relationship defines an unhealthy relationship where either or both sides feel drained, trapped, manipulated, and there might be jealousy, and you might be made to feel bad. And there's also isolation, keeping you from your family members. It might be physically, mentally, and emotionally abusive altogether. What did it cost me? You might ask. I'm so glad you asked that too. At one point, it cost me everything. There was a time in my life where I was without my children and my home, but God allowed me to get everything back that I lost so that I can share what I've learned and what I experienced with other women. I'm talking today to that woman who needs to hear whatever I'm about to say. Moving on. So let's get down to the details. How can a toxic relationship cost you money? I know a lot about that. Let's say your partner decides to start withholding their income and stop paying the joint bills you have together. You're going to get stuck paying those bills. Or the cost of relocating, moving, a lease you had to break that you're still going to owe the balance on. Maybe cost of repairing damaged property. Maybe your furniture gets destroyed. Maybe your walls get written on. The cost of buying new furniture or repairing the cost. Educational expenses. Say you're in college, and because of the stress and the strain that you're going through from being in a toxic relationship causes you or forces you to withdraw. Got a story for you. So when I was in college, I was in a relationship and it went from bad to worse. It got abusive. It got violently abusive against me. Well, I was blessed to have a friend at the time tell me, look, I have to leave my school and start over again. So I was very upset at that, but I took the advice. What I did though, is I went to the school, I talked to the financial aid office, told them exactly what I was going through. They were very understanding and I was able to withdraw for a semester. And I also had to break the lease at my apartment. The money for school, they did not refund me. The lease I still owed. So that's how it cost me. But thank God I returned the next semester and I did end up finishing my education. Big lesson learned. There can also be medical costs. Unfortunately, if you are abused and you end up going to the hospital or clinic, you may have costs from that. Costs of a lawyer. If you decide that you want to leave, and hopefully you will have to pay money for a lawyer to get a divorce, or from all the stress and strain from the finances that the stress of the finances you're going under, you might have to file bankruptcy. There's no shame in either one of those. Do what you need to do to get out of the toxic relationship. I could go on, but I've got to move on. How can a toxic relationship cost you your time? You know, on your job, you have vacation time. You may end up using vacation time or paid time off to take a day off from the stress and strain of an abusive relationship. Say you had a fight or you had an argument. It takes a toll on your body, mind, and soul, and you will need to take a few days off to recover from it. When you're supposed to be using that time to relax. Again, another way it can cost you time. Miss time from self-care, from things that you want to do to build your life, to start that business, to go back to school. You're busy spending that time on this toxic relationship and the stress and the strain that is causing you, that you're not able to move on, to do those wonderful things that you were meant to do with your life. Time away from family, from friends, again, isolation. You're spending so much time focusing on this relationship, you're missing time with family and friends. While I'm on the subject, let's talk about children. Children will be affected by the toxic relationship that you're in. They may either witness a physical altercation, or they can feel the tension in the home. Kids are smart. They know when there's something wrong, and it's going to affect their performance in school, and it's going to affect their social life. So don't fool yourself. Get out for your kids' sake, if anything. Time is one thing you cannot get back. You can't buy it. Once it's gone, it's gone. I can go on and on about that too, but I have to move on. How can toxic relationships affect your life overall? Your health. Toxic relationships are bad for your health. Researchers have shown that toxic relationships can cause stress, anxiety, low self-esteem, depression, heart attacks, high blood pressure. I'm battling that right now. All these diseases will shorten your life. Another way it can affect your life overall, oh my gosh, you can be arrested. Say you're arguing, you're having a fight. The neighbors call the police come. They don't know who to arrest. You both get arrested. You could lose your job. You're gonna have an arrest warrant. And if you have children, they're gonna go to foster care. Come on now. Let's go on. You may even start to abuse drugs or alcohol from the stress of being in a toxic relationship. A toxic relationship could make you toxic too. You get used to arguing and fighting all the time. You're defensive. Anybody that comes at you, you're like ready to fight. And finally, and the worst, a toxic relationship can cost you your life. Women are dying. Murder, suicides are happening every day. I have an alarming statistic to share for you too. Black women are twice as likely to be murdered, according to the CDC, the Center for Disease Control. Specifically, Black women are more likely to be killed by an acquaintance, with 29% compared to 14.9% of white women. I'm done with the costs. Let's move on to the good news. There is hope. Understand that God did not create you to be abused by anyone. You may go through a toxic relationship, but you were never meant to stay. Over the years, I've learned a few things about leaving toxic relationships, and I'd like to share some tips with you today. Tip number one, get out. Pray and realize that God did not create you to be abused by anyone, that you are worthy of love, that you are worthy of a healthy relationship. I had to come to that conclusion, and you can too. Make your exit plan. I'm a master at exit plans. Make sure your exit plan keeps you safe. You might have to get a restraining order or protective order, depending on the laws of your state. You may have to say that this person can't come to my home, this person can't come to my job, or wherever else you frequent. Ask for help. Confide in someone. Get counseling. Please get counseling for your children. I had to do that. There's no shame in that. Stop thinking that counseling is a bad thing. It's a wonderful thing. It's a growth thing. Also, domestic violence shelters can help you with such things, with counseling, with housing, with how to do a protective order. Look out for your local domestic violence center. Educate yourself on the domestic abuse cycle. This will empower you. Putting a name to the suffering that you're going through helps you to understand that it's real. Don't fool yourself. It's real. You need to know what it is. Educate yourself on it so that you can do what you need to do to get out of it. Listen, I know this was a tough subject, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for listening. I hope and pray that I said something educational or inspiring to get you to change your mind about if you're in a toxic relationship, if you're someone witnessing someone in a toxic relationship, be patient with them, educate them, help them out. I have a lot of projects coming up, so stay tuned to my Facebook page, which is Karen George. My Instagram is Cal Burke 92, CALBERK 92, Cal Berkeley, that's right. My email address that you can contact me at is Karen G. Arbonne, ARBONNE @gmail.com. Stay tuned. I have a lot of projects coming up. I am available for speaking engagements. And I'll leave you with this one thought. Remember, the Bible says you are fearfully and wonderfully made, and your destiny just might need an intervention. Thank you and be blessed.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Gallardo, your favorite legacy lady, and I'm so excited to be here with you today. Thank you so much for joining the Making of a Comeback Champion Summit. Today, you will be learning about the Launch to Legacy 5-step blueprint that will allow you to lead a more fulfilling life, doing the things that you love, and building and leaving a lasting legacy. So as we get started here, I'd just like to introduce myself formally. My name is Cynthia Gallardo, as I mentioned, and I am your favorite legacy lady. I am a catalyst that empowers and inspires women entrepreneurs and business owners struggling to transform a business idea to a vision, to a reality, to a profitable business by discovering their unique business DNA, in this case, your unique business DNA, to launch, build, and protect your legacy, their legacy, and in this case, your legacy. So as we move forward here, I'd like to share with you, a lot of people ask, what is the outcome for you? What is the outcome for me? What's in this for me? Well, that's a great question. Well, there are two key things that I want you to take away from today. First of all, live life to the fullest, doing what you love as an entrepreneur, and also leaving a lasting legacy as you're doing that. So let's go into a little bit more about the behind the scenes, how you can do that. Well, today you are about to discover the 5-step blueprint to overcome fear, the feeling of being overwhelmed, and also previous failures, seeing them as setbacks. You will be able to overcome all those things and live your life to the fullest while building a lasting legacy. Now let's talk a little bit about housekeeping rules here. So first of all, I presented myself, or I introduced myself. Second, I want to make sure you're having fun as we go through this presentation or this dialogue that we're having. Also, make sure you take notes because there have been fantastic speakers as part of this summit. So I wanted want to make sure you take back gems from each of the speakers and you can apply them in your lives as you move forward. Also, make sure you're shutting off all distractions because today is about you. You want to take this time for you to make sure you're able to take in the information and apply what you're learning today. So I'd like you to imagine how you would feel if you could start and build a profitable business while also supplementing your family's income and having more freedom and flexibility in your life as an entrepreneur. So just take a moment to think about those points, think about those feelings, how you would feel knowing that. So I'd like to share a little bit, a story about myself and my husband as entrepreneurs and how we transitioned from employee to CEO. So at a particular point in our lives, my husband and I decided we wanted more freedom and flexibility in our lives to do the things that we love to do and to do them with the individuals we love to do them with when we chose to do those things. So we decided to transition from employee to CEO by putting a plan in place. We decided that, well, we'd like to make sure that we were able to give ourselves the flexibility that we wanted. So we created specific steps that we would follow. But as we know, life gets in the way. So life got in the way in this case, and we continued forward as usual because we knew that we had our steady income coming in. And during this time, I was a full-time employee at a major corporation, and I had worked there for about 15 years. I started out as a frontline representative, and I moved my way up through the company to a leadership role in customer service. And my husband was a full-time welder. I loved what I was doing. I was a problem solver, a solution maker, and I really enjoyed working with each of my clients as we worked through their problems and created solutions. Yet, I will tell you this, at one point in my life, there was something that caused a change, a significant change. So as I mentioned, we had started a plan and we reached a point in our lives, or I reached a point in my life where it was a defining moment. There was a specific defining moment in my life that determined and really molded and shaped who I was and even changed the trajectory of my life. And that specific moment, that defining moment, was when I entered into work one day and I was let go, or you could say I was fired. It took me a long time to be able to say that word, fired, because I felt like a failure when that happened. In fact, it was a feeling that was so profound, so significant, that I felt like I was tearing into pieces or falling into pieces, and I spiraled into a deep depression because I had never felt that type of failure before. Normally, I would set goals for myself, I put a plan in place, and I achieved those goals. So my husband had never seen me fall into a deep depression like that. So he whisked me away to the Canadian side of Niagara Falls. And during that time, I was able to really stop and reflect on the positive things in my life. I was able to look at that feeling of overwhelm, that feeling of fear, that feeling of failure, and think about it in a more positive way. So if there's anything you take back from today, I'd like you to write down on a piece of paper. I hope you have a piece of paper there. Just write down your name, the date, and this one word, perspective, because it's really all about how we look at the situation. In fact, if you think of a kaleidoscope, with a kaleidoscope, you look into it and you change focus. With each change of focus, you see something new. And that's what we want to think about or consider here. With anything that happens, think about perspective, looking at it in a new light, in a positive outlook. And that's what I did in this situation. I thought about the positive things, all those things that I had learned during my 15 years with the company. I thought about the lessons I learned. I thought about the leadership experience I gained, the trainers I went through. And in fact, during this time with the company, almost 15 years of giving my best, I actually was able to go to school while I was working full time, and the company paid for 100% of my MBA. That's right. I graduated with my MBA debt free based on the experience while I was in corporate America. So it's all about perspective. So once again, I go back to the story about my husband and I. We decided after that, all this happened, looking at perspective, we continue to put our plan in place, and we invested in ourselves and surrounded ourselves with individuals, with entrepreneurs who had been there and done that. And from that experience, I want to share with you that I've created based on my personal experience, Launch to Legacy, the Launch to Legacy Blueprint, the 5 steps that I will share with you. And once you implement those steps, I know that you can be successful in creating and building your own business as an entrepreneur. So now I'd like to talk a little bit more about, and I have a picture here, my husband and I, we are now successful serial entrepreneurs. We have the confidence and flexibility we originally aimed for as entrepreneurs, and we invested in ourselves, and we have incorporated 5 S's: strategy, structure, support, synergy, and our own story into everything we did and into everything that we do, actually. And I'll talk a little bit more about those 5 S's as we go through here. So now if we go to the next phase here, this is your defining moment. I talked about a defining moment earlier. So this is your particular moment where you are basically an experience you're going through. This summit is the experience. It's taking you to a fork in the road, or to that, catapulting you to that fork where you have to make a decision which direction you will take. Will you continue forward as is, or will you implement the action steps that we're learning today and from all the other speakers as we go through? So I'd like to share with you 3 key mantras or mottos that I follow in all perspectives of my life. So the first one is results, not excuses. So I'd like to take that a step further and say, be a problem solver and find a creative solution to whatever you come across. So on a second piece of paper, if you could pull a second piece of paper, write down 2 to 3 things or obstacles that are preventing you from moving forward with whatever goal you may have established as an entrepreneur. 3 things that you can write down. So for example, I shared with you, it was fear, being overwhelmed or feeling overwhelmed because there's so much information out there. And then the third one is basically having that feeling of failure. As you know, I shared my experience of being fired from my job. I started out at ground zero and had to move forward as far as building a successful business. So once you write down those 3 excuses is what I call them, right? Or obstacles, we're going to tear out those excuses, because after today, that's what they are. They're merely excuses. We throw them aside. We throw them in the garbage. We keep those in the past, and we look forward now. We're going to focus on the forward motion and achieving your goals. The second one is making sure you leave every interaction with a net positive. That's right, making sure you leave every interaction with a net positive, because we hear and see so many negative things in the world today, especially the business world. So when there's a negative, you want to make sure you give it 2 positives to leave a net negative at the end of that discussion or that interaction with whomever you come across. Then also remember, we are the catalyst. The power of one. You have a lot of potential, a lot of power, yet we can accomplish so much more when we work together and create that synergy. The whole is greater than the individual parts, which we'll talk about more as we go through this as well. Now, I'd like you on that same piece of paper where you have your name and the date, if you could please write down, just lay out a quadrant, 4 different quadrants as you see here on the screen. And as we're doing this, I want you to keep in mind 3 things. Let's just keep it simple, right? It goes back to that KISS theory. Keep it simple, student. I like to say student because we're lifelong learners as we go through these things. Also, just be yourself and have fun. We want to make sure as we're learning, you're having fun as you learn so that you can apply the information to the best of your ability. So as you draw out the quadrant here, you have quadrant 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'd like to share with you what you can write in there. So in the first quadrant, if you could put an I or idea, the second quadrant is your vision or the V. The third quadrant is your reality or R. And then the fourth quadrant is where you have your legacy or your business entity in this case. So once you write down those quadrants, I'd like you to go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. So each of those quadrants, as you can see there on the upper right corner in the screen, you have a Z. That is your launch to legacy zone. This is the foundation you're building for your business. So you have your idea. What are you passionate about? Your vision, where you strategically create a business plan. Your reality, this is where you work that plan, and then now you can live it and enjoy it. Your legacy, that lasting legacy. So as we move forward here, I want to just touch base a little bit deeper about the idea. So what idea have you been thinking about for a long time? And I want you to write down that business idea in quadrant 1. So really think about that business idea. As you think about it, I want you to keep in mind that vision of your business idea, how to take it to the next step. This is where you strategically create a business plan. You write it down, you visualize your idea, you set SMART goals. There's 5 key areas for SMART goals, 5 key elements. Be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time sensitive. Also, you want to evaluate and adjust frequently, and you want to form your team. This is where synergy comes into play. Once again, that whole is greater than the individual parts, working together towards a common goal. Also, you want to know who your ideal client is based on your particular niche that you're working in with your particular business. Now we move forward, and I bring this launch to legacy zone up one more time. So you, on your piece of paper, you've written out your quadrants, you have your idea, your vision, and now the reality is where you work that plan. You put it into action. And then the 4th piece, or the 4th quadrant of the zone, is this is where you can live it and enjoy it, living that legacy, that lasting legacy. So there's a common denominator that I want to share with you that applies to every single aspect of the 5 steps of your blueprint. This common denominator is my secret sauce. What I like to share, as I like to share it, is DNA plus synergy equals legacy. So when you think about DNA, that's you, because you are unique. Nobody else can be you. You are the secret sauce to your business. Nobody can take that away from you. Only you can give it to your business. Then we take that a step further with synergy. So synergy is the whole is greater than the individual parts, as I mentioned before. And that's where you bring everything together, all the interactions, all the connections you're making. And you take that DNA plus synergy, and that equals where you build and create that lasting legacy. So I'd like to take DNA a step further. And if you notice in my logo as well, DNA is a part of that because it's unique to each of us. Now I want to talk about your business DNA. That's where the 5 S's come into play that I mentioned earlier. You have strategy, structure, support, synergy, and your story. Your story is unique to you. It includes your purpose, your core values, and your culture. And it's the thread that is intertwined into everything you do in your business. Now let's dig deeper into synergy, one of my favorite words. And I actually came across this word when I in my graduate school, we had to study and read The 7 Habits of Highly Successful People by Stephen Covey. Habit number 6 was synergize. And I took that root word, which means the whole is greater than the individual parts. And based on my experiences and my background, I was able to incorporate these 5 steps that have allowed us to create successful businesses. So the first step, or if you draw a star on that same piece of paper, if you could draw a star out for me, no worries, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just make sure it has the 5 prongs like we learned back in grade school. So if on the first prong or point, you can put SY, the second point NE, the third point R, the 4th point G, and the 5th point Y. So if you break that down, you have SY for synergy. The part of synergy is save yourself. NE is next everyone else. R is repeat, reevaluate, readjust, and the G is give. And then the 5th one is Y. Yes, yes, yes. This is where you can celebrate your successes. So let's go back to this SYP, save yourself. So this is very important, a priority, because think about going on a trip on a plane. There's a safety message that comes on every single time. If you're in an emergency, an oxygen mask comes down. You put that oxygen mask on yourself first, save yourself first before you can save the person next to you. The same applies in business. You want to make sure that you save yourself first, save your business first, so that you can then help other individuals with their businesses, or even clients or whomever you intend to assist at that particular point in your journey through as an entrepreneur. Then you get to the R, you repeat, reevaluate, readjust. And this is one of my favorites next, the give, because as my mom always said, it's important to share, that sharing is caring. And then also, I'm sure you have heard there's more happiness in giving than in receiving. So this is where you want to write down your lessons learned and all those material assets that you have. You want to make sure that it's documented in a will or trust, and that also with your brand, part of your legacy, that you're trademarking that. Then you move up to the yes, yes, yes. This is where you celebrate your small successes, because that energy and momentum will take you to be able to celebrate your larger successes. So that if you take a look at that clockwise, it spells out the word synergy, the 5 steps that make up synergy. The whole is greater than the individual parts. Then I'd like to share with you a success story. This success story is an individual that I was able to assist. She started a business. She didn't have the confidence initially starting out. She didn't think she had the skill set, but we walked through those 5 key steps of the Launch to Legacy Blueprint. Now she has confidently started her business and even branching out into other areas with her company. Now imagine if you could take that business idea you're passionate about and turn it into a profitable business. What does that look like for you? What does freedom and flexibility look like for you? Where will you be in 1 year? So I'd like you to really think about those things. Write it down on that piece of paper. You have that action plan that you have in place that you can immediately implement after today's discussion. Now, I'm hoping there's 3 things, not hoping, I know there are 3 things that you can take back with you today. First of all, you can live a fulfilling life doing what you love doing while building and leaving a lasting legacy as an entrepreneur. Your unique business DNA can fast track you to realizing a profitable business. And also that's right, you are the secret sauce in your business. You and your unique story, and nobody can take that from you. So now I'd like to ask you a question. How many of you listening today know that you are going to need some help with this journey? That's right. Most of us will need some help, right? I know I did. I know my husband did. I know we did as entrepreneurs. So I'd like to take it to the next step here. And the next key is you have 3 choices. First, you can do nothing and continue to struggle by not having this sorted out. Or you can try to do it on your own and do it yourself. Or you can fast track your journey by starting today and investing in a blueprint or a guide. So I keep in mind, it's that 5-step blueprint, the Launch Legacy Blueprint. So what's the next step for you? Whatever you decide, it's important to take action. Now, I live in Louisiana and we talk a lot about lagniappe, giving that extra. So in this case, I'd like to give you something free. If you go to www.cynthiagfreegift.com, you can first of all book a call with me for free. And then secondly, there's a free gift that I'd like to share with you that can start you and catapult you on this entrepreneurial journey. And normally my breakthrough call is $297, but with today's summit, you'll be able to sign up or schedule a call with me at no charge if you do so within the next 48 hours. So I look forward to staying in contact with you. I know you can take it from launch to legacy to lead a more fulfilling life, doing the things that you love to do, while also building and leaving a lasting legacy. Once again, I sign off as Cynthia Gallardo, your favorite legacy lady, and I look forward to keeping in touch with you. Thank you and have a fantastic day.
Hello and welcome. I am Leah Holmes and I want to welcome you to How Self-Love and Movement Yield Fitness Results in a Body You Love. Now, I know that's a loaded statement and we're going to dig deeper into it in a minute, okay? So I'm going to teach you some really cool secrets that successfully healthy and fit people value in order to maintain their fitness and love themselves through their journey, okay? You ready? All right, so grab a pen and paper and take notes, all right? Because I don't want you to miss anything. And you may see me look down because I'm looking at my notes as well, and I don't want to miss any principles that I'm going to share with you. So that's just a little bit of housekeeping that I have, right? So let's go ahead and dig in. I want to stay really focused and intentional so you can get all you came here to get. And I am just wanting to let you know how grateful I am that you've chosen to take the time to spend with me so that I can make sure you get the most out of this talk, right? All right. So first, let's talk about lib. What is lib? What does it mean? Well, in my world, to live is to love your body, right? And I'm really excited because when I think about lib, I think about infinite love, right? It's love that radiates outward, and that's what's on the inside of us, right? It's our light. It's love, it's our light, and it's what shows when you show up, okay? So many people ask me, well, Leah, what is it that you do? And my answer is always, I help successful women love their bodies again. And I really want you to get that. And also take heed to the word again. And it doesn't mean that we're going backwards, okay? So I know that you were made from love, and it's about growth. And God created you and created you from love. So that's something I want you to get back to, okay, if anything. So just take a moment, let that sink in, that you were made from love, right? Okay. So I'm going to share with you over the next few minutes how successfully fit people stay on top of their fitness and love on themselves throughout the journey, right? So before I get into all that, I know you're wondering, what's her story? Well, how did she get here and why is she teaching me? So I thought I'd tell you a little more than I'll say a little more of an interesting story than me just sitting here and saying, well, I've been a trainer for 9 years and I've worked in life coaching and health coaching for the same amount of time. I want to tell you what really brought me here, right? So firstly, what I found is that many reasons that people don't stay consistent with their health and fitness regimen, it's beyond boredom. It's beyond doing it for an external look, right? People don't necessarily have the success that they greatly desire or the capacity to fulfill it. Well, because of the why. Yep, because the why is not big enough, right? So that's the foundation, because that's what you're always going to revert back to, okay? And I say that to say it's different for everyone, right? It'll be different for me than it is to you, which is a good thing because it's for you, right? So it's going to take some tools and it'll take time to establish and maintain it, but that's why we're here, okay? So in the next few minutes, I'm going to share with you what you need to do to live, okay? Live, love your body, and maintain. That way you can have a love for your body that's really anchored just so deep that it can't be overturned by anything, right? And how do I know this? Well, my own journey. So in 2013, we'll go back. I was invited to join a fitness instructor on stage and help her teach a class. I had never done this before ever in my life, but I said yes. So I remember distinctly that it took me back to that moment when I was 10 years old and I chose to ignore this whole notion or this thing I heard in my spirit that said, you're going to work in the fitness industry one day. And I said, okay. And sure enough, that was God, I think, calling me forward for the very first time, right? So like I said, I remember being that 10-year-old that had this dream of being a fitness coach, right? I felt like my genie bottle or genie lamp had been, rubbed on and been awakened. And the conversation that was inside of my soul finally felt free to speak out loud, right? So, my reserved, shy, external person had literally finally met my soul, met that sassy and a little bossy internal person, right? She was ready to speak out loud. So that little girl who was always up for that running challenge, she secretly wanted to be like FloJo. And if you don't know FloJo, Google her. So yeah, I started painting my nails, or polishing my nails rather. And I even joined the track team. And I sure enough said, I'm gonna do this. And I did it. I didn't do it FloJo's way though. I did it Leah's way. So I went on and I ran for medals and I won medals for track and field. I went on to gain all these opportunities and then amazingly was able to coach all kinds of clients over the last 9 years. I've taught, God knows, so many fitness classes. And I've gone on to work with some of really the best athletic coaches, right? So I absolutely love going to the gym, if you can't tell. I remember a day though, when I couldn't go. I could not understand. It was amazing. I could not go to the gym. I didn't understand that the thing that I love so much, the thing that came to me just naturally, the thing that I dreamed about since I was 10 years old, right? The thing that people came to me for, the thing I won medals for, had education for, got recognition, all of that I couldn't get up. My body just did not let me, literally. I felt horrible. I was uncontrollably and chronically fatigued every day on and day out, day in and day out, day on and day out, even after having 8 hours of sleep. And I didn't know what was going on with my body. I just felt like I always wanted to take a nap. You know, you ever been to a meeting where you just want to take a nap? That was me. So my mother suggested I go to a doctor and I find out what's really going on with me. And I realized what I wasn't doing, right? It was all in my diet and my exercise. So I had to shift my thought process. Yep. I know everyone's different, right? And we all have different needs, but we need to know what those needs are. And I need, yes, myself included, I tried all the cookie cutter diets, all the cookie cutter workouts, and none of that was working, right? And I thought, how can a girl who's been this athlete, who's won awards, who's taught classes, who's trained all of these people, who's taken care of her body, not feel good? I had been doing this stuff my whole life. And I felt terrible. You didn't know. You know, you ever been to a place where you've gotten to a space and you don't understand what's happening in your body? Or maybe for you, you have pain in your body, or you've lost energy, or you look in the mirror and you ask yourself, how did I get here? Or your body's just changing and you don't understand why, right? That was me. I remember one day being down on my knees, praying, and I asked God, if you heal me from this, Lord, I'll commit to serving women by helping them reach their health and fitness goals and health and wellness goals in any capacity I know how, and help them find the love for their body again internally first, right? But first, I had to learn to love my own, and I had to learn it in a new way. It was with how I structured my diet. It was with how I structured my exercise regimen, and missing link for me anyway, it was how I fed my soul, right? It wasn't so much about what I was doing. It was about what I wasn't doing, right? Let that sink in, okay? Yes, of course, I looked the part, I played the part. I was all of that. But I wasn't paying attention to what I was eating, how often or how much rest I was getting, or how I was even speaking to myself, right? I was just going at it, going back to back, day to day, right? So I don't know if this sounds like you, but it's exactly how I felt. I knew I couldn't stay there though. I knew I realized the things that I teach women and that I had taught women prior to this moment. It was about how you love your body internally, right? It was by way of how you nourish your soul and your body physically, from food as well as from your physical exercise, right? So now you can see why I'm excited about, you know, how I can teach this, what I'm about to teach and share with you. So the first thing I got clear on was my why. Yep, I had to really let that seep into my soul. I had to really try to do my best to establish a really strong confidence that I can maintain a healthy lifestyle and a healthy regimen for my mind, my body, and my soul, right? And just say it to myself, I can maintain a healthy lifestyle regimen, mind, body, and soul, right? All right. So it's interesting because what I found in most of my clients, women who even come up to me in a grocery store, in a coffee shop, at the gym, even at the post office, we've had conversations about what's holding them back from their own level of consistency, right? I really want you to hear me on that word, right? What do you consistently do? Consistently, right? Is it pushing you forward to yield the result that you desire? So I want you to think about that because we've got 3 points to share and I want you to grab your notes, okay? So number 1, consistency, right? What are you consistently doing? I love that quote because it's one of those that reminds me to check in with myself. So you have to ask yourself, you know, is what I'm doing yielding the results that I desire? Am I consistent with my movement regimen, right? Am I consistent with my productivity, with the loving relationships I have surrounding me? And my consciousness about my food choices? And then why, right? What do you want? And so I'm asking you these questions back to back because I want you to go and write them down and then be able to fill in the gaps so that you can really sit with yourself, meditate on them, and really answer them and create something tangible from this one point, okay? So for me in my journey, I had a choice, right? I could quit, or I could do the things that I knew with the right mindset and the right support system that I could do this. It was me. It was me who had to make the choice and to realize that I needed something to shift, right? I needed something though that was a little bit deeper, something that would anchor me, right? I always go back to that because that's what keeps you solid, right? That's what helps you stay in place. Like think about an anchor when you're on a boat or a ship. The waves might move you a little bit, but ultimately you're going to stay within that strong space that you've anchored yourself, right? You know, the funny thing about consistency is that we're always doing something. We're always consistently doing something, right? It's just when you grasp onto that and ask yourself, what is that consistent thing that you're doing? Is it serving you? Okay. We've got to get that. Then we can move on to those concepts that involve working out and pursuing a fitness journey, an eating regimen. That stuff becomes easy, right? But this is the stuff, this is the hard work, right? This is the foundation that we need to lay and sit and ask ourselves, all right, are there cracks in my foundation, or is my foundation pretty solid, right? Once that's all in alignment, then everything else, you know, starts to flow, right? So that brings me to number 2. So write this out, okay? How do I want to live? How do you want to love your body, okay? Remember, we're just building awareness right now. We're just laying a foundation, just give you an opportunity to see it from a new perspective, okay? So have fun with it, but really ask yourself, how do I want to live? And as you ask yourself, think about it. Bear in mind your mind. Bear in mind what you read, what you listen to, what you feed yourself externally, your food, your movement, all that stuff, right? And write this down, bearing in mind that there are no limitations, okay? Write down what you envision for yourself and remember that this is between you and you. All right, so we're moving on to number 3. So this is my favorite. Why? Well, because it's your why. It's your why. So ask yourself or write that down. What is your why, right? You know, I like to also give you an additional point in developing your why while you're developing it. And here's the secret, make it about you. It's just about you. It's you and you, okay? When you make it about you, you then can make it to where you can more positively contribute to those you love, right? To those things and people that are near and dearest to your heart, okay? So be specific about it and write it down. And write it down, bearing in mind that you are going to take the time to understand it at its core, okay? At the core. Then it'll help you develop more resilience because, you know, let's face it, we're all going to experience setbacks. We all do. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But when you do, you've got that foundation laid that helps you revert back to why you've done this in the first place, and you'll be able to pick up from that, okay? Even as you heard in my story, right? But connect to the purpose, and it'll help you let go of any hindrances, and it'll help you power through it, all right? Cool. So now let's circle back for a second, right? We've got those 3 overarching goals that help you setting your foundation to your live. That's what this is, okay? Then, like I said, all the other things they'll flow from there, okay? Now, number 1, ask yourself again, what is it that you're consistently doing? And if it's going to yield the results that you desire in your health and fitness journey, right? Then, what do you want to live? Or how do you want to live, rather? How do you want to live? Make sure it's written down and make sure it's something that's tangible, okay? Then number 3, again, my favorite, what's your why? I love going through that exercise with my clients. What's your why? Why are you doing this? Okay. So those are the 3 beginning layers of those who are really successful in their live journey, right? So thank you. It's my hope that during our time together that you've gained some awareness and that you can really sit and assess as to where your foundation lies. And if there are some imbalances, right? And that's okay. But I want you to clearly outline them and begin to establish them, okay? And if you need support in your live journey, if you want to dive deeper into developing a system of how to walk into the full power, I love to share my contact information with you. I just want to let you know that it has been a true honor and privilege to teach you over these last 15 to 20 minutes or so. And I want you to know that if I can be of any service to you, here's how you can reach me. So please feel free to reach out, right? So here's my website. You can go to www.liblybmovement, movement.members-only.online. You can also go to my Instagram page and follow me at Leah, Leah, the train her, LEAHTHETRAINHER, right? So with that, I just want to thank you again. And I hope that something I said today really speaks to your soul and honors you, right? I know that we all are on our journeys, and I just want you to share your live experience as you just go out and let your light shine. That's it, right? So I hope you stay forward facing and really realize that there are no limits to what you can do, right? I just want you to be left with this. Our purpose here on earth, it's so much bigger than ourselves, right? So the light in you that that thing that radiates inside of you, when you stand in that full power of the love that God created you from, share it and pass it on. That's why I created Live. So with that, I'll invite you to live with me. So again, my name is Leah Holmes, and it has truly been a privilege and an honor to have this talk with you. And I look forward to hearing from you again soon. All right, bye.
Hello, my name is Captain Dr. Gerald Higginbotham. I am the president and founder of Captain's Millionaire Inc. I'm excited about and humble and honored to be a part of the Comeback Championship Speaker Series this year. Today, I want to share with you what it means to be a Captain Millionaire from the captain's perspective, how to begin to think, speak, and act. It's all about you becoming the champion that you were created to be. I'm excited. I hope you got your seatbelt fastened, your tray tables up, because we're going to catapult you up to 35,000 feet. Fasten your seatbelt. This is your captain speaking. I want to play this video for you. It speaks to everything what we're about. It's about change. It's about us going to another level. It's about helping you reach your full potential. Listen to it.
The question, why is it like this? And then 3 years later, the night Dr. King was assassinated, April the 4th, it happened again. And I said, when I get older, we're going to fix this thing. And so your confession, I didn't know what I was saying back now. Now that I'm older and things are the way that they are in our world, in our country, I would have kept my mouth closed. I would have said a thing, but I'm glad I didn't, because somebody had to do it. Somebody has been called to make change. And change is nothing but willing to embrace truth, because the moment you embrace truth, you better watch out. Something fixing to happen. So I accepted the call here on my life, April the 4th. My birthday is April the 1st. And so it was my late 10-year-old birthday present. And so I spoke it into existence. And also too, I said, I'm gonna be a pilot. I'm gonna be a doctor. I wanna be a lawyer. I wanna fly out. My mind was, I had no limits on me. I wanted to be all of it. And most of it I have accomplished. And this is what I'm doing now is part of my next journey in life to my ultimate life purpose is to raise up 1 million millionaires, because that's the area that I think that will help people quickly, because then they'll be able to gain control of their times. And I'm gonna tell you something, when you got money talk and a lot of other stuff walk. You can say this and say that, But hey, you can buy some cameras. You can be able to buy some studio time. You can be able to get your message out when you got resources. But it's taken this long for me to get to this point. But we're here now. And y'all better watch out, because Captain Dr. G, he's a live wire, and he's on a mission to get the people to where they need to be. All the people have to say is, I'm ready for change. I want what you have, because the moment you speak it, it's going to come to pass in your life, because I'm complying with biblical principle. He said, be fruitful and multiply. He said, turn around and teach others what you've learned. Replenish the earth. That means to leave a positive legacy for the next generation. He said, subdue it. The word subdue means to pursue. It means an all-out, unrelentless effort. You got to go do it. But many folks are waiting on God. He's like, y'all down here tripping. I told y'all to take up dominion over the fish of the sea, the fowls of the air, and over all the earth. So I said, if nobody down here going to do that, I done got that revelation. Captain Dr. G's on it like a pot of neck bones. We're going to make it happen. We're making it happen. And all you have to do is say, hey, Dr. G, I like what you're doing, where you're going, and I want to be a part of it, and hey, plug in. Come on the journey. Because we headed to the wealthy place. I can tell you that we are going to raise up over 1 million millionaires over the next 36 to 92 months. You can't stop it. It's in play. And when God has ordained something to happen, and that's one thing why I'm so glad that I know who I am in him, that I'm a son of God, not a child, but a son. Because see, when you're a son, you can be able to say, it ain't about me. It's what can I do to add value to someone else? Because that's what we're supposed to be doing. He said, don't look out for only your own self, but also on the things of others. Let this mind be in you that's also in Christ Jesus. Christ Jesus, he came down and helped the world. They dogged him, but that was his assignment. I ain't letting folks dog me. That ain't happening. Y'all can dog Christ. I want to get y'all to the wealthy place. And you got to come right. You got to come through the TSA. No one can get on board this vehicle unless you come to TSA. TSA strictly means thinking, speaking, and acting, and living those principles, allowing them to flow in your life, and you using them, because it will produce the results, no matter whatever it is, if you comply with it. Life is governed by laws. And I tell brothers and sisters, the quality of life that you live in this earth realm is based on the quality of decisions that you make. But if you have not had all the right information, how can you make the right choices? You can't. So you wind up making decisions based upon limited data, and generally it's to your detriment. That's why our Creator says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Not money, knowledge. Ignorance has been our issue. But when you're willing to embrace knowledge and truth, you have to do it. Wow, my brothers. When you're willing to do that, it throws you to 35,000 feet. So you have a different perspective on things. You're not caught up in the muck. You can see all the players down there going nowhere fast. They're in a holding pattern. And we've been in a holding pattern for the last 50 years, but it's time to exit it now that we know where we're going and how we're going to get there. And I'm so excited that many people, hopefully they'll see this video and they'll say, hey, this is what I've been looking for. I have ears to hear, I can see, and I'm willing to put my energy, my time, my talent, my treasure to be a part of that Captain Millionaire movement. Because this is a movement to move them from where we are to where we need to be. We're going to move from poverty, ignorance, dependency, and complacency to knowledge, wealth, and power. It's over. We are flipping the script, and we out of here. This is your captain speaking.
Captain Dr. G, you have been privileged to do a couple of things. One, have a doctorate and be called a doctor.
I am.
Two, entrusted by the largest airline with the public trust and the safety of the public.
Yes, sir.
What does the world look like at 35,000?
Well, let me, it looks good. Beautiful. But I want to take you to 51,000. I had the opportunity one day to, with one of my previous jobs, to fly in a Learjet. We went to 51,000 feet. Now, this has been many, many years ago. I can't remember if it was a Lear 23 or 24. However, we got right on up to 51,000 feet. It was going from Salt Lake City to Washington State, and they were doing a freight run. and the plane was empty and asked me, did you want to go with us? I said, yeah, I want to go. Go for a ride in a Learjet? Absolutely. We went right up to 51,000 feet. Saw the curvature of the earth. Whew. People tell me that the earth is flat. I ain't buying it. I saw the curvature of the earth at 51,000 feet that night. I said, whoa, people don't get a chance to experience this. This is phenomenal. And we were motoring along at 500 miles an hour. Flying has been such a blessing for me. It has allowed me to go to the House of Lords of London to speak. I had the opportunity to speak over in Australia. I've had opportunities to speak over at the United Nations and meet people from all over the place. But that's what I wanted to do. I saw myself being a world-class traveler. I'm a global citizen. I have friends all over the world. Australia, Canada, London, Africa. Why? Because I changed my thought. I didn't let my ghetto that I was born in, South Central Los Angeles, be the determining factor for me. I made that decision, and everybody else has to make that same decision. The moment you do, and you speak it that I will be a globetrotter, I will be a jet setter. My family is a jet setter. You can't keep them off an airplane. But that's the benefit. The family gets blessed because of my actions. And I'm so proud of my family, my sons. You know, I'm gonna give them a plug. They're doing phenomenal things. My son right now, he's in the studio with me recording this here. I mean, it's helping him set a path in life for the things he wants to do. So when you get yourself right, it has an impact on everybody else. So you got to do you. And it came with a price. Personal growth and development. You know, I've sat under John Maxwell as a Maxwell leader. I understand leadership. I've sat under Robert Kiyosaki. I've sat under George Frazier. I've had the opportunity. Dr. Frederick K.C. Price. I've been blessed to have some of these men speak into my life. But it comes to a point where every leader has the opportunity to step forth during that hour. But you have had to have prepared yourself. I know it's my turn, it's my time. And we're going to get the folks to where they need to be. Their lives will never, ever be the same. All they have to do is be willing to embrace truth and come on the journey. That's it. And then be willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn. When you do those things, your life can't help but change. It's just the law of the universe, but it's now operating within you. It causes an explosion within you. And you have to let your light shine. It's been said, you don't take a candle and hide it up under a bushel. You take that candle and sit it up in the house. So when everybody walk in, they could see it and they can feed off that energy. I'm a candle. I'm TNT. I'm dynamite. I'm explosive. I'm exciting. I live life on the edge. And I'm going to talk about that in one of the principles. That's part of the drive too. Living your life to the fullest, to the maximum. Get all you can out of life. Love everything about it. Speak it into existence. And then it happens. You can't stop it because you set it in motion. And then you're just rolling with the flow. I mean, I see oceans in my mind. I see oceans and all wonderful things just filled with. And I know that folks going to hear this. They're going to say, I need that. I need that. That's for me. How can I connect with this brother? Because I want to connect with you. I want to add value to your life. It's not about me. It's about you. It's about you going to the next level.
That's right. It's all about you going to the next level. I'm so excited, and I'm so glad you stayed here with us, or you took time out your schedule to be a part of the Champion series to come learn about who we are and what we're doing. You want to learn about this process, the Captain's Millionaire Training? Go out to captainsmillionaire.net, captainmillionaire.net. Do it right now. It's your turn and it's your time. This is your captain speaking.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sherry Leopold, and I'm honored to be here with you today. I'm a Dr. Amen licensed brain trainer and a 10-time author, speaker and mentor, and leader of the Stop Self-Bullying movement. Today, we're focused on how to build a better brain. But before we focus on the specifics on that, we should really talk about the actual composition of your brain. Your brain is incredibly delicate. I mean, it's so delicate that it's amazing we walk around as staying as smart and as safe as we do, because your brain is actually the consistency of butter at room temperature. Like really, if you could reach your finger inside your head and put your finger on your brain, if you push down, it would go right through it. And this might help you understand why your skull is so darn hard. It needs that protection of your skull to keep your brain safe. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't put my PSA in here about why I believe that all people, especially children, should actually wear a bicycle helmet when they're riding a bike. Because what you may not know is the outside of your skull is very smooth. But the interesting thing is the inside of your skull is actually bony and spiky. Now, keep in mind, I said your brain is the consistency of butter, but there's a space in there, I call it the sainted space, it's like the buffer space between what's on the inside of your skull, which is actually a spiny, spiky surface. It's not smooth like the outside. So you can imagine that sainted space I talked about is the only thing between you and a concussion. And what is a concussion? A concussion is simply brain damage. And that's what happens when you hit your head on something or throw your head forward. Your brain moves inside your head and it can hit those bony, spiky insides of your skull. That creates brain damage. Now, here's the thing. This is why I say wear a helmet. I know it's a PSA and it's not my topic today, but the point is that it's an incredibly delicate material that your brain is made out of. And so we have to do what we can to take care of it, because we can improve our brain even when we have had a concussion, and we can repair to some degree our brain. But we don't want to have to repair something we don't need to. So you want to make sure that you're taking care of that organ at all times. So we don't want to have to fix it when we damaged it, when we could focus on being proactive about caring for it so that it functions at the best capacity for us to stand up and stand out as that unrepeatable miracle that we are. So we're going to chat a little bit about how to build a better brain so that we can really be the best version of ourselves. Now, we all have different intellectual capacities, different emotional capacities, and all the basic components of our brains are all the same. We do respond differently because our brains are all slightly different depending on who we are. So we want to make sure that we are able to maximize our personal brain the best way possible. And we're going to talk about a few ways that you can do that every single day in your daily routine. Your brain is truly the most amazing organ in the universe. There is nothing as complicated as the human brain. It's estimated to have 100 billion neurons, and each neuron has 10,000 individual connections talking at all the same time. That's actually, when you think about it, more connections in your brain than there are stars in the universe. Wow. So even though your brain's only 2% of your body's weight, it uses 20 to 30% of the calories you consume in a day. And it uses 20% of the oxygen and 20% of the blood flow. Your brain is the most expensive real estate in your entire body. Treat it with care. Because if you take even a tiny, tiny piece of your brain tissue, the size of a grain of sand, it has 100,000 neurons and 1 billion connections, all talking to one another, all talking, constantly talking. And it's been estimated that your brain has a storage capacity of 6 million years of the Wall Street Journal and information. Your brain is very, very special, which means it needs what it needs. And what we really need is to take care of it. So we're going to jump right into the things that we need to do to build a better brain. And it's something I'm absolutely famous for. And I talk about it all the time, and it's a non-negotiable. And that is the need for you to water your brain. Yes, it sounds ridiculous, but I want you to think about it. If you took a plant and you stuck it in the corner and you didn't water it for a month or two, or maybe you watered it once or twice, do you think it would be looking all green and healthy? Well, probably not, unless maybe it was a cactus. It would probably be crunchy and it would not be thriving, folks. And that's what we want to do, is we want to thrive. So let's talk about what happens to your brain in your head when it has to do without water, because it's very soft. Remember, like butter, it's 80% water. It's why it's so soft. So what happens when you do not give your brain the proper amount of hydration? Your brain inside your head actually shrinks. Seriously, it shrinks inside your head. So I like to reference this as saying it's like purposely dumbing yourself down, because literally you will be less smart. You will have less mental clarity. You will have more brain fog. And your body's response to you will be like smacking you from the inside of your head. Because as your brain shrinks, typically the response that you'll have is that you'll have a headache. So what happens? You have a headache, you think, oh, I'll go take some Tylenol. I'll feel better. So you take the Tylenol and you drink some water. The sad thing is, you actually can't really point to whether it was the Tylenol or whether it was the water that actually helped you. But a headache is your head screaming, I need water. I need water. We want to stay away from Tylenol and other painkillers like that if you can, because they are chemicals and they actually change the chemical configuration of your brain, which is another topic. But here's what I want to tell you. We're going to talk about what Mayo Clinic suggests for you to drink. And you need to drink half of what you weigh in pounds in ounces. And that means a 70 or 150 pound person needs to drink 75 ounces of water, or a 200-pound person needs to drink 100 ounces. Now, here's the thing. It doesn't really matter. Like, people will say, oh, that's too much, I can't do it. Listen, you have to start somewhere. Your goal is to at least get to that 50% mark. If you want a fully hydrated brain and a body that functions at the highest level possible, you need to do that for yourself. If you want to lose weight, you also need to drink 128 ounces at a minimum. That's a gallon of water, because your body that means every single organ in your body, including your brain, all of your other organs will be fully hydrated and not have to operate at a deficit. So drinking water is definitely something that you are going to see an actual result of if you do not do it. Because even a 2% dehydration in your body will give you brain fog. You will feel less clear-headed. And the thing is, your body will begin to pull water from other parts of your insides. It will take from your other organs. And so what you're doing is, because the brain is your computer chip in your body that is the computer, it has to function. So it has to pull from somewhere else. So what you're doing is, because you're putting your body at risk in the dehydration, you're putting all of your organs at risk, and everything else functions poorly. It's trying to compensate for that. Your blood volume goes down, it affects your mental clarity, and the bad things start to stack. And I could go into a whole bunch of things about what kind of water to drink and stuff, but that's not actually even the point right now. The point is to drink water, because that's what your body needs to operate fully and help you stand up and stand out as that unrepeatable miracle that you were designed to be, because that is the only way it's going to serve you. So we're not going to be operating at a deficit. We're going to be standing up and standing out as the unrepeatable miracle that we are, by drinking half of what we weigh in pounds in ounces. Now, that's going to give our friends and family, our coworkers, the best version of ourselves. You'll be happier, you'll sleep better, your organs will function better, and your brain is going to be super happy and function properly for you. You would never run your car on a tablespoon of gas. Don't run your most important vehicle, your body, on no water. So that's our first tip in building a better brain, is to make sure that it's hydrated. The second tip is to build a better brain is to exercise. No surprise here. And I'd like to clarify, though, this isn't about spending an hour in the gym. It's not about committing, like I have to go 2 hours a day or every single day of the week. That's not what it is. This is about committing to movement in whatever fashion suits you. If you like to walk, then walk. I'm going to tell you, if you practice walking very quickly, you'll actually serve your brain better, because it helps increase your balance. It helps increase your mental clarity. Exercise is the key to all good things, because it increases blood flow. And when you increase blood flow in the brain, it creates more neurons. When you create more neurons, you're smarter and you will live longer. Literally, we stop naturally creating neurons in our 50s. It slows way down, and then we have to use whatever we've created up to that point to live out the rest of our life. The only thing that builds those neurons is that exercise. Becomes your ability to create a better brain, improve your memory skills, retain your memory. Everything becomes about exercise. It's literally, movement is the answer to almost every health challenge you'll ever have as you age, because your brain will be healthier, your body will be healthier. Now, you don't have to go play a game of pick-me-up basketball. As I said, movement can be walking, it can be turning on your favorite music and dancing for 10 minutes every day, 5 minutes at a time. You can be out walking. You can walk to the end of your driveway if that's all you can do, and add up a little bit at a time. One of the other keys to keep your brain stimulated is to not do the same thing repetitively every day. If you walk a different route, walk backwards in the route you normally walk on different streets, go to a different area to walk, because those things stimulate your brain to be active, and it causes you to think. But exercise will always increase blood flow in the brain, which will serve the rest of the body. It will help you feel better mentally. It will help if you're stressed, because it will compensate for the cortisol dumping that there is. Exercise helps with almost every single emotional and physical problem you will ever have. Start slow, whatever you have to do. And on this point, I'm just going to say, be like Nike and just do it. Whatever way it looks for you, get moving. I don't care if you do chair yoga. The point is, get moving in whatever way that looks for you, because there are things that you can do, and I can answer those for you, but you can actually test the age of your brain. Your brain can actually be older than your body, because it will wear out if you do not utilize the tools like what we're talking about, the water and the exercise, it will fade faster than you. I know that as you age, you want to make sure you retain your memory. You want to feel like you're living the life you deserve. So I'm going to encourage you, if you have that moment that you don't, I don't know if I want to go exercise, I want you to hear your brain saying to you, go do it for me. Because 100% of the time, it's going to be worth it. Start today, start somewhere. Your brain will thank you. Your body will thank you. And your health is always going to be your most precious asset. And first and foremost, that exercise is for your brain, because your brain is running the rest of your body. So, because we've talked about water and hydration, and we've talked about exercise and how incredibly important it is, I want to remind you, in the summertime, if you're out and you're you're respirating more, you're sweating more, you're losing more water, to keep in mind the water intake and make sure that you are doing that, because you need to replenish what you're losing. Because if you're exercising and sweating, you're losing, you're going to need more. So do keep that in mind. Now, last but not least, my third point for you is I really want to talk about nutrition and supplementation. Because obviously, to build the best brain possible, you need to eat healthy. There's no way around this one. There's a tremendous amount of noise around eating healthy, eat this diet, eat that diet, blah, blah, blah. There's so much noise in this space, and it's a whole another topic, but I just want to give you a few helpful tips on how to choose, in general, things that are better, that are going to really be helpful for you for build a better brain. First off is always choose organic when you can. When it comes to meat, choose grass-fed. If you can have organic vegetables or you grow your own, please do. The thing is, you can control the pesticides and the different things that are in it, because all of those things are toxins to your brain. Just as an aside, you can go check out and Google the Dirty Dozen for which fruits and vegetables are the most important to buy organic. If you need to be selective for cost purposes, or you have a large family or whatever, you can go check out the Dirty Dozen and make sure which ones to buy. It's usually the thinner skinned ones, but it'll tell you which ones to be sure of. I want you to eat the colors of the rainbow, as many as you can. I say that all the time. The healthier you are going to be, as close as you can to eating all the colors of the rainbow. And the reason I say eat the colors of the rainbow is because at the end of the rainbow is the pot of gold, and you are the pot of gold. The you that is your health is the pot of gold at the end of that rainbow. It's not just your physical health, it's your mental health, it's your emotional health, it's your brain health. All of that is in that pot of gold, and you can really control that by making good choices. I also would be remiss if I didn't talk about supplementation, because our food sources are so depleted. Listen, our soils are depleted. If you can grow it yourself and nurture your fruits and vegetables and things you're growing on your own, fantastic. But most of us, because our soils are depleted, are still not going to get the supplements that we need in our body. I have a couple that I very highly recommend. One of them you're going to be able to see, because I'm going to give you a link that you can go to. But the link is actually to allow you to find out what your brain type is, so that you'll know exactly what your brain needs. So I love this quiz. I've taken it. I know what my brain type is, and you're going to be able to find out what your brain type is too. It's a very simple quiz, but you take it by answering some questions that are based on things like that blood flow and your genetics and things like that. So it's a very, very fascinating quiz. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. I just want to remind you that you only get one brain, and you can't go to the brain store and get a new one. I mean, like sometimes we can go get a new kidney, or we can go get a piece of a liver or lung, or we can go, I call it the body part store, but we cannot get another brain. You've got to take care of the one you have. You need to eat properly. You need to supplement. You need to get your body moving. You've got to exercise and you've got to hydrate, because that's the only way you are going to be able to stand up and stand out as that unrepeatable miracle you were designed to be. It is fully within your control. It is time for you to take control of your health and be the amazing person that you were destined to be. That's fully healthy, functional person that you are meant to be. You're the boss, applesauce, and you are the boss of you. It's your turn to stand up and stand out as that unrepeatable miracle and say yes to building a better brain. In fact, build the best brain possible for you by watering your brain, moving your body, get that exercise, eat from the rainbow, get yourself a premium grade supplement that's adapted to your brain so that you can live the extraordinary life that you deserve. Be sure to follow all my brain health tips and grab your opportunity to test your brain and see what brain type you have at SherryLeopold.com. It's been an honor to be here with you today, and cheers to building a better brain.
Good day, everyone. It's so good to be back at the Comeback Champions Summit. And thank you, Shay Brown, for having me here again. My name is Maxine L. Johnson, and I am a TEDx speaker. I'm an author. I am a career coach and strategist. And it's so great to be here to share with you at the Comeback Champions Summit. I want to talk to you about you are not buried, you are planted. And I want to share with you 3 ways to look at perspective in developing personal growth. And so I hope that this is something that you will walk away with and be excited about, just as I am excited about sharing it with you. But before I move on, I want you to stay and listen to the entire talk, because I have a free gift for you at the end. I have a free gift that I want to share with each and every one of you at the end. So tell me, why are you here today? Why are you here at the Comeback Champion Summit? Are you looking for inspiration? Are you looking for strategies? Are you looking for connectivity? I want you to think about, why am I here today? Think about it. Perhaps some of you are thinking, well, I'm here because I want to develop. I want to grow. I want to just do more than what I'm doing. That's why I tapped into the Comeback Champion Summit, because there is something else for me. Maybe that's you. Well, if that's you, if I can, I just want to share my story. Just share briefly about my story. Well, when you talk about personal growth, and when you talk about development, I experienced it. I mean, frankly, we all did. Personal growth, development. Well, it started as a young child, of course, but I found myself becoming a teenage mother. And when I became pregnant, I dropped out of college and found myself I was a single mom. Yeah, I got married early, but unfortunately, it didn't last long. And ultimately, what I found myself in that time was that I knew that there was more. I knew that there was more for me. And maybe some of you are thinking the same thing. I know that there is more for me. And so perhaps you're thinking, what can I do? Right? And I thought the same thing. I said, what can I do? I'm at this place. I'm a single parent. I have children. I can't return to school. I don't have any money. Who's going to watch the children? How am I going to maintain a household, 2 children, and go to school? Well, I tell you, I did. I reached out and I said, you know what, pride, I'm going to have to bury you. Pride, I'm going to have to throw you aside. And I asked for help. And fortunately, I worked for a company that paid for my education. And it paid for my education where I received 2 master's degrees. And it advanced my career so much, the more that I went out and did what I needed to do for my family, I found myself exploring other opportunities, and even opportunity to be a TEDx speaker. And now I can say, not only as an HR professional, but I'm also an entrepreneur. But as you've learned in my story, there have been many challenges and there have been obstacles. And I am sure you too can probably say, yes, I've had challenges, I have obstacles. So the question is, what are some of the challenges and obstacles that gets in your way of personal growth? I know for me, I thought about being a single parent. Who's going to take care of the household? That was one. Who is going to take care of the household? Think about it. I thought about finances that got in the way. Not only being a single parent, taking care of the household, finances. And I also thought about, did I have the capacity or the time to even study? Because I was thinking at the time when I returned to school, my children were well off into elementary school and even one into junior high. What are some of the challenges that you may think that gets in the way of personal growth? Well, one of the challenges you might not even think about is, maybe are you a person that says, you know what, I'm okay where I am. I'm okay where I am. Some people embrace mediocrity. Mediocrity, to not move, to not do anything, to stay status quo. It is okay where I am. And they use it as an excuse not to move forward and not to grow and not to develop. Is that truly a reason why we have to stay in the same place? Well, some people actually use that. You have heard it to say, hey, here's a great opportunity for you. And how about if you join me in this opportunity? And some people will say, respond in this way, nah, I'm all right. Is it that they are all right? Or is it the fact that they may be dealing with fear? They may be dealing with fear of failure, or maybe a fear of, what if I am successful? Another reason that gets in the way of personal development and growth is sometimes we can celebrate being the victim. Celebrate being a victim. Oh, you know, I went through this and I went through that, and it was just so hard for me. And because it was so hard for me, I don't know if I have the strength or the courage or whatever you insert here to move on. Yeah, it gets in the way of personal development and growth. And thirdly, it gets in the way just flat out making excuses. Making excuses as to why, excuses as to what, excuses as to, I mean, you name it, the excuse gets in the way. But the reality is all of these things, all of these obstacles, all of these trials or errors or whatever you think, they are truly a part of the lesson plan. So when we think about what gets in the way of your goals, what gets in the way of your development, what gets in the way of your growth, some may say family, some may say work, they may say my health, money, relationships. It's something that can truly hamper your progress. But if you allow it, what then happens? When we go through an emotional roller coaster, and when we go through an emotional roller coaster, we may have feelings of sadness, we may be angry, we may be resentment, and what happens is it goes into that I start to have my own pity party. When things get in the way of our goals and our personal growth and development, we start to just have a pity party, and we want people to come to our pity party. And we do that by blowing balloons up, throwing confetti, and putting on a sad song. We may blow a party horn. Come and join my pity party. The pity party. Could the pity party be because, hey, looking at my story, it's because I was a teenage mom. Looking at my story, my pity party could have been because I didn't finish college and I dropped out of college, and now I'm stuck with a low paying job. Could the pity party be my spouse cheated on me so I don't have trust? Could the pity party be because I have hypertension or I have diabetes, or you insert here, and I don't need the additional stress, so I just settle? In the meantime, I'm blowing my party balloon or my party horn to celebrate my pity party and to celebrate my excuse, to celebrate what I am using to get in the way of my personal growth and development. But here's the reality. The reality is this: even though we all have challenges, even though we all have circumstances, we all have obstacles, it's all about perspective. And as I shared with you in the beginning, I want to share with you 3 ways to look at perspective when you're developing your own personal growth. It's all about perspective. Here's the first thing. When we look at perspective, I want to ask the question, are you buried or are you planted? All of those obstacles that I shared with you earlier, that's the perspective of being buried. All of these things happen, so I'm buried, I feel overwhelmed, I can't move on. Or are you planted? Let's look at the first strategy to change your perspective. And the first strategy is this. The first strategy is to look at the lessons and not the losses. Here's the truth. With every sacrifice, there is gain. And with every gain, there is a struggle. It doesn't come easy, but it only builds you up. Could we look at the glass half empty, or do we look at the glass half full? When we go through obstacles and when we go through things, do we look at it in a place of having a pity party, or do we say, what lesson do I learn from this? Even sharing my personal story, I can truly tell you, going through all of that, it showed me that I'm stronger than I thought I could ever be. That I can overcome anything if I put my mind, or not if, when I put my mind to it. So the lesson was for me throughout all the divorce, the lesson for me for being a teenage mom, the lesson for me to go to school while raising children and taking care of a household, was that I could do anything that I put my mind to. So I hope this helps you. The first perspective is, don't look at the loss. What's the lesson in it for me? The second strategy to change our perspective is you have to become your number one fan. Your number one fan, meaning we have to encourage ourselves. We have to encourage ourselves. And you may say, well, how do I encourage myself when I'm in a place that I don't feel that there is no hope? How do I encourage myself when I feel like the world is crazy and every time I turn on the news, it's just so disheartening and it hurts ourselves and I just don't want to do anything. I just want to stay in my little bubble because I don't want to go out there. I don't want to take risks. I am okay where I am. The question is, are you? We have to become our number one fan. How do we do it? Whether it's affirmations, whether it's prayer, whether it's meditation, whether it's some type of physical activity, taking care of yourself is a priority. Even when things are hard, we have to encourage ourselves through the process. Let me give you an example. One of my favorite all-time sports is track and field. And when I look at track and field, I always think about, particularly in the long races, whether it's a half marathon or it's a marathon or a 3,000 meter run, it's an individual sport. Yes, there are people in the stands cheering the runners on. Yes, there are coaches out there that help them to do what they needed to do. But ultimately, the person that is running the actual race, they go through a mental something to tell them that they can finish the race. And there is something that clicks in the head that says that we can finish the race. There is one thing that I've learned, myself also running track, also ran half marathons, also did a couple of triathlons, is at one point, especially in the longer races, you hit a wall. And they call a wall. And you've seen it in some races, particularly those who are not professionals. And in that wall, they're running all full out. But then all of a sudden, it's like they stop and they don't go as fast. But there is something that you have to push through in order to break the wall. What is that? You have to encourage yourself. Yes, it hurts when you walk past the wall. Yes, it hurts when you break through the wall. But when you encourage yourself, when you inspire yourself, when you say, I can do this because I'm my number one fan, it's changing our perspective. I'm my number one fan. I'm my biggest cheerleader because I got this. And sometimes you have to tell yourself and remind yourself, yes, you too, you got this. The third strategy I want to share with you regarding changing your perspective and personal development and growth is when opportunity knocks, answer the door. Yeah, answer the door. Now, perhaps you were given an opportunity, and someone asked you to do something and you probably question, why are they asking me? Why are they asking me? So I challenge the question, and it's all about perspective. Why not you? Why not you? The response is you need to go for it. Go for it. That's why we're here at the Comeback Champion Summit, because it's all about going for it. Now, another way we can think about it is, now, have you made yourself available for an opportunity? Have you made yourself available? Sometimes we can hide out or hide behind things, but why not make ourselves available? So even though the opportunity may not knock, but guess what? You are already at the door, ready to go. One of my favorite examples, I heard this on the radio. You know the rapper Heavy D, and many of you may or may not heard of the late, great rapper Heavy D. Well, there's a story I heard on the radio some time ago that Heavy D contacted Janet Jackson. We know Janet Jackson is a superstar. And he contacted her and he said to her, Janet, I have a rap that will go perfect with your new song, All Right. And perhaps we could do a whole remix. And Janet said, great. I would love to hear it. Come to the studio tonight and let's hear it and perhaps get it recorded. Well, Heavy D, what I understand as the story goes, hung up the phone, went back to the hotel room and wrote the rap. Wow. He didn't even have the rap actually done. But maybe it was the fact that he made himself available and he wanted to do it. He went for it, as you too should go for it. Sometimes we might not know how to do something when opportunity comes our way. We might not even have all the answers, but the fact of the matter is we have to go for it. I didn't have all the answers, and even some of the people that I've even coached didn't have all the answers. But the question is that whatever is inside of you, you have in you to actually go for it. So let's look at it again. The first strategy to change our perspective towards personal growth is to look at the lessons and not at the losses. The second thing is to be your number one fan. Encourage yourself. When no one else is around, I don't care if you're married, you have a partner, you have great friends, you can even have family. But when you are in this race to be the best that you can be, sometimes people don't understand, but you understand. Encourage yourself and be your number one fan. And then the last strategy is when opportunity knocks, answer the door. And even if no one's knocking at the door, stand in the door and be ready to go for it. I want to thank each and every one of you for listening. I want to thank Shay Brown for the opportunity to be here again on this awesome platform, the Comeback Champion Summit. And thank you. And for you even listening for this time. And I hope that actually encouraged you, inspired you, and blessed you. I want to offer you a free gift. And the free gift is this. It's information. It's called Purpose to Lead, 7 strategies to be purpose-driven in your career. And in order to get that free gift, you would need to go to www.maxinefreegift.com. Again, the free gift is 7 strategies to be purpose-driven in your career. And in order to get the free gift, you need to go to www.maxinefreegift.com. maxinefreegift.com, and you can go there and sign up and get your free gift.
I want to thank each and every one of you for being here on this day. And I hope that this encouraged you and inspired you, because you are not buried, you are planted. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Liz Hoop. I'm the owner of Hoop Cares LLC, and I'm here to talk to you today about how to find your niche market. Your company's niche market is going to be this specific area in your target audience where you position yourself as the expert. It's also where you're going to focus the majority of marketing efforts for your product and services, and where you can really differentiate your company from your competitors. It's the space where you really, really shine, bringing value and providing something that no one else can do as well. Now, nailing your niche is the best way to gain a competitive edge against other companies. Whether you're a consultant, a small business owner, or an entrepreneur, there is always competition. And the best way to beat your competition, be the leader in your domain. Your niche, because of your expertise, your unique skill set, your services. That's also the reason why potential clients should buy your product or services over someone else's. Finding a niche also helps you grow your expertise in a specific area within your industry. Not only does this benefit your business, but it also helps filter out prospects that aren't a good fit. Once your niche is defined, only relevant prospects come forward because it's clear that your business is right for them. Now, you say, well, how do I discover my niche? Well, let's start with figuring out what is your niche. What is your passion? Some examples of niches would be things like handmade items, or pet food, or pet owners, or trendy t-shirts, or eco-friendly products, or beauty products, or gadgets, other trending products. Make a list of 10 things that interest you and are your passion areas. Do that first. Do that immediately. You may look at things like conscientious consumers. You know, maybe you're good at helping people find bargains. Maybe that's your niche. Health and wellness. Health and wellness is a huge business. Everybody is concerned about their health. They're concerned about wellness. And think about the last couple of years. What have we been through? What's been more on people's minds than anything ever before? Think about that too as you go along with, what about traveling? Do you have a unique way of travel? Maybe you're a backpacker. You like to travel by backpack, and it's economical and you can do it. There are people out there who want to know how to do that as well. That's something else that you could do as a niche market. Think about online courses. Maybe you're good at instruction. Maybe you're good at teaching. What about putting together an online course on a topic that would be of interest to others that you could offer? That would make another niche. What about virtual assistant? I mean, so many people these days work from home, or they're small business owners, and they find themselves working long days because they have no one to help them. What if, as a virtual assistant, you could help them? Take some of the load off of them, and you could spend an hour with one client, an hour with another, and you set your own schedule. So what about something like that? That's an awesome idea. Okay. In fact, really and truly, if anybody wants to be a virtual assistant, I could use one today. Also, what about cybersecurity consultant? Nowadays, more and more and more and more people are getting hacked. They either get hacked through their phones, through their computers. They're being hacked through social media. What about becoming a cybersecurity consultant? You could do that. And companies like Microsoft might look at hiring you, or Google. Hey, you never know. What about a social media manager? Maybe there's a company out there that wants to have a social media presence, but they really don't want to hire someone full-time to provide that service for them or to do that job for them. What if they could outsource it to you? And you're really good at managing social media for companies. You could take on several clients, stay very busy, make you some money, and manage social media sites for different companies. What about freelance writer? There's still, even though they're not as much in print anymore, there's still newspapers and magazines out there. Most everything's digital now, and they're always looking for writers. You could always do freelance writing in those arenas as well. So think about, what is it that you could do that you would enjoy doing, and you could do that and make yourself money and own your own business. Don't be just a nice to have company, but be a place where your customers need your product to be successful. Like I mentioned, the virtual assistant. There's many busy business owners who could use an assistant, but they can't afford to hire somebody full-time or even part-time. But they can afford to hire someone like yourself who can work an hour here and an hour there for them, and they can pay you. And you can build up a client base yourself doing just that job. So test your ideas, test the market. Is there a market in your area? Do you have the resources necessary to pull off starting a business like that? The business that you have in mind? Do you have the resources to help you to get there? Ask trusted colleagues and friends about your ideas. Tell them what your idea is and ask them, do they see it as something that someone would utilize, or do they think you're wasting your time? Have one-on-one conversations, and even do idea extraction service sessions with your target market. See if you could set up what they call a town hall meeting in your area with people, especially of your target market. Do a focus group study. See what makes sense for you. What makes sense in your area? What's your passion? What do you enjoy doing? Because that, my friend, is your niche. You're not going to want to do something that you don't enjoy, because you will dread it. And you will end up quitting and not being successful. And the key here is, you're wanting to start a business. Everybody wants to be successful when they start a business. People are going to watch you. So why not do what drives you, what you're passionate about? So once you've identified, your target market, search the core, search forums. Use something like Quora. It will help you to, you can look at the forums. You can see what kind of questions people are asking. You can also see what kind of pain points are coming up. You know, what's people's pain? What's causing them their most pain? Look at what are the pros and cons of the niche market that you're looking to get into. Do your pros outweigh your cons, or your cons outweigh your pros? Obviously, you want to do what has the most pros in it and figure out how to resolve the cons. Look at your competition. How much competition is there in what you're trying to do? And what can you do to set yourself apart from them, to make yourself different? That's another key. How do I differentiate my product and service from my competition? Maybe there's a way you can personalize it, make it more you, more unique. Then how are you going to market it? How are you going to market this idea that you have? How are you going to get your name out there? My friends, start with a logo. Have someone, if you're not a graphic designer, have someone design you a logo, and don't pay a lot of money for it. You can get a graphic designer to do your a logo. There's companies out there that do this all day long for a living, and you can get something as cheap as $10. And it will be a nice logo. It doesn't show that you only paid $10 for it. And once it's created, then you have the file given to you so that you can utilize it for all your needs with your logo. Once you've gotten your logo done, of course, you're going to want some business cards. You're going to want to get your name out there. How are you going to do that? As far as are you going to advertise? Are you going to run ads on social media? Are you going to utilize your network of friends and family? Are you going to use a network of people that you may be acquainted with, business acquaintances, people who know you and can give you referrals? That's who you want helping you get started. What tools will you use? Will you use social media? Are you going to need print ads? Are you going to need print materials? Think about those types of things, because that's another cost you'll have associated with starting your business. And is it just going to be you? Or are you going to need employees? Are you going to hire people? Or are you going to contract people? Contract labor is a much easier way to go, and much less stress on you and much less stress on your budget. Because you won't, if they're not employees, then you're not having to deal with things like payroll taxes. So if you can get contract labor, at least for the start, then maybe you should think about that. If you're going to need laborers at all. Again, like I said, find your niche. Find what makes you passionate. Find what makes you want to get up in the morning and go to work. Find what you want to do that you're good at. What will make you stand out? What product will you have that people need that not everyone else is offering? Because face it, if you offer something that everybody else is offering, your chances are going to be more difficult in getting business. And remember this key too. People buy from people they like. So you got to be approachable and likable. I hope this has helped you. I want to wish you much success in whatever endeavor you decide to take on. And if you have any questions or you'd like to connect with me, I invite you to do so. I'm on Facebook as Liz Hoop. I also have a Facebook business page, Hoop Cares LLC. You can also find me on Instagram and on LinkedIn. And I hope, again, that this has helped you in some way and that you are able to find your market and get yourself going. Thank you and have a great afternoon and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Hello and welcome. Today we are going to cover Powerful and Healthy, the 5-step formula to create breakthrough transformation in your health and in your life. Now is the time, okay? It is completely possible for you. Even if you've tried everything before in the past and failed, now it is completely possible. So 50% of the time, the first sign of a heart attack is the heart attack. 2,300 people die every day of heart disease. That's one person every 38 seconds. But the good news is that our lifestyle and environment account for 90 to 95% of most chronic illnesses and the symptoms that come before them. So who is this for? If you're a woman and you're feeling overwhelmed, if you don't know what to do or where to start, this is for you. If you have any thoughts around not knowing or not thinking that you can do this, or that you're broken or there's something wrong with you, that's not true. This is for you. If you're just lacking focus, you need accountability, or needing to be able to be consistent with your health, this is for you as well. And if you have any fears about what's currently going on in your health, maybe you recently went to the doctor and they just gave you more medications, and right now you fear where things will go if your health is not addressed. This is for you. It is absolutely your time. That's for you, okay? So it's my time, it's your time. And I'm here to come in and be a part of your support system in your journey as you are becoming healthy and powerful in all areas of your life. So who am I? I'm Dr. Alicia Newsome. I am married. I have 2 children. I'm a doctor. I'm a functional medicine doctor. So that means that I get to the root cause of your issues. And I'm an entrepreneur, and I am born and raised from Kansas City. So one thing that I love to do is I love to go swimming, because it's just a time for me to be able to get in the water, relax, whether it's at the beach or whether that's in the swimming pool. It's just something that I love to do. It's good exercise, but it's also for me just super relaxing. So for me, the reason why I do what I do is because without your health, you cannot do anything else. The car, the vacation, your business, your family, these things cannot truly be enjoyed without your health. So that's why I'm here, to help you be powerful and healthy in all areas of your life. And for me, I just can't sit back anymore as people are continually fed misinformation about what's going on in healthcare. And it's important for me that you have a safe place and a safe space to ask questions, get answers, and truly understand what's happening in your body. So that's why I'm here, to help you and to guide you. And it's absolutely my life's passion. So for me, there was a day that my life really changed, and when I knew that I needed to make a change in my life and in my health. I was going through a divorce, recently filed bankruptcy, and I was a single mom. I had 2 little girls, 2 toddlers. At that time, I was depressed, I was overweight, I was anxious all the time, and I was also exhausted. I'd go to friends' houses and sit down, and my kids are running around and I'm asleep. I was so tired all the time, and I had so many health issues that were really just holding me back. And then I got to a point that I decided no more. I had to make a change in my life. And now I've been able to create multiple 6-figure businesses. I've been able, and that's due to the increase of my energy and my health. I've been able to lose weight, keep it off. I'm remarried now. I have a wonderful husband, marks all the checks, all the boxes off my list that I had, and my kids are thriving. So it's something that I want to help other women do, is be able to bring yourself out of a very dark place and be able to have and experience the life that you really came here to live. So we're going to talk about the 5-step formula to create breakthrough transformations in your health and in your life. So step number 1, okay, this is step number 1 of 5. And step number 1 is identify your blind spots, okay? So what you got to do is first acknowledge that others may see things that you don't. Be humble enough to receive feedback without getting defensive, And you must be honest with how you feel. One word examples would be, I feel sad, I feel happy, I feel angry. That's how you feel. And you must be honest with what you're thinking about yourself and others and life. And acknowledge how these thoughts and these current behaviors are really impacting your life. Sometimes you may have feelings of, I'm always alone. Nothing in life always, things in life don't always work out for me. I'm not good enough. So acknowledge those thoughts and then how you're showing up, and then give yourself some grace. Then get centered in what the truth is, that you are more than enough, that all things are working out for your good, that you are fully supported by all of life. So for me, when I hit rock bottom, I was a bankrupt single mom leaving a really bad marriage. I realized that I had some healing to do, and I also needed to take care of my 2 children. And I had to be real with myself. There was a lot of things that I needed to learn. And I had to take responsibility for my whole life, especially the areas where I played a role in creating my own pain and my own struggles. I had my own baggage to be accountable for, and I had to be honest with the shame and the guilt that I felt, the distrust that I had in men and in others, which really often caused me to show up oftentimes in life as a superwoman and never ask for help. I simply didn't trust others to get things done for me. I also had to deal with my distrust in God. Does God really have my back? Does life have my back? Then I had to take responsibility for how I was living life with a wall up, and how living with that wall up was really blocking me from having the things that I wanted in my life. I had to gain my confidence back so I could be comfortable in my own skin, own all of who I am, and walk forward in life with grace and with power. So Jessica, she was a client of mine that desperately wanted to find a man of her dreams. She had already been married once, and at the same time, she kept saying that she never wanted to get married again because now she believed marriage was a made-up, religious, political institution, and there really was no point in getting married at all. Now, not getting married may work for some, but not for her. The issue was that she was still bleeding from her ex-husband cheating on her, and she had some church hurt too, and she did not want to, and she did want to get married again, but she wanted it to be in a healthy marriage at the same time. So for her words and her actions just simply weren't lining up with what she really wanted, and therefore she was just out there haphazardly dating men, hoping things would somehow align. So the point is, and why I'm telling you this story is because you may feel overwhelmed in life. The reasons why I'm telling you this story is because you must identify your blind spots. Be honest with where you are at, how you feel, and take responsibility for your actions, and know your actions are really determining what you're going to have in life. And also be humble enough to receive feedback from others. So the point is, and one thing I want you to take away from this is get centered in the truth, okay? Ask for feedback from people that are really able to see your blind spots, because oftentimes we can't see what's going on in our life. We need someone to objectively come in and look at things, and that is very helpful. So I want you to pull out a pen and paper and just write out a few things, okay? Write out 3 things in your life that are not working. Write out how you feel about them, like a 1-word example. I feel angry, I feel frustrated, I feel sad. And then what are you making this mean about yourself? Is it that things never go your way, or I'm always alone, or I'm not good enough? And then what is the truth? The truth is maybe you are fully supported by life. All things are working out for your good. You are more than enough. So the thing is that you cannot see the label of can while you're inside the can. But now when you understand your blind spots, this is where breakthrough takes place. This is where you can have a faster transformation. When you identify your blind spots, now you can become a different person. Now your skin can glow. People look at you and see something different. They don't know what it is. They may not know what it is, but they know something is different. So all my training has brought me to this moment where I can serve. And I believe this is the highest level of service that I can give. I know that anybody and everyone can get better if they want to do the work. So as a doctor and success coach, I help clients every day identify their blind spots so that they can experience breakthrough and transformation in their lives so that they can have a brighter future and really create something that otherwise just simply would not exist. So I'm gonna leave you with a quote: forgive yourself for your faults and your mistakes and move on. That's by Les Brown. So step 2 of 5, to overcome past failures and create breakthrough transformation. So this step is create your vision. So let's let go. Some of the steps that you need to do are to let go of the expectations and desires other people have for your life. Get super clear on what you want. How does it look? How does it feel, smell, taste, sound? And then identify what your life would look like if you already have these things in your life. Who would you be? What would you be doing? What would you have? And then get in that same emotional vibration as what you're wanting to create, as if you've already had it. So when I decided to get out and start dating again after my divorce, I had to get super clear on the type of man that I wanted to bring into my life and the life of my children. And it really didn't matter what others wanted for me or what they thought was best. I had to not only envision what he was like, I had to envision what our life looked like, how it felt when he touched me, what our home looked like with our children laughing and playing in the backyard or playing sports, what it looked like when I cooked dinner for my family in my big, beautiful kitchen. I got super clear and detailed, then made sure that my energy matched what I wanted, like I already had it. I also had to eliminate any relationships that did not line up with what my heart really wanted. So I had to get rid of a few people. I met my husband outside of a popsicle shop while we were both on vacation in the Dominican Republic. Well, at that time, he lived in Arizona and I lived in Kansas City at that time. People told me long distance would never work. So I stayed in the emotional vibration of what I really wanted. So he was a pretty good guy. Well, 3 months later, one of my clients asked me to travel to Arizona every 3 weeks. A year later, we were engaged and then married shortly after. J.K. Rowling is the author of Harry Potter, and she was rejected by all major British publishers. She was also in an abusive marriage, had a young daughter, and was going through a divorce. But despite adversity, she held a clear vision of what she had for her books. And now the Harry Potter empire is valued at $15 billion. So the reason why I'm telling you this is, and I tell you this story because you must create your vision. You get to decide, and you get to decide now, not later, but now. The opinions of others does not matter. So dream big, get super clear, then get in the receiving position, okay? Other things that are important to think about is don't be a people pleaser. Live in your truth. Don't betray yourself in order to make others happy. And all that magic and manifestation happens when your thoughts, your words, your energy, and your actions are in alignment with your core values and your beliefs. So right now on that same piece of paper, write out your top 2 goals for the next 3 years. What does it look like? What does that feel like? Really, when you create a vision for your life, it gives you clarity and conviction. You can get super clear, and with the right resources, go after it and achieve it and receive it. But you have to create the crystal clear vision first. So Oprah Winfrey says, you get in life what you have the courage to ask for. Step 3, to dominate in life and in health, okay? And I want you to be able to do this without sacrificing your faith or your family. So this step is your boss lady blueprint for life, business, and health. So you need a blueprint for all areas of your life, a boss lady blueprint, okay? One for your life, one for your business, and one for your health. Just as if you were going to build a house, you would need a blueprint. Just like if you were going on a road trip, the directions are your blueprint. So you definitely need one. And since you are a boss lady, you need a boss lady blueprint, okay? So health is the area I've spent my time from an education perspective. It's where I've spent my time in the industry. It's what I've studied, and it's the clients I work with every single day. So it's very near and dear to my heart. And what I've learned is without this, without health, every other area of your life gets disrupted. Your flow, your creativity, your energy levels, brain fog, all this happens. Sometimes you become overwhelmed and you don't know what to do. So you have lack of focus. And some of these things happen, not for everybody, but it may be happening for you. So steps to creating a boss lady blueprint. Those are identify the impact your symptoms are having on you, like not being able to lose weight, fatigue, infertility, painful periods, moodiness, not having energy at the end of the day. And then identify the impact these issues are having on your life. And then be real with yourself. Get proper, adequate testing that looks at the root cause, that goes beyond normal blood work. Get with a functional medicine doctor who's going to look beyond the normal standard labs and get a full picture of what's actually happening inside of your body. And then address your health issues like your life depends on it, because it does. So as a teenager, I struggled with really bad acne and had asthma. I was put on birth control to regulate my hormonal issues and acne. I didn't know this was not only masking the problem, but it was creating more issues for me later to suffer with the depression, heavy periods, fertility issues, all types of brain fog, and just being exhausted all the time. So luckily, I was able to find a holistic approach that uncovered the dysregulation in my gut, imbalances in my brains and hormones that really affected my ability to lose weight and keep it off. I was able to strategically address the toxins that had accumulated in my body that had created inflammation in my body, which decreased my energy, my ability to focus, and really just my ability to feel sane overall. So Adrienne, she was a client of mine, and Adrienne was a busy mom and she was a high-level executive. Life was good. Then hormonal challenges hit her. She was exhausted, had trouble losing weight, didn't feel like herself anymore, low sex drive, and skin issues. Some of you out there are dealing with these same issues right now. You did not do anything wrong. You got up every day doing what you're supposed to do. Then somehow your body started changing on you. And now some of you are tired at the end of the day when you're finished with work to really do the things that are important to you. So the reason why I'm telling you this story is because you must operate within the blueprint for your body and your health. Get proper assessments, even if you have to write the checks yourself. A lot of times insurance doesn't cover these things. So you're going to have to invest in your health in a way that you may have never done before so that you can address the root cause. So what I want you to take away from this is that without your health, you can't be there for your kids, your husband, and your family the way that you really want to be. Healthy women build healthy families and communities. We are the leaders, and we are the ones that our family and friends depend on. And we absolutely must take care of ourselves. So on that same piece of paper, because I hope that you're listening to me right now, okay? Because you are a boss lady, and a boss lady has a boss lady blueprint, okay? So let's do an assignment. Maybe it's time for you to do your boss lady blueprint. Maybe it's time for you to modify your boss lady blueprint. Maybe it's time for you to revamp what you already have. Are you modifying it? Are you following it? Let's talk about that. Now let's write on this piece of paper, on a scale from 1 to 10, what are your energy levels? What would your life look like if you had more energy, if you were able to focus more, if you were able to get more done in less time? I spent my whole adult life working on and understanding the science behind health. I prepared for it in my teens, and I spent my whole adult life living this. There's a lot that goes behind the science of health, but let me just say some problems that I know women have, okay? And I know this to be true. I see women with fibroids, painful cycles, can't lose weight, trouble sleeping, digestive problems. But in the time that I have with you right now via this assignment, okay, I just want to say that I know the principles that work, and I want you to be a part of the blueprint, okay? You know you need a blueprint. You know that your body's not exactly like everyone else, and you need something created specifically for you. You might be struggling with painful menstrual cycles, moodiness. You might have thyroid issues, low energy, trouble losing weight. You might be dealing with these issues. There's something abnormal going on in your body. You feel it, you know it, but if you do something about it, here you can have more energy at the end of the day, lose weight, burn fat, better sleep, more peace, more productivity, more mental clarity. Helping you get there is just another way for me to serve, and I love doing that. So I want to do a blueprint for your health. If you do nothing else, I'm going to ask you all, go on the journey, take your health to another level. If you're really, really good, you're going to get a little bit better, okay? If you're weak, you'll become strong. Now, I know all of this stuff, and I know that you can get better. I know everybody can get better, and I know what to do. And I'm still on a journey. I refuse to be the unhealthy doctor giving health advice. I am doing this every single day, finding what's the next best thing to increase energy, balance hormones, and to lose weight naturally and easily, to get better sleep, to effectively remove toxins from my body. So when you roll with me and you allow me to create a blueprint for you, you're going to learn, know, and receive what is on the cutting edge of research and science, and you're going to get better and feel better. So I know you have heard this before, but I'm going to say it again because it still rings true. Your health is your wealth, and without it, nothing else matters. So step 4 of 5, take massive action. Create your yearly 90-day, monthly, and weekly goals. Stop doing anything else that doesn't align with your current goals. If there are still activities that you're doing that do not line up, then reevaluate your goals. But if you're clear on your goals, stop doing anything that doesn't align with your current goals. Each week, at the beginning of each week, pick one goal for each day of the week. And then each day, assign yourself just 3 tasks that you can take on and accomplish each day, okay? And then delegate anything that's outside of your zone of genius, okay? And your zone of genius is your area of where work, it doesn't feel like work. It just comes very natural to you. It brings you joy. Delegate everything else if you're able to, okay? And that place where you are more creative and more productive, that's where you really want to be. The goal is to get you to that place where you do not need a vacation from your life. So just begin delegating anything that's outside of that zone of genius. And remember to celebrate your wins and don't apologize for your success. I used to be scattered all over the place and feel like I was busy all the time, but not really getting much done. My life was hectic and I was exhausted all the time. I would start projects and then I would never finish them. Now people ask me, how do you get so much done in such little time? It's my health. My health is a big part of that. But the other part is strategy. I have learned to plan my days in a way that provides structure, productivity, and really give me massive freedom to enjoy my life at the same time. I do what I love and I delegate and plan for the rest. And things get done, things simply get done around me. So Tyler Perry had one goal, one play. He put all his focus there. No matter how many times he was rejected or people did not show up, he kept focusing on that one goal. In 1992, he saved his money to rent out a place, and he expected 1,200 people to show up to his play. 30 people showed, and he knew every single one of them. But he kept going, focusing on his one goal for years. And as you know, Tyler Perry has a massive empire now. But he first focused on that one goal. Then he expanded one goal at a time. The point is, and the reason why I'm telling you this story is because you must take massive action in alignment with your goals. Do not allow yourself to get distracted and pulled in multiple directions. Say no to things that do not align with your goals and keep it simple and structured. So takeaways and things that I want you to take home from this is get super clear on your goals and just do that. Delegate the things you do not enjoy doing, and then keep taking action and remember to celebrate your success. So with that same piece of paper, write down one goal for this week. Then write down 3 tasks you can do tomorrow to get closer to accomplishing that goal. Look at what can you delegate and where can you ask for guidance or help. So Tony Robbins says the path to success is to take massive, determined action. Now here's our last step, okay? Step 5, support system. So invest in being held accountable to grow and hit your goals. Get with others who have been where you are and have proven systems to help you achieve what you want to achieve. And stay connected to your tribe. So I have spent a big portion of my life being super self-sufficient, strong, independent woman. I have been also a broke, bankrupt, depressed single mom. For me, creating a support system was fundamental to my own success because I simply cannot do everything on my own. And I have to have people around me who can support me, advise me, hold me accountable, cheer me on. So Denise is a client of mine, and Denise had dreams of starting her own consulting business, but she was always getting in her own way. Life kept happening and she didn't have the tools, guidance, or support that she needed to really get her business off the ground or get her health in order. So we created a tribe. Denise is a part of that tribe, and being able to get advice, support, accountability from other like-minded women has finally given her the motivation, strength, and the fire under her that she needed to get going. Her website is up and launched. She's currently taking clients and has a plan in place to leave her 9-to-5. She also has way more energy because she was able to use our resources to really address her health issues once and for all. And there's nothing more powerful on this earth than being with powerful, like-minded women who are supporting and encouraging each other. So the reason why I'm telling you the story is because you must have a support group. You can get more done with the support network, and it's important to allow yourself to be supported by other like-minded women. Allow that support to come in. You were created to be in community. Sometimes just being in the room with other powerful women can inspire you enough to meet your goals. So the thing I want you to take away from this is that you can create transformation in your health and your life by being a part of a community. And this is what I'm creating right now. It's a community and it's for you. And we can help you and also help you get what you need, okay? So I want you to go ahead, look at your piece of paper and look back at what's not working for you. Look back at your top 2 goals and then write down what's stopping you from achieving these goals on your own. You might be thinking, am I going to stick to this? Oh my goodness, all this can be overwhelming. How can I do this and everything else? You may be thinking that. So I want you to know that I'm going to be here to help you along the way, to tell you exactly what to do, to give you a shortcut and a simple plan so you don't have to waste time and can bypass mistakes. when you get the assignments, we do it together. That's the way that I work with people. We do things together because it's much easier when you do it that way. So a group of folks, we have when there's a group of folks and we have the same trials and tribulations, some of you have kids, busy careers, partners, aging parents. I can understand this, but the center of it all, there's one common denominator between all of it. Do you want to know what that common denominator is? It's you. So let's take care of you first, because together we can better help you better identify your blind spots, create your vision, design your boss lady blueprint, and take massive action. Together, we can have your goals. You can reach your goals faster. And your vision may actually become even bigger. And all of this will help your life be even better. So Dr. Maya Angelou says, when we know better, do better. And I just want to remind you that healthy women create healthy families and communities. So one thing that I have is it's an academy. It's a mastermind group. We have live events, virtual roundtables, retreats, powerful and healthy jumpstart program. This is all being created now just for you. And right now, if you'd like to learn more about it, it hasn't opened up at this time, but join my mailing list, okay? I also have a free gift for you, okay? Go over to powerfulandhealthyblueprint.com, download your free gift, and once we open everything up for membership, you will be on our mailing list and you will be able to receive this information. So thank you so much for being here with me today. Thank you for doing the assignments. Thank you for doing the work. Thank you for investing your time and energy. I am Dr. Alicia Newsom. Thank you.
Imagine you are standing on home plate, bat in hand. The pitcher throws the ball. You swing and hit the ball so hard and so far. You hear glass break and a car alarm goes off. The crowd cheers. Your teammates go crazy. You hit that home run out of the park. Now, even though you may or may not like baseball, how many of you have hit home runs and strikeouts in your life? Charles Swindoll said, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% of how you react to it. I believe baseball is like the game of life. We may swing and miss, but it really is about how do we react? Do we keep swinging and swinging and swinging, getting madder and madder? Or do we step back, regroup, and step up again and visualize success? Today, I will talk to you about the games that are impeding our life, the game that will elevate your value and help you shift, and some steps in my elevation framework. And I love acronyms, so the word GAME is the word of the day. Today, I will tell you that I am grinning about my extraordinary life. But I wasn't always this happy. Actually, life has been really a struggle. Please let me share my story. I was working hard in corporate day in and day out. I was giving all my energy and effort for 7 years. And it was February of 2016. Now, in 2009, 7 years prior, I started this job with a personal goal that I would be promoted to a vice president in 5 years. But as I mentioned, we're working on 7 years. And every year they would tell me, man, you knocked it out of the park. You are doing awesome. I wasn't seeing any recognition for my efforts. As a matter of fact, I was getting annoyed and mentally exhausted. How many of you have felt exhaustion at some point in time in your life? So you know what I mean. But this day in February of 2016 felt different. That day, my supervisor, Pitbull Patty, called me into her office. She was always smartly dressed, hair pulled back in a bun, reading glasses attached to a chain hanging around her neck. But did you ever have a manager who could cut your heart out with a knife and then serve it back to you on a platter with a smile? That was her. Even the men feared her, but they respected her. So she called me into her office. I'm prancing down the hall thinking, this is it. Finally, I'm going to get my elevation. You would have thought I won the lottery. I was smiling ear to ear. But when I walked into her office, Pitbull Patty looked like Pitiful Patty. Now, even though she was mean, she was an ally, a mentor, and a friend, which made this conversation just as difficult for her to deliver as it was for me to receive it. My road to the executive level at this company was coming to an end. Instead of being elevated, I was being terminated due to a multi-year downsizing project. Now, I thought I was the bomb.com, but apparently I was generally a mediocre employee because it didn't offer me any relocation, reassignment, nothing. I'm sitting there in shock. As a matter of fact, I tried to get up, but I felt dizzy and I had to sit right back down. I could feel my heart beating faster. My forehead was starting to throb. I couldn't hear a word she was saying. I was just thinking, oh my God, I can't believe this. First, it was my mindset. Had I been lied to all these years, maybe I wasn't a stellar employee. Maybe I was just mediocre. I'm thinking next, maybe I should have just went to law school like my parents wanted me to. But it would have been a struggle because that wasn't my dream nor my strengths. And my lifestyle. I had bills to pay. I had a mortgage. I had some money saved, but who knows how long I'd be out of work. I could hear Pitiful Patty still mumbling things about COBRA and unemployment benefits, but I just had to leave. I had to get out of there, get away from this company that just threw me to the curb like a bag of trash. Have you ever heard that, had that feeling, not being appreciated, not feeling wanted? So I went home and I'm thinking, do I need to call my lawyer? Were there any points of bias, being unethical, discriminatory behavior that I might have a lawsuit based on what they did? But instead, I just cried and cried and made a different call. I made a call to re-examine my life. I realized that I had been giving all my energy and effort. I was grumbling all mornings and evenings about what I did and did not receive during these 7 years. And I was generally annoyed and mentally exhausted. All of this was impeding my progress. And actually, this forced exit was a gift and a monumental event. Because I wasn't really crying about what I lost, but also there was emotion about the endless opportunities, and being able to step back from the plate, regroup, step up again, and visualize success, where I was generating actions, manifesting elevation that would generate and gain a meaningful, extraordinary life. I left my job in June of 2016. I took some time off, reflected on what I did right and what I may have done wrong. I started my LLC Appeal to help other and guide ambitious-minded employees like myself and help them elevate their value. And it was 15 months later that I finally found a job that matched my skills and ambitions. And my lesson that I learned was that I was letting curveballs, other people's thoughts, words, and actions force me into a game that wasn't fun and that I couldn't win. But at my new job, I shifted my game, shifted my goals, shifted my activities, shifted my mindset, shifted my expectation. And I started to see inclusion of my work, hear words of recognition. And I'm excited to say that in January of 2022, less than 5 years later at this job, I was promoted to an executive level position. And that's why I am grinning about my extraordinary life. My question to you is, what game are you playing? Are you grumbling because you're not where you want to be? Are you annoyed and exhausted? Are your performance conversations disappointed? Are you polite to everyone? And while some will smile back and celebrate you, there are others that behind their smiles may be haters, hoarders, and hidden agendas. How many of you are ready to generate actions manifesting elevation? Raise your hand if you are ready. And I will share with you 4 steps that helped me so that they can help you shift your game to elevate your value so that you can hit it out of the park every single time. Now grab your pens and paper so that you can write these down. First, get up with purpose, passion, and positivity. A 2017 statistics says that on average, 150,000 people die every day worldwide. And I'm sure with COVID, that number, of course, has gotten larger. The fact that you woke up this morning gives you a chance to make a change. Whatever you didn't do yesterday, you can try it again today. And stop dwelling on yesterday. It is gone. What you have is today. And attitude beats aptitude every single time. Let me share with you a few ways that you can get up with purpose, power, and positivity. First is have a clear mind in the morning. And I have a journal. It's called Good Days and Bad Days. I reflect on the day, whether it was good or bad. And at the bottom, I write one word that will uplift me for the next day. Next are affirmations. Affirmations squash the feeling of self-doubt. Psychologists say that affirmations are used to reprogram the subconscious mind, and that can have significant impact on events, what you do and how you do them. What I have actually hanging in my bathroom to motivate me in the morning is this affirmation. It says, I am. I'm proud of who I am. I am made of a special mold. God gave me a special gift, created me in a special soul. for all the good things I can be, for the master plan God created me. Now, I don't even know how long I've had that because I've moved so many times. I just take it down and hang it up in the next place. And sometimes, if I'm not waking up in the best mood, I am dreading something already that's going to happen at work, this helps me. Two other things many people love to do are meditation and exercise. So pick whatever one you'd like. Number 2 is assemble a board of advisors. And we'll call them mentors, sponsors, coaches, supporters, but each person has a role. Mentors share what they've learned with you. Sponsors talk about you when you're not in the room. Coaches will guide you, but allow you to make your own decisions. And supporters will cheer you on no matter what you do, but always offer true feedback. I remember when I was laid off from my job in 2016, one of my good friends said to me, "You should have left that job years ago." And I'm like, well, why didn't you tell me that years ago? But you need all types of people surrounding you. But what you have to watch out for are those who may be blockers in your life. I realized I had a supporter that was actually a blocker. But more recently, I had a mentor who was clearly a sponsor. She was talking about me when I wasn't in the room. She advocated for me. Definitely know who you have in your corner and make sure you fill the gaps. I always tell people when they're working on their board of advisors, there are 3 different categories. Those who are similar to you, and similarity can be whatever you want it to be. Those who are where you are, current, same role, industry, etc. And then there are those who are where you want to be. And that may be higher in the industry that you're in, or maybe you are looking to transition into something else. Number 3, make yourself visible, vocal, and valued. You have to own it. You have to step into rooms where possibly there is no one there that looks like you, thinks like you, or speaks like you. And we have to fight those inner voices that keep us mute, motionless, and hidden. We have to stand strong and communicate eloquently and confidently. 2 acronyms I love. First, ROI, return on intellect. We are educated. We have experience. We just need to be in places to be exposed to influencers and influencees. Another acronym I created from when I talk to many people about their resumes and how they show up in paper and in person. I ask them, do you pivot? And pivot is provide improvement, value, or transformation in your organization. How are your ideas being implemented? Has there been a shift in processes because you spoke up and challenged the status quo? That is how you elevate. I know I've been making sure I speak up more in meetings. Confucius say, the man who asks a question is a fool for a minute. The man who does not ask is a fool for life. So I suck up the fact that someone may mumble under their breath when I open my mouth to ask a question. But the expansion of my knowledge will help with my elevation, and it can do the same for you. And last, the E's, these are non-negotiable. Elevation will only happen with energy and execution. You must carry out your plans, but it's tough. It takes a lot of energy. It takes energy to do things differently, to get out of your own way, to stop striking out. If you are ready to elevate, go to www.eac-appeal.com. eac-appeal.com. And a pop-up will allow you to access 4 free downloads. And I want you to focus in on the one called 8 Ways to Supercharge Your Motivation. This document has some of the actions I've described earlier and other small steps to take that will give you great value. Today, I've shared my thoughts about the games that are impeding our progress, a way to shift a game that will elevate your success, and 4 steps of my elevation framework. I am Elizabeth Dr. E. Carter, PhD, your corporate elevation strategist. I equip ambitious women of color with strategies to be visible, vocal, and valued so that they can elevate their opportunities in the workplace. Reach out to me through my website or Instagram handle of EAC Appeal. And you won't have to imagine hitting the ball out of the park and hearing the crowd cheer. You'll be able to shift your game to one where you can win, and the cheers are real. Shift your game to elevate your value. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Dr. Josephine Harris. You can call me Dr. Joe. I am a mental health expert. I am the CEO of Common Minds and Grace Empowerment Life Coach, an international psychologist serving Seoul Counseling Center in South Korea since 2018. Now let's talk mental health. Now think about it. Everyone has problems. Everyone has issues. It's all a part of life. It's the way we deal with it, the way we manage these issues that matters. And what we decided to do about it. So the easy way to start this journey is by talking about it. Mental health versus mental illness. Mental health is a state of well-being in which individuals realize their own abilities can cope with normal stress in life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to contribute to their own community. Now, mental illness is a recognized medically diagnosable illness that results in the significant impairment of individual cognitive, affective, or relational abilities. Now, mental health disorders result from biological, developmental, and psychosocial factors can be approachable compared to those applied to physical disease. For instance, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, rehabilitation. Now, because these terms are often used interchangeable, warning signs are often overlooked. In fact, the term mental health applies that the absence of illness or disorder, but there are a lot of ways that people can be mentally healthy or ill, just like there are many ways to be physically healthy or unwell. Think about it. Both mental health and mental illness are the states of being that are on a spectrum. And somehow this misunderstanding can be problematic and sometimes leading us into sometimes overlook the signs that someone needs help. Now, I was doing a lot of research and I came across the Center of Disease Control, which suggested that many individuals with poor health, mental health, have not been formally diagnosed with mental illness. Also, many people who do not have a diagnosis of mental illness can experience periods of physical, mentally, socially well-being. And you know, people with psychological condition can change over time, and their issues can be triggered by events, circumstances, situation. Both can be large, both can be small. And a lack of understanding or mischaracterization of mental health problems can discourage people from getting the needed help or the needed treatment that they need. And this can be like a blurry lines between health and disease can cause people to misjudge, dismiss, or even stigmatize those who have a mental illness. One of the things it is important that we understand what these two terms mean, given the prevalence of mental illness throughout the world. And one of the things I had researched in dealing with mental illness and mental health, and as a mental health professional, is that the World Health Organization, WHO, reports that mental, neurological, and substance use disorder make up, 10% of the global burden of this disease and 30% of the non-fatal disease burden. In this study, they showed all sites, and it shows and it points out that 800,000 individuals die by suicide each year, and about 20% of the world's children and adolescents have dealt with mental health disorder, such as depression, which affects 262 million people worldwide. Think about it. Mental health does not always indicate an ongoing illness. For example, like if someone has the flu, we would not say they are currently physically healthy. Instead, we might say they are sick, they are ill. Similarly, people can have a temporary bout of mental illness, like depression after death of a loved one, depression after termination from a job. They might have anxiety after getting into an accident in a car, or anxiety of having trauma. And both of these are parallel or similar, are chronic physical and mental illness. But some people have mild cases and function fairly normal. Others can be disabled and struggle in their daily lives. Some individuals may do well to do day to day, and others may not. In fact, those who do not understand mental illness or mental health often hold a negative and harmful attitude towards those with psychological issues. These attitudes lead to shame, anger, feelings of worthlessness. In many cases, it has been associated with social stigma, which prevents individuals from seeking professional help. And when I say social stigma, or self-stigma, which can affect individuals who have mental health issues but do not fully understand the concept of mental health and mental illness. And they tend to blame themselves for their condition, which self-stigma can make the condition worse. It can make the condition worse. And I remember a time when I was at a conference and Dr. Christopher Palmer stated that the thing with mental illness, mental health disorder, is that none of them describes the whole person. Although these symptoms might impair their ability to do things others are able to do, they still have areas of strength and skills. Whenever we talk about mental health versus mental illness, always remember this, because the mental disorder does not describe the person as a whole. They have the skills, they have the ability, they have the strength to do things that they are normally doing. So I remember in 2019, the CBC News conducted a Parley detail,
And one of the things they were talking about the American attitude and awareness of mental health issues. And almost 90% of the respondents said that there is some type of stigma or discrimination associated with mental illness in our society. And you know, more than 30% state discrimination and stigma associated with mental illness have decreased over the past 10 years. However, 30% stated that the situation remains unchangeable, and many stated that they understood some of the conditions such as depression, anxiety, PTSD, and so on. And many stated that they knew someone who has not diagnosed with mental disorder. Now, let me tell you, these findings pointed to some of the improvement in understanding attitudes about mental health versus mental illness, but more needs to be done in that area, because like bringing awareness to platforms like this, the Comeback Champion Summit, and dealing with mental health versus mental illness is a very important aspect of our daily life, even with entrepreneur, with 9 to 5 people who work 9 to 5 as well. But more and more people are choosing to be open about their own mental illness. And by speaking out, they show that psychological conditions like anxiety and depression are common and no different than high blood pressure and asthma. Now I want you to think about this. Many efforts to promote mental health have been introduced. Just as individuals are encouraged to improve eating habits, exercising, and seeing a doctor when they are sick or injured, these programs teach mindfulness, stress reduction methods, and gratitude. And many suggest that good physical health is significant to good mental health. And although many are still confused or unaware of the difference between mental health and mental illness, times are certainly changing. Despite other terms becoming more mainstream, there is still much to be done to help people understand that each impact everyone totally different. And one of the things that Dr. Palmer also stated is that we are human and we all are vulnerable to illness, and it's important to see the strength and excellence in every individual, regardless of their mental health status, or try our best to even help them alleviate the stress and when we can. And dealing with the two differences, mental health versus mental illness, is one of the ones that we have to realize that both are important, both are used interchangeable. And again, I know this is a short segment, but I just wanted to give you let's talk about mental health, because that's one of the things that we very rarely talk about, and is one of the things that tends to come up a lot and dealing with a lot of people in the world. And due to COVID, we have a lot of mental illness, and not a lot of mental people went through a lot of things going through when they was on dealing with the COVID, how we had to be isolated from our friends, for our social world. So a lot of the difference in the two is we have to take care of our mental health as well as our mental well-being. So, and again, this is Dr. Joe. I am the mental health expert. Thank you for listening. Thank you, the Comeback Summit. I really appreciate your time. Again, I am Dr. Josephine Harris. You can reach me on all social media as well as I have a blog called Healthy Minds and Hearts. And I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you for listening.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining me on this platform at the Comeback Champion Summit. So glad to join me. My name is Jeff Cade, Healthy Lifestyle Specialist and the award-winning author of the book, Battleground Cancer, Managing Your Mental, Physical, and Spiritual Well-Being for the Fight. I am humbled and honored to be with you today and hopefully to be of service. So my topic today is your health and wellness is key to longevity. The 3-step process to elevating your well-being. But I have a catch there. It's really about the 3 secret ingredients to the recipe of your soul. That's right. We're talking about the mindset, the diet, and exercise. Wouldn't you say that's an incredible meal, right? That we should be having each and every day in our lives. That powerful mindset, great exercise, and a good diet, if you will. Definitely good ingredients to your soul. So, have you ever wondered how chemicals and toxins that we eat and breathe in every day affect our health? And wouldn't you agree that your health and longevity is important? Wouldn't you agree that we can actually do better with our health goals? Yes or yes, right? Well, right now, I want you to give me a virtual high five, and say, I am healthy. So in a moment, I'm going to be sharing positive affirmations using our alphabet to enhance our mindset. Also, possible tips and strategies to promote a healthier lifestyle. But first, I'd like to tell you a little bit about who I am, who Jeff Cade is. Upon graduating with a Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management and Operations, I worked for different Fortune 500 companies in the hospitality industry. And in those capacities, we have sales and food and beverage operations. I also worked in the healthcare sector in the dietary and nutrition department. And climbing that corporate ladder, I also knew I needed to make a pivot. We all have our pivots, right? Well, one pivot for me was to become a co-owner of a healthy restaurant concept. And we focused on high fiber, high protein, low carb meals, no fried foods were served. And it was great being able to, promote a healthier alternative brand and have a brick and mortar. But the biggest purpose was really to educate the marketplace, because we knew America needed a wake-up call, right? How many of you have hit the snooze button with your health, right? You've hit that snooze button. How about pressing the play and the pause on our health? It's so important to understand that your health is your wealth. You can't be an on and off life enthusiast with your health. See, as a healthy lifestyle specialist, I partner and empower people to transform their unhealthy choices into an active, vibrant lifestyle. It's all about our lifestyle, ladies and gentlemen, because health and wellness is a movement. Health and wellness is a movement. When I made another pivot, I knew I also needed to serve in a bigger way, adding more impact and value. And I wanted to stay in the industry. But you know what? What was going up in the mindset and the heart set, I had to make sure I put that on paper. Hence, therefore, I penned the book, Battleground Cancer. And so the foundation of that was because, I lost my parents at a younger age. I lost my father to pancreatic cancer. I lost my mother 6 years later to breast cancer. And I wanted to make sure I shared the story with the world, because I know some of you have lost your loved ones to cancer. I know some of you have possibly or know someone has been touched by cancer. And during that time, in my younger years, it was very challenging. It was devastating. It was traumatic, heartbreaking, of course, to lose my loved ones, especially my parents. They meant the world to me. And of course, I dearly miss them because, without that parental touch and love and guidance, one can be lost. But when you have your creator, the supreme bosses of the universe, you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. And he's always had my back, always. Imagine going into a hospital and you hear the busyness of the hospital. You hear the tones and the bells and everything that you normally hear at a hospital. You see the nurses and the doctors scurrying around. When I went into my father's room, I saw a lot of movement. I heard and saw a lot of different things going on. And imagine your loved one being there and they took their last breath. And then there was silence. And he moved on to spiritual essence, no longer in the physical realm. That really impacted me, of course, as well as my mother, who also had diabetes. So I wanted to share my story and connect, because we have to do better, ladies and gentlemen, with our health. Because you have to ask yourself, why do most people in our country have health challenges? Why don't some people educate themselves on the nutritional content on food and beverage products? You know, which life is better for you, a sedentary lifestyle or active and vibrant lifestyle? I'm going to check the latter, right? The active and vibrant lifestyle. See, you must invest in your health. You must show up for your well-being, because it could be challenging to be in repair mode. Repair mode meaning the things you used to do for a long period of time, and eat and do different things, and drink and smoke and drink and do all the things that we like to do, or maybe you like to do. And all of a sudden, you're repairing, but we can't be in repair mode any longer. COVID has taught us that, right? The pandemic has taught us that. We have to be in prepare mode, because being in prepare mode is more rewarding to our health. And so we've been in this kind of repair mode for the past couple of years, right? And there's no remedy in sight. And I understand that the medical and scientific community are doing the best that they can, right, to do what they can for all of us on a global landscape, not just a national landscape, a global landscape. We have the 3 C's. I call it the triple threat. We have the common cold, we have cancer, and now we have COVID. No remedy in sight. See, we must do our part and be vigilant. We must be vigilant to continue to stay healthy during all of these turbulent times. So what are your drivers, right? What are your drivers for a better, stronger, healthier remainder of the year? Well, I talked about it earlier, and we're going to dive right in to those 3 ingredients for the recipe of your soul. And they are the diet, the mindset, and exercise. And see, with the diet, we want to talk about some of the things like the chemical components that kill us in the long run. We want to talk about our exercise, different workout regimens and routines, because you want to own your power. You want to have routine, and you want to have some type of consistency. And then the powerful mindset, right? The powerful muscle between your ears. That's about, meditation, having mental clarity, focus, and intention. And of course, the power of I am affirmation, which I'm going to definitely touch upon. Again, who thinks these topics are good for your longevity? See, how many of you have had some health setbacks? Had some setbacks with your health goals? Well, listen, who's ready for their comeback? Because we are in the summit right now. Who's ready for their comeback? Because it's time to invest in your health. We cannot rely on a wishbone. I don't think any wishbones are in my body. Any wishbones are in your body? No, you need to have more of a backbone, right? Not a wishbone. So let's talk about the diet. A couple things I want to stress to you. Genetically modified organisms, GMOs, try and stay away from them. Those include like tomatoes, potatoes, corn, soy, and golden rice. We want to try and eat, let's say, organic or natural sources of food free of pesticides and toxins. So you're not going to find in the grocery store, especially in the vegetable aisle, GMO. You may find some non-GMO, and that's what you want to pay attention to. Next, a major ingredient, which is a harmful, cheap substitute sweetener, is called high fructose corn syrup, right? High fructose corn syrup is it's mostly in cereal, it's mostly in syrup, it's also in soda. It's in a lot of ingredients that are probably in your cabinets right now. And a little bit of mine, I'm going to agree, right? I'm going to raise my hand. But I've done a much better job of reducing and eliminating most of the products that are in my house dealing with high fructose corn syrup. Also, nitrates and nitrates. So bottom line, I know they're Googleable, right? You can look those up. But guess what? These compounds serve no nutritional value or purpose, right? They're used in the production, the processing, and preservation of our products that we all consume. You see, high fructose corn syrup can destroy our metabolism. It's also linked to obesity, diabetes, and even heart disease. It's also been known to drive inflammation, which is associated with an increased risk of cancer. So, a quick story about high fructose corn syrup. I have to share this with you because I know some of you all can relate. How many of you all have some aunties or aunts in the house? Got some special aunties, right? Some aunts, some aunts, right? You know what ants stand for? Automated negative thinking. No more ants. But here's something. Enough about that. So I had a sweet aunt, right? I had a sweet aunt. She was always around, very close to me and our family. We loved her dearly. But at some point, we had to realize that she just had to go. She just had to go. And it was very disheartening to ask her to leave. That aunt's name, which you probably are familiar with, that's right, Aunt Jemima. Aunt Jemima. We used to love some Aunt Jemima in our house. But guess what? It was time for her to go. All of that high fructose corn syrup and sugar, a double dose, right, was just not good for us. We needed to find a healthier alternative, which we did. And it was log cabin. That's right, log cabin. I'm not endorsing it. I'm just saying what I have in my house. Also, these things called Pop-Tarts that I believe you and myself ate over time. My son is mad at me now. They're not in this house. I'm telling you, the challenge for you is to go through your cabinets. Go through your cabinets, look on the ingredients, look at all the nutritional information and see if it has high fructose corn syrup. If it does, please eliminate it. Try and reduce it, and then eliminate it, okay? Do the best that you can, especially in soda. Why don't you replace soda with some water? That's right, H2O. H2O, hydrate, right? Because it helps with our digestion, it helps with skin management. Our body is made up of 60% of water, and we need it. Cheers, right? We need the water. A couple things too I want to add to boost your immune system. We all need to boost our immune system. How about some teas? Black tea, green tea, red tea. There is a tea, hibiscus tea, that actually reduces high blood pressure. Wink, wink, right? It helps reduce high blood pressure. So things that help boost my immune system are sea moss, right? And moringa. Moringa is plant-based and it comes in powder form. Sea moss can come in gel form. And all they're doing is really boosting your immune system. Overeating does lead to sickness, guys. It leads to obesity. You have to understand portion control. You have to understand that you can't obviously overeat. See, your transformation is limitless. See, and knowing and doing are two different things. Knowing and doing is two different things. Exercise, the next special ingredient, right? There's mounds and mounds of data and evidence and statistics showing that between 20 and 40 minutes a day of great exercise, whether it be cardio interval training, this is going to increase your energy. It's going to increase your blood flow. It's going to release those endorphins. There's so many things regarding cardio training, interval training. It could be swimming. It could be, tennis. I'm a tennis coach. You all come out to Chicago, look me up. I'm a great tennis coach to the youth and the adults. Swimming, basketball, volleyball, pickleball. There's so many things that you can do. Going outside, walking around along the lakefront, along the beach, running, jogging. You already know about these things. I'm just telling you that cardio interval training is key because it also increases the endorphins level and it also will reduce the stress hormone called cortisol. So we got to also get outside and get that natural vitamin D, right? We need that vitamin D, especially now because, ladies and gentlemen, we are not out of the woods yet with COVID. And it's still here. But again, we cannot be in repair mode. We have to be in prepare mode. We got to keep preparing our minds to move forward. Speaking of the mind, we talked a little bit about having mental clarity and mental focus. You know, you have to feed your mind positive material to impact your life. How about that happy hormone? How about dopamine, right? We need that. We need that more than ever. So don't work with me here. I want to talk about the power of I am affirmations. I like to use these daily, and I like to journal because I like to have an attitude of gratitude all the time. I want to go through some letters of our alphabet, and I want you to think of some other terms when I use the letters. Let's go. You ready? The letter A. I am amazing. B. I am blessed. C. I am a champion. You are a champion. D. I am dedicated. E. I am exceedingly prosperous. F. I am fearless. I am fearless. G. I am great. So there's so many different letters you can use throughout the alphabet to get your mindset going. You want to have an abundance mindset, right? Affirmations. We can go down the list, right? O. I'm an overcomer. You know, V. I am victorious. You know, W. I walk by faith, not by sight. There's so many things you could use. Look at some of the key affirmations that are behind me, right? I keep my mind going. I keep my mind in a positive frame set because it's definitely paramount, not just in yesteryears, but in our future years, today, currently. It's so important. See, we have to appreciate the difficulty and embrace the discomfort. We have to appreciate the difficulty and embrace the discomfort. You must inspect what you expect. So we all know that the last couple of years have been very difficult dealing with social connections. And they're so important because we need the human touch in our lives. And again, these connections are associated with reduced levels of the stress hormone cortisol. See, my purpose is to really empower you to manage your mental, physical, and spiritual well-being to enhance proper diet and nutrition, really to educate one consumer at a time to live and promote a healthier lifestyle. And by doing this, you'll have improved nutritional choices, improved focus and strength, more energy and vibrancy, and definitely improved quality of life. You work with a healthy lifestyle specialist as a coach, you're going to get that. And you have to realize that it's not just your health and wellness, it is about your vibrancy. You have to keep a good vibrancy. So let's upgrade your health. Let's upgrade your health and let's get back on track, right? Let's connect or reconnect and invest in yourself because I know you're worth it. See, we have to get out of our comfort zone. We have to get out of our comfort zone and get into our courage zone, which means what? You got to flex these courage muscles, right? You got to flex those courage muscles. You must take action, ladies and gentlemen, for you. Health and wellness, again, is a movement. It is a movement. Let's get on this journey together, right? Let's get on this journey together and start enhancing your well-being because guess what? Life is too short, so you must set your intention. You must set your intention and be fulfilled. How many of you are serious in living your best life? Your best life. And becoming healthier. See, the commitment to self is your closure. You must reset, redefine, and repurpose you. See, our world has shifted, and you must shift with it by being more observant, congruent, and accountable. Congruency, accountability is so important. So if what I've said has resonated with you, please connect with me at jeffk360.com. jeffk360.com. Also, I have a gift for you. Write this down. You ready? Go to www.360healthandwellnessnetwork.com. 360healthandwellnessnetwork.com. There's information there. Register your name. We'll do a strategy and discovery call regarding your health goals. Again, 360healthandwellnessnetwork.com. Again, My name is Jeff Cade, Healthy Lifestyle Specialist and the award-winning author of the book, Battleground Cancer. Let's connect, you guys. And thank you so much for listening and tuning in to this platform at the Comeback Champion Summit. Look, live and be well. Live and be well. Thank you.
Hello, 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 powerful people. Hello, comeback champions. I'm Milan Levis, Holistic Financial Independence Mentor. And today, my message to you is control your money or it will control you. So I want to share with you today 4 simple steps to get control of your finances so you become financially independent faster. My father was a military officer in the former Soviet Union. So when he talked to me and my sister, we better listen. One day, after being annoyed with our princess-like typical teenager's attitude, he looked at us with unforgettable intensity and said, if you want anything in life, you've got to achieve it yourself. Don't expect your parents, your future husbands, your government, or anyone else to provide it to you. My father's words echoed in my mind 25 years later when I made the daring decision to leave my financially comfortable but meaningless Wall Street career and my financially comfortable but loveless marriage all at once. If you're anything like me, at some point in your life, you felt this is not the life I want to live. I want to have more meaning, more joy, more flexibility. And most likely, you've realized that you cannot expect any external forces to provide it to you, just like what my father said. I want to be able to depend on myself, utilize my skills, my experience, and my knowledge to make money and serve others. I don't want to feel like a child depending on my husband's earnings. My client shared with me after she realized that her happily ever after dream marriage is falling apart. And it happens so often. The intention to be self-reliant, feel financially secure, and have time flexibility is universal. You don't want to be constantly checking out your bank account before a payday. You don't want to constantly live paycheck to paycheck, hoping that you have enough money to pay credit cards this month. You don't want to suddenly find out that your savings account doesn't have enough money to cover an expensive emergency, like my daughter recently had. And you definitely don't want to fear your golden age because you may have to work until you're 70 or 80 to pay your rent and your utility bills. Money worries often cause financial anxiety and even overwhelming fear that it would never be possible to have peace of mind and have stable financial future, have financial flexibility, and be able to retire. Money stress creates havoc in all areas of life. It causes emotional and physical health problems, loss of self-esteem, loss of sovereignty. You feel like something is wrong with you. You feel like you're not good enough. You feel guilty, ashamed, dependent. You feel like a failure. That's exactly how I felt after my divorce, after my colossal business failure and financial devastation that followed. My financial crisis humbled my ego and brought me to my knees. That was the time when I realized that nothing motivates me more than freedom, specifically financial freedom. I believe that financial independence is the best French perfume any woman can wear. But here's the problem. Many people believe that financial independence is just a pipe dream, that it's possible for others, more fortunate, more famous, more smart, but not for them. While there is a ton of resources out there that promise you the secrets to financial freedom, it doesn't help much, does it? Why? Because financial freedom requires clarity, commitment, decisiveness, taking responsibility. So let's talk about clarity for a second. You've got to have clarity about your values, your core values, and your goals. When you are clear about your values and your goals, it's easy to say no to things that you want maybe today, but don't really need, because it will allow you to say yes to things that you want the most and to achieve goals that light you up. So get clear on your core values and goals. Now, let's talk about commitment. You've got to be committed to your goals. Have you ever succeeded at something that you tried to do? Trying shows lack of commitment. Most successful people are super committed to their goals. They fall, they get up, learn lessons, adjust the course, and keep moving forward. Their commitment is their winning secret. And as a comeback champion, I'm pretty sure you have this secret in your mind and in your heart, because that's why you are comeback champion. Let's talk about decisiveness. Success demands decisiveness. Wishy-washy attitude, chronic self-doubts, procrastination, and indecisiveness are enemies of success. Do whatever you have to do to make your decision. Educate yourself, consider pros and cons, listen to your gut, and make the damn decision. Indecision is a form of self-abuse because it drains your energy, it stresses you out, it weakens your confidence. Next is responsibility. It's essential to take responsibility for your choices, your decisions, and your actions. It gives you sense of control, sense of power, and self-reliance. It also demonstrates a level of maturity and self-awareness. You no longer expect others to provide for you. Instead, you seek for opportunities to upgrade your value, to communicate it with confidence, and to exchange it for money. So, how can you become financially independent? There are different ways to achieve this goal. I'm pretty sure you know that. Here would be the 4 steps that I use that helped me become financially independent within 7 years. For you, it could be less time or more time. It depends on your skills, on your determination, on your experience, etc. So here are the 4 steps to financial independence that I want to share with you today. Number 1, start with the end in mind. Number 2, condition your mind for financial success. Number 3, estimate your financial freedom number. And number 4, idea storm your financial freedom income. All right, let's break it down. Step number 1, start with the end in mind. Being wealthy is subjective. Being financially independent is measurable, specific, and unique to you. So decide whether you want to have a modest lifestyle once you stop working for money. For example, maybe you will downsize, move to a different location where the cost of living is less, maybe work part-time, or you prefer a more elaborate retirement lifestyle. Maybe you want to have a plane or a yacht or a helicopter and live in a mansion, whatever this elaborate retirement lifestyle means to you. Obviously, the latter may take more time and effort, right? Now, imagine and describe your ideal day once you become financially independent. And notice how you feel when you describe it. Savor this feeling. Connect to it. That's how you create in a quantum field. All right, moving on to step number 2. Condition your mind for financial success. The truth is, money is not a problem. You are. More specifically, your mind is. While you were born to be a winner, to be a champion, your mind has been conditioned for just surviving through childhood, through your maybe poor education system, and frankly, societal programming. It's likely that you learned early on in life that money is hard to get, that money doesn't grow on trees, that you have to chase money because it ain't gonna chase you. But here's the good news. It's not too late to change these sabotaging beliefs. Money doesn't have any meaning except for the meaning you give it. If you think money is bad and evil, good luck with your efforts to be financially free. Not gonna happen. So you've got to reprogram your mind for financial success if you are committed to your vision of being financially free. Step number 3, estimate your financial freedom number. I call it FFN. Most people think in terms of, I want to be wealthy, or I don't ever want to worry about money. These are emotional statements. They are not specific. They don't spring you to action. At one of my trainings, the participants were pleasantly surprised to realize that financial independence was for them to accomplish, was feasible for them to accomplish. What made a difference for them? Calculating their financial freedom number, the amount of money they must receive passively per month or per year to cover their desired financial independence lifestyle. At one of her podcasts, personal financial guru Susie Orman replied to a question from a participant about how much money is required to be financially independent. You need at least 5 million or 7, or really you need 10 million, she said. Instead of feeling overwhelmed with these big numbers from the financial guru, I suggest that you calculate your monthly passive income that you've got to develop in order to cover your financially independent lifestyle, okay? You don't need to worry about these big numbers. Financial freedom number is what I suggest you to calculate. And step number 4, ideas storm your financial freedom income. I call it FFI. Okay, now that you calculated your financial freedom number, how exactly are you going to create this passive income, right? That's an important question to ask. The magic words are multiple sources of income, MSIs. In order to be financially independent, you've got to diversify your sources of income so that you never, ever rely on just one particular source. So idea storm your desired sources of income that you would like to develop. The list would be different for different people. It could be income from the stock market, real estate, cryptocurrencies, automated business, book or music royalties, internet marketing, etc. Then, once you identify, create this list, assess whether you currently have the skill sets to have these sources of income. If you do, great. get to work. If not, don't worry. Read books, attend trainings, find mentors who could help you develop the skills. Ignorance could be very expensive. And ask me how I know that. So don't fall into the wannabe trap. Identify what you must learn before you put your time, money, and effort into developing your multiple sources of income. All right, final words with a little twist. The ultimate objective behind the commitment to be financially independent is to buy time and choices. It's very freeing and empowering to know that you have financial flexibility, that you don't have to work, that you can choose where you want to invest your time and your money, that you can choose where you live, that you can choose what to do. That's what financial freedom feels like. The good news is everyone has capacity to be financially independent. The bad news is few will realize it. Many will never dare. Some will never commit. And most will give up halfway. Maybe not comeback champions, but most people will give up halfway. And there is one peculiar reason: expecting to be wealthy. Expecting to be wealthy. Your expectations imply attachments to certain outcomes by certain time. Expectations can lead to debilitating self-doubts, disappointments, self-sabotaging thinking like, I'm not good enough, and self-sabotaging behavior like complacency, procrastination, laziness. That's why you've got to work from a place of intentions and commit to your journey. And the best time to start is now. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening, and way to go, comeback champions.
Friends, there are 5 keys to revolutionize funding for charities and their champions. So whether you have a nonprofit or there is one that you love and want to support, we're going to go through the 5 keys right here, as we are the comeback champions, and we want to be able to give all of our nonprofits a way to come back after the pandemic and having a lowered amount of funding coming in and fundraisers being canceled. What can we do to help them? What can we do to help them come back strong? We can get them funded through gifts of real estate. Now, whether that sounds like something that scares you or that you've never heard of, I just want you to know, I had never heard of it either 2.5 years ago. I've got a strong background in real estate, did a lot of real estate transactions, lots of door knocking and cold calls in listings. And while I was a real estate agent, I helped nonprofits as big as Ronald McDonald House and Make-A-Wish Foundation, and as small as the smallest local nonprofit. And after 15 years of all that experience, I was at a conference 2.5 years ago, and I learned about charitable gifting of real estate. My name is Cammie Baker, and as the founder, the visionary revolutionist behind the Real Agents of Change, it is my honor to help you see how you don't have to miss out on the $9 billion a year that's already being donated to nonprofits through gifts of real estate. You can make money making a difference. This is the biggest social responsibility campaign ever created. And I'm going to teach you how to leverage real estate for real change. So, as you can see in the book, real estate is hot, fundraising is not. And these 5 keys that revolutionize the funding go like this. Key number 1 is to learn. Got to learn what charitable real estate is. It's really, really simple. We go through all the details in the master class, which you can participate in for free as a friend of mine here at the Comeback Champions. therock.com/masterclass. Go on over there and get you a seat. You'll learn that the reason you've never heard of this is because there's 1.3 million nonprofits, and 99.9% of them, if they're offered $500 cash or the deed to a property worth $500,000, they take the cash 99.9% of the time. But we are changing that. So sit in on the master class and learn how this works. It is risk-free. Any and all, that's right, your nonprofit, your church, your veterans group, your animal shelter, your domestic abuse shelter, any and all of the 501c3s in this country and around the world can benefit from gifts of real estate with no risk, with no out-of-pocket expense. You just got to take my word for it and come on over and learn how this works. So key number 1, learn what charitable gifting of real estate is. Key number 2, lead generate. Now, none of us want to be a lead. It's more like planting seeds than looking for leads. It's just that we alliterate everything, and all 5 keys start with an L. So we want to lead generate. Knowing what charitable gifting of real estate is one thing. What to do with it is another. So lead generate means we want to talk to people. We have to tell them. We have to tell the donors on your list, your friends, your followers, your family, your funders need to know what it is, lead generation. Whether that's being a guest on our podcast, The Real Agents of Change, or on the other podcast we have, which is Real Estate's Hot, Fundraising's Not. Both of these podcasts help you to lead generate because it's educating your people on social media, in your email list. They learn about you on our list, etc. Lead generation can be as simple as you sending a text or having a conversation with one person, or it could be as big as us doing a co-branded gathering where we teach people charitable real estate 101. At the end of the day, key number 2, lead generate. Doesn't matter how great this is or how many billions of dollars are coming in for nonprofits if we are not talking to people about it. Key number 3, list and liquidate. Now you'll notice that we call these legacy listings because every donation of real estate, in order for the nonprofits to ultimately get the cash, we need to sell it. So it is a listing, just like any other kind of real estate listing. You know, you see the sign in the yard, this house, this strip mall, this office complex, this piece of land is for sale. The only difference is now there's another sign next to that sign that says 100% of the proceeds from this piece of real estate go to help big brothers, big sisters, wounded warriors, church, whomever it is that you want to benefit. So legacy listings. This is a real estate listing like any other, same listing contract, only now we pay a full commission to the real estate agent. And when the property sells, it is leaving legacy for the nonprofits who are getting on average $550,000. You heard that right. The average donation from a piece of real estate is $550,000. That's why these are legacy listings that leave legacy. It also is a legacy listing because it leaves legacy for the donor. The donors want to donate real estate. They are calling nonprofits every day all over the country. Nonprofits are saying no to gifts of real estate, and these donors want to leave legacy. We help them do that. The third person this leaves legacy for are the advisors. We call this the triangle of trust. The realtors, financial advisors, CPAs, the real estate attorneys, the advisors who are advising people who own real estate. That's one. the other is the donor, and the other is the nonprofit. Triangle of trust. So key number 4 is leverage. How do we leverage real estate for real change? How do we make money from, because of, through making a difference? Friends, here's the thing. Gifts of real estate are happening times $9 billion a year at an average of 550,000. That's at least 18,000 or so donations a year. And that is a very small amount of what will be donated in the next 3 to 5 years, because our big mouths are telling people about this. So when we talk about leverage, how do we position, partner, promote together? How do we bring our for-profit and our nonprofit people together in what we call cause marketing campaigns? They are campaigns where we are marketing causes. Cause marketing campaign. So when the nonprofit knows that when a piece of real estate, when it sells, is going to give them $550,000, they want to promote that. The real estate agent wants to promote that. Some cases, the donor even wants to promote that. If they want to remain anonymous, that's okay too. But we can get together with the mortgage company and the title company and the local attorneys and the CPAs and the financial advisors. We can educate and inform the public about what's happening. We position, partner, promote together to leverage this so that the news is bringing the word to all the people that we know. And key number 5 is to leave legacy. So now that we're learning about charitable gifting of real estate, and we're lead generating, and we're creating these legacy listings and learning how to leverage, friends, leaving legacy. This is a hot topic. People want to do the right thing. They want to have an impact. They want to be known for something bigger and better. So leaving legacy is key number 5. Now, if you would like to learn more about this, all you got to do is go to The Rock, therock.com/masterclass to actually do key number 1 and learn. And you can come to our Facebook group. Facebook group is the Real Agents of Change. And we are happy, we are thrilled, we are honored to support your nonprofits, risk-free, investment-free. All they got to do is tell their donors that they can benefit from real estate. Let me share one story with you and we'll wrap it up. Everyone has a Linda. One of our favorite stories is about a big nonprofit in the United States, National Jewish Health. They bring in hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and they have a donor list of 300,000 donors. Now, Linda was donating $25 a year to them for 32 years. Very loyal donor, loves her nonprofit, giving what she can. 2 years ago, she heard one of the team talking about this, how donations of real estate could benefit her favorite nonprofit. Guess what? She had a cabin. It was a second home. It was something that had been left to her and her family. This cabin was in the Poconos. It was a 6-hour drive for her to get to anytime she wanted to go. Long story short, she wasn't using it anymore. So Linda donated this cabin to this huge nonprofit. Now, 300,000 donors, Linda was only given $25 a year. They wouldn't have necessarily picked her out of the list as someone who would donate real estate. But guess what? We don't know what assets people have. We don't know what legacy they're wanting to leave or what's on their heart. So the moral of the story is tell people, let them know, because this gives them the options and opportunity to leave the legacy that they truly want to leave. Let's help lots of Lindas to be their own comeback champion. Let's help our nonprofits come back Let's help them double, triple, 6 times the money that they are needing to bring in from the donors they already have. I look forward to seeing you in the Charitable Real Estate Masterclass soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, hello, hello. This is Tony Moore of the Moore Legal Firm, just coming in to have a conversation with you about 5 keys to protecting your legacy of wealth. What I know for sure is that many of my clients, including myself, we have not come from a very strong background, a financial background, right? We pretty much had to learn how to do a lot of things ourselves, including creating wealth through our entrepreneurship experiences. And that's where I come in with regards to how now that you have decided that you want to create a legacy of wealth, generational wealth for some people, then how do we maintain it, right? Because we know that ownership is the name of the game. And when you own some things, then you can leverage, you can multiply, you can be fruitful, you can help yourself, your children, and your children's children. So I just want to have this conversation with you about how you can protect your legacy of wealth. Let me just share with you my slideshow. So as I said, I'm Tony Moore, and we're going to just be talking about the 7 keys of how you can protect your legacy of wealth, okay? So the first things first, who am I? I am Tony Moore. I am an attorney of more than 20 years. Since 1999 is when I got sworn in. I'm an author, speaker, a business coach. I'm a legal strategist. I'm an intellectual property protector. I help my clients with their trademarks, their copyrights. I help them with regards to protecting their interests in business. And I also assist with as a wife and as a mom and a COVID homeschooler. So I want you to set up as a limited liability company. Limited liability company will definitely limit your liabilities in business. And it'll also give you an opportunity to have long-lasting currency. You get a chance to take advantage of these business ownership loopholes, including business funding and business credit. You know, the loopholes with regards to utilizing your monies and being able to have a deduction, and also having a solo 401k or self-directed IRA. I know it's too much, but I wanted to give you opportunities to appreciate the benefits of being an owner, CEO really, of your limited liability company. I want you to obtain a corporate agent. When you're obtaining a corporate agent, that person is going to be first in line if the government needs to contact you. If you are truly working from home, a corporate agent's address will be on your Secretary of State's website. So that's going to at least give you some distinction between you as a person and you as the CEO of your business. I want you to obtain a virtual business address because of the fact that I do really want you to keep it separate, strategically separate. That's my KISS methodology. When all things is that even if you are playing multiple roles, I still want you to definitely appreciate that KISS methodology of keeping it strategically separated. Okay. I want you to maintain a business bank account. You know, I hear some celebrities, they're like, they don't have a personal bank account. They utilize everything in a business bank account, which is a no-no, because you never want to commingle your interests, your assets. That's a no-no, because when you do that, then if there's ever a problem or litigation, if you don't separate yourself from your business, then guess what? The court's not going to require a litigant or an attorney or regulator to do the same thing. So that's why this KISS methodology, where you keep it strategically separated, right? So maintain a business bank account, even 3, with regards to having your everyday monies put in there, then set aside for your tax monies, and then also with regards to your expenses that go in and out, so you can better able to track, right? So with regards to your business. So I want you to think of it like this is your incoming money, and the incoming money would also could be your expense account. Then you also set up another account and you put that for your taxes, whether you pay on a quarterly or on a yearly basis. And then I also want you to think about having a business bank account for your retention, so you can retain some monies on a just in case plan. We don't like to think of it like a rainy fund, but you know, you don't want to just eat everything that you consume, everything that you earn, right? I want you to definitely save some for later. want you to respect the tax rules because the IRS does not play. And I want you to utilize business credit financing only when you can leverage it. If you're not going to be able to leverage it so that you can multiply and be fruitful in business, then leave it alone. Because here's always remember, assets minus liabilities, including the liabilities from credit and financing, will give a person a general sense of how much your business is worth. Okay. So I want you to be mindful of that. Next up, I want you to bulletproof your assets with contracts, right? Because you're building a legacy of wealth, so you definitely have to protect it. So if you have a contractor, have a work for hire agreement. If you have ideas and you're sharing it with service providers, or you're sharing it with potential joint venture partners, or you're sharing it with potential shareholders, you know, or your family or your friends or people who will, you know, support you to the end, then you need to have some non-disclosure agreements. The non-disclosure agreements ideally would say, oh, by the way, don't ever disclose this information, you know, because if you do, it's going to be a problem for me. And then it'll be a problem for other people who are relying on me to bring this idea to fruition. I want you to think about copyright license agreement. If you're an author, speaker, coach, a content creator, if you're a musician or a poet, you know, I started out as poetry, right? Then I want you to understand and appreciate that you have ownership. You already own what you create, but I want you to also take it a step further and file a copyright registration to signify your ownership. That way, if you're a musician or if you are, if you're a musician or if you do or write songs or write music, then someone can say, oh, I want to use that. I want to sample it. They'll know who the copyright owner is, and then they can contact you, or they can go to harryfox.com in hopes of trying to negotiate some sort of copyright license agreement. And with regards to trademark, you bulletproof your assets with contracts. When you have a trademark, you can have a license agreement where, you know, where other people can license it to a certain point, you know, not to license as to signify that they own, but in order for them to also have some passive income. You know, think of it like having a license to use, even though they did not create it, now they can bankroll it, right? With and I want you to always think about how different ways that other people can license, almost like it's like franchising your brand, where with that is comes into play, where it's like the answer to who doesn't always have to be you, because you've licensed use of your trademark, of your retreat, or the use of the trademark of your course or your materials or your product line or your makeup or your chemical ingredients, your proprietary products. That's what I mean. Course licensing agreement, right? If you go over to corporations and you show up and you're training the trainer, then there's also an opportunity for them to extend their use of your course, your material, your intellectual property that you bankrolled into a class or a training, right? And that's where you have a course licensing agreement where you can give them access to your intellectual property through your course for like 3 months or 6 months or a year, you know, and then you also negotiate the maximum users who can have access to this as per your agreement, right? So I need you to understand that you can definitely bankroll your assets with contracts. I want you to secure your intellectual property. Yes, 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 absolutely. I want you to secure your intellectual property. Why do I want you to secure your intellectual property? Because it's yours. I want you to secure your intellectual property because intellectual property to me gives you infinite profits. You know, you pretty much get a chance to package and bankroll your intellectual property. And that's with your song ability. That's with your designs. That's with your artistry. If you're a singer, a poet, a songwriter, if you draw, if you make jewelry, if you are creative by nature and you're doing apps, that's all intellectual property. That's all this information packaged into something that will give you infinite profits from here, now to today, forevermore, right? But you also have to, once again, have to register your ownership interest in it at copyright.gov. It will say, hey, did you create it or someone else? If someone else, make sure that you have an agreement that says that they transfer their intellectual property rights over to you. If it's an employee, it's automatic, okay? If it is a contractor, you definitely need to negotiate. If you are a children's book writer and you are utilizing someone's intellectual property, i.e. the illustrator, the likelihood of them allowing you to have full access to their intellectual property is slim to none, but just know that everything is negotiable, okay? You protect your patent at uspto.gov on the patent side. Even if you're doing a provisional patent, then you're at least putting the world on notice that you mean business about owning your intellectual property, okay? So I want you to also protect secret agreements, like a trade secret, right? You protect that through a trade secret contract. K is for contract. So a trade secret contract, where first of all, you keep it to next to nil, like almost nobody should know about it. And if they do, I want you to be like Mr. Crab was with Krusty the Krab. He pretty much had, only one person knew about it, and he had and it was very, very exclusive and private. It was not putting it out on social media. He was not sharing it with lottie-dottie everybody. It was a need to know basis. And then he had it put aside into a safe. And I want you to think of that when you have a trade secret where someone likes something about your proprietary product or your ingredient, likes something with regards to maybe you have a Coca-Cola formula that no one else knows about. That's where you have to protect that trade secret through a contract. With regards to your ideas, remember, ownership is 9/10 of the law. There is no right to owning an idea, because that idea is here today and gone tomorrow. Most people don't even implement their ideas. But when they implement the ideas, then it becomes intellectual property. But pretty much to protect your idea, you need to do it with a non-disclosure agreement. So that's a non-disclosure agreement. And I want you to also include like some non-compete information, because sometimes people are like, I'm not disclosing, but then they're going to use your stuff. And that's totally a no-no. Okay. The savvy estate protection plan is when you have a will in place. A will is going to let your family members know that you mean business, that you've identified who your family members are. You've identified what you own. You identify where you want to be buried or cremated, whether or not you want to be memorialized or if you want to have a party. It also identifies who are going to be your guardians of minor children. If you have someone who has special needs, a guardian of a special need person, you can identify those individuals. If you have minor children and you don't have a trust, you can have a pour over trust, identifying what happens to any monies held on behalf of the children. You can also identify what your properties are and who's going to get what, and also the contingency plan, right? Always remember who the heirs are. They're generally, for the most part, heirs are also your family, your mom, your dad, your children, your spouse, also sisters and cousins. Every state has an intestate succession statute that identifies that without a will, these people will take from your estate. Your estate is what you leave behind. And by the way, the estate is also what you have right now, because you can never leave behind what you did not create during your lifetime, right? So it's something that you need to be mindful of. So have a will in place, have a living will in place. The living will identifies if you get sick and shut in and you can't think for yourself, or you get intubated and for whatever reason you can't breathe on your own. What's going to happen next? What should the doctors do? Because without your permission on paper, they need to have someone sign it and verbalize it. And if you have family members who can't think straight, or they argue over the littlest things, you don't want them to be arguing over your livelihood and your state of survivalship, right? So put it in writing. Also put in writing a durable power of attorney that gives someone, if you can't think for yourself, if you can't speak for yourself, if you can't stand up for yourself, if you can't make decisions for yourself, you can identify who the next person will be, who's going to be the one who's going to represent your interests in litigation, or represent your interests before a judge or tribunal, or your own doctor, or going to the bank. Definitely the bank. If you have a real estate interest, if you still want life to go on, even though maybe you can't speak or you can't move or you can't talk, and you want to be able to give gifts, including to the person who is your durable power of attorney. I say durable power of attorney because you never know the day or the hour that you go from fully aware to unable to, right? So we have that durable power, because without that, then your family members will have to sue you in the orphans court, and or surrogacy court, depending on what your state calls it, as to who's going to be the person who's going to represent you, with that. While you have right mind, right? You have right spirit, you need to protect yourself, okay? Because you're already building a legacy of wealth. You're already doing the darn thing. You've already decided to build wealth through entrepreneurship, and you don't want a sickness or illness or disease or something hereditary that got passed down from generation to generations stop your ability to not only bless yourself, but your children and your children's children, right? So you just put it all in writing. Short term, having a life insurance policies in place, that would be good. Identifying who the beneficiaries are, that would be super smart. Having short-term disabilities for 90 days, that's ideal, because you don't know. You really don't know. There's a lot of people who end up in a short-term disability for 90 days, and they don't have something like a gap policy to cover their income, right? So then they lose a lot of stuff because of that short-term disability. Having a long-term care when you get a little older, or if you get sick or you get shut in. Plenty of stories that, when people didn't have a long-term care, then they had to pretty much sell down all their estates all the way down to nothing, as opposed to having a long-term care policy, even for 5 years, that at least help them protect their legacy of wealth. Having a revocable trust, as you are continually building your assets and your interests, then you may want to consider having a revocable trust, especially if you have something where you have a lot of assets, you have generated enough wealth, and you're going to hit against the federal guidelines with regards to estate, and what does that estate look like? Even if you're giving away, they have like gifting, they have like ways that you can gift to family members, and you can write off and deduct that. But what does that look like? Where you can have a revocable trust or an irrevocable trust. If revocable means that you can change your mind, irrevocable means that you set it aside, is for the benefit of yourself, other people, but you don't have any say so. You can't take back, you can't change your mind. The benefit is that if you get of a certain age and you do need some medical benefits at the government level, you do not have to sell down your assets, right? You don't have to do that because you technically don't own them. If it's not in your name, then it can't be used for your gain. Once again, seeing if you're awake. But I need you to be very savvy and strategic with regards to how you're going to develop either a revocable trust or an irrevocable trust. And then also probate protection, right? Having a will in place, having a revocable or an irrevocable trust in place that gives you the continuation as to, now that I'm not here, I still want to protect you in spirit. When you want to protect your family members in spirit, then that's when you also have a probate protection, identifying, okay, here's my probate protection plan. Any of your bank accounts, you have a payment on death beneficiary. And of any of your financial accounts, you can have a listed beneficiary and then also have just a contingency beneficiary, right? If you are able to have an insurance policy or account for burial coverage, you cover your burial expenses for like $15,000 or less, but at least that's set aside so it can't be taken away. Also, with regards to the probate protection, identifying who's next, or adding other people to your financial accounts, right? That way it does not have to go through probate administration. So this was information that I wanted to share with you on the keys to protecting your legacy of wealth, because you're building it, you're bankrolling it, you're bulletproofing it. But more importantly, at the end of the day, I'll talk about the KISS methodology, where you're keeping it strategically secure and separated so that if something should happen to you, sickness, illness, or even death, that you did what you needed to do to protect your legacy of wealth. This is Tony Moore. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. If you want my Protect Your Empire guide, just go to protectyourempire.com, protectyourempire.com. I hope this was good information for you.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Churchwell, and I am the System Solutionist. I am the founder of the Business Assistance Group, where I help women entrepreneurs take the hassle out of their hustle so they can make more money and have more free time. Today, I'm going to share 3 things with you that you can do so that you can begin to step into that Fortune 100 CEO that is within you and make your dreams your reality. We've all heard some version of the statistic that 8 out of 10 businesses fail. But did you know that those businesses typically fail, most of those businesses fail between years 2 and 5? Do you know that those businesses fail not because they don't have a good product or a good service, but because they don't have a strong foundation to support their success and their growth? How do I know that? Because I was one of those business owners. About 8 years ago, I opened a retail store designed to provide dress clothes to men. And I had an instant success, men and women, instant success. I specialized in hard to find sizes, so merchandise was in full demand. Not only did I have a brick and mortar location, but I had an online store. I did private sales events. I did vendor spots, and I also did personal shopping. I stayed booked and blessed. There's no other way to put it. I stayed booked and blessed. I was able to become the go-to person for across 3 states for everybody looking for dress clothes. I partnered with local tailors to make sure that my customers wore their clothes and their clothes did not wear them. For those of you who like to get dressed, you know the difference. My clients stayed fly and fitted. They stayed fly and fitted. My store looked great from the outside view. Have you ever seen a woman wearing a fabulous dress, but her rolls and dimples and a little bit of cottage cheese are dimming her shine? You know, the one where the fat pockets are popping out around her underwear? Instead of a 6-pack, she has those 3 well-defined rolls in the front. You look at her and you just want to say, have you heard of a girdle? See, that was my business. I had ugliness starting to seep out of all the crevices and steal my shine. Some clients would receive great customer service, while others got whatever was left of me at the end of the day. I was weighed down by the business of doing business. Endless stacks of paperwork waited for me at the end of each day. Payroll and sales taxes were overwhelming and late. And when I say that the fees and the penalties were starting to be more than the taxes themselves, I was having trouble keeping up with the demand for inventory, making sure that my customer orders were on time and of good quality. I had to apologize way too many times because I was ready with backup plans in case things didn't work. But what happened is I never had a plan to succeed. What I loved to do was becoming a chore, and my frustration was growing. Behind the scenes, on the back end, the store and it was a hot mess. I wasn't doing what I knew to do. See, when I help a woman select her next fabulous look, I always start with a strong foundation. Call it what you want, depending on the generation you're in, but we started with a girdle before we moved to the glitz and the glitter, because you have to have that foundation. And so we started with that girdle to pull it all together. So then her clothes were flattering. She wore the clothes and they complimented her. Her dimples and ripples were covered, but her curves shined through. I customized the experience so that she also felt as good as she looked on the outside. That's what my business was missing. I needed a girdle. It wasn't for lack of revenue, because I had lots of revenue coming in. It was a lack of time and support. I hadn't stopped long enough to put the systems and processes in place so that my back end could meet my front end, and I realized I had set myself up to fail. I needed procedures in place so that everyone received the same level of quality. I needed CEO days to focus on the behind the scenes paperwork and taxes and things that I needed to work on. I needed systems to help me manage my inventory demands and to deliver my client orders on time. In making that discovery and learning what it takes to build that foundation, I learned to create plans of success, plans for success. It actually came natural to me. When I look back in retrospect, all of the things that I had done in life, all of my skill sets, all of the jobs I had done, they all came together in this one place. And did I mention I have been praying about my purpose? They all came together in this one place so that I could help women create a foundation in their business so that it would support them in their growth. I realized I didn't have that because no one ever taught me that. So you don't know what you don't know. My business failed over time. So I'm committed to helping women set up a strong foundation so that their back end supports their front end so their business is good inside and out. I'm trying to help change that statistic. I shifted from helping women create what looks good on the outside to helping them build a strong foundation that creates success from within. So once again, what do? I help women entrepreneurs create and implement procedures and systems that allow them to focus on the highest revenue generating tasks and free up time for them to literally identify rivers of opportunity and streams of income. And today I want to share the 3 things needed so that you can make more money and have more free time. So let's jump right in. First, you need to discover your highest revenue generating task and focus on them. What do you do that directly results in money coming into your business? What is it that you do like only you can do? What problem do you solve for people? I say all the time, you have to get clear on what you do, who you do it for, and how you do it. That how you do it, that's that you factor. That's what nobody else can bring to the table. So you need to start by taking a full assessment of all that you do on a day-to-day basis. I'm sure your initial thought is, I know what I do, but I just want you to track it. I want you to take a moment and track it because I can guarantee you 2 things. 1, you're going to find out you do more than you even thought you did. And 2, you're carrying way too much for one person. You're doing way too much for one person. So it's imperative that you figure out, again, what you do, who you do it for, and how you go about getting it done. I had a client one time, she was beyond busy. She was so busy she couldn't meet me so that we could figure out her processes and her systems. I used to call her little fires everywhere because she was running around all day, taking care of this, taking care of that, taking care of this, taking care of that, but she never felt like she was accomplishing anything. She was too busy chasing deadlines and answering emails instead of focusing on her clients and the transformation that she provided them. As old folks say, she was majoring in the minor and minoring in the major. Once we were able to identify how she spent her days, we had a starting point for how to get her on task. So once you're clear and focused on what you should be doing, once you figure it out, what it is that you do that no one else can do like you do, what it is that sets you apart in a sea of competition, then the second thing you need to do is to figure out how to do everything else more efficiently and more effectively. In other words, do it better. Whether you're a solopreneur or you have a team supporting you, there's processes and systems that you can create and implement in your business to streamline your operations so you can maximize your profits. So going back to my story, I didn't have the processes and systems in place to support the fulfillment of my orders. With a focus in dress clothes and personal styling, it was critical that I place multiple orders. People don't like to look like other people. I wasn't in business to create a who wore it best. At most, I would order 2 of one thing, and those would be in different colors. So there was a lot of ordering involved. Had I created a system that walked me through, that assisted me with placing the order, getting the order, tracking the order, processing the order, and delivering it to my clients, that would have cut out so much of my frustration and overwhelm. It would have saved me time so that I could have done more. Instead, I allowed the frustration to overcome me. And that's when I had to make a decision to shut my doors. Like 75% of small business CEOs who are struggling? It's because I wasn't organized. Disorganization decreases productivity levels. Bill Gates says, and I'm going to quote it exactly, a rule of thumb is that a lousy process will consume 10 times as many hours as the work itself requires. As a small business owner, you already have limited resources and you find yourself spending more time and more money trying to fix problems that have snowballed as a result of you not being organized in the first place. This leads to business failure. This leads to that 8 out of 10. We don't want any more of those 8 out of 10. So what you have to do is, what I should have done is come up with a solution that would help me to meet those orders. You have to create a plan that simplifies and streamlines your operations so you can do more with fewer resources while generating more income. That's the trick. Let me just be completely honest with you. There's no cookie cutter approach to creating and implementing standard operating systems and standard operating procedures and systems to support your business. Yes, there's basic building blocks like delegation, automation, team building, but that's not the same for everybody. What it means for one entrepreneur, it could mean something completely different for another. Everybody knows the story about Oprah and OWN, but I'm gonna tell it to you from a different perspective. See, everybody knows that at first, OWN was failing. She stepped into a new lane and it was failing its first year. But do you know how she turned it around? That's what I want to talk about, how she turned it around. First, she took time and got clear on what she needed to do. Remember before I said the first thing you need to do is figure out what you do best and focus on those highest revenue generating tasks? That's what Oprah did. Oprah figured out what's the Oprah factor. What does she bring to the table that she does like nobody else? We all know Oprah does interviews. Oprah can interview you like nobody else can. So the first thing that she did is she added lots of interviews to her network, interviews that she was doing. She had them in different formats because she figured out that's what works. Second, remember I said you got to figure out how to do everything else better? Okay, so what Oprah did then is she took the best of the best from OWN, from Harpo, from her team, and Discovery, where she bought OWN from, and she put them together. And she let everybody do what they did best. She stepped out of the way. She focused on doing her interviews. She allowed them to do what needed to be done to run the network. And then she partnered with Tyler Perry. See, Oprah's audience and Tyler Perry's audience were two different audiences. There's some overlap, but they're two different audiences. So what she did is she allowed him to come in and create the programs that he creates so that his audience would come in. So she got clear on what it is that she does best, and she stayed in her lane. She focused on it. She created a team so that they could do the things that they do best and run the network. And she partnered with Tyler Perry so that he could bring in some additional people that she wouldn't normally get the attention of. That brings us to the third thing you need to do to go from working for your business to running your business. And that third thing is you need to operate like a Fortune 100 CEO. It's time to be a boss. It's time to make boss moves. You don't need to be focused on the minor. You need to stop feeling like a hard-worked employee of your business and take the time to run your business. And I say a Fortune 100 CEO on purpose because I believe it was Les Brown said that if you shoot for the moon and you miss, you'll still be among the stars. So if I shoot for Fortune 100 CEO and I miss, I could still be a Fortune 500 CEO. And that's good business every day of the week. So at this stage, so now that your days are free, and because you're focused on what you need to focus on, you got your systems and processes in place so that all the other stuff can be done easier and better. You're no longer busy just for the sake of being busy. It's time to restructure your schedule to include time off and boss moves. that will generate income and bring exponential growth. Okay, ready? So this point at this stage of time, what you got to do is start treating your time just like you treat your money. Okay, I'm a preacher kid. So at the end of the day, I know you got to give God his first. You got to tithe. And then you got to pay yourself. You got to put something in your savings account. And then you do everything else you need to do. But you pay God and then you pay yourself. Okay, that's how you got to start doing your time. Because first of all, God gives us three things. He gives us a talent. He gives us time. He gives us a talent. He gives us treasure. Time, talent, and treasure. So you got to give some of that time back. You give it back to God. You give it back to your business. And then you need to set some aside for yourself. So what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and look at your calendar. Now that you know those things that you need to do that only you can do, put those on your calendar. Okay. Then I want you to put some of the things that you want to do on your calendar. Do you want to take some time off? Take some time off. Are you a mom who wants to take your kids to school in the morning? Then put that on your calendar. For me, I like to make sure that I can meet my dad for lunch or take my mom to her doctor's appointments. So I put that on my calendar. You want to spend the evenings with your kids, catching their games, spending time with family, going with your girls, whatever it is you want to do, schedule that time on your calendar. Because honestly, there's two things that you have to do. You need to do whatever it is that provides a solution or transformation to your clients, and you need to take care of you so you can do that. Everything else will fall in place. There's a saying that I like. It says, I mind my business 6 months of the year and leave your business alone the other 6 months of the year. You have to get clear on your lane and stay in it. So now that you've started to schedule out your time a little bit better, you're going to do those things that you need to do. You're going to do some of those things that you want to do, and then you can fill in the time with some of that other stuff. That's what Oprah did. We're going to go back and bring it back to Oprah. So Oprah started doing those interviews. She allowed the team to run the network, and she created shows outside of her expertise. She started to move like a CEO. She gave the processes and systems time to work. So you can't put them in place and think that it's going to happen that fast. Are you going to see some things start to happen very quickly? Absolutely. But you have to give it time to work. And as it works, you'll make a tweak here, you'll make a tweak there, but you never switch up your whole game plan. Okay? And the thing was, Oprah minded her own business. She did what she needed to do for her business, and what other people had something to say about, she completely disregarded. She didn't let them sway her in what she was doing. In fact, Oprah knew that she was going to come into some problems in starting OWN. But she said at the time, by 2013, we should be cracking. What happened in 2013? OWN was it's one of my favorite networks. I don't know about anybody else, but the numbers had made a complete turnaround. And today, some of our most favorite shows are on OWN. So what happened is she was able to identify and act on opportunities as they rose, because she wasn't running around like little fires everywhere trying to do the things that she wasn't supposed to do. She had time to add even larger interview specials. She added to her team. As the network grew, she added to the team. She made sure she had people in place to take care of the specific things that needed to be done. She added more people, and she got people who were better at what they did. She was able to create partnerships with other individuals like Ava DuVernay and so many more. She was able to do all of this because she took the steps to make her hustle hassle-free. This also freed her up to work on other business ventures and to spend time making her dreams her reality. Now, when she planned out her calendar, she could leave that time for gardening. Y'all think back. Remember all them posts where Oprah was showing us all the fruit and vegetables out of her garden? She was able to spend more time with the school that she created in Africa, shaping and molding those young girls' minds. To step into that CEO that is within you. Let me pause. To step into that CEO within you. What I like to say is you got to step into your visionary. You got to get into a place where you can start to make boss moves and see the big picture. It requires that you put your focus on being able to run your business instead of working for or in your business. You're no longer a worker bee. You step into the role of the queen bee that is within you. So as opportunities arise, you'll be able to take advantage of them and create new services and new products all on your own. If you do these three things, one, first identify and focus on the things that you do best that nobody else can do. Two, create systems and processes so that you can allow those other things that you don't need to be focused on to do better. A lot of that is automation and delegation. Building a team, it's different for every person. And three, step into that visionary role. You need to start making sure that you're treating your time like the limited commodity that it is. And what you will do is you will find that you will take the hassle out of your hustle and you will make more money. You'll spend more time running your business, but you'll make more money. Remember, I said make more money and have more free time. So then to blow your mind, this is a cyclical thing. Every time you grow, because your business will never grow bigger than you. Every time you have a level of personal growth, you're opening up for your business to have some growth. And so you may need to tweak some of those things that you're doing so that they can continue to support your business as you grow. You want to make sure that you're maximizing your profitability. You want to make sure that you're meeting the needs of your clients and that you're providing a transformation that they can see even with their eyes closed. When you don't secure your systemization, when you don't create systems and processes, you're not going to have a strong foundation for your business. You're not going to create that girdle for your business, that foundation, so that it can shine and you can do what you do. Instead of being all over everywhere, you'll have an opportunity to focus on the part of your business that you love to do, and the back end will start to take care of itself. Edward Deming said, if you cannot describe what you're doing as a process, you don't know what you're doing. That is the difference between failure and success. So I hope you got something out of this time that we've spent here today. I do want to ask you, are you ready to take the next steps? Are you ready to figure out what those critical next steps are so that you can secure your bag? Overnight success is a rarity, but success built on a foundation of talent, processes, and systems is almost always a reality. So let me ask you, what are you willing to do in 2022 so that you can be more, so you can be all you want to be in 2023, so you can have more in 2024, and you can thrive by 2025. See, you start today by sowing a seed into yourself. You start today by taking one step. And over time, as you take those steps, you'll start to see the results. I guarantee you, if you start taking action today, you will see results tomorrow. So I want to give you a gift today. I want to give you a gift that will help you determine where you need to focus your actions at. So I want you to visit www.secureyourhq.com. Your HQ is your hustle quotient. It's a lot like your IQ, your intelligence quotient, but it's about how you run your business. It's a short quiz and will point out to you the areas that you need to make some changes so that you can begin to grow your business in the way that it needs to be grown, so that you can build that foundation that will support all of the growth. Because I don't know about you, but I serve a God who plans to give us exceedingly and abundantly all we could ever think or know, question, imagine, ask. But we have to be walking in our purpose. So once you figure out what your purpose is and you put your processes and systems in place, I guarantee you, you will start to see the fruits of your labor. You will start to make those dreams, those things that you've always just dreamed of, that will become your reality. That will be your everyday life. So again, it's www.secureyourhq, SECUREYOURHQ, secureyourhq.com. And you can also connect with me on social media. I'm the Business Assistance Group on all your platforms. I'm so grateful that we were here. You got to come in today and we got to talk about these things. And I hope to see you soon. Thanks so much. Have a great day. Bye.
Hi, Renarda Joy here, and welcome to How to Shift into Having a Legacy Mindset. How many of you have spent years living in survival mode? I mean, where you did the bare minimum just to get by. I'm talking about barely able to pay your bills. No interest in pursuing opportunities that can challenge you or can stretch you or even that can propel you to a grander stage. So again, how many of you have experienced that? Because I certainly have. And today I want to share with you how to get out of that, how to actually adapt a new mindset that can shift you into having a legacy mindset. But first, let me shift over the slides because I don't want you to miss anything. I want to make sure you get what you came for, and I want to honor your time. And if you hear a clicking noise or a thump, well, that's just me working through my slides. What does mindset mean? It's the established set of attitudes held by somebody. But before I go in, I want to make sure you feel like you're in good hands. Just to give you a bit of my background, I have a marketing degree. I've been a realtor in both Massachusetts and Illinois for many years. I was a real estate paralegal closing over 1,200 transactions. Over the past 2 decades, I've managed over 5,000 doors in my own portfolio and for other investors who knew about my top-notch management skills. Now, I share all this not to brag, but to assure you that you're in good hands. Now, I did some digging recently, and since the pandemic, according to the Census Bureau, 5.4 million business applications have been filed in 2021. That's the most of any year on record. So if you're sitting on the fence of wanting to start your business, the barrier to enter is very low. With today's resources, you can even create a business alongside your 9-to-5. There's opportunities for everyone. But what good are opportunities if your mindset isn't ready to embrace? When opportunity is met with preparation, the sky's the limit. So I just recently read an article in Forbes, well, actually it was a couple of years ago, that 8 out of 10 entrepreneurs fail. I want to help you be in the 20% that does, and it starts with your mindset. I remember when I was a little girl, probably around 10 years old, going with my mom on Saturday mornings, looking at vacant lots because she needed to find a new location for a house, one of her rental properties. Now I was too young to understand the logistics, but I remember one of the vacant lots that she selected. I remembered how everybody in the neighborhood appreciated her for improving the neighborhood, including, guess what, one of my classmates who just happened to live across the street. My mom was building what I considered a real estate empire. And I was like, man, I want what she has. I loved watching my mom doing big things. I realized I could build the same wealth empire as my mom, but my mind had me convinced that I couldn't have what she had. I didn't deserve it. That life wasn't meant for me. At least not that life. I'm not smart enough. I could go on and on and on, and I realized how I was thinking, it wasn't getting me anywhere. If anything, I was getting in my own way. You can't expect new results with old behavior. If I'm all the way honest, I was having a full-blown woe is me party. The old adage is true. The grass isn't greener on the other side, meaning don't be envious of someone else's wealth empire. You truly never know what they had to do or what they had to give up to actually get there. Now, this is where I see so many people striving to achieve or own as much as the people around them. We all heard the saying, keeping up with the Joneses. Having this type of mindset won't get you closer to building your legacy. What I've learned is that it's important to have a destination, a roadmap, so to speak. And I want to walk you through how I was able to shift my mindset into having a legacy mindset. What I learned is before we build a roadmap, we've got to get clear on where we're going. This will help us to drill down on choosing our destination. I started looking at my mindset drivers, which also included looking at my blind spots. What's in your mind blind spots? Now, usually when I ask clients this question, they say fear and imposter syndrome. And some of my clients, and I'm sure many of you can relate, when you reach a certain level of success, you get scared. You may feel unsure on how to keep moving forward, or you just feel plain old stuck. What I found is many entrepreneurs are doing this entrepreneur journey alone. There's no one around them that's doing this, which means you're doing this afraid. I had a coach tell me, take out a piece of paper and put a dot just like the one on the screen. The dot represented me. I was living in survival mode, comfortable, not growing. And the white space, well, that represented opportunities. The white space was my abundant birthright. So my question is, do you want to reclaim your birthright? So I had a choice. I could keep doing it afraid because I had all to gain and no more to lose, or I could keep living in my comfort zone where I wasn't being challenged, wasn't growing. I was just barely existing. So let's talk about why it's important to define your why. What is the meaning of why? The cause, reason, or purpose for which you know why you did it. You need to define your why, because whether you're starting or been in business for a while, having a why will help keep you grounded. Because it's not, if things will get tough. It's when. Your why becomes your anchor. By the way, your why could be your kids, your parents, your community, or the next generation, just to name a few. There's no right or wrong answer. Your why could be you want to show all the naysayers, family included. My point is, you need a reason to help insensitize you. You'll need help to actually push you to your next. Your why acts as a reminder of why quitting is not an option. For me, I have the ability to impact 2 generations and maybe more has become my why. So to me, this is huge and an honorable space to hold. What are some why breakers? I'm not good enough. I didn't feel good enough hanging out in a circle where others appeared to be smarter than me, or where many people had bigger dreams or goals that was larger than me. I felt like I had to hang around those that were even at my level, or in some regards, people who had lower ambition than me. I'm too old. Who do I think I am? It sounds like someone who's self-sabotaging or who has the wrong person in their ear. Case of the should-have syndrome. This one is big. I should have did this. I should have did that. Look, you can't unknow what you know. It's what you do with it now that makes a difference. Should have is just another mind excuse. We have built-in excuses that we're constantly feeding our minds. I don't have time. This one allows room for procrastination. Is any of this stepping on your toes? Thinking of how others will view you. Again, if you are moved based on how others feel or their views, guess what? You'll always remain on an emotional roller coaster. These are just a few things that I usually get for a response. I want to help those of you that may find themselves struggling with any of these areas. But first, you really need to make sure that you get clear on your why breakers. Now that we've drawn a line in the sand, you've made that decision. You want to pivot from your current mindset and shift into having a legacy mindset, meaning you've decided that you're willing to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. I want to give you 3 steps that you can do to start the shift. Step 1, sit and get quiet. Think about what's important to you. Make a list if you have to. Have a full-blown brain dumping session. Don't worry about it making sense. You just have to set priorities. This isn't going to be a 5-minute exercise. Take some time and sit with this. It's going to take some time. Try setting aside 30 minutes a couple of days a week. Let it sit and marinate and come back. You'll know when you figured out your why because you'll have that light bulb moment, what I call an aha moment. I remember when I did this exercise, I realized that the decisions that I was making were not only affecting me, but the next generation. Step 2, stay legacy driven. Being legacy driven gives purpose to a person's priorities. It positions you for opportunities. You hear people talking about being lucky or being in the right place at the right time. Can I share a secret with you? Successful people do not, hear me out, they do not rely on luck. They prepare for opportunities. So what are you doing to prepare? When you see a boxer in the ring, for example, there's more to it than them just showing up in a ring. First, they have to make a decision that this is what they want to do. Again, understanding their why. Some boxers, they come from poverty, so they want to position themselves to take care of their families and others around them. Remember, your why will propel you into success. Next, a boxer has to learn the rules. Whatever business you're doing or thinking about doing, you've got to learn the rules. Who are the key players and what are their roles? Knowing this will help to separate you from others in your space, especially when there's so many people in that space. This way you're not moving around blindly. You have a good understanding of your business landscape and how to navigate. So if a boxer intends on lasting several rounds, they have to build their stamina. They have to recondition their minds and get some skin in the game. Guess what? You have to invest in your business. It may take some sweat equity. You may need to form collaborations instead of competition. Maybe you need a coach, one who's been where you are that you can actually resonate with. If you look at a boxer, right, in between the rounds, there's someone giving them water, usually his trainer, and sometimes his manager may be there to help with more encouragement. Well, you need the same thing. You need a team. Every business requires a different type of team. This goes back to studying the key players and their roles to know exactly who should be on your team. Even though a team is required, you still have to be present. You should always have a way to police yourself. At every stage of your life, you should ask yourself one particular question. You ready? Is this part of the legacy that we want to leave behind? One thing about shifting to having a legacy mindset is that knowing what is the next step to take to further your legacy after having a successful venture. There's many avenues that you can explore. You can invest in stocks and bonds, crypto, or real estate, which has been around for decades. Now, real estate is one of those wealth builders that keeps your mindset shifting towards providing long-lasting opportunities that will outlive you. Now, I personally prefer real estate investing over the other options. Here's my reasons along with a few benefits. There's appreciation. Home values are increasing, so there's also long-term benefits that aligns with generational wealth transfer. It's called the step up in basis, a great way to build up a legacy to help the next generation. This is good for those who will pass their properties down to the next generation. Let me give you an example. Let's say you bought a house for $100,000 and now it's worth $500,000, but you decide to sell it. You'd have to pay capital gains, which is about $15,000 or $60,000. That's a lot of money. Let's say that same property you leave behind for your heirs and it's worth $500,000 and they want it to sell. They wouldn't have to pay any capital gains because when they got it, the value was the same amount. If they decide to sell, let's say sometime in the future and it's worth, say, $600,000, they only have to pay capital gains on the $100,000. This is a game changer. Next is cash flow. You will eventually have tenants and their rents will cover the expenses, including the taxes, mortgage, maintenance, just to name a few. And whatever is left over is yours. Next is tax breaks, big perk. But be sure that you get connected to an accountant that can help organize you. There's so many different deductions. Now, we all are feeling inflation at the gas pump and when purchasing our household goods. Rents should normally increase by about 2% per year, which is normally the same rate of inflation. Then there's equity, the difference between the value of the property and the amount owed. Many investors use their equity to scale up or build up their portfolio, but you can explore any creative avenues that you want. Now, when you need support in adding real estate as a wealth builder, I can help you with that. I have all the plays in my step-by-step blueprint, the Legacy Playbook. And if you need support in how to become a legacy setter, well, you can get my free ebook at www.becomingalegacysetter.com. Now, it is my hope that during our time together that you understand why you must do the work to define your why. What does preparation look like? What good is it to shift into having a legacy mindset and not think differently? You may hear people say you're acting brand new. That's okay. That's proof to you that you've been in the work. This means that you are ready to move from where you are to where you desire to be. Be willing to invest in you. Become a change agent. It's been my honor to serve you. I appreciate being on this platform, and my hope to you is to start operating with having a legacy mindset and not allow anything to hold you back. I leave you with this. If you had the opportunity today to sit and talk with you at the age of 12 about the legacy that you will build, what would be your response? Don't let you and all the why breakers that we spoke about stop you from living in your abundance birthright. So again, my name is Renarda Joy, and it's been my honor to pour into you. And I look forward to hearing how things have shifted for you.
I have a topic that it seems like is very popular these days, but not everybody wants to discuss this little topic. And what it is, it's about your gut and about your poop. So my topic is spill your guts and get healthy. What do I really mean about that? First of all, I want to ask you, what does spill your guts mean? Have you ever watched the show? It's called Spill Your Guts or Fill Your Guts. So you know that they're kind of talking about spill your guts. Tell me something personal about yourself that you really don't want anybody else to know, that kind of thing. And usually when someone asks us to do that, we kind of get nervous. It's like, oh, I don't know. But on this particular show, they tell you to spill your guts. And if you don't, they make you have to eat whatever is under this silver dome. That's a tough one to do. I either have to tell you something, kind of like when somebody tells you, oh, you just found out something and you just can't wait, you're going to do it. That's the spill your guts part. But the term that I'm going to use here when I talk about spill your guts, I want to talk about eliminating what's in your system, because when you eliminate what's in your system, you more than likely can be a little bit healthier, because we all need to get rid of whatever we eat. We eat food and it goes in, we chew it up, kind of like a juicer. I want to say it's more like a juicer. You put the whole stuff in the juicer and then you drink the juice, but then all this other pulp comes out. Well, it's kind of like that's the way your system is. The pulp is coming out. However, your gut does the same thing. But people think the gut is just the stomach. That's not the case. So when they say, your gut is disrupted, what are they really talking about? Your gut is disrupted. Let's look at what is our gut? Your gut is actually your entire digestive system. Did you know that? It's your entire digestive system. Now, what is your digestive system? Your digestive system starts in the mouth and it goes all the way through the exit portal. So if you're needing to spill your guts because someone has said something to you or that kind of thing, you want to get it out. That's a good thing. If you take in food and you need to get that out, you want to get that out because that's a good thing too. Because if you don't, it creates havoc in your body, on your muscular system, as well as on your brain, all of these things. And your gut is like doing all this and you can't digest your food properly. You can't do anything that you really want to do. You get tired. You just feel like you're agitated. And when you're doing all of that, it's disrupting your whole microbiome that they call it. And when that gets disrupted, you can possibly get diseases and things because 90%, get this number, 90% of every disease that we know of right now starts in your gut. It just starts there. So you want to feel better. You want to make sure you're doing everything better. And when you don't, it's kind of like backed up. I call it like a food traffic jam. If you don't eliminate, and going to the bathroom is not full elimination. And I'm sure many of you have probably gone to the bathroom and then like a little while later, you got to go again. And a little while later, you got to go again. That means you went to the bathroom, but you didn't have full elimination. So you want to have full elimination, and you want to make sure that you're chewing your food very well, because remember, where does it start? I said it starts in the mouth. But you know what's interesting about it starting in your mouth? It really doesn't. It starts in your brain. Why did I say that? Has somebody ever told you about a meal that you wanted to eat, and when they described it, it was so good, or you thought about it, or you drive around and you see all of those signs, and then they start triggering stuff in your brain and your mouth starts watering and that saliva starts coming down? Well, that saliva has enzyme in it that starts the digestive process even before you take that first bite. So those enzymes are very important for you to be chewing your food and not just taking a bite and swallowing, taking a bite and swallowing. That's why people choke. They have all kinds of things that go on. It clogs things up in your system and it's not able to digest properly. So understand that's also why I recommend to people cooking at home more, because the smells are going to now start digesting your food for you. Even before you start eating, you can start digesting your food. Isn't that cool? Isn't that really cool? You can make your body work even before you start working. That's what I like about explaining these things to people, so they have an understanding of what's really going on. Now, if you're chewing and you know that that's helping your digestive system, remember your gut, your digestive system, but what else is there? It's your immune system. So if you keep your gut clear, you keep your digestion going like it should, what did you just do? You just helped your overall health because of your immune system. So now your immune system is elevated. Isn't that cool? The body works really better than we give it, any advice for. We don't have to tell it to do anything. It just does it on its own. So can you see where spilling your guts and getting rid of something that's bothering you is better for you than just keeping it in? Because when you keep it in, you're creating a problem. And research shows that some of the major stressors that we have that are impacting our life is like divorce, moving, death of a friend or a loved one, like this COVID thing. That's why so many people are stressed out and they're having all these health problems and everything. It's really starting in their gut. That's where it's starting. But the one that I want to touch on a little bit that's most commonly combined is divorce and moving. Have any of you out there been divorced? How about moving? Well, we've all kind of moved. Even we moved out of our parents' house and we were a little bit nervous about doing that. Well, in my case, I experienced both of those, divorce and moving. So you can imagine what that was. At the same time, you're doing this, you're going through the courts, you're going all these things, and your brain is just going. But you know what? You just keep going, and outside appearances, no one knows. No one knows when they look at you. You just look, everything is going on, but they don't know what's going on in the inside. And guess what? Neither do you, because you're going and you don't even pay attention to all the things that you should be paying attention to. You're smiling, you have no idea. And it's like you're putting on that facade. It's the paint that you put on. But guess what? In my case, what happened? My weight was like a roller coaster. I couldn't sleep. I had bags under my eyes. My hair was falling out. I had so much hair falling out. I could just line up a whole bunch of Barbie dolls and I could just put hair on them. And the more my hair was falling out, the more stress I got. So what was I doing? I was creating a whole cyclical thing here. Hair falls out, put it on the Barbie doll. Hair falls out, put it on the Barbie doll, right? Meanwhile, it's getting thinner and thinner and thinner. Until what I did is I figured out, wait a minute, there's something going on here. And I know that my gut has to be off tremendously. So I took a look at that. But what did I have to do? You take this little thing right here and you look in the bowl, you turn around and you look at your poop and you go, oh yeah, there's some stuff going on here, because that's the only way you can tell what's going on in the inside. We're not like Superman where we have X-ray vision and we can see what's going on. We need another tool. And the tool is your poop. When your baby is little, if you have a baby or a sister or a brother or somebody and they get constipated, they can't do this, you're looking at it to see what's going on. That's what we need to be doing to ourselves. You need to be monitoring that every single day to see what's going on. You see commercials now. That's how important this is. You see commercials now where they're talking about, oh, women talking about their poop. They don't say it. They're talking about poop because no one wants to talk about that little word, those 4 little letters. How is it going to hurt you when when you're watching that, you can actually improve your health? Wouldn't you want to know what's going on? Wouldn't you want to try to restore and balance what's in your body? And a lot of people will run. What's the first thing they do? Oh, let me go get some vitamins. Let me go get this. Let me go get that. They don't realize that when these things are imbalanced, you also have inflammation. Chronic inflammation or chronic stress is what causes the diseases. But you're not paying attention to your poop. If you do, you'd be able to see, oh, I need to regulate this some other kind of way so that now I can do it. But there's a few things that I recommend that you do before getting those supplements, before going and saying, I'm going to get all these vitamins, before doing any of that. Here's a few things I'd like to recommend to you. Go to your doctor and get a blood test. And you want to find out, what are your panels? And what I mean by that, the panel is going to tell you what is your vitamin D level, your vitamin C, what minerals you have, all of that. Just get a full panel. Sometimes they tell you, oh, you don't really need it. Say, yes, I do. Yes, I do. What I'm paying here, I'm paying you. So therefore, I've got my insurance. I'm paying my insurance, and this is what I want you to do. Okay, I want the panel. So you get your panel. Then there's another test that you want to ask for. It's called a CRP test. A CRP test will tell you how much inflammation you have going on in your body. Inflammation in your body, if it's not elevated, is kind of like, I want to say a volcano. It has that lava going on underneath. But when do you know that volcano had a problem? When it erupted. But if there's a way to test it before then, you will know when it's going to erupt, or maybe you can stop the eruption. Well, that's the same way inflammation is in your body. You want to make sure that you check that, because that's going to help you know something before it happens. And if it has already happened, then what it is that it will stop, and you can stop those things. So that's one thing right there. Now, the other thing I want to tell you to do, which is the most important, water. You want to drink water, the clear water. I happen to have lemons in mine, which is good. It helps to balance. But when I'm telling you to drink that clear water, one of the things I want you to have in that clear water, and I don't mean gin and tonic. You know, that's clear water too, but that's not the kind of clear water we're talking about here. We're talking about the regular water, because that's the one that's going to give you the most hydration, is going to be the clear water that you drink. And granted, you have spring water, you have all different kinds of water, just so long as it's clear water. Why? Because every organ in your body is at least 70% water. For example, your blood is about 94%, your eyes about 95, you know, you have your brain, your kidneys and lungs and all that, that's about 83%. Think about the percentage of your body that's water. And when you actually feel like, oh, I'm thirsty, you are already dehydrated. And you get rid of water in your body at night just from sleeping. So you want the water, and you want to do that because that's kind of like a flushing system. You drink the water, it takes the toxins out, and it helps to absorb whatever minerals and food that you're eating, because it has all this peristalsis that's going on, and it goes through. So when you're eliminating, what you're doing is you're pushing all the toxins out of your body. Because remember, your blood, remember we talked about how much water is in the blood. Well, blood goes all throughout your body, and it also goes into your brain. So if you have all this stuff going on, you can be impacting your brain negatively, I should say. And when you're looking at your poop, it's going to tell you what's going on by either the color, the shape, the size, you know, even the smell. You can tell from that. So you want to see, for example, if you eat a lot of nuts or something like that, and in your poop, you see all these bits and pieces, that's telling you your body is not digesting like it should. If you're not going to the bathroom 3 to 5 times a day, you're not fully eliminating everything in your system, because who wants to have all that stuff staying in your system? You want to use all the different type of little microbes that you have in your gut that's going to help you digest everything. And that's why it's important to eat different types of food, because the more different types of food you eat, the more type of microbes you're going to have. It's kind of like that word that everybody throws around now, diversity. You can have diversity even in your gut. How about that? You can put a little diversity in there. We tend to focus more on what we are putting in our mouth, but we don't pay attention to what's coming out. So we need to be paying attention to, yes, what we're eating, whether it has the preservatives and chemicals, and whether it's got dairy or it has gluten and it has all those, and that's another whole topic that I can get on, but you want to pay attention to that. But in addition to paying attention to that, you also want to pay attention to how does it look when it comes out? Because that's going to tell you how healthy you are and how healthy you are not, or unhealthy you are. And failure to get rid of the toxins and waste is going to have, you know, very obvious health challenges. Who wants any health challenges? No one wants health challenges. I know I don't, you know, I would rather not. You can get colon cancer, you can have all kinds of things. Now, when you are doing this, how do you pay attention? I always tell people, you know, get a food, mood, poop journal. Because when you get a journal and you start journaling, okay, I ate at this time, this is how it made me feel. Oh, okay, now maybe I shouldn't eat that, or maybe I shouldn't eat that with this. It gives you an actual analytical way of looking at things, because we all have a tendency to say, oh yeah, I did that yesterday. And somebody says, no, that wasn't yesterday, that was the day before. So this way, if you start journaling and writing it down, you can help, because when you don't do what you should do, or you're not drinking enough water specifically, then you can get constipation, or maybe you eat something and it's going to give you diarrhea, or you have IBS or Crohn's disease, or you have colitis or hemorrhoids, you know, colon polyps, all those things. And even those polyps, that means you have backed up bacteria. That's what it is. You're not eliminating enough. So these things, all of these things can be reversed, stopped, prevented, any of that. What you can do is change your diet. You want to change your diet with what you're eating, how you're eating. And yes, you're going to hear me say it. Yes, yes, yes. You have to absolutely, absolutely eat more fruits and vegetables. Yes. And I always encourage people to eat your fruit first, because it has the most water, then eat your vegetables, then you can go to your carbs, And then you can go to your proteins. Now that is eating in tandem. And a lot of people, that's hard, that's hard. Nope, my clients do real well with that. That's not hard at all. But that's something I'm gonna throw out, and I'm gonna tell people that, why don't you give that a try? Why don't you try eating your food in tandem? Because all enzymes are food specific. They're very specific to what type of food you're eating. So when you mix things all together, you're confusing them. They don't know what to do. It takes your body longer to digest because you do that. So if you were to separate it out, it'll also tell you which things are not good for you. Because just because that's what your mom ate, your dad ate, your grandma ate, and this one ate, that doesn't mean that that's something you can eat. And I want to tell you also, there's a doctor, her name is Dr. Maya Treat, I think is her name. And she says the gut is the soil where the brain grows, and the gut, and you have where the brain grows, because you have the brain gut connection. And in mental health, they will tell you that both of these two things talk to each other, because there's a nerve that goes down from the back of your head around the front and down into your stomach. And so sometimes you'll say, I want to eat, and then you'll think I want to eat, you don't want to eat, your stomach is saying one thing, your brain is saying another, because that's what they're doing, is they're communicating. It's kind of like the positive and negative, and they're confusing you because you don't know, should I eat, shouldn't I eat, should I eat, shouldn't I eat? So you want to make sure that you balance those two things. By balancing your gut, you can balance your brain, because they're communicating with each other. See how that works? So by doing that and taking into account environmental factors, where do you live? How is the air quality? Do you have an air purifier in your house? Do you wear a personal air purifier around your neck? Do you drink good water? Do you have access to good water? Do you have access to good food, or are you in a food desert? All of these things. So it's like, what is your zip code? Because all of that has an impact on your life as well. All of these things combined is what I call holistic. So you have to look at the total person, where the person lives, what they eat, how they eat, when they eat, what their jobs are, what stressors they have from their job or stressors they have from their life. Did they have a death in their family? All of these things have an impact on your gut. And you want to look at, are you cooking your food? Are you smelling your food? Are you savoring your food? Are you praying over your food? Because that too has an impact of being grateful for what you have, grateful for what you're eating. And all of that can help you digest your food, because remember, digestion starts in the brain. It starts in your brain to digest your food, because the saliva comes out of your mouth and then the enzymes start the digesting. So make sure you're chewing your food. Number one, that's at this end. You're going to chew your food. And at the other end, you're going to use something and you're going to look in the bowl and say, let me see what's going on down there and inside. I want to thank you for listening. This is Dr. Charmaine Vega.
Forbes magazine reports that 78% of Americans are one emergency away from bankruptcy, and most Americans can't cover a $400 emergency out of pocket. 85% of women who leave an abusive relationship return, and according to the National Network to End Domestic Violence, it's usually because of financial abuse. These statistics cross all socioeconomic, racial, ethnic groups. However, it's worse for Black women, who are still only paid 43% of what a white man is paid for the same work. This contributes to the declining wealth from generation to generation of Black and brown people in this country. And it can help you understand why 80% of American households will never pay off consumer debt. The only thing they will be leaving their next generation is debt and disappointment. You didn't work this hard to be a statistic, and today I'm going to show you what to do about these numbers. It's never too late to lead yourself, your families, and your communities out of financial bondage. And the strategy I outlined today will help you achieve financial independence in as little as 7 years. I'm going to share with you a time-tested formula for building financial freedom so you can stop feeling trapped, so you can have control over your life. Despite all our hard work, doesn't it seem like at the end of the day, we still don't have enough time, money, or energy to spend on what truly makes us happy? Well, now I'm here to tell you that it is possible, and my proven plan will help you grow your money while freeing up your time and conserving your energy for the things you really care about. First, let me tell you a little bit about myself and why I'm so passionate about helping women lead their communities out of generational financial bondage. When I started kindergarten, the teachers told my mom that I was slow and I'd never amount to much. They wrote me off, and so did most of the world around me. But my mom insisted on a certain teacher who was known to help slow kids succeed, and that teacher turned my academic career around. I learned from experience what Les Brown said: other people's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. So whatever you've been told negative about yourself in the past, let me tell you right now, it does not have to define your future. Now, I was never the smartest kid in the room, y'all, but I was always the hardest working, and I received a full ride scholarship for college to the Air Force Academy and another full scholarship to get my master's degree. I spent 23 years in the Air Force as the first Black to serve as a physicist. But halfway through my military career, I came home from a trip to find my house sold, stuff thrown out, and divorce papers in my face. In an instant, I had become everything I worked so hard not to be. Another statistic: a single Black mom mired in debt, over $845,000 of debt. I didn't know how I was going to make it. And back then, if you filed bankruptcy, you would lose your clearance, which meant you would lose your job. And I couldn't lose that. I needed to put food on the table. Albert Einstein said you cannot solve today's problems with the same level of thinking that created them. And I needed a new way of thinking to survive this devastating heartbreak. I took classes and read books about how money worked, and I learned how to make it work for me. I now empower others to win with money using the same wealth management, investment strategies, and business strategies that got me out of that mess. Years later, I'm fully retired from the Air Force. I am a full-time mom who runs a thriving international financial education business around the needs of my family and not the other way around. I never imagined life could be this great. And no one I knew growing up had this kind of flexibility to travel and to be there with their family and to just live unencumbered by toxic work centers and evil bosses. That's why I'm so passionate about this thing. I want everyone under the sound of my voice to have that kind of flexibility and freedom. And I'm going to tell you a secret. It doesn't matter what you're facing. I know it feels sometimes like the end of the world, but I promise you, it doesn't matter where you're starting from. You might feel like you've got no support system, but you can still become financially secure. You might feel like medical issues are holding you back and keeping you from being at your best. I've been there. You might be frustrated that there's no money to start your business because you heard it takes money to make money. You ain't got no money, so how can you make any? Well, maybe you feel like no matter how hard you try, seems like life just keeps knocking you down, right? I've been there. I've suffered all of that. And I'm telling you right now, none of those things matter. It's part of your beginning, but it doesn't define your ending. What matters is a decision you make in every moment to value your future, to protect your time, energy, and resources. See, it's not about throwing money at the problems. See, you've already tried that. You bought into business opportunity after opportunity, and you just ended up with more debt and more stress. And then you watch somebody else off the street buy into the same business opportunity, and they're making six figures in their first year. And you feel like you've attended conference after conference and you get all inspired and you're excited about something new, but then you get back to real life and nothing changes. You want to change, but it just seems like you can't move forward. It's not even really your fault. You know, in the military, they have a saying. It says, read a step, do a step, get a banana. And we've been taught on our corporate job, we read a step. We've been taught go to school, work hard. That's like doing the step. And we've been taught that if we will work hard in school, get the corporate job, work hard at the corporate job, that they'll take care of us. That's like the banana, right? And you did that. You read the step. You did the step. But they didn't give you a banana. They changed the terms. They took extra out of your pay. You thought you were going to feed your family that night. Instead, you barely had enough for the kids and you went hungry, didn't you? Oh, I've been there. Oh, you have sacrificed and you have worked so hard. And when they finally gave you a banana, it was all old and moldy. And then they told you instead of asking for a fresh one, that you should be grateful. And you know, I'm using this banana as an analogy, but play it through. Eventually, we all started fighting over what few bananas were actually good. And instead of doing what others have done in other communities where they have gathered the few good bananas, planted the seeds, and created their own banana trees, our communities fell into scarcity mindset. But I'm going to ask you today, how would you like to grow your own bananas? How would you like to build a legacy of wealth for your family and your community? How would you like to be able to travel and enjoy the fruit of your labor? How would you like to get your money working for you instead of building somebody else's empire? Isn't it time for us to own our block instead of working so hard to line the pockets of people who don't care about our neighborhoods? Haven't you worked hard enough? It's not really about how much you work. I know they tell us that all the time, and I know wealthy people work hard. I work hard. But you know, in your heart of hearts, you have seen people who don't work near as hard as you do. They have plenty of wealth. You've seen people who don't appear to be keeping as well with their body as you do, but they have much better health. You've seen people who are nowhere near as nice as you, yet somehow they have plenty of strategic and profitable and genuinely fulfilling relationships. Now let's talk about money for a second. How many people do you know in your circle that got a huge lump sum one day? Maybe they won the lottery. Maybe they got an inheritance. They got a big bonus on the job. You know, what's happened to those people after a couple years? What's happened to those people? They spent, partied, gave away everything. And a year later, where are they? Broke. So financial security doesn't come from your background. It doesn't come from your education. It certainly doesn't come from breaking your back at that job. Doesn't come from your family. Where does it come from? It comes from within. See, when you understand how money works and how to make it work for you, it doesn't matter what happens in the future. You will always be able to bounce back. You know you'll be able to generate more. Yes, the setbacks hurt, and oh, you might feel cast down, but you know you're not destroyed. And this confidence spills over into everything that you do. It covers you with grace when the business deal goes south. It cloaks you in self-assurance when you go after that next big sale. It even transforms you from desperate to confident on that next date or meeting a new friend. This confidence opens doors for your abundance, and before you know it, you have bounced back with 10 times more than what you lost. It really starts with being intentional, internally intentional with what you want out of life and what you are willing to give to get it. We must be intentional about our time, our talent, our treasure, our energy, anything that we have been made stewards of. We must be intentional about how it's spent. Too many of us have been saying we want our next decade to be high impact, but we've been acting like we don't care if we're here tomorrow. We waste away our health, energy, money, and our time trying to please people who don't even care about us and help people who we think love us but really don't. We think they care because we love them, but let me tell you something. Let me ask you this. If they really loved you, would they let you ruin your health to support them? If they really loved you, would they ask you for money knowing you need it for your family's future? If they really loved you, wouldn't they understand when you choose to tell them no? Just like you understand when they choose to tell you no? We must conserve our energy for ourselves, our family, and our legacy first. Now, I know many of you are watching this and you're thinking, wow, I thought she was going to talk about the ins and outs of financial planning. Well, I could do that for hours. It's what I love to do with my clients. And I could talk to you for hours and hours and hours about the basic components of a financial plan. I could talk to you about how to save so that you can handle emergencies with power instead of fear. I could talk to you about how to use different types of spend plans to tell your money where to go instead of always wondering where it went. And y'all, I'm a free spirit. I don't even like spreadsheets. So I customize your financial plan to you and your personality. If you're a free spirit, you definitely need to come talk to me because I find a way to make the wills and the investments and the estate planning, all these things customized to you. And we could talk about that in this time today. But those are things. We could talk about all the things that go in line with financial planning. But your success, it's not about the things. It's not about got to get it done, entrepreneurial action. A lot of us, we just want to take action. Sometimes we're not even sure if it's the right action, but we're not going to sit here idle. We're going to move forward. We're going to do something. It's not about those things. It's about being. It's not about what you do, although what you do plays a role. It's really about who you are and whose you are. Some of you have been frustrated trying to do the things that it takes to be financially secure, but you haven't become who you need to be in order for those things to multiply enough abundance to create legacy wealth. You can build the wealth, you can get the deal, you can move forward, but because you haven't become inside who you need to become, it's fleeting and it doesn't last. Some of you today know exactly what I'm talking about. But I promise you, when you become who you need to be, it oozes out of your pores that you are protecting your time and your money. And after a while, guess what? The predators, they find somebody else to mess with. The energy of your being shifts from always reacting to the next crisis of life to an intentional, strategic flow that will carry you all the way to financial independence. It'll help you do the things because you have become the person. And most people who follow my plan, they achieve financial independence in 7 years or less. It's never too late to start over. It's never too late to begin to love yourself. It's never too late to begin investing in yourself. It's never too late to have the experiences you dream of, as long as you are willing to take the first step. And that first step is making the decision today to take ownership of your financial future. You take that first step today by making the decision to manage well the time, the energy, the money, the relationships that you've been given. And I can help you take that first step today with my free gift that you will find at jjclink.com/gift. That's jjclink.com/gift. you'll receive my $99 28 Days to Financial Freedom Bootcamp absolutely free. It's my gift to you, but what you do with it is your gift to your legacy. I'm JJ Conway. I want to thank you for watching. You take care and be blessed.
Hey, everybody. I'm Rick Petrie, the CEO of Preeminence Consulting and the founder of Full Spectrum Human Leadership. And I am jazzed about being here as part of the Comeback Champion event. Woo! I mean, woo-wee, this is good event. And the perfect timing, right? Think about all the things that we've been through in the last couple of years as both leaders and those people who are in our organizations. It's been quite a ride, and now is the perfect opportunity to have the leadership comeback opportunity of a lifetime. And so I'm going to share my screen with you in just a minute, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what our people have been through and what it takes for you to engage in the leadership comeback opportunity of a lifetime. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen with you, and we, my friends, are going to rock and roll, talking about the leadership comeback opportunity of a lifetime. So let's get into it. First, here's a cartoon I want to share with you. Here, this leader at the head of the table says, now that we have consensus, let's review the plan. But then if you look at the people around the table, here's what one of them says. You've got to be kidding. Somebody else says, I knew he already had a plan. Third person says, my team will never support that. And then someone says, he didn't listen to a thing I said. Last person says, we never even voted. Now think about it. How many times maybe have you as a leader done something like this? Now we can look at the cartoon and maybe laugh about it, but in the real world, maybe it's not so funny. Here's another one. He says, I don't want to change. I want all of you to change. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have a leadership crisis. And I'm not the only one that says it. Here's Professor John Cotter at the Harvard Business School. He says, after conducting 14 formal studies and more than 1,000 interviews, directly observing dozens of executives in action, and compiling innumerable surveys, I am completely convinced that most organizations today lack the leadership that they need. That's not all. Here's another professor from Harvard. Whoops, wrong slide. Here's another professor from Harvard, Professor Zuboff. She says we've managed to produce a generation of managers and business professionals that is deeply mistrusted and despised by a majority of people in our society and around the world. This is a terrible failure. That's not all. Here's Bill George. He's a former CEO of Medtronic. He says, the problem is we have a wrong-headed notion of what constitutes a leader. They're driven by an obsession with leadership. At the top, it says every successful business leader has to make the shift from I to we. And my friends, if you look at our world right now, there's a whole lot of I, me, my going on. And as a result, it's led to all sorts of problems, division politically, socially, all of these things going on because of this tremendous focus on me. Now, we're going to talk about individuals and their needs a little bit later in this keynote, but we must start making this shift from I to we if our businesses are going to be sustainable. And so what does that mean? It means it's time for a new leadership paradigm. So here's another question for you. How are your people doing now? How are your people doing right now? How are they doing mentally? How are they doing physically? Are you nurturing a culture designed to help them grow? You know, as a leader, that is one of your responsibilities. Think about it. Over the last couple of years, let's go back to pre-pandemic. At that time, there were over 130 million people in the US workforce alone who went home every single day feeling like they work for a company who doesn't care about them. Now stop and think about that for a minute. If you work for a company and you don't believe that company cares about you, are you going to give that company everything that you have to give? Of course not. Then here's another study. It's 2017 Gallup report. Again, pre-pandemic. It's called the State of the American Workplace. And there, that study found that only 30% of the US workforce was engaged in their work. Now, if 30% is engaged, that means 70% of the US workforce was unengaged in their work. Worse yet, only 1/3 of all workers feel like they've reached a dead-end job. No, not only 1/3. 1/3 of all workers feel like they've reached a dead end at their job. Now stop and think about that for a minute. If you're working a job and it feels like it's a dead end where you can't grow, where there are no more opportunities for you, are you going to give that job your all? Of course you're not. And neither are the people that work for you. Here's some more data from that report. It says slightly more than half of all employees reported that they were either actively looking for a new job or watching for openings. Now stop and think about that. If half of the people working for your organization are actively looking for a new job or watching for openings, do you think they're going to give you all they have to give? Heck no. And a mere 20% of all employees felt very passionate about their jobs. So if 20% feel passionate about it, that tells us that 80% don't. Houston, we have a problem. How are your people doing now? As a leader, that's something that you have to have on your mind all the time. Let's move into the pandemic. It gave rise to health concerns, a whole lot of fear, isolation, and even depression, right? You want to talk about an uncertain time. That was a time when the whole world was uncertain, including the people that are placed in your care, the people inside your organizations. Now, I am in Minneapolis, the epicenter. This is the place where George Floyd was murdered. It was the epicenter for this global cry, this demand for social justice, which is great. But there's another side to that, and that is, my best guess, if you're participating as a comeback champion, that you experienced a great deal of trauma associated with that whole ordeal, from watching maybe the video of him being killed, or watching the trial, maybe watching all the protests, literally protests around the world. So your people suffered a lot of trauma. And think about it, that is trauma piled on top of generational trauma that they already had before this occurred. That's not the end of it. The impact of that, ladies and gentlemen, was the Great Resignation. I'm sure as a leader, you've heard about that. That is where people said, you know what? I quit, right? I've had enough. One of the things that came out of the pandemic and this demand for social justice was an opportunity for people to really sit back and think about what is truly important to me. And we talked about that data, about those numbers of people feeling like they work for companies that didn't care about them and all this type of stuff. And if people felt like that, a lot of them just decided, that's it, I quit. So let's look at the 2021 data. 4 million people quit their jobs in April of 2021 alone. The early 2022 data shows that in January, just in January of this year, 2022, just a few months ago, 4.3 million people quit their jobs in that month alone. And now 41% of workers are likely to consider leaving their employer within the next year. Now think about that. Some of those people might be the people that are placed in your care, the people that are working inside your organization. How are your people doing now? It's an important question. Now add on to all of that the war in Ukraine, the inflation that we're now seeing, all of the uncertainty coming out of that. And then let's not forget the mass shootings, right? The shootings at the grocery store, the shootings at the church, the shootings at these schools. and the impact that that has. Even more uncertainty, even more fear for the people that are placed in your care. How are your people doing now? I'm a firm believer that leadership is a profound responsibility for the people you invite into your organization. Having a purpose for them that inspires them, something bigger than them, and letting those people who are placed in your care know that they matter. So I have some serious questions for you. How are your people doing now? That's not a rhetorical question. That's a very real question. How are they doing mentally and emotionally? How are they doing physically? What are you asking of them? And most importantly, how are you inspiring them, helping them grow and letting them know that they truly matter? I want to shift gears for just a minute and talk about the 7 levels of human development, because if you want to know how your people are doing now, it's really important for you as a leader to understand these 7 levels of human development, because as you will see, if you can help your people meet their needs, they have a much better opportunity to function at a higher level and give you all that they have to give. So let's take a look at this. At level 1, that's survival. By the way, this is based in part on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but then we expanded that. We took self-actualization and we broke it out into even bigger levels, into more detail, I guess is a better way to say it. But at level 1 is survival. That's where people are focused on building stability, right? Financial well-being, their wages are a big thing for them there. They want to be able to pay their bills and have some money that they can save for the future. At level 2, it's relationships are important. That sense of belonging really kicks in there. Relationships, family, friendships, safety, listening, open communications. All that lives at level 2. And then at level 3 is self-esteem. That's focusing on achievement. That's where people want to have a positive self-image. They're focused on being the best. They want to have security. They want to be competent, productive, and efficient. Now, these first 3 levels are what we refer to as deficiency needs. What does that mean? That means we as human beings need to have those levels met in order for us to function, right? If those needs aren't being met at levels 1, 2, and 3, we will do whatever we feel like we have to do in order to make sure that those needs get met. And as a leader, this is what's really important for you to understand. If your people don't have those needs met, sometimes the way that shows up will seem very odd to you. You'll ask questions like, what in the world is going on with this person? Why are they doing that? Why are they behaving this way? Or why are they behaving that way? Well, it could very well be that one of these deficiency needs are not being met, and people move around. These deficiency needs are fluid, they're dynamic. So at one time, maybe somebody can operate at a higher level, but then something like the pandemic comes along and pretty much the whole world dropped down to level 1. Once we get past level 3 and we move up to level 4, that's where a transformation starts to occur. Our deficiency needs are met, and now we start doing something, fancy word for it is called individuating. There we start talking about consciously evolving. Things like autonomy, accountability, freedom, courage, responsibility, and innovation live at level 4. But again, remember, if your people aren't getting their needs met at levels 1, 2, and 3, and you're trying to get them to be innovative or creative and come up with new solutions, not going to happen. Their energy is going to be invested in levels 1 through 3. At level 5, it's all about self-expression. That's where people are looking for meaning and purpose in their lives. They're looking at things like authenticity, integrity, inner alignment, purpose, creativity, clarity, and transparency. And then at level 6, connection starts to be really important. That's where people are putting a lot of energy into community involvement. They want to do things that makes them feel like they're making a difference. They want to collaborate. They want to have empathy and environmental awareness. And then at level 7 is contribution. Now we're talking about societal contribution, selfless service, social responsibility, ecology, long-term perspectives, future generations, and compassion. right? And so if you think about it, if you're a leader and you have people working for your organization, sure, we all want them to be at level 4, 5, 6, or 7, and that's great. But again, if they have unresolved needs down in level 1, 2, or 3, they're not going to be able to function at that. And so as a leader, part of your responsibility is to get to know your people, get to know what their needs are, and figure out how you can help them meet their needs so they can perform at those higher levels. Then there are different leadership styles. We have level 1, crisis manager, level 2, relationship manager, level 3, performance manager. Those, again, those lower 3 levels, level 1, pursuit of profit. Yeah, a company needs to make profit, but if you spend too much time and too much energy over too long of a period of time just focused on that, it's not sustainable, especially in today's world. We're going back to, these 7 levels of human development. If you're pushing people too much, then they're not going to be able to get all of their needs met, and they will not perform for you. So you need to be able to learn how to navigate through these various levels and these different leadership styles. Level 3 is performance manager. That's where the focus is on being the best. Level 2, I don't think I talked about that yet, but that's relationships, supporting group needs. That's a big one, right? That is a really big one. This is going like to a lot of the DEI work that's being done now. Look, it's important to understand that work is not just important because it's a nice thing to do or because, it makes people feel warm and fuzzy in a kind of kumbaya sort of way. If you're a hardcore business person, it's much deeper than that. It is really that people need to feel like they belong in order to perform at their best. So even if you're that person who says, I don't really get off on that mushy, squishy stuff. I don't believe there's room for love in business. Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of leaders, but there are hardcore business reasons that you need to be focused on that as well. At level 4, that's a facilitator, influencer, thinking about continuous renewal. Level 5, an inspirational leader. Focus there is on development of the organization's community, satisfying your need to find meaning and purpose. At level 6, that's a mentor partner leader. Now the focus is on collaboration with customers and community. And at level 7 is a visionary leader, where the focus is on service to humanity. Now, here's the thing. I am not suggesting that in order to be an effective leader, you need to master each one of these leadership styles. That's a big ask. But what I am inviting you to do is to master 3 or 4 of those leadership styles, and also to master and understand when to use those leadership styles based upon the circumstances that you're facing as an organization, and also based on the people that you're dealing with. Some people respond better to one type of leadership style than another. And if you have children, this should come as no surprise to you, right? Like I have 2 kids. I have a son and a daughter. I have to deal with my son in one way that's very effective for him. But if I dealt with my daughter in the same way, it would be a total disaster, and vice versa. I have to deal with my daughter in a certain way. And if I dealt with my son in that same way, it'd be a train wreck. So it's the same thing with the people that are placed in your care. So I invite you to think about this. Now, here's something else that I found absolutely mind-blowing. The Mayo Clinic says that the person that you report to at work has a greater impact on your health than your doctor. That's a big, big deal. And that's because of culture. Well, who creates the culture? The leaders do. You and I do. So what about your people on your teams? Do they wake up every day inspired to step into their greatness? Do they feel safe, supported, and cared about? And do they return home to their family and friends at the end of each day, feeling fulfilled by the lives they've touched in the work that they do? Why does that matter? Because when you have a deliberately developmental organization built around the simple but radical conviction that an organization will best prosper when it's more deeply aligned with people's strongest motives, which, by the way, is to grow. That's to grow in those 7 levels that we just talked about. Things go really well. This means building an organizational culture where supporting people's development is woven into the fabric of everything they do in the workplace, including the business operations, daily routines, and even the conversations. That's how you meet your team members' needs. So, in the face of turbulence and change, culture and values become the major source of continuity and coherence, internal coherence and internal cohesion, and of renewal and sustainability. Right now is the leadership comeback opportunity of a lifetime. Our people have gone through all of these things, and now here's your opportunity as a leader to make this incredible comeback, both for yourself, your organization, and your people, by helping your people get their needs met. It's no fooling. This is the leadership comeback opportunity of a lifetime. So I thank you for participating as a comeback champion. If you'd like to learn more about these human needs and these leadership styles, drop me an email. My email address is info@rickpetriespeaks.com. It'll come directly to me. You can also visit my website at www.rickpetriespeaks.com. I am thrilled to be participating as a comeback champion. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of us as leaders to meet the needs of the people who are placed in our care. And I promise you, my friends, if you will do that, if you will take the time to learn about your people, to care about your people, to make your people feel like they matter, you'll see an incredible return on your investment, because your people, in fact, this is really real, you may be the only person in their lives who expresses this level of care and concern for them, and who is willing to step up and help them meet their needs. Again, my name is Rick Petrie. I'm thrilled to be of service to you. I look forward to meeting you all sometime in the future, and I'm out for now. Take good care.
Hello world, how you guys doing? My name is Dr. Casual Pitts, and I am your speaker on today. And guys, today we are going to be talking about mindset mastery. Yes, this is one of my favorite subjects, favorite topics. And the reason being, guys, is because, yes, you got it, I wrote a book on mindset. Forgive the green screen piece, but mindset is my book. We'll get into that a little bit later. But today we are going to be talking about mindset mastery. So look, let's dive right into this thing. Like I stated before, my name is Dr. Casual Pitts. So before we get started, go ahead and text CBC, which is what? The Comeback Champions Summit, right? CBC to 321-758-1632. Get it out of the way now. And you're going to receive some amazing information that's going to help guide you. You're going to get access to this presentation. I have a ton of ebooks, so I'll be dropping where those ebooks will be at throughout our session. But listen, now that you've done that, let's dive into who I am and what I do, right? So like I stated before, Dr. Casual Pitts, I am your #1 entrepreneur. And today I'm here to motivate you, inspire you, and encourage you on this particular topic, mindset mastery, because it is a very important topic for you to understand how you set your mind to accomplish things in your business and in your life. So just a small little background of myself. Been an entrepreneur since the age of 7. I am now 37 years old. So yes, I've been in the industry for 30 years, and my passion is entrepreneurship. Currently, I control 14 institutions that I run myself and my 6,500 employees, whether they're 1099, whether they're contractors, whether they're W-2. Collectively, I have about 6,500 employees. So excited about that. And I'm excited to be here today to talk to you guys about this particular topic. So look, let's dive into it. So mindset mastery. Today, we're going to talk about what you're going to learn from this particular segment is you're going to learn from your mistakes. You're going to always keep improving. You're going to make sure that you say what? I am #1. You're going to stay determined. You will succeed. You will learn how to wake up early, and most importantly, you will learn how to always be thankful. So let's talk about that first tip, right? Learn from your mistakes. This is extremely important. And the reason why it's important is because we make mistakes. We're human, right? It just happens. So the 3 tips of how you learn from your mistakes is acknowledge your mistakes. The second one is analyze your mistakes. And then last but not least, get feedback. So let's talk about acknowledging your mistakes. When you make mistakes, try to admit it as soon as you can and apologize if necessary. Making an effort to apologize for a mistake can show that you respect the people who you may have affected with this mistake, okay? Apologizing can also show you regret your mistake, that you are willing to take responsibility for it, and that you're using it as an opportunity to do what? Improve yourself, which is the reason why you are here at this summit today, listening to this particular class that's talking about mindset mastery, okay? The second tip is analyze your mistakes. I want you to think about what caused the mistake and how you resolved it, and note things that you did well and poorly. Analyze and understand your mistake can help you determine what you need to do differently to ensure that the mistake does not happen again. It can also help you identify solutions for future mistakes. So here's an example. If you forget to send an email, you can determine that you made this mistake because you didn't add sending the email to your to-do list, which now puts you into perspective. Okay, I've analyzed what went wrong, and now this is what I'm going to do differently moving forward. The third thing, get feedback. You might also find it helpful to get feedback from the people around you, such as your supervisor or coworkers. Listen to this word, constructive critiquing. We're no longer, remove the word criticism, right? And you want to change it to critiquing. Now, let me give you the reason why. It's because when you look at the word criticism, it's almost like it's a downplay word, right? Yes, I'm getting feedback. People are giving me constructive criticism. You heard it all the time. But here's the mindset. I want you to change the mind now to say what? Constructive critiquing, right? Now that word sounds a lot more positive, right? And that's what we want to do. We want to be able to speak life into self, because this is a part of the mindset mastery, right? Is you speaking life into yourself. So an example, if you made a mistake that you don't know how to solve, you can contact a mentor who used to have your job or position, or who's run a successful business. And this can literally give you valuable insight into your situation and give you some leverage on how to approach the situation, right? Very, very important. Getting feedback is detrimental to your life, right? It's detrimental to your health mentally, right? And it's also detrimental to your business. So it's definitely important that you get feedback in anything that you do. The second thing that we're going to kind of hone in when it comes to this mindset mastery is always keep improving. This is something that I always do in life. This is the reason why I'm so successful at what I do, right? So the 3 tips of how you always keep improving is 1, take an online course. 2, watch and listen to positive media. 3, plan your goals, then schedule time to actually work on them. So let's talk about the first one, taking an online course. So listen, taking an online course is a great way to learn new skills, expand your mindset, and improve yourself. Whatever you want to learn, digital marketing, photography, or programming, and so forth and so on, there's literally online courses that can help you with that. For example, you could learn how to start an online business with Shopify Compass, or check out online course platforms like Entrepreneur Empire University. Hint, hint. Make sure you text CBC to 321-758-1632 so you can get more information on the Entrepreneur Empire University. I have a ton of courses that I give away for free. There's some extremely affordable courses. Then there's some high ticket courses, right? It just kind of depends. But let me give you a strategy. One of my strategies, and this is for me, it's not for anybody else, right? But it'll give you at least a foundation. One of my strategies is from January 1st to January 31st, I literally do what we call a lock-in, where it's just me and whatever I want to learn for the duration of the year, right? So if I want to learn stocks from January 1st to January 31st, I'm going to do everything I can to embed my mind with what stocks are, how do stocks work, how do I invest, what platforms exist. I'm giving myself 31 days of embodying myself with that knowledge. When I come out of that 31 days, what do you think happens? I'm now an expert in what? Stocks. Or I can at least sit at the table and have a conversation. And that's what it's all about. So the way you improve yourself is taking some kind of online course or class, okay? The second one is watch and listen to positive media. The saying, you are what you eat, also applies to everything we consume, such as the things that we listen to and watch. Every podcast, movie, and social media post that we consume impacts our mental and emotional states, okay? In fact, a new study has proven that social media causes negative effects on well-being and increases feelings of depression and loneliness. Identify your media habits and ask yourself this question. Is there anything that you regularly consume that could be harming your mental or emotional health? Now listen, another shameless plug, Motivational Mondays. I do it every Monday. I'm giving you motivation, inspiration, and encouraging you to be motivated throughout the day, the week, the month, and guess what? Even the year. So make sure that you text CBC to 321-758-1632 so you can get more information on the Motivational Monday segment, right? And it's a podcast, it's a video series, the whole nine. The next thing, third tip, is plan your goals, then schedule time to actually work on them. Listen, you've heard this before. A goal without a plan is just a wish. In other words, turn your wishes into goals by creating a plan and scheduling time to actually work on them. Look, let me give you guys an example when it comes to my goals and how I schedule them, right? You know, we'll write this big to-do list. And when we write this to-do list, we're like, man, I got a lot to do. And you know what we do? We try to cram that to-do list in one day. And what you have to do is you then take that to-do list after you write it down, this long list of 1, 2, 3 pages, you then start to give those particular things that you need to get done, days that you want them to get done. So if it's, I need to, send emails, then do it on a Monday. Monday is when I'm going to send emails at this time, from this time to this time. Allot yourself a time. And you know what you do? You put yourself on a timer on your phone. And when that timer goes off, no matter where you're at in your email process, you're done. On to the next, right? Because what are you doing? You're keeping a schedule, right? And you're knocking your goals out one step at a time. The next thing, affirmation I love, I will be number one. Listen, you don't need another person to tell you that you're number one but yourself. You are amazing. You are phenomenal. And most importantly, you're number one. So the 3 tips of how do you maintain being number one in your life and in your business is master great listening skills. Listen, these 3 tips, you don't have to have, you have to master these 3 tips in order for you to be successful in anything that you want to do. So the first one is master great listening skills. The second one, master time management. And last but not least, master organization. So Dr. Pitts, how do I master great listening skills? I'm glad you asked. The way of mastering great listening skills is listen to learn, not to be polite. Okay. Often, whether realizing it or not, people listen to each other out of generosity and not out of curiosity, right? Listening is good, but the intent has to be curiosity, not generosity. True dialogue does not happen when we pretend to listen, and it certainly cannot happen if we are not listening at all. This is how you master being a great listener. Listen, just be quiet, process it, then think about it, write down some tips or whatever the case may be. Then you go ahead and then you let it out, you exert it out to wherever it is that you need to give feedback to, right? That's how you become a master of great listening. Now, how do you master time management? Well, I'm glad you asked. You figure out how you currently are spending your time. If you're going to optimize your personal time management, you first need to figure out where the time is going. Try different ways of actually logging your time for a week by tracking your daily activities. Okay. This audit will literally help you do 3 things. Determine how much you can feasibly accomplish in a day. Identify time sucks. Okay. and focus on activities that provide the greatest returns. So listen, Dr. Pitts, where can I do this at? Where can I get the log sheet at? If you text CBC to 321-758-1632, there's a PDF that we provide where you can log in that time so you can know where your time is actually going. Next, last but not least tip on, how do you become number one? You got to master organization. You focus on what's important, reminding yourself on your long-term goals and revise them when necessary. Set daily priorities to meet your goals. Keep photos of your family or inspirational pictures nearby. Now, here's the thing. I'll give you the strategy on how I mastered organization. People cannot call my phone at random. If you're not on my schedule, we're not talking. Why? Because I have to be productive with every second, every minute, every hour, every day, every week, every month, every year. It is very, very vital to me. It's important to my family, right? On Saturdays, all social media, all phone is completely off. I am disconnecting from the world. Why? Because I work from Sunday to Saturday, right? So on Saturday, I owe it to my family to where now we're just enjoying. And sometimes if I wanted to roll over into Sunday, I'll do so. Why? Because business is not open on Sunday, at least in my world, it's not, okay? You have to master organization. Mastering organization will co-create how you stay consistent and persistent with your boundaries. Next one, stay determined. Okay, this is the D in mind. So we're closing out mind and we're finna get ready to roll over into set. But Dr. Pitts, how do you stay determined? So these are the 3 tips to stay determined. Having a mentor, extremely important. Second one is recognizing your roadblocks. Third is celebrate the small and big victories. Well, let's talk about that first one, right? Having a mentor, another shameless plug, right? Dr. Pitts is a mentor, life coach, business coach, whatever title you want to give me, I am it. Why? Because I am a legacy dynasty builder. So mentors serve as a source of knowledge. Mentors can provide specific insight and information that enables the mentee's success. For example, they offer instructions on how to perform particular tasks or develop useful skills. Individuals starting their career can benefit from such guidance as it helps them feel comfortable in the role more quickly. And you have those individuals that are not starting a career, but are starting a business. And having a successful mentor who's also successful in business can definitely be another example of how you need to have a mentor. They asked me, Dr. Pitts, if you could start all over again, what would you do differently? And you want me to tell you what that answer is? I would make sure that I had a mentor in my earlier stages of being an entrepreneur, because I would have gotten to my success a lot sooner, right? So if I had to start all over again, it would be for me to actually get a mentor. So the second one is recognizing your roadblocks. Do you even know right now what's holding you back? You might be surprised that there is something keeping you from achieving your goals. This something might be a lack of skill in one area or a quality you may not realize may be holding you back. If you're working or if you worked with someone on a task before, you could ask them what might be holding you down. This is where that feedback comes in, right? Where do you see my weakness at? Sometimes we have such of a familiar voice, or we have familiar voices around us. It doesn't allow us to move forward because it's like, oh, I'll get it done. Sometimes we're our own self-destruction, because we'll say, you know what, I can take a break without working out today because I'm going to do this, this, and this, right? We'll start making excuses for ourselves, which essentially could be a roadblock, right? Last but not least, celebrate the small and big victories. If you completed a goal, whether it's big or small, it's still an achievement. So be sure to take some time to take a break. Maybe treat yourself to your favorite meal or go out with friends. Why? Because you deserve it, okay? When you're done celebrating, keep up the motivation by setting another goal and actually keep growing and do what? Keep celebrating, right? Never stop celebrating the small wins, because when you get to the bigger wins, it's just going to be a bigger celebration, okay? You got to have that mindset. So we've completed mind. right? Mine is done. Now let's move over to set, which is these 3 powerful affirmations. I want you to say it with me 3 times. I will succeed. I will succeed. I will succeed. The second one, I am successful. I am successful. I am successful. And last but not least, I am powerful. I am powerful. I am powerful. The reason why these affirmations are so important is because how else can you succeed if you don't say you can succeed? How else can you be successful if you don't say you're successful? How else can you be powerful if you don't say you're powerful? The Bible says that the power of the tongue can bring life and death into your situation. So what you choose to speak into your life will be your outcome. The next one is wake up early. Listen, I know, I get it. A lot of you may say, Dr. Pitts, I like my sleep. Listen, sleep don't get you paid. Let me just be transparent, okay? And this next fact that I'm going to give you, I'm going to be honest and tell you, be transparent. I do not agree with the fact. However, I can't, wiggle the facts, but I can give you some experience, okay? So the 3 tips: set an early bedtime. The second one is unplug before bed. The third one is avoiding late night snacks. So the first one, training your body to fall asleep early may help you rise earlier each morning. Most adults should aim to get between 6 and 7 hours of sleep each night. Anything less than that can cause you to struggle with waking up early. For some people, okay? Dr. Pitts himself from experience, and this is just me, okay? So let me put that disclaimer out. It's just me. I go to bed at 3 a.m. and I'm waking up at 6, sometimes 7, right? So I'm only getting between that 3 to 4 hours of sleep. However, that's what works for me. That's what's gotten me to my success, right? However, if you have an issue with waking up early, maybe this could be the resolution for that, all right? The second one is unplug before bed. Now, this is extremely important. I definitely do this, and I encourage each and every last one of you guys that are listening to my voice to do the same. So unplug from smartphones, laptops, about 30 minutes before you actually go to bed. It can contribute to a better night of sleep. And according to the Sleep Judge, the blue light emitted from screens can alter your body's natural melatonin levels, making it more difficult to fall asleep, okay? So you guys are just on your phone, laying in the bed, scrolling through your timeline for your last little hoorah, and you get ready to cut it off. That may be the reason why you're starting to toss and turn for the next 45 minutes, right? So unplug for 30 minutes, throw some water on your face, throw on some soft music, whatever it is that you need to kind of just get into a relaxed mode. Remember, the body needs to get into a relaxed state of mind in order for it to relax, right? So you don't want to just have to get through watching a video that may be drama, and then you decide to put your last little comment on there, and then you go to sleep. Now your mind is trying to cycle that out, right? So this is extremely important. Unplug before bed. Last but not least, I know a lot of people, I'm gonna be transparent, I've had issues with this. Avoid late night snacking. Because I stay up so late, it does cause me to snack a little bit. And yes, I will say that in some instances, I have been affected by it. However, this is an amazing tip. While some studies have shown that snacking close to bedtime can help dull any hunger pains that may appear overnight, others have shown that it can cause less enjoyable symptoms such as acid reflux. Hello, I'm one of those individuals. It's easy to confuse hunger with tiredness. So instead, ditch the snacks and save your appetite for a nice, wholesome breakfast. Okay. Let's go to always be thankful. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is the T of set. Always be thankful. This is something that I've embodied. This is something that I've endured. This is something that I've put into my regimen for the remaining and the duration of my life. I actually have 30 days of kindness that I actually go through in the month of November, I believe, because that's the month of Thanksgiving, right? So in the month of November, I am doing all 30 of these particular items. And I'm going to give you, not saying that these are the top 3 in the list, and maybe they are, but these are the 3 that I kind of would recommend that I want you guys to do today, right? Today, this week. So not all 3 in one day. I want you to just space it out. So from today, you guys are going to buy somebody's coffee. that's behind you. I know a lot of you drink coffee. I don't, but I will go to Starbucks and I will order like, a regular drink that's not non-coffee because I've never had coffee in my life. However, no matter what the bill is of the person behind me, I am paying that person's bill. Why? Because I'm being thankful that God has given me the opportunity to do so, right? And I'm grateful. And I just want to make sure that I'm spreading that around. You never know how that can change somebody's day. The second one is hold the door for a stranger. I know that may be simple, but it's something that we do without, conscious, right? However, be a little bit more conscious about it and hold the door for a stranger. It has meaning to it for you, right? And then last but not least, surprise a friend with flowers. My wife is my best friend, so I make sure I get her flowers every Friday. However, it can just be anybody, right? I do have sisters, aunts, friends, things of that nature. But surprise a friend with flowers. So you got 3 days to get these things accomplished and done. So I just want to say thank you guys for joining me on today. I really hope that this information was helpful and inspirational. And do me a favor, just make sure you share it with somebody that you had a great session on today with Dr. Casual Pitts. Because you came today, I am giving you a $500 gift card off. Well, I would say gift card. So $500 off any hotel that is picking of your choosing that's on this particular voucher. All you have to do is text CBC to 321-758-1632. Again, 321-758-1632. One last time, text CBC to 321-758-1632. My name is Dr. Casual Pitts, guys, and I thank you guys tremendously for giving me your time. And for those of you that do not know, and for those that do know, you already know my quote. Coming together is the beginning. Sticking together is progress, but working together is success. My name is Dr. Casual Pitts, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hi, I'm Eric Hollick.
And I'm Dr. Sakisha Hylick, and we're so excited about being with you today. How many of you know that along this entrepreneurship journey, that there are going to be some challenges? So today we wanted to share with you a little bit about 3 ways that you can bounce back and win the money games. And I'm sure you might be wondering, why are they smiling, especially talking about bounce back? What exactly did they bounce back from? So let me share a little something with you. For those of you who may not know us, you might identify with some parts of our story. You see, I served for over 18 years in the healthcare industry as a pharmacist, and we did really well. But a few years before the pandemic, I got real sick. I had major medical issues that wouldn't allow me to do the things I would normally do. I could no longer overexert myself, couldn't stand for long hours, couldn't work 13 hours a day, couldn't talk without having difficulty breathing. And lo and behold, what do you think happened? You know, if any of you have ever been on a leave of absence in your corporate job, you have to go and you pay your medical bills. Well, one day I was going to pay my medical bill, and guess what I found out? I was no longer in the system.
And I was not happy at all.
I had been let go from my corporate job. And can I tell y'all, I was devastated. You know how when you're asking God, I want more time with my family. I want to be able to show up for my kids. I want to be able to be consistent with the couples that we're called to serve and to be able to serve in ministry. And I was devastated to find out I could no longer do that. Now, when you ask God for something, how many of you know that it may show up in ways that you really didn't anticipate? And when I found out that I had lost that corporate job, all kinds of thoughts were running through my mind. Like, how was I going to tell my husband? How was I going to tell my kids? How was I going to let them know that we still had 6-figure bills, but we no longer had 2 6-figure incomes? So one of the things that we learned as a couple is that everybody manages money differently. So some of you, when you transitioned into entrepreneurship, you did it intentionally. You were excited about it. And some of us were like, I can't do corporate America anymore. This is finally my opportunity to step into entrepreneurship. So I did it grudgingly because I was afraid. How many of you know when you're accustomed to that paycheck hitting your account every other week, when you no longer have that, but you still have the bills knocking at your door, you start, all kinds of questions. You start trying to figure out, how am I going to make ends meet?
Yeah, because it's a different mindset. You have to actually leap out and just take a jump. Because like you said, when you have that mindset of knowing, that comfort of knowing that you're going to get a paycheck, whether it's every other week or every 2 weeks, it's just a comfort level that way. But then when you start out on your own and there is no guaranteed paycheck coming in, it's a different animal out there. It's a different world.
One of the things I learned when that happened is that in my mind, I wanted to be able to say, I'm not going to let this happen to me again. So I quickly realized that we had to be able to generate multiple streams of income that would last, that would be, extend beyond just what we were doing immediately. It was going to extend to my children and to my children's children. Make sense?
Makes sense.
And one of the things is that you have to ask yourself some serious questions when you're getting into this entrepreneurship journey. Many of you, maybe you mapped out your process for entrepreneurship, and I am super excited. But what I started thinking about, what was financial freedom going to look like for us with me being as an entrepreneur and him being in corporate America? How are we going to fulfill our dreams and still win in the money game? I mean, what was it going to look like to leave generational wealth for our family without the security of that second 9-to-5 income?
Well, what we did learn is that, hey, doing a 9 to 5 is not going to get you where you want to be necessarily.
Well, you know what? I don't have anything against a 9 to 5 because it gave us the opportunity and it affords us the opportunity to provide for our family. But when you have that unexpected, hey, you no longer have a position and that 6 figures or whatever amount you're making is taken away from you, that can be a tremendous wake up call. So we had to learn along the way that we wanted to be able to share the lessons that we learned and encourage another entrepreneur that might be worried, that might be facing that same challenge. So let's talk about 3 keys, even though there are a whole bunch more, but we're going to narrow it down to 3 keys that helped us when we're launching this entrepreneur journey. So my question to you today is, what are your top 3 keys? Let's think about it. Everybody's money story can be different when you're growing up. And when you become an entrepreneur, that can be challenged. I mean, like my husband was talking about earlier, you have to reprogram your mind into recognizing that you're worth every penny that you're making and you're worth the money that you're charging in your business, but you got to show up with a different level of confidence. And you have to be confident in the fact that you are worth it. So how do we do that? How do you win at the money game? The first step is preparation is key.
Yes, it is.
If you think about it, how do you get prepared?
Well, I mean, you're definitely going to have to live within your means when you're in entrepreneurship. But, until you get to that point where you have multiple streams of income.
And it's true. You have to ask yourself the question, can I live that same lifestyle if one or both of us lost our income? If we had some kind of injury, sometimes it's not necessarily that as a person or as an entrepreneur, you don't have enough money. You have to honestly take a look at what you're doing and sometimes consider, well, not sometimes, you're going to have to reconsider redistributing or reallocating those funds. And that's one of the ways that we prepared in order to step into entrepreneurship. We had to recognize and establish our wants versus our needs. Now, we may want that new pair of shoes, we may want that new car, we may want that bigger house, but did we necessarily need it in that moment? So what we have for you guys, for entrepreneurs, if you are just starting out, or if you're trying to, some of us go through rebranding phases in our lives, so we want to go to the next level. So we have a challenge for you. If you're concerned or you're really serious about taking your business to the next level and you're concerned about your financial plan, we're going to challenge each one of you. Take step number 1, be prepared. How are you going to do that? Take a look at your bank account, which, we all have that. We can take out that phone and look at it. We can pull up our account online. And I want to challenge each and every one of you for the next 30 days, look at your spending. For those of us that are Starbucks lovers, some that have to have that smoothie when you're leaving the gym, whatever your vice may be, the next time, you go through your account, track over 30 days. How often did you go to Starbucks? How often did you pay for that smoothie or go to Clean Juice or one of these places? And then document that amount and just think, what could you do for your business if you actually had those funds and were able to reallocate it? A lot of times as entrepreneurs, we talk about, oh, I don't have enough money for this. I don't have enough money for a virtual assistant. I don't have enough money to properly brand and market my business. But if you take those same funds that you're spending on a smoothie or that you're spending on Starbucks and take that same money and reallocate it, you can prepare your business to go to the next level.
Right.
Sometimes it's about just starting.
Right, exactly.
Just
Preparing
starting.
for the crisis. Now, as an entrepreneur, we can often experience or have experienced that feeling of the pressure of not having enough. There's always seems to be more month than money.
Can you say that again?
There's more month than money. When you're looking at you're looking at your bank account and you're like, man, it's just the middle of the month.
I just got paid and already it's negative again.
Exactly.
I've been there and done that. But when you have that entrepreneur mindset, you have to think about it's going to be 10% of what's happening to you and 90% of how you react to it. So sometimes these opportunities, these crises may be simply an opportunity to launch into something different. Maybe it's that opportunity to turn that hobby or that passion into a serious business, or even yet an opportunity to generate an additional stream of income. Another way to make more money. Just think about it. Mm-hmm. For 18 years, I worked hard. I put my family on the side, worked 13, 14 hours a day, and gave my business or my true passion what I had left over. But wouldn't it be amazing to be able to transition, to be able to focus more on your passion and then still be generating that income? But you have to learn to step outside of your comfort zone and reallocate those funds so that you'd be able to do that. So part of that is going to be in that first key, which is preparation.
Now, number two, and this is something that we have to really take this step as well, is provision. Mm-hmm. You have to provision for your vision. How many of you have ever been like me and found yourself scratching your head at the end of the month, trying to figure out where did my money go? Like many of you, I was ready for a shift. Like Dave Ramsey often says, I was ready to start telling my money where to go instead of figuring out at the end of every month, where did my money go?
Just think about it. When we're thinking in terms of providing for our goals, we often want to measure things. We're looking at progress. But how many times how many of you recognize that as an entrepreneur, progress isn't going to always come in a straight line? Sometimes it might be like a zigzag pattern. You're over here and you're up. Sometimes you might be down, but nonetheless, it's progress. But you know what? That's okay. As long as the direction that you're moving is forward. So just think about it. For those of you who may be parents, you're thinking about your kids, how am I going to send my kids to school if I don't have consistent income? How am I going to pay my mortgage? How am I going to pay my car payment? Just let me give you this example. We have a daughter who, thank God, she's getting ready to graduate from college, but we were planning on her getting this certain scholarship for school. Now we had some money saved, but we had all of our eggs in the basket of her getting the scholarship that would provide for her financially for school, correct? Well, when the pandemic happened and it shut down, she was what, 10 points away from the goal of getting the scholarship that we were banking on. And when they canceled the SAT, y'all know how many of y'all know we were crushed, because we were like, wait. We were counting on X percentage to take care of college, where college may not be your goal. Your goal may be for a home, and maybe for a car. Your goal may be something different. But when you take that time and start reallocating your funds, you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. So that's something that we teach our clients, how to diversify, how to focus on the end goal, and start saving something. It may sound weird, even saving something as minimal as $5 per day. And I'm sure you're like, what the heck can $150 a month do for me? When you invest it right, when you put it in the right places, it can multiply like that and help to provide for your goals.
Right. And that's also putting towards what we call a mini emergency fund. And that can cover several months of living expenses or 7 months of business expenses. And then, of course, you want to track your progress. Your goals should always be measurable, and you should establish parameters that define your success.
Now, I'm sure some of you had the same questions that were floating through our mind, like, how am I supposed to create wealth for my family and increase our net worth and put more money in the bank? You know, that's what we do. How do you help grow your bank account and create a sense of purpose while providing more stability for your family if there's inconsistent income? But when there's provision for your goals, you know, which is what we help a lot of our clients do, they want to do things like hiring their family members. They want to generate legacies for their children. But what we have to learn to do, like Eric was referring to earlier, is learn to reinvest some of our profits from our business into long-term plans that can generate additional streams of income for the long term. As a couple and as an entrepreneur, we have to have those short-term goals and those long-term goals, because it's never too late. You know, I'm an example. I had my 9-to-5 job for 18 plus years in healthcare. So even if you have a 9-to-5, you can, if you have a side hustle, you can use some of those funds to generate extra income to fund long-term investments. I did it. One of my passions, in addition to helping couples, was real estate. So now I'm able to take a portion of our funds and invest it in real estate. Yours may be investing in another business venture. You know, some people are a cryptocurrency. Whatever the interest may be, you may have to learn to delay that immediate gratification, which can be a challenge for us, especially when we're accustomed to that 9-to-5 consistent income. But if you want to provide for your goals, you're going to have to reinvest in yourself, because you are your greatest investment.
Right. Then I'm going to reiterate, you want to build that 3 to 6 months emergency reserve, as well as contributing to other investment accounts. I mean, if you know, mostly 401ks are your corporate America, but you do have the Roth IRAs and your individual retirement accounts. And also there are other insurance products that you can also invest in as well.
Now let's think about this. As an entrepreneur, it generally takes 21 days to form a habit, right? But let's think about this. The earlier on you start, the longer or the quicker you can develop those habits. And just think, the earlier you start in your journey, the longer you're going to have to continue to grow. So even if it means sacrificing a little bit now, sacrificing a few of your wants now, that way to be able to pay for the needs, it's going to pay off. I can guarantee you, your future self will think about it. So not think about it, they'll thank you for it. But let's just think about one of the things that we do. We help our clients in terms of retirement planning. We help them by reviewing their insurance coverage. We help them by developing different investment strategies. Also, they can take their businesses to the next level, and they can provide that wealth for their family.
Right.
So that way we're able to plan, we're able to provide, and then we go to that next level.
Yeah, also we're going to also have to think in terms of short-term versus long-term. Think immediate gratification versus long-term sustainability. Now, do you have the old way of investing versus the new way of investing? You know, because that's something that you have to think about. Because remember, building up to 3 to 6 months of emergency reserve, as well as contributing to those investment accounts. That's what we have to think.
Yeah, so that's really, really important. So just remember those three things that we talked about, making sure that you plan. So as an entrepreneur, that you have a plan when you're going into entrepreneurship. Make sure you want to provide for your goals. A lot of times we're thinking like a microwave generation. You want to open a business one day and be a multimillionaire the next day. And it does not happen that way. Remember, we talked about that zigzag. As long as you're making progress, that is what matters. So we work with couples, we help them come up with those strategies to make sure that they're taking control of their financial future by using those 3 Ps that we talked about. Because generational wealth, as an entrepreneur, it's a pathway to a better future for your children. So that way you can live your life on your own terms. You can have a flexible work schedule, work when you want, retire when you want, and you can build that successful business and invest a portion of the profits to pass that down to your families. So, like Eric talked about, there's so many different ways. You have, if you're in corporate America and you have that 9 to 5 option, definitely take advantage of all the company matching and things that they have, but put aside a little something if you know you have that hobby or that passion and you want to seriously turn it into a business. Therefore, you don't find yourself with your mouth wide open like I did when something happened a few years ago and we kind of lost that 6-figure income. But this is the way that I like to remember it, is just think of it as making sure you're taking care of what's on the dotted line, DOT. The D stands for document. Make sure you're documenting all of these dreams and all these plans that you have, because if not, it's just a dream. The O means organize. I mean, put all of those in terms of how feasible it is, how urgent it is, and what it's going to require to do so. And that way you can keep track of your goals as you accomplish them. And T is a timeline. Create a timeline. Where are you now? Where do you want to be 6 months from now? Where do you want to be a year from now, 2 years from now? And document it. Make sure that you're planning for it. Make sure that you're providing for it. Make sense? Because preparation is key.
Exactly. So if you retire today, what will you be able to do? Will you be able to maintain your current lifestyle, or will you still be below and way below your lifestyle?
Now, let me ask you this. Even if retired or if something unexpected happened, how could you bounce back and win at the money game? Did you properly prepare? Did you plan? Did you provide for your goals? Because we want you to be mindful. Make sure that you're planning and that you're going to bring generational wealth to your family. You want to help take your business to the next level. So don't forget about those 3 keys that we were talking about. And we're excited. We'd love to connect with you guys. We thank you so much for having us on this platform. And we look forward to talking with you soon.
Believe and manifest it. How many scars have we justified because we loved the person holding the knife? How many times have we been stomped all over because we had no boundaries nor the guts to say no? It was a beautiful, warm summer afternoon. The packed car was evidence of us traveling. We were headed upstate New York for what was supposed to be a fix-it weekend getaway. Although initially I was totally against it, his persuasion and the reassurance from his best friend that I would be okay allowed me to give in. I decided to give it one more chance. The scenery was magnificent. The beautiful array of summer colors, coupled with the majestic setting of the sun that gave a warm orange tinge to the sky, provided a serene and cozy ambiance, one I thought would have set the pace for soul-searching and heart-to-heart conversations. Who knew that before the end of our first night, I would have been mercilessly beaten yet again in front of our daughter. Here I was in a boxing ring, but he was the only contender. His punches knocked me to the ground, and I was dragged to the middle of an open space where he did a number on my barely covered body. My daughter was awakened by my ferocious cries, and her screams of horror sent his friends charging up the stairs. Blood all over, battered, bruised, and in excruciating pain, I laid helplessly on the floor with my frightened child beside me. His friend had pulled him off me, but I was already paralyzed from his reign of terror. Once again, I found myself in an all too familiar place, and with scenes of my not too old life flashing across my eyes, I pondered the known fact. You see, as we all know, sex is delectable, but it doesn't solve problems. You already know how I look, feel, smell. Do I need to continue? Baby, let's find another avenue. So when he approached me earlier that night for sexual pleasures, I told him no. That no got me the beating of my life, but it also got me out to be living my best life. It was in that most vulnerable moment I remembered who I was, and just like that, the game changed. My name is Betsy Evans Bennett, and that was the last time I allowed him to ever beat up on me. I was done being his common pawn he could boss around on his chessboard. I realized I had the potential to be queen. I was done rationalizing his arrogance to that of his unhealthy childhood experience. I love him deeply, but I couldn't save him from himself. I had gotten sick and tired of being sick and tired. Buddha says, what you think you become, what you feel you attract, what you imagine you create. I was ready to think, feel, and imagine God's plans for me, as is clearly stated in Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Let me ask you all this. Where in that scripture did it just say God's plans for me included abuse, pain, shame, or unhappiness? Where? Studies have shown that 1 in every 3 women have suffered some form of physical violence from an intimate partner. And while many cases are reported, many other cases go unreported. My mind was made up. I would no longer be a statistic of abuse. On that note, it's time to redefine your world like I did mine. It's disruption time. Yes, we're disrupting things on in here today. What are we disrupting? We're disrupting lies, fear, self-sabotage, self-doubt, and procrastination. Now, when you disrupt and dispel negative energy, guess what happens? It makes room for positive energy. It's like you're renting a building and you have some unpaying tenants, some tenants who don't like to pay. We're evicting those tenants and we're making room for paying tenants. So we're granting permission and all access to faith, the substance of things not seen. It's the evidence of things you hope for. Truth. I am fearfully and wonderfully made. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. I am bold, brilliant, beautiful, and I am enough. Celebration. Give yourself appraisal. How often do you celebrate you? How often do you love on you? You deserve it. You have made it this far. Domestic violence really rocked my world. And though I don't look like the hell, and I mean the hell I've been through, my confidence, my self-esteem, my worth, the very essence of my being were shattered. but I was intentional. Yes, I was intentional to not merely survive, but to live. See, Oprah Winfrey says, the biggest adventure you'll ever take is to live the life of your dreams. How many of us are adventurous? I'm so adventurous. And I promise to live the life of my dreams. Make time for your dreams. Someone is waiting for you to show up. You are the antidote to someone's poison. Yes. I had to stop being a sideliner and become a headliner. I had to get off the sidelines and get into the game. This cheerleader became a player. And guess what happened? You can do it too. Oh, yes, you can. Theodore Roosevelt said, believe you can, and you're halfway there. I wasn't always this powerhouse. I was scared. I was ashamed. I was frightened. I was lost. I felt alone. But I believed in me. And that belief in myself got me here today. Just look at me. Amazon's #1 international best-selling author, speaker, mentor, trained certified life Christian coach, and a single mom extraordinaire. Just when the butterfly, that caterpillar, just when the caterpillar thought its life was over, it became a beautiful butterfly. Don't allow fear of the unknown to keep you stuck. Launch out into the deep and allow your faith to meet God's favor. I had to shed and shift some things in order to show up as this epitome of grace, strength, favor, faith, beauty, and tenacity. So I am standing before you today as proof that you can do it. You can do it afraid. Yes, you can. Believe in yourself and you're halfway there. Shed and shift what's not needed and you'll show up as this epitome of grace, strength, faith, favor, beauty, and tenacity. So today, I want to leave with you 3 golden nuggets that will aid you in becoming intentional on your trajectory to transformation. Number 1, know you. You see, your identity is very important. Know who you are, whose you are, and your why. Who are you? Whose are you? And why are you doing the things you're doing? Number 2, be you. When you know, accept, and embrace who you are, then you can unapologetically manifest you. Number 3, own you. Yes, own you. No one else has your DNA, and that's your superpower. You are a masterpiece. You are a designer's original. Embrace all that you were created to be and boss your lane of brilliance. I dare you. I challenge you. Yes. Dare it. Dare to be bold. Dare to be brave. Dare to be true. Dare to be you. You are worthy. You are loved. You are enough. It's time to put you first again. Now say it after me. I am worthy. I am loved. I am enough. It's time to put me first again. If you feel the need to be empowered or motivated, if you feel the need for help in setting new goals or eliminating limiting self-beliefs, then reach out to me at Bernalise Spice on Facebook and LinkedIn, or email me at BennettBetsy26@yahoo.com. Thank you.
Boom, comeback champion. Hey, how you doing? My name is Sean Harper, 7-year professional football player. I played for the Rams, the Colts, NFL Europe. Man, you know what? I love to invest. I invest in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, real estate, love crypto. But the greatest investment is people, because when you invest in people, it has the potential of reaping generations of dividends. We are all in this game to win. We're all running this race to win. What type of race, you ask? The race is not a sprint. It's not even a marathon. It's a relay. You pick up the baton or the baton's handed to you. Either way, you have to run this race. Now I want to talk about the elephant in the room. The 50 million pound elephant that we all had to endure. We all had to fight through and persevere through, and that's COVID. Let's just put it out there. COVID did a lot. It hurt a lot of people mentally, physically. We lost a lot of people. I've lost several members of my family over the last several years, and you know, it hurts. It's painful. Being sidelined and faced with something that I have never faced before. I can easily fight a giant if I know what he is, his tactics, his methodologies, his or her strategies, but no one in our culture has ever dealt with COVID. In fact, the last pandemic we had was at least 100 years ago. This is a brand new beast. There isn't a playbook. And so a lot of us on the sea fighting this COVID had to drop our anchor. And what do I mean by that? So when there's a storm, a big storm, the captain of the ship, after he goes through his technical manuals or her technical manuals, he'll look to the first officer and he'll indicate a sign, a word, a signal, drop the anchor. And the anchor will drop from the side of the ship, and it tugs and it grabs onto the bottom of the ocean floor or the sea floor. Now, the motor of the anchor, the motor of the ship allows you to stand, but the anchor allows you to withstand. In years, we had to withstand, or at least 2 years, we had to withstand COVID. And that's a different type of strength. But now it's time to lift the anchor. It's time to lift the anchor, and it's time to get sailing again. It's time to lift the anchor and to go out there and to dominate and to win like we've been called to do, each and every one of us. You are born winners. But before you go out, before you set sail, I'm going to encourage you to maybe mend the ship. I know, motivational speaker, former NFL football player, you know, you're driven, you take it over, but you know what? There's nothing worse than having an injured player on the field. There's nothing worse than having an injured player in a war, because an injured soldier, an injured player infects and affects the people around them. So here's my first question. Post-COVID, are you injured or are you hurt? Now, if you're injured, if you've faced some setbacks, some challenges, layoffs, economics, you can deal with that. But if you're hurt, if you went through trauma, if you went through a separation, a divorce, or you lost a family member, a significant hurt, listen, if no one else tells you, I'm gonna tell you, take some time. Take some time to heal. Give yourself some grace in this. Come out of this. You don't want to go back into this game of life playing to win and you're injured. When I played for the Colts, we had a team doctor, and the team doctor would examine the players after every injury, a nick, a bruise, whatever. And I remember one time this individual, he was kind of hurt, he was limping, and it didn't seem like it was a big deal. But the team doctor went over and he examined him, and after about 5 minutes, he did something I've never seen anyone do before. He grabbed the player's helmet. And when he grabbed the player's helmet, he did not have to say a word to the head coach. The head coach looked over at him, looked him in the eye, and he looked at that helmet, and he knew that that doctor had authority over the coach at that moment. This player will not go back in until I release his helmet. Do you have somebody in your life post-COVID to say, hey, give me your helmet, have a seat? Making decisions from stress and duress and from an injured position is not good. It's not good. Oh, and I know I'm supposed to be the, motivational, but listen, heal before you go back out there. And when you're ready, when you're healed, and you're ready to start swinging, understand this. It's a new game. It's a totally new, listen, I've been out there. That paradigm called COVID changed the game, and you will be hindered, you will be hurt if you play the game and with a pre-COVID mentality. If you play the game pre-COVID, you're gonna get hurt. It's a brand new game. Have a little funeral, have a little memorial service, all your old techniques, contacts, methodologies, and strategies, let them go. Let them all go right now. This is a brand new game. And if you live in the past, you'll die in the present. You need new tactics, new strategies. And you know what? I'm so glad you're watching me. I'm so glad you're listening to me today, because I'm going to show you how to win post-COVID. The first thing you have to do is, after you let go of the past, is that you have to get with the young. What I've seen in the last year, 6 months to a year, is that the young people, they have it. They have been able to adapt to COVID like I've never seen. I've never seen people adapt so quick, so effectively and efficiently. And I'm watching them, and I'm an old man, right? But I'm looking on YouTube, I'm looking on TikTok, I'm looking on social media, and I'm watching these young people conquer and thrive. I'm a business owner. I have over 100 employees. I can't get young people to work. And at first I used to slam them, right? I used to slam them. All these young kids are lazy and they don't have no ethic. But then I begin to watch them, and I begin to follow them, and I begin to see the way that they're operating. Remember one time I went to Kroger's. One time I went to a store. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. 5 o'clock in the morning, and there was a line. There was a line of like 20 or 30 people. And I asked the manager, what is happening? They said, well, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the liquor store portion of the store opens, and they have very rare liquors, and they have maybe 15 to 20 per store. And they'll take that same liquor bottle, and they'll sell that liquor bottle on Amazon or eBay or whatever, make $300, and they go back to sleep. They're done for the day. I'm like, that's a new way of thinking. These young people have it. So before you criticize, before you look down on them, watch them, study them, because they have the DNA for the future. Next, I'm going to share something with you that success or motivational teachers, healers, and they charge thousands for this. And it's reprogramming your RAS, the reticular activation system. So this is how this works, is that your mind filters out unwanted or unneeded information. And an example is that if I said to you, focus on a Volvo or a BMW or a Lexus, haven't you noticed that you get a certain car in your mind, and all of a sudden you're driving up and down the street and you'll see the same Lexus or different types of Lexuses everywhere you go? Well, I have news for you. I have news for you. Those Lexuses, those Range Rovers, or whatever car you're focusing on, they've always been there. But the reticular activation system filtered that information out, or filtered those cars out. So now guess what? Now that it's planted into your RAS, whenever you see it, you recognize it. So I'm asking you, I'm challenging you now to reprogram your RAS, because your RAS has been set to pre-COVID. There are other opportunities. And so when you get with the young people, when you hear of innovation or innovating ideas, you program it into your RAS so you'll be able to recognize the opportunity when you see it. Because if you have the old mindset, and if you have the old way or your old approach, and it's not programmed into your reticular activation system, you will miss opportunities. You have a pre-COVID reticular activation system. You have to now program it for a post-COVID reticular activation system. So I'll give you an example. I study cryptocurrency. In COVID, I decided to just pour my heart into cryptocurrency. And there's certain cryptocurrencies or indicators that I have programmed my RAS to look for. And you know what? When I see that, I know instantly it's a buy, it's a sell. Why? Because I program myself now to seek out. Now, once you begin to program over and over, it moves from your head to your heart. And I don't have time to really tell you about the manifestational power of your heart. But once something gets into your heart, good or bad, happy or sad, you will move out of creation and you move into manifestation. So now I am programming my RAS to say, hey, I am looking for certain types of wins. I am a winner. I win every day. I attract wins and I share my wins with the world, right? That is now in my RAS, and that is now getting into my heart. So guess what? I'm attracting winners. I made a decree at my office today. This is the type of operations manager I'm looking for. This is the type of director I'm looking for. It was not 24 hours. 24 hours later, both those individuals walked through my door. Why? Because it moved from the RAS into your heart. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Your heart flows, or out of the heart flows all the issues of life. You program the RAS and allow it to get into your heart. And as you're moving towards your win will move towards you. Oh, by the way, there's always a way to win. Because of COVID, there was a mass disconnection. People had to stay home, stay away from churches. You couldn't go into the office. There's a huge disconnect. Now, there was tons of communication, all sorts of meetings and Zoom meetings and this meetings, but there was no connection. And since there's no connection, there's no synergy behind the energy. There's no agreement because there's no connection. Agreement comes through connection. There's no connection. So now it's post-COVID and people are yearning to connect. Do you know that we have the highest marriage rate since the 80s? Why? Because people are like, I want to connect. Traveling has gone through the roof. Why? I want to connect. We are designed, we are created to connect. So guess what? People are looking for not just information, not just communication. They're really looking for connection. Become a connection expert. Learn people, learn their personality, learn your different temperaments, learn how to not just communicate with the coworkers, not just communicate with prospects, but to connect with prospects. One of the techniques I've learned from one of my mentors is the FORM technique, okay? Now check it out. The FORM technique stands for family, occupation, recreation, and message. So I ask people that I meet, how are you? Where are you from? Tell me about your family. They start talking. Good, I'm learning. Firstborn, lastborn, I'm taking everything in. Tell me more about your occupation. They're talking. What do you like about your occupation? They're talking. What do you don't like about your occupation? They're talking. Now, what do you do for fun? Recreation. They're talking. Letting them talk, learning how to connect, looking for, you know what it's like playing double dutch. I was too big for double dutch, but I would watch kids and they would play and they'd just do like this the whole time, right? Ready just to jump in. That's what I'm doing. All this information, they're just talking and they're feeding me and I'm jumping in and I'm finding a connection point. What? You're from Ohio? I'm from Ohio. OH, that's my connection point. They're just talking and they're talking and I'm looking for something that I can connect with them with. And I'll just keep asking questions till I get a connection. Now, fortunately for me, I've been everywhere. I've been all over the world. I've been in every state. So with Idaho, oh man, I love Idaho. Boise, man, it was boom, connection point. Now, you connect. And once you connect, not just head to head, heart to heart, you connect, then you involve. You bring them into your world. And then you upgrade. Connection, involvement, upgrade, and you do that through FORM. Post-COVID, we're going to win. Next is how you deal with problems and how do you deal with people. Now, I talked about this earlier, but right now we're going to focus on problems. One of the things I do is I turn on the TV rarely, maybe about an hour a week do I watch TV. Social media, that's a different story. But an hour a week, I just listen to people and then talk about their problems and, but I listen to them a little bit differently. Everyone, I got a problem here, I got a problem there, there's a problem. That's fine. But I'm listening to it because I'm trying to figure out, can I offer a solution? The bigger the problem, the bigger the paycheck. So post-COVID, man, from surviving to thriving, embrace the problems. That's where the paycheck is. That's how you make yourself important. That's how you make yourself indispensable in the workplace, is that I'm a person who solves problems. You do not want to be the person who always brings the problems. Now, let's just stop right there. If you're that guy or you're that girl who always brings problems to the boss or to clients or to people, you are in danger. Listen, I'll be the first to tell you, as a boss, you're in danger. You will always bring a solution to the problem, so don't open up your mouth. okay? When you see that there's a problem, then you think of a solution. The problem is saying, hey, if you can fix me, there's a big opportunity for you. The internet was first introduced in the 90s. Well, guess what happened after that? Problem, what? Viruses. Well, let's see, McAfee, Norton's. Oh, that's great. So, well, you know what? This is a different type of virus. Well, it's a different type of problem. It's a different type of solution. Whenever there's a problem, there's always a solution. Sometimes they create the problems to have the solution, but that's a different topic, a different storyline, a different message. However, is that whenever you see problems, if you want to win post-COVID, you bring the solution to the problems. And I'll just add to that. Let me just add to that, okay? Make sure you're actually solving the problem, right? I've been married for a number of years, okay? I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but it's okay. I've been married for a number of years, and my wife would come to me, and from time to time, and she says things, or she'll make a statement, and I'm listening to it, okay, and so what I've learned to do is to listen to the problem with two ears. One ear, I'm listening to her talk about the current situation. The other ear, I'm listening to her, I'm listening for the root problem. You see, if you deal with the symptom and not the disease, you're still going to have, it's going to be another flare up. So I've learned to always listen. I've learned that from her. What is the core issue? What is the core problem? Let's deal with that. And the symptoms go away. So when post-COVID, and when you see things, always find out what is the core issue. What is the real problem? And when you solve that problem, you are indispensable. What we've learned when I played football, it was basically the more you can do. The more you can do, the more problems you can solve. You can play offense, great. You can play defense, great. Special teams, real great. Make the coffee, you're amazing. You'll make the team. The more you can do, have that mindset going in post-COVID, you'll win all day. I absolutely love watching the Olympics. Now, I'll be honest. I love my American athletes, our American athletes, for people who live in the United States, of course. I love the fire and the zeal and the competitiveness. I can discern a competitor versus a winner. And there are a lot of winners in the United States. Now, nothing against foreign competitors. It's just the way that they're training. It's the psychology behind the training. Let me give you an example. Other countries, a lot of other countries, they take individuals from an early age, a young age, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and once they spot talent, they will move that person to a village or to a camp. And that person, or gymnast or track or swimming, they will train every day. 360 days, I don't know, they train nonstop, has the best diet, best education, best tactics, best techniques. They will fly trainers in from all over the world to give that country a competitive edge. For the most case, in most cases, it's not the same in the United States. Let's just take track and field. A person wants to become an actual Olympic athlete. That person has to qualify meet after meet after meet. The trials. There's no funding set up. There's no special camp that they go to that is funded by the U.S. government. There's none of that. They have to fight, scratch, pull, face rejection, face pain of hunger, whatever they have to go through, they fight for that moment. So when they go to the Olympics, you have a competitor, and then you have also a competitor that has a little bit extra. And that little bit extra is that I am here to win. I am hungry. I am raw. That edge is what puts America at the top year after year in the Olympics, especially the Summer Olympics. Now, this is what scares me about America right now. We went through COVID, and trust, it was a traumatic experience. It was a painful experience. We lost a lot of people. But I also feel that we've lost that zeal, that tiger, that rawness, that hunger. We've lost it. I was doing speeches and I would motivate and speak into these kids' lives. I've been doing speeches for years. These last 2 years has been a struggle because I've watched the eyes, I've watched the heart, I've listened to the soul of a lot of these students and adults. And I don't feel it like I used to feel it. I feel a spark instead of a flame. See, listen, I can go to any school in the country, any event in the country. You give me energy, I can direct it, I can change it. You know, I can send it back to them. Just give me the energy. I'm feeling no energy. And that is what's worrying me. So instead of motivation, now we need inspiration. You can have the baddest car, the most fanciest car in the world. If the battery's dead, it's not moving. Where is your spark? Find your spark. Find your spark and get back in the game. Get back in the game. And what I mean by that is this. You fall off the bike, you get back on. You fall off the bike, you get back on. That's how you learn. Get up and get running and get winning. Listen, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Shay Brown. Thank you, Comeback. And remember this, a setback is a setup for a comeback, and you will get knocked down. But if you can look up, baby, you can get up. That's what we do. Play to win.
Hi, Jerry Foster, the big branding guy, also known as the branding evangelist. And I am so excited to share this presentation with you called Brand You. Why? Because you have to brand yourself like your life depends on it. In other words, I'm going to be sharing with you 3 big branding secret ways to create a magnificent brand that will show your market how special you are, make more of an impact in social media as well as other forms of online marketing, and captivate your clients. And along with captivating them, you'll be able to convert them by applying what I'm going to share, even if your budget is small. Now, I'm so hyena happy and peacock proud because, as you know, this is called the Comeback Champion. So my presentation is about you being able to no longer have to spin your wheels or feel stuck in a hamster wheel. Because the word comeback means to do what? Being able to revive, to have a resurgence, or to counter. Because there may be some of you who are looking to create a brand from scratch. There may be some of you who need to do what's called rebrand, which means to breathe new life into your brand, reimagine it, reinvent, re-engineer, retool, so that you can have the strongest brand possible. And there may be some of you whose brand is stale, stuck, stalled, and in a slump, and we need to fix it. So regardless of where you are, I'm going to show you in this presentation how to revive, have a resurgence, or to counter. Because here's the thing. I only have 20 minutes. So be sure to stick around, because in this talk, I'm going to share with you 3 secrets, 3 big branding principles, methods, and approaches on how you can create a big brand and a strong message that sells, so you can excite, delight, and ignite your market and make it easier to get clients. Now, when I say stick around, because at the very end of this talk, I have a free gift for you that's going to show you how to leverage these 3 secrets along with some more stuff so that you can start making more money from your brand. So, got 20 minutes, but I need you to buckle up, put your trays up and your seats in their upright position, because we are about to take off, because this is the brand called you. Now, this is for any of you who are offering any kind of service. Now, what I'm going to be sharing will help those of you who are offering products. Don't get me wrong, but I'm really speaking to those of you who are offering any kind of expertise, any kind of skill, talent, or ability. And you want to have what's called a service brand, or in some cases, a personal brand. So to get the distinction, a service brand, think, I don't know, Stanley Steamer, think Vistaprint, think Amazon. But if you have a personal brand, then we're branding you around your unique gifts to the world. Think Oprah, Susie Orn, and Rachel Ray, Dr. Phil, Dr. Roz, and the rest. Because in branding, you can also brand a company, you can brand a product, or you can brand a nonprofit. So we're going to focus on those of you who are selling the invisible. So when you think about that for a second, how do you sell something? How do you get people to buy something they cannot even see or taste, touch, smell, or hear, because you're selling the invisible? Well, the first key is to be the honey and not the fly. You want to craft your brand so that you are attracting clients instead of you having to go after them. So my first big branding secret for you is to do what? Claim your payday. It's your time. It's harvest time. You're a comeback champion. Now, I want you to think for a moment about the environment that we now live in. Along with the pandemic and all the turbulence and all the craziness that's going on out there, we still have a situation, which is that at any given moment, there are millions of brands that are vying for our attention. So my question to you right now, and write this down on a sheet of paper, your answer to this first question is, what was the last brand that you bought? Think of the brand name. It could be Starbucks. It could be Dave's Bread. It could be Louis Vuitton. What was the last brand that you bought yourself? Now write that down, okay? And then the second question is, what was the reason that you chose that brand? So please put those reasons down as well. It could be the quality. It could have something to do with the overall experience that you had with the brand, but whatever it was, what was the reason you chose that brand? Okay, you with me? Now, here's my point. All of you are going to have a wide range of brands because as consumers, we love our brands. Now, when you look at the second question, which is what was the reason for choosing that brand? There's a whole lot of different reasons, am I right? But you want to know what each of you have in common is one word. Write this word down, please. And that word is because. You chose that particular brand because even though you had other options. See, nowadays, in order to stand out and not blend in, you've got to get people to choose you. In the world that we live in, this brand conscious world, it's always about brand A versus brand B. And so your goal must be to achieve what you see in the upper left-hand corner, which is called brand preference. Now, I'll give you a great example. Now, I don't cook, okay? And I took cooking lessons last year during the pandemic. A good friend of mine even bought me an air fryer. And in my cooking class, they had me buy an Instapot, which I used one time because I was making some chili. And then when I was unscrewing the top of the cooker, I thought it was about to explode. You know, I didn't know if I should cut the red wire or the blue wire. I mean, it was crazy. But here's my point. I've mastered takeout and delivery. And when I have food delivered to me, I prefer Grubhub. Nothing wrong with Uber Eats. There's nothing wrong with DoorDash. I prefer Grubhub. Now, some of you have different preferences as well. Some of you may prefer Coke over Pepsi or vice versa. Some of you may prefer Nike over Adidas. Some of you may prefer Uber over Lyft. The point is that you have to give people compelling reasons to choose you over other alternatives. Because if you don't, you're going to just blend into the woodwork and no one's going to see you as the smart choice, which means that you now have to leverage secret number 2, which is to find your gap. What do I mean? It's been shown in branding that people don't buy products or services. We really don't even buy the brand names per se. What people are buying from you are 4 things that you see on the screen. And now, as I go through these, I want you to please nail down what is the one thing that you are providing or the combination so that you can, what? Frame your brand, have it pivot on exactly as one of these 4. So the first thing is this, and I'm going to act like I'm a potential client for you, okay? My first question would be to you, okay, can you solve a problem I have? I've got this painful, crazy problem that is affecting me personally or my family or my company or my team. Can you make it go away? Number 2, can you give me better outcomes? What I mean by that is, this is what I'm presently doing. This is what I've thought of doing. This is what I've done in the past. This is what other people have suggested that I do. Can you sort of take me from where I am to where I want to be. In other words, what I want to know from you is, what are the advantages if I hire you for your particular skill or expertise? Are you with me? Number 3, can you perform a miracle in my mind, in my eyes? What do I mean? I'm in a tough situation right now. I'm in dire straits. Can you reverse this mess I'm in? Can you turn my midnight into day? Can you make something that seems impossible to me possible? Now, in my world, that's called miracle branding. And the extreme of that is when you see brands that proclaim things like, hey, my brand will show you how to lose 20 pounds in 20 days without going hungry. Hey, you want to get rid of belly fat in 10 days? Hey, you need to get rid of your migraine headache in 5 minutes? Man, are you looking to have that 6-pack? Yeah, you got to use the ab machine, because an ab machine, you can have a 6-pack in 30 days, even just sitting on the couch. You get my point, right? Now, that's the extreme of what's called miracle branding, where you're selling the fantasy of it all. But for you, it may be that you have this incredible ability to make something possible for your client so that they are no longer limited by their past, so that their past does not influence their decision to really go for it in terms of saying what their brand can do. And the 4th thing that a brand can provide is what's called an emotional payoff for your customer. What do I mean? Listen, no one wants to experience any kind of negative emotion. My question to you is, can you help them avoid that negative emotion? Think about it. Nobody wants to feel stressed out, overwhelmed, confused, frightened, and on and on and on. And so it's been shown in branding that when you can sort of position your brand to say how someone can feel through the experience of working with you, because you are selling the invisible to them, that all of a sudden your brand takes on a whole nother kind of meaning. Now, an example of emotional payoffs is, my background is, I used to work at Procter & Gamble, P&G. And for those of you who don't know it, P&G is who wrote the book on branding. And I've also made branding my life's work. I mean, branding is all I've done in my business for 30 plus years. I live and breathe branding. I love all things branding. And so in the branding universe that I orbit in, I'm regarded as a bona fide branding guy. Because there's a lot of folks out there who say they do branding, but then you find out, oh, you do logos, you do design, you're about providing pretty colors. Listen, a brand is not a logo. It's not just what people can see. There's more to it than that. Go back to Coke and Pepsi. I doubt if the Coca-Cola drinkers prefer Coke because it's in a red can, and the Pepsi people because it's in a blue can. It's what's inside the can that counts. So my question to you is, what's inside your can? But nonetheless, when I was at Procter & Gamble, okay, I was working on a brand called Cascade, and I was the co-manager of Cascade dishwasher detergent. I'm sure you've heard of it, right? And so in our TV commercials, we would have someone reach into a dishwasher, pull out a glass, hold it up to a light source and go, oh my God, spots. I can't put these glasses out. My mom will be here in 20 minutes. I got company coming in 45 minutes. What do I do? What do I do? And then we would say, oh my goodness, you need to use Cascade because Cascade will get your dishes virtually spotless. But here's my point. What we discovered was that the main, what's called purchase motivation, that thing that drives client engagement, that sort of spurs action on the part of the clients that you wish to reach and influence through your marketing. You know what spurred that? Was their desire not to feel embarrassed by how their dishes looked like coming out of the dishwasher. And so we created a whole branding campaign called No Embarrassing Moments. And when we launched that campaign, it drove our sales through the roof. You get me? And so what moved the needle was telling customers, you will never feel embarrassed by how your dishes look coming out of the dishwasher. And so I want you right now, please, to think about these 4 things right here, or a combination thereof. Can you tell people that, excuse me, can you tell people that you'll solve a problem for them, improve outcomes, perform some kind of miracle, provide some kind of emotional payoff? And when you tie a ribbon around it, name it, frame it, blab it, and grab it, be in it and walk in it, it spells what? The sizzle that you are selling to your target audience. Because nowadays, through your brand, since it's an experience of how you're going to make people feel when they work with you, you got to sell the sizzle and not the steak. You got to sell the whiff of the coffee, not the coffee. You got to sell the bubbles, not the champagne. Can I get an amen? Because they do call me the brand evangelist, right? So listen, here's the thing you got to ask yourself right now. I want you to think about, who is the perfect client for you? Who is your dream client? Who is your ideal client? If you could wave a magic wand, who do you want your brand to attract? Because when you're looking to scale, you have to adhere to what I call the golden triangle. So if you were to draw a triangle on a sheet of paper and write the word brand at the top of the triangle, the word market, lower left-hand corner, the word sell, lower right-hand corner, there's your sequence for scaling. Brand, market, sell. You nail your brand down first, and then you market it and sell the heck out of it. It's branding followed by marketing, followed by selling. They're like a 3-legged stool. All 3 legs have to be in place for you to have the kind of impact you're looking for. And the job of branding is to do what? Differentiate you. The job of marketing is to get people to notice what makes you different and want that difference. And the job of selling is to get people to pay for it. That may not be enough for those of you who are looking to have a comeback. In other words, branding will get you known, marketing will get you found, and selling will get you paid. And so when you think about it from that perspective, your brand must be configured to attract exactly who you want your brand to attract. However, like the previous slide, they're not buying your expertise. They're not buying your services. They're not buying your skills, talents, and ability. What they are buying is your ability to deal with some things that they're putting up with. Look at the screen. Asterisk this slide. Remember this slide. Ask yourself, number 1, when it comes to my ideal customer, my ideal client, my ideal patient, whatever word you want to use there, what are they sick and tired of putting up with? What's not working that they want to have work better? What would they like to change for the better? Oh my God, I have all these success stories I could share with you. But I always remember one. I used to work with this guy when I was at P&G. He worked in the cubicle behind me. His name was Dean Butler. He was a brilliant brand strategist. By the way, I'm a brand strategist, not a brand designer, okay? Because great brands are built strategically, not visually. I kind of talked about that already, but check this out. Dean worked in the cubicle behind me. And he was the brand manager on Ivy Liquid. Brilliant brand strategist, been there for about 7 years. And Dean and I worked together for a long time. But check this out. One day he took his wife to the optometrist because she broke her eyeglasses. And they go, well, when can my wife pick them up? And the guy goes, well, it'll take about 10 days. And Dean goes, 10 days? That's crazy. What's the problem? Well, we got to ship the glasses out of state. And by the time they get back, you know, it takes about 10 days. And Dean goes, is she supposed to walk around blind or something? That's insane. Well, that's just the way it is. So Dean, he literally storms out the guy's office. He and his wife, they're just so upset that they got to wait 10 days. And she's going to walk around blind, bumping into walls and everything. And then he stopped and left the cubicle. He quit. And he mortgaged his house and started a little business called Lens Crafters with the promise of eyeglasses in an hour. Are you following me? So great brands fit in this spectrum right here, because then you can tap into big brand secret number 3, which is to bring the ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Put your fist up right now and go, yeah, I want me some ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. What do I mean? Listen, this is about Your because. Now, remember earlier I asked you, what was the reason for buying those brands? And I said, you all had one word in common called because. So this is when you create your because. In other words, you got to have your secret sauce. You got to have that special thing that you do that makes your brand worth more and can make you rich. Any of you want to get rich? All right, raise your hands, okay? Now remember, you're selling the invisible. They can't sample the goods. Am I right? So therefore, you have to find a way to take what you have that's invisible and make it visible. I call that tangibilizing the intangible. Now, I made that word up. That's my word. That's a cool word, right? Tangibilize. I ought to put it in the dictionary. But anyway, you've got to talk about the special way that you serve and lead and deliver to produce the outcomes that your clients are looking for. That's why when you watch a TV commercial with Bounty paper towel, they split the paper towel open and they say, Bounty, the quicker picker-upper. Let the spills begin. And then they say, see, Bounty can absorb twice the liquid of any other paper towel, because we have something called trap and lock technology. And then I sit there as a consumer and I go, wow, nobody else has trap and lock technology. And for those of you who are thought leaders, those of you who are speakers, coaches, trainers, consultants, I really want to talk to you because you're in my crowd. Okay, this is Shay Brown. You know, this is the herd we run in, because we have thoughts that we think people need to hear. So there's a big time speaker trainer named Lisa Sachovich. Her secret sauce is the speak to sell system. Tony Robbins, if you don't remember this, Tony Robbins, when he first hit the scene, he created what was called the personal power system. The late, great Bob Proctor had something called thinking into results. So the question becomes, what's going to be your secret sauce? Now, my time is up. I got to go, but I got a free giveaway for you. And that is my 1-hour video training mini course called Stand Out and Captivate. Oh my God. Go to jerryfosterbranding.com/captivate and grab it. It's 1 hour of juicy training that was done live in front of a large audience. I get into the nitty-gritty on all this kind of stuff. You're going to love it, because I'm going to be sharing the type of secrets even more that my clients pay top dollar for to get these kind of tips. And today I'm giving them to you for free as being part of the Comeback Champion Summit. And well, check this out. It includes $1,000 worth of bonuses. $1,000 worth of bonuses, which one is having what? A one-on-one brainstorming session with me. Yes, you and I, one-on-one brainstorming session by Zoom for 1 hour, where we could talk about your brand and brainstorm some things that we can do. All right. And I normally charge $800 just for that. Ain't that nothing? Normally $800. But anyway, thank you so much for listening. It's such an honor for me to be a part of Comeback Champion Summit. I just love Shay. He's like my brother from another mother. But listen, grab the free gift and I will see you on the other side.
Hi there. I'm Nicole Roberts-Jones, the Bankroll Your Brands expert, and I'm beyond excited about everything I'm going to pour into you as I talk to you about dominate in your lane. Now, what I'm going to share with you is the area that I see so many entrepreneurs fail in, which means you won't make profit, your business won't be successful, you'll never be able to accomplish all that you were born to do and be, let alone make a profit. So hang tight. I'm going to shift over the slides so that you don't miss a thing. And again, welcome, welcome. I'm excited. So grab your pen. I'll go all the way in. I have the next 3 hours with you. I'm just going to have the next 20 minutes. So I'm putting up my timer so I don't go over. And I'm really committed that you learn this insight because well, I'll tell you why in a minute. But before I start going in, let me say this. You are predestined. Now, I got this word from Romans 8:29 that says, for whom he foreknew, he also predestined to conform to the image of his son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren or sisters that are here with me. Now, listen, predestined means to destine, decree, or appoint or settle beforehand. And I wonder if you realize that God already knew the way he wanted to use you before you were born. You came here pre-wired to do some special work, and your purpose is meant to profit. But if you're going to go after it, now you see why I got excited at the beginning. You've got to learn how to dominate in it. So I'm going to walk you through that in our time together. But before I do that, I want to really share with you. I'm not someone that just talks the talk. I'm someone that walked it. I lived it. I breathed it. I learned it. And now I teach it. So of course, what I'm going to walk you through is from my own journey. So as you are here with me, this marks my 28th year of doing this work. So by some 17 years in, I realized, and I really asked myself this question: do you know the lane God created you to dominate in? By the way, you're going to see me looking down in my slides. And I really asked myself this question at a time that my business looked really successful. Now, listen, I started my business in 1993. So by some 17 years in, I had gotten my business to the place I dreamed of. So first of all, you need to understand that by 2010, back then I had two divisions, by the way, in my business. I had a for-profit working with African-American teenage girls, and that nonprofit, I said for-profit, didn't I? In that nonprofit, I had 10 chapters of my youth program in 10 cities throughout the country. And we were growing by leaps and bounds. In my for-profit coaching, highly skilled professionals like many of you, I had a full coaching client roster, meaning I couldn't take another client. So in 2010, I wrote my first book, and I wrote that first book thinking that I can give the principles. Back then, by the way, I used to only serve women. Fellas, I serve you now, so don't miss out on your blessing. But that first book was for women. When that first book came out in 2010, excuse me, I thought I could give my principles out to more women that could use me, while at the same time, it could be a fundraiser for my nonprofit. Well, not only did it do that, but when that first book came out, I started getting invitations to speak all over the country. So I was doing the very thing I dreamed of when I started my business. And I bet if you're in business, whether you've started and you've been in it for years, there's some vision you have for your business when you started it, or you have yet to start it. Either way, you have a vision. There's a reason, you have this desire in your heart. Well, some 17 years in, I had seen all the things I dreamed of happening, except for one thing. I was only generating $13,000 a year in my business. Yeah, I didn't dream that. And listen, I didn't start my business for me to really pretty much be running a nonprofit, because you can't eat on $13,000. I should say, doing community service. I had a nonprofit, but I also had a for-profit that was supposed to allow my purpose to bring in profit so I could quit my daytime job. So yes, of course I had a daytime job. I had a daytime job to pay for my nighttime calling. That's what I used to call it. And I remember this epiphany moment like it was yesterday. It was November 7th, 2010. And I had just gotten home from another speaking weekend. And by the way, my daytime job, I was an adjunct professor at Boston University. And oh, by the way, my class was at 8 a.m. on Monday. Remember, I just said this was Sunday night. And I remember sitting on my couch, tired, exhausted, ready to quit. And then feeling in conflict that I was ready to quit, because I realized I know that this is the very thing I was born to do. But this little $13,000, yeah, wasn't cutting it. So I prayed, Lord, if this is you, you better show me something. And that's pretty much the prayer I prayed, because that's pretty much how I felt in that moment. And so I didn't know my transformation was going to come, and it came really, really fast. And so to make a long story short, because we don't have that much time together, all my past led to meeting my first coach. I hired that coach. I hired her in 2011. This was November 7th. It took a few months before I hired her. But listen, she cost $30,000. I told you I was only making 13 in my business. The first thing I realized is I would have to risk it all to gain it all. And because I did everything my coach told me to do, first of all, in my first coaching session, can I tell you what my coach showed me was me? She said, Nicole, didn't you tell me that you're an adjunct professor, that you taught at USC for almost 5 years? And then when you moved to Boston, you started teaching at Boston University, and what you teach is program development? And I'm thinking, yeah. And then she said, and you also told me that you used to have a consultancy when you lived in LA. And you work with heads of state, you've worked with nonprofits, you've worked with small businesses, you've worked with celebrities. And what you've done is help them develop programs. And I'm thinking, look at my coach knowing me. Yeah. The next thing she said didn't just change my business, it changed my life. She said, Nicole, you don't have any programs in your own business. Hello. So I realized in that moment, I wasn't dominating in my lane because there's so many reasons. I'm going to walk you through the top 3 in a few minutes. But let me tell you, with that moment, I felt like the heavens opened up. I felt like the angels were singing. Oh, literally. See, you have blind spots. There's things that are intrinsic to who you be that you don't see. My coach saw it immediately. Let me tell you, that night, I developed my first program. I made $10,000 in 2 days. I went on to make over $200,000 in the next 6 months. So because I got clear, I was able to align my purpose with profit. And I really want you to get that I had to dominate my lane. I wasn't doing that. See, I realized that God had more work for me to do, and I was doing it the easy way. I was sitting in my comfort zone. I wanted to not take a risk because it's not guaranteed. But when you do the work and you get in alignment with who God created you to be, it is guaranteed. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to walk you through the 3 important things I learned about who I was and who I wasn't, how I was and wasn't operating in my gift that kept me from serving all the people that needed me, which ultimately means it also was keeping me from making profit. And these are the 3 things I learned: that you've got to be clear on your purpose, you've got to press for it, and you've got to commit to cultivate it. So listen, it all started with this. So after I learned these things from me, God began to show me that the reason he had me go through it for 17 years is so I'd be so passionate that you don't. And it started with him dropping this Bible verse in my spirit. Then God blessed them and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion. Now, again, I can go through a whole conversation on this Bible verse. I don't have time for that. But the 3 things I want you to get out of this Bible verse, which is really what I teach on now, is that you've got to have dominion, be fruitful, and multiply. So because I can't go into the next 2, I don't have enough time. I'm going to spend time talking about dominion. And even with dominion, I'm not going to get to go all the way in like I should. I want to give you a free gift, which is my DFM formula, so that you can get all the content you need around these 3. Because I'm telling you, if you're not making predictable revenue, if you haven't hit 6 figures, I'm not talking about one time, I'm talking about ongoing, and you don't understand how to do it predictably, then I guarantee you that you're off, probably in your dominion. So grab the book, Get More, dfmformulabook.com, so that you get all 3 of these areas deep dive. I'm going to go through as much as I can in dominion. And let me say this before I start to go in. I see so many people who are not making the revenue they could make and not having the impact, the influence, the significance you were born to make in this world because your dominion, your purpose is off. And many people think they are, that they're on target, that they're clear, their purpose is clear. And I'm going to tell you 9 times out of 10, if your business is not successfully running, the area that you need the most is to dominate in your lane. So I changed dominion to dominate, if you didn't get that. So dominating your lane. So that's what I'm going to walk you through in the quick, in our time together. I have about 15 more minutes. And so again, I want to make sure you get the book because I'm not going to be able to go in as much as I should, but I really want you to get this. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through the 3 steps you need to dominate in your lane. By the way, dominion means supreme authority, absolute ownership. It means to dominate. So when you think about a diamond or you think about your purpose, I always think about it in the context of a diamond because you got to be clear. Now, listen, you realize a diamond starts as a lump of coal. It doesn't just poof and come out as a diamond. And what I see so many people do is they think just because God gave you a gift, you're just supposed to be able to dominate in it. That's not clear. That's not real. And that's not true. And it's because you're not clear. So sometimes you're on the outskirts of it and you're not all the way in it. And this was me. There were so many pieces to who I be that I couldn't see because every day you wake up, you are you on autopilot. There's things intrinsic to your DNA. When I say DNA, I'm talking distinct natural ability that you don't even realize that you do. You know, even as I started talking about DNA, I looked this up a couple years ago, and What I find is so interesting is we each have 2.4 billion cells that make up our molecular makeup. And yet there are two of us that have the same molecular makeup. Isn't God amazing? It's like he knew exactly how he wanted to use you, the way he wanted to use you. So he gave you a gift and a talent in alignment with that because you were predestined. Remember I said that? So you have a natural propensity for some things, a natural inclination for some things. You're naturally good at some things because that is how you're wired. And because it's a part of your DNA, you overlook it. This was me for years. So if I give you a context to this, again, from me, that's me at 3. So a 3-year-old, I have a baby carriage. I have no babies in that baby carriage, do I? What 3-year-old that do you know that doesn't have a baby in their baby carriage? Not me. Number one, I don't have any natural born children of my own. I've not birthed the baby. So the fact that I was like that 3, no coincidence. The second thing is I've always been a natural born producer. I was at one of my good girlfriend's wedding, probably about 10 years ago. I've known her since the 2nd grade, and all my elementary school friends were sitting around the table, and they were teasing me because one of them said, "Nicole, you remember when we were little and we'd be playing like Batman and Robin, and you would stop and give us our parts. You'd say, you're going to be Batman and you're going to be Robin and you're robbing the bank." And then you set the scene, and they were teasing me. But I realized that's who I've always been. My previous career to this one, when God called me out of it, I worked in casting and production and television and film. What am I doing now? I'm casting you in the right role and producing you. That's the same thing, y'all. I want you to get this. This has always been who I am. My question to you is, what areas of your DNA are you overlooking? The sad part, even when I ask you this, is you'll never be able to answer it because you have blind spots. If I give you an example, my client, Lenita Hostin. Now, when I met Lenita, powerful already in her own right, speaking all over the country, doing big things, highly sought after. She was speaking at women's empowerment events, teens events, corporation events, but she wasn't making substantial revenue. You know why? Because she wasn't clear on the lane God created her to dwell in. So she was going anywhere and everywhere that people were calling her. When God didn't call you to be everybody's answer, you got to be clear on the somebody that God created you to be the answer to. So we started working together. We got clear that her gift is as a student success strategist. She created a blueprint for student success. And let me tell you something. She actually told me this in a clubhouse recently, that within a year, she started making 6 figures. And listen, not one time, predictable 6 figures. So when you're not clear on what your purpose is, who it's for, how it's the answer to a specific need, because you're not everybody's answer. And when you try to answer everybody, that means you're nothing to no one. And because I wasn't clear, because I had not fully uncovered my purpose, I was walking around in the dark. I realized that God called me into this work because I was so unclear. Now, my job was gifted. Again, I'm speaking all over the country, just like Lenita, just like many of you. And here's what I learned. It's irresponsible as a speaker to go and speak and not move people forward. And you're not moving anybody forward because they need more than a 45 or a 60-minute speech with you. They need to be able to work with you. But if you're not clear on the transformation you provide, and empowerment and motivation is not transformation. That happens in the middle of it, but that's not the predictable result that you get people to. Matter of fact, motivation and inspiration and empowerment, you can get at church on Sunday for free. So the second thing I learned I had to do was press for it. Now, there's a story about David and Goliath. We've heard about since we were little. I'm not going to go through the story now, just in lieu of time. But when you think about David, the thing that's interesting, and do you realize that David was appointed king and yet did not immediately go to the throne? He got appointed king, went back into the shepherd field. And it was because, and I know this, that he went back to work as a shepherd, that he learned how to fight lions and bears and all the things that would come against a lamb or a shepherd. And because he learned that skill is the reason why he was able to kill Goliath. Y'all with me? So here's my question to you. Can you learn to tend to the sheep with the king's anointing, but with the shepherd's responsibility? So you can be smart. You can have a PhD. You can be sitting in the corner office, and all of that is great. That's a king's anointing. But with a shepherd's responsibility, see, my problem was when I was failing in my business, can I keep it all the way real? I had 3 things in my way, and maybe all 3 of these are in your way, or maybe one of these 3. I had perception in my way. I was worried about what other people were going to think about me. My ego was in the way. Like I was all puffed up from all the degrees I had and the fact that I was teaching at not one prestigious university, but I taught at two. And I was also puffed up from all the things I already knew. And I need you to get, when God is calling you to another level, he's not looking at your resume. He's not looking at your degrees. He's not looking at your names on lists. He's not even looking at your bank account. He's not checking any of that. He's checking your faith. So how was David able to go back into the field with the king's anointing, knowing that he still had a responsibility to be a shepherd? He had to let go of perception, of ego, and what he already knew. See, for me, it took me so long. It took me 17 years because I didn't realize that I needed to develop more. One of my favorite quotes: the tools you've used on this level are not sufficient for your next. The reason I kept failing is because I kept trying to use the same tools I'd used that I already had. And God wanted a whole new level of me. If you can expand who you are past what you already know, it's going to require new tools. It's going to also require that you come outside of your comfort zone. And I was trying to do things comfortable and it wasn't working, which is the big difference between a caterpillar and a butterfly. Caterpillar has to fight its way out in the dark to become a butterfly. It doesn't automatically come out of the cocoon. And for many of us, we want starting a business to be easy. We want it to be the way that we think it should be. And let me tell you right now, it's never going to be easy. See, when God is calling you to grow you and calling a new level of you forward, you got to understand your comfort and your conviction can never coexist. And the reason my business failed for 17 years is I was trying to do it in a way that was comfortable. See, when I hired that coach, I realized if I was going to really grow my business and become a new version of me in the middle of it, I had to do it afraid. I had to risk it all to gain it all, which is what I did with my coach. And listen, I stopped relying on what I knew in my humanness and my own life experience, and I started to trust God. See, what I didn't realize is that he was cultivating my gift. So here's I think this is the greatest lesson out of me getting clear on my gift, out of me pressing through from what I already was. There's a Bible verse that says, listen, I do not apprehend. Wait, let me look it up. I got to say this one because it's so good. Let me see if I can look it up quickly. Because this Bible verse literally will change your perspective on your gifts. And here's the other thing that I know is that, again, I said this a minute ago. If God is going to be looking for a new level of you, then it's going to require you to expand your territory. Okay, here's a Bible verse. It's Philippians 3:13-14. Brethren, I do not count myself to have apprehended, but the one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind and reaching forward to those things which are ahead, I press toward the goal of the prize of the upward call of God. See, God has an upward call, an expansion for you, but you've got to forget what you've already done. Oh, that's great. I commend you for that. But your resume, your bio is done. I'm not here for that version of you. God is here for the next best version of you. Why? Because your purpose matriculates. Just like we matriculate through the education system. You might start at kindergarten and go through, but see, the difference between the education matriculation system and your purpose matriculation system is we know the end from the beginning in education, but in purpose, we don't. So that's why you've got to rely on God. And even if you look at purpose matriculation, Oprah could have stayed at the Oprah Winfrey Show, but God had an expansion for her. So for her to go after the Oprah Winfrey Network, she had to get new tools because what she did on the Oprah Show wasn't working. Y'all remember her network bombed the first 2 years. So ultimately, you've got to be willing to grow past who you already are. The key is to cultivate your purpose, to listen. No tree grows without roots. So if you have no root, you will not grow. And for many of you, if your purpose is not firmly grounded, meaning that you're not clear on what it is, you have no roots. So with that said, that's our time together. But let me end with this. There was a story or Olympic athlete. Her name was Gwen Torrance. This is in 1995. And she won the Olympic track meet. And, to make a long story short, by the way, Gwen was known back then to be the fastest woman alive. So Gwen ran her meet and she won. Now, if you've ever seen a track meet, they run around the track, they wave when they win. Well, first they catch their breath. Then they're waving, they get stopped and reporters interview them. They go through all of that. And while Gwen was doing that, the judges were looking at the replay, and apparently they found a discrepancy. See, Gwen won running in somebody else's lane. And for many of you, you're doing the thing that or maybe you started your business because so-and-so looks successful, so I'm going to do it just like so-and-so. When God didn't create you to be like that person, he created you to be the first-rate version of you, not the second-rate version of that. And so you've got to understand, you running in your own lane is so important. That's why I walked you through these 3 areas. You've got to be clear on your purpose. You got to press through whatever could stop you, and you've got to commit to growing it. Because God doesn't leave you at one level. We grow through levels and live on stages. So my question to you is, where are you? Are you clear what your purpose is, or is it time for your purpose to matriculate to its next level? Whatever that is for you, that's exactly why I gave you the DFM Formula book. Because what I know for sure is that God created you to have dominion. So it's time for you to get your crown, to take your place on your throne. But will you have a shepherd-like responsibility to get clear on it, to press through whatever could stop you and grow it, right? So that's really our conversation for today. Let me come on back on screen. As we talk about dominating your lane, I hope that you got some great insight, context, and I want you to assess where you are. Because whatever area could stop you, this is the biggest one I've seen in the 28 years, not just from my journey, but from all the people that I'm blessed to coach and teach. Okay. So again, I'm Nicole Roberts Jones. It's been my honor to coach you and teach you over the last 20 minutes. All you need to dominate in the one thing God created you to do in this world. It's been my pleasure to serve you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Singh, and I'm so happy to meet you. I'm honored to share with you in our session today 3 tips to shift your mindset to movement. To give you a little bit of background about who I am a school achievement strategist and CEO of LCTE Learning Solutions, which is an educational consulting firm located in Miami, Florida. To date, we have trained over 30,000 educators. And we have over 20 years of experience in the company. Now, those numbers are going to be important, and you'll find out why later. But first, I want to share a story with you to kind of set the stage for our session today. In 2019, I left my 15-year career as an educator in the 4th largest school district in the country and started my entrepreneurship journey. Over the course of those few years since 2019, I have had many lessons learned. I've had many failures. I have had many times where I have questioned myself, where I felt inadequate, where I have perfectionism and imposter syndrome, and just being in unfamiliar territory. Now, I'm an educator. I spent 20 years and counting as an educator. And now here I am on this entrepreneurship journey in my own company and in very, very unfamiliar territory. So one of many things I've had to learn and kind of develop over the course of these few years is how to really strengthen what I call my behind the scenes, my back end, right? I had to use certain strategies that help to strengthen me internally and also that guides me every day as I take action in my business to serve. See, the work that I do every day has an impact on the 53% of Black and Brown students who sit in public school classrooms in grades K through 12. That is a huge undertaking. And before I could make any kind of impact on them, any kind of change in the work that I do with educators, I had to first change myself. So I had to change myself before I could change the world. And that meant shifting my thinking, my behaviors, and my actions. And I had to develop certain strategies to help me do those things. So, what I want to share with you today are the strategies that I've used to change my thoughts, to change my behaviors, and to credit my genius. So let's jump into tip number one. And tip number one is how to change your thought patterns. Now, because I'm an educator, I have to drop some research in this presentation when it comes to this particular topic of changing your thought patterns, right? So the research says that we have about 30,000 thoughts that go through our head, our minds, each and every day. So my question to you is, how many of those 30,000 thoughts are positive and how many of them are negative? Well, I know for me, I've had quite a few negative, thousands or so negative thoughts that come through my mind daily. I recognize that I am self-sabotaging myself when I have those negative thoughts come up. So I had to develop a strategy to help get in front of those negative thought patterns when they come up. And what I decided to do was to use affirmations and also scriptures. So I would find scriptures that spoke to me each day about what I was going through. So if I was facing anxiety, I would find scriptures related to anxiety. If I was facing fear or doubt, I would find scriptures related to that. And what I did was I created affirmations that were tied to each of those feelings that I was feeling or those themes that was coming up for me each day. And what I ended up doing was I actually published a journal that includes all of those scriptures and all of those affirmations that I use to help guide me through those negative thought patterns. Okay, I'm going to have a free surprise for you later on. But what these scriptures and affirmations ultimately did for me was that it helped me to change my I am. So instead of the negative coming and staying at the forefront, whenever I had those negative thoughts like, I am not an expert, or I am not an authority in the field, or I am not smart enough to do that, right? Whenever those thoughts would come up, I would immediately go to my scriptures and go to my affirmations and change my I am. So I am an authority. I am an expert. I am creative. I am innovative, right? And changing those I am replaced the negative, and it ultimately changed my thought pattern. So my tip for you to change your thought patterns is to write down and repeat those affirmations. Go back to those affirmations and those supportive scriptures and come up with your list of I am. What I did was I created a list of I am statements in alphabetical order. So I am with the letter A, with the letter B, with the letter C. And that gave me a list of I am statements that I can go to for anything just to remind myself of who I am. Tip number 2 is to check your destructive behaviors. Now, what are destructive behaviors? Well, have you ever suffered from procrastination, or do you procrastinate a lot? Are you a perfectionist? Do you have imposter syndrome, right? So those are the kinds of things that we can consider that lead to destructive behaviors. So for me, a big one is imposter syndrome. And what I had to do was recognize and define what imposter syndrome is, right? And how it manifests in me. What are the behaviors that are that come up when I am feeling that imposter syndrome happen. So for me, it's the negative thoughts. It's, me not taking action, or me not thinking I can go for an opportunity, or, send that email or apply for that, for that grant, because that imposter syndrome is making me think that I am not enough, or I'm not smart enough. Right. And so what I had to do was create new truths, right? That I would replace with what the imposter syndrome is telling me, so that I can focus on those facts rather than the feelings that were coming up from the imposter syndrome. So, the strategy that I want to share with you that has worked magic for me is to create a My Victories list, right? So, in my phone, I have a My Victories list right here in my phone. And I go to this My Victories list in my notes. See, it says My Victories. And what I do is I go back to this list almost every day, and I add to it, I repeat it. But this victory list is all of the things that I have done or I have accomplished for my business this year. I mean, you can go back as far as you want, but it gives me facts and figures and tangible things that cannot be disputed, right? Facts over feelings. So when the feelings of imposter syndrome comes up, I click on that note in my phone, get my victories up, and I look at those numbers. 20 years in the field of education, over 30,000 educators trained across the globe, not just in the United States, but in countries outside of the United States, right? And so those are the things that I focus on. Those are the facts that I focus on when imposter syndrome comes up. And that has helped me tremendously to really take advantage of opportunities, because imposter syndrome can certainly get in the way and prevent you from taking a leap of faith, or taking that step, or walking through that open door of opportunity that comes along. And the third and final tip that I want to share with you today is crediting your genius through your actions. Now, first of all, to use the word genius to describe what you do on a daily basis is bold. And you have to even get to that point to consider what you do as genius. It's not going to be something that comes naturally. It's something that you're going to have to work towards. And in order to get there, you're going to need to seek help. Right. So I have gotten help from folks in my church who have been accountability partners. I have gotten help from a therapist. I have gotten help from hiring a coach for my business. So those are just some of the ways that you can, you can seek help, but you can't do this alone. You cannot do this alone. You have to get help in some way. So that's the first thing, to really taking credit for your genius, honoring your gifts, placing value on the service that you are offering your target audience, or what you are giving to this world, and figuring out what it is that you're supposed to be doing in this world. So seek help, and then you're able to really see your strengths, see how creative you are, and see the value in what you've created. And that will help you to clarify, why are you doing the work that you're doing? It helps you to clarify your purpose. So once you've gotten the help, once you can see your strengths and your gifts, and once you have clarified your purpose, then you can focus on taking the right steps, the best steps, right, to accomplish your goals or your vision, right? So I always ask myself, and this is something that came from Oprah, what is my next best move? That's the strategy that I use every day. What is my next best move? Because there are a million things that I'm working on as an entrepreneur in the business, right? There are things that we're doing for marketing, for the CEO aspect of the business, for clients, actually developing content and so much more. And there's a ton of things for sales, right? And there are a ton of things that you have on your plate. So what I have found that has helped me is to think about, to prioritize, right? To prioritize my tasks, but think about what is my next best move toward this goal. What is the goal and what is my next best move towards this goal that I want to accomplish? So it helps me to zoom in on the priority, the goal, and it helps me to identify those small steps that I need to take to reach that goal. Okay. So to credit your genius through actions, you need to obviously be confident in your gifts, right? Seek help first, be confident in your strengths and your gifts, understand your purpose, and figure out your next best move. And that will help you take action toward your genius, toward the genius that you're offering this world, right? So to wrap up, I shared 3 tips with you to shift your mindset to movement. And the first one is to change your thoughts, right? To change your thought patterns. The next one is to check those destructive behaviors like imposter syndrome, perfectionism, procrastination. And the third one is to credit your genius. Give credit to the work that you're doing and do the work. Do the work by figuring out your next best move and taking action toward. For taking action today and participating in this session and allowing me to share with you, I want to offer you a free gift. It's going to be an excerpt from this journal. All you have to do is scan the QR code that you see on the screen, and then you'll be able to download your own copy of an excerpt of the captured journal. So thank you, and I wish you the best of luck on your journey.
Hello, comeback champions. My name is Dr. Mel Campbell, and I want to welcome you to How to Strengthen Your Resilience. And I want you to think about your current level of resilience. On a scale of 10, how would you rank it? 10 being the highest. Are you giving yourself a 7 or an 8 or 9? This is called your resilience quotient, or your resilience intelligence. We don't really talk about resilience as much as we should. I'm a psychologist. I've taught over 70,000 students, been to 5 countries, 1,000 seminars, and I'm here to help strengthen your resilience. You know, when Hulk, I don't know if you're a fan of Hulk or not, from the Avengers, he goes, "Rah!" So we have to resilience ourselves mentally and physically to get some of the craziness, to get through some of the craziness we have to deal with in life. So let's talk about the power of resiliency. Now, resiliency itself is defined as the ability to be able to bounce back to your natural state, assuming that your natural state is one that's a strong state. In psychology, we talk about state all of the time, that mental state that you're in. A resilient person doesn't yield to that negative pressure. They stay strong despite the pressure, and the ability to be able to spring back into shape, right? So something happens to us and we spring back into shape, and the capacity to thrive and survive despite stressful circumstances. Are we having some stressful circumstances right now? Yeah, bet. So the ability to be resilient is absolutely something that you really want to work on in life. Now imagine the opposite. Let's imagine that you were not resilient. that negative problems would happen and you would just be defeated and that would be it. Or you took a bad test and that was it. I'm never testing again, right? That's not part of our society. We have to be resilient. I see all the time kids are very resilient. Now, I will tell you a little of my background. I have in my household currently a 5-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a 21-year-old. I know you're smiling right now if you're a parent. I need to be a little resilient in this day, in this household, especially in this day and age with so much going on. We have so many problems coming our way. It's our attitude towards our problems determining comeback. Now, we had the Comeback Champion Summit, right? Yes. Well, guess what? Who do you know in movies that had to come back and be resilient? Rocky, right? Rocky is the bread and butter, if you will, of resiliency, to be able to get knocked down and get back up. So we're going to talk about how you can turn up your Eye of the Tiger. Listen to that song after this webinar. It's one of my favorite motivational songs, Eye of the Tiger, that workout scene with Rocky getting ready for battle. You know, this is the story of resiliency. So it's time to power up. We all have a power hour throughout the day. What you say to yourself fuels your power or decreases it. We've done studies indicating that what you say to yourself will literally charge you up. Have you seen the movie The Secret? You know that there was a study done there where they had 2 big jars of water, one labeled negative and one labeled positive, and people say negative things in a negative jar, positive things in a positive jar. Do you know over time that negative jar became water, nasty water, murky, gross? And the positive jar, when they tested, was crystallized and beautiful. Well, we have that same jar of water inside of us. It's our blood. We're literally charging our blood every day with that power or the decrease in power. Did you ever work all day and it was drained? And did you ever work all day and you're just still pumped up, maybe on a Friday? So what you say in terms of affirmations, I love affirmations so much. I wrote a book about it. It was so powerful to see the psychology of what we say to ourselves. So start saying things that are going to build your resiliency up. Being resilient is a choice. If you would remember just one thing in this webinar today, is being resilient is a choice. When you have a negative situation happen, you can choose to be resilient or not be resilient. Choose to be resilient. Psychology indicates this, very simple. You know, being a psychologist, I tell my students all the time, you either think a positive thought or a negative thought in any period of time. That's it. There's either a positive thought or negative thought. So the positive thought is a higher energy, a higher thought. Negative thought is a lower thought. So resiliency is about attitude. If you taking notes, hopefully you, when we get a piece of paper out, start taking notes on this. PMA is so important. Positive mental attitude. And again, we said earlier, looking at the opposite, that's not an alternative that we want to take. Now, if something's not working, you want to change it. We know the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. So if you are not getting the results that you want, change it up. Get in that mindset that this is not working. I'm going to have to switch it up to get the results I want. Again, you have the choice. So let's talk quickly about the unconscious mind, also known as the subconscious mind and the conscious mind. The conscious mind is that mind that's currently processing the things I'm saying to you. The one that decides what to eat in the refrigerator, decides to work out or not, right? And then you have the unconscious mind. That's the mind that, when you go to bed, kind of takes over. Did you ever try to work and not know how to get there? That's the unconscious mind. So if you practice resiliency for 30 days straight, you will be more resilient, because it takes 21 to 30 days to form a habit. You practice that resiliency habit, and you are going to be more resilient. It's just like procrastination, right? Procrastination is something that we choose to do. Same with resiliency. Now, if you really want to test your resiliency, do the thing you don't want to do first when you first get to work. Yes, I said it. Do that thing you don't want to do first when you get to work. That will definitely test your resiliency. You are actually more resilient than you know. You have to know it. You have to believe it. You have to act like it. You have power inside of you that you need to activate. You have power inside of you that is wanting to come out and take control and get some help and help you with those situations. Sometimes you're going to need to get some help because the situations are coming at you from all over the place. Our thoughts are affecting our ability to deal with things. So we have to be present to what our thoughts are telling us. There's a level of emotional intelligence there. Sometimes it's our own mind that gets in the way of us being resilient. That voice inside of you sometimes is a very loud voice that says, I don't want to do it. This is going to be tough. The still small voice inside of you says, we can do it. We're going to get through this. This too shall pass. Thoughts are just thoughts. They are not facts. It's almost like we die 1,000 deaths when we're worried about something, right? We're just going through what could happen. Get this. You know this to be true. Most of the things that you fear never happen. Write it down. Most of the things that you fear never happen. So don't believe the negative anymore. Don't give it any power. Know this. Say this to yourself. I am resilient. I am strong. I am resilient. That's one of the most powerful affirmations you can ever say to yourself. This is tough, and so am I. Plant yourself, root, and attack. You got this. We can help ourselves by becoming more aware of the different things that are going on in our heads, our chatter. You could be your own psychologist. You don't need this crazy psychology method to get things done. You can be your own psychologist. Now, according to the APA, which is the American Psychological Association, which I love, yes, love being a psychologist, sources of resiliency is your beliefs, your belief system, your physical well-being. So you got to start taking care of yourself all of the time. That means getting plenty of sleep. That means breathing right, meditation, yoga. This is not a dress rehearsal, this life thing. You get one time to this thing. Let's make it the best. Take care of yourself. Your source of resiliency is your problem-solving skills as well. Again, I'm going to give you a lot. I'm going to pack this webinar in for you. I want you to think of this simple problem-solving formula. It's only three steps, not even a real formula. It's a process, if you will. What's the problem? What are the causes of the problem? And what are the possible solutions? What's the problem? What are the causes of the problem? And what are the possible solutions? You know you could use that for any model that you have for a problem. If something's coming your way, use that. I've been using that since I was in the 6th grade. You also want to have some role models. These are the mentors in your life that push you through the tough times. Have someone that believes in you, someone that knows you, someone that's at a position you want to be in life. You know, I have a role model. Her name is Dr. G. She's got 2 PhDs and she's a reverend. She does not take any stuff. She's going to push you as hard and fast as you can go, which I love. You know, I want to get to that final level for me, my self-actualized self. Look that up. Abraham Maslow has a hierarchy. Self-actualization is the highest level in that pyramid that he has. And then you want to have that social support, your family, your friends. You know, my best friend Brian pushes me, makes sure I'm good. He checks on me. It's amazing. So be that social support for others. Be that role model for others as well. So know your sources of resiliency. Now, let's talk about people that have done it. Let's talk about people that have been resilient. Cindy Leiter, I don't know if you've heard of her. She lost her daughter to a drunk driver, and she started MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Think about how many lives that she's changed over the loss of her daughter. And of course, you know Martin Luther King, who kept marching in spite of dogs, hoses, arrests. You know he was arrested 33 times. I live here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I go to Martin Luther King Center as a reminder of his legacy here in Atlanta. And that's verified, 33 times arrested. Notice some people, after being arrested 1 or 2 times, would stop having that dream. He had a dream, and his dream is being fulfilled now. What would have happened if he wasn't resilient, or the people around him wasn't resilient? Then, of course, we have Nelson Mandela, who survived arrest, long imprisonment in South Africa, and became one of the strongest leaders they've ever had. And then the Dalai Lama. Love the Dalai Lama. Anything that the Dalai Lama puts out, I watch it. Dalai Lama always has a smile on her face. You know, he's been exiled from his home in Tibet for a very long period of time, and he's still smiling. He's still changing the spiritual consciousness of our people. It's really amazing. Viktor Frankl had a book. Get this book. He survived a Nazi concentration camp. He holds his attitude as one of the one thing that no one can ever take from him. Now, I'm going to need you to do the research on this next guy, Abraham Lincoln. You can see up on the screens how many trials and tribulations Abraham Lincoln went through, and yet he became the president of the United States. Look up his story. Please look up his story. You're going to learn a lot about resilience through his story. I'm here to introduce you to material. You're not going to get everything about resilience in 20 minutes, right? We're going to have you go out and learn resilience on your own. Then you have Madonna Butter Iron Nut is what they call her. She's the oldest woman to ever finish an Ironman. She ran a triathlon at age 82. 82. She began training when she was 48 years old. What? It's amazing when I read this. First triathlon was at 52. First Ironman at age 55. 325 triathlons, including 45 Ironman distances. Her training was a way of tweaking her mind, body, and spirit. Would you say that Madonna Iron Nun was a Brazilian champion? Absolutely. A lot of these faced a lot of setbacks, and they turned a setback into a comeback. You're going to hear that a lot in this entire conference today. Then we talk about Colonel Sanders, who started KFC. Do you know he had 1,000 rejections? 1,000. You think after 4 or 5 rejections you'll be done? He had 1,000. At age 62, he finally found a place in Utah that accepted his recipe, and we enjoy KFC to this day. And then, of course, I'm saving Sylvester Stallone. I'm saving him. Let me mention 2 more. Michael Jordan was cut from his basketball team in high school. Could you imagine Michael Jordan saying, "Oh, I'm not a good basketball player. I'm not going to play." What? He became one of the greatest players of all time. Think about how many people in life that have accepted that no. A resilient person doesn't accept that no. If they have a dream in them, they go do that dream. You go do your dream. We need you to do your dream. And then Thomas Edison failed 10,000 times, and we had this light bulb, this light that's illuminating me right now. Thank you, Thomas Edison, right? Study his story 10,000 times. So let's talk about Sylvester Stallone, or Rocky. He was mocked for the way he talked. He lifted a broom handle with cinder blocks for weights. Things got so bad for Sylvester Stallone, he sold his dog. He sold his dog for $25. What? Yet, he was resilient. He had to endure having no home, and he slept in a bus station, but he never gave up. He wrote a script for Rocky. He held out because the people didn't want him starring in his own movie. He got far less than they initially offered. In the end, the film starring him was a massive success. Stallone's belief in himself and refusal to back down paid off big time. And yes, he bought his dog back. So be resilient. Remember Rocky. Come on, let's go. Motivation resiliency, again, it's making the right decision. It's about a decision about making the right decision. It's about having that focus mentally and physically to get it done. Now, again, if you're a parent, even if you're not a parent, you've seen this before. A baby can fall down 100 times, but they don't give up. They learn to walk. Could you imagine if we never learned to walk because we gave up? Come on. It's part of the process. Setbacks, falling over is completely normal when you're riding a bike, yet we get back on. Plan for that resiliency. Have a support system that's going to help you when you have those down times. And then, of course, increasing that resiliency focus. Here's the great part, everybody. You've already proven you're resilient. You're like, huh? You're still alive. You're still alive. You're still here. So focus on that physical health. Understand that sometimes we're not able to control what happens to us. It's how we react that really makes a big difference. Resiliency is faith that you can do it, that you can make it. You are resilient. You're made of resilience. You know, you beat a lot of other people out to get to this world, if you know what I mean. We, as resilient people, are put here for a purpose. We would not be here if we weren't resilient. We need to look inside of ourselves. A lot of people tend to look on the outside of ourselves about resilient solutions. Look at that wheelchair at the bottom of the steps. Right? There are people in this world. Watch the Special Olympics. That'll change your life. There are people in this world that have been through so much resiliency in their life, and they're still winning gold medals. An Olympic athlete is a resilient person. When you see someone in a wheelchair, don't doubt their resilience. Attitude is a part of resilience. Belief in yourself is part of resilience. Finding balance is a part of resilience. Start writing down things every day to remind yourself of how resilient you are. Thank you for my house. Thank you for my car, so on and so forth. A lot of people love to change places with you right now. People in the hospital, people that are sick. You got life in you. Use it. Now, natural resiliency examples, making a diamond, single moms, dads, camels. They can live for 6 months without a meal and months without water. They can rehydrate faster than any other mammal, and they drink 30 gallons of water in 13 minutes. Butterflies and resilience coming out of that cocoon. And then you have a tardigrade. You're like, tardigrade. Oh, you got to look up a tardigrade. Tardigrade is one of the most resilient animals on Earth. It's 8-legged creature that can survive anything. I mean, literally anything. They can survive negative 273 degrees centigrade, absolute zero. They can survive in space, everybody. They can survive heated up 150 degrees centigrade. They can resist 1,000 times more radiation than humans can and surviving in space. And they can also survive 6 times the pressure found in the deepest ocean. Come on now. We got some examples of being resilient. Ramp up this resilience. Being resilient is a skill, everybody. You can sharpen it. You can grow the skill. Reframe your situation according to Harvard. Make it a habit. Be optimistic. Check out the resilience study at Harvard. I'm giving you a lot. We got some work to do on this. I'm going to start closing now. Check out the Resiliency Center. Albert has got it down. Be optimistic. Recover quickly. Be confident. Go to resiliencycenter.com and check out resiliency information. And then a resilient quiz he's got there too, resilientquiz.com. Do you hold up during tough times? Are you optimistic? Are you staying positive during crisis? Come on, get to work. Let's close with some resiliency quotes. I'll give you some resources as well. There is no such thing as ruining your life. Life is a pretty resilient thing as it turns out. It works out. Life doesn't get any easier or more forgiving. We get stronger and more resilient. Come on. A good half of the art of living is resilience. You may have to fight a battle more than once to win it, Margaret Thatcher said. And then do not judge me by my success. Judge me how many times I fell down, get back up. Come on, Nelson Mandela. Let's go. You got resiliency in your heart, your mind, and your spirit. We are resilient. We got to space it back. We were resilient during the women's movement. We were resilient in the Civil War. We were resilient building this country, resilient through COVID. Here are some resources I'm going to close you with. Check out Viktor Frankl's book, The Search for Meaning. Still Me, Changed My Life. Still Me is about the real Superman, Christopher Reeve. He got thrown from a horse, broke some major parts of his spine, and he changed people's life by his messages. Read that book. Still, it gives me chills talking about it. There's a resiliency workbook, the resiliency center reading list. Pause this, write it down. It's been an honor to serve you. Be resilient. This is Dr. Mel Campbell, psychologist, motivational speaker. Have a great conference. Play this video again. Get some information again. Spread it with other people. Tell everybody about our Comeback Summit. Have a fantastic day. You got this. Be resilient. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angel Lovelace, and I am the trucker's assistant from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to speak with you guys today about surviving trucking post-pandemic. What qualifies me to have this discussion with you guys? Well, I'm so glad you asked. Well, I started a trucking company in 2017, had an amazing year. 2017, 2018 was a great year for trucking companies. However, 2019 was a totally different story. However, I did survive 2019, and I'm here to pass on those tips, trades, and secrets that I learned to help survive and sustain through 2019, where many companies, including the familiar company Celadon and another company, major company, went out of business. So I'm here just to pass on some tips and some information that I learned, and maybe it can help you as well in your business. So let's get started. So the first thing I would like to discuss is key tangible skills to master in trucking. So a lot of times we wonder what's the issue. We're looking at the surface of things and we're trying to figure out what's truly the issue. Most of our issues can be summed up as mental, emotional, things of that nature. Personal development. So I'm going to introduce you to some key developmental skills that you can develop and use in your everyday business. Matter of fact, they can be used in your everyday life as well. So the first skill I want to talk about is patient. Be patient. I know many times we're in a rush trying to get trucks moving, and we're trying to just get going. We're so focused on moving. We're so focused on bringing in revenue. We're so focused on making money, when I'm here to tell you, patience is truly a virtue. 2019 was a completely different year from 2018 for me in the truck as an owner operator. 2019 taught me patience, because before then, I didn't have any. So 2019 allowed me to understand that I needed to be patient and allow the money, the freight, the revenue that I was seeking. I needed to be patient in order to allow those things to come to me. A lot of times when we're looking for loads first thing in the morning, brokers really aren't willing to negotiate. However, later on in the day, as time, gets to shippers and receivers closing, brokers are pushed to negotiate at that point. So my number one key point is learn to be patient. Number two, be consistent. I understand, because I've been there. When you're making a ton of money, it's okay to, take a load off, take the family on a vacation, go home, spend a couple of extra days at home. And that's okay when you feel like the money is flowing in really good. However, when freight starts to slow down, rates begin to drop, things, such as what's going on now in the marketplace, when these type of things begin to happen, it's important to always stay consistent. Typically I would say go home for your 34-hour restart. And after that, get to rolling. Consistency always wins. And we've been taught this throughout our entire lives. And I don't know if you guys remember the story about the rabbit and the tortoise. The rabbit, was rushing and trying to be first, and the tortoise took his time, but the tortoise was consistent. And that's what made the tortoise win. So I'm here to tell you, practice consistency. I know that sometimes family life, work life can get, a bit hectic, but I'm here to say, stay consistent as possible, because if those tires aren't moving, if the truck isn't moving, you're not earning any revenue. So the third point, as far as intangibles, is be flexible. Flexibility and adaptability. Right now, things aren't the same. And that's not to say that things won't, go back up or things won't get worse, but flexibility and adaptability allows you to see the bigger picture, allows you to see more opportunity, because when you're stuck in this box, you can't see anything, nothing comes in, nothing goes out. So with that being said, allowing yourself to be more flexible and open to more ideas and opportunities will allow you to also increase your revenue. So with that being said, guys, I highly recommend being flexible, okay? All right, so the second topic I want to discuss is tips to maximize efficiency and optimize your results, okay? All right, so the first tip that I want to share with you guys is visibility. Since trucking is one of those industries where nothing is all stationary in the same place, it's not as easy to see or know what's going on, when it's going on, how it's going on. So it's very vital that you have analytics, you have hot market maps, you have fleet management software to allow you to see what's going on with your drivers and all of this good stuff. So you want visibility throughout your entire business model. You want to be able to see what's going on so that you can make informed decisions. Number 2, track everything. When I say track everything, track everything. Visibility and tracking everything go hand in hand. And the thing about it is, when you're tracking everything, you begin to see where your problems are. You begin to see, oh, well, I'm losing over here, I'm losing over there, or I'm winning here. This is working, so I can double down on that. But if you're not tracking it, especially your numbers, guys, your numbers, your trucks, your drivers, who's costing you more money, who's not costing you money, who's actually profitable, which trucks are profitable, all of this stuff matters when you're running a trucking company. So I highly recommend tracking everything. Guys, when I say I track everything, I track every phone call I make. If I'm talking to a to a broker at TQL, I just track that phone conversation. Matter of fact, I record it too. So I just thought that I'd pass that tip on as well. Tip number 3 for maximizing efficiency and optimizing result is change. So once you get to visibility and tracking everything, adding these 2 regimens to your daily, business task, you're able to see change. What needs to change and what needs to stay the same. So I know right now, many of you guys are probably thinking about, hey, I need to find a way to cut costs. I need to find a way to, be sustainable. I need to find a way to do this, that, this, and the third. I'm here to tell you from experience, guys. I made one of the biggest mistakes when I owned my trucking company. And it wasn't the fact that I wasn't tracking. I was behind the wheel of the truck. So majority of the time, by the time I got home, I was tired and I wasn't keeping my back office as tidy as I should have. So there were some things that I missed. So that's why I'm here today, to help you guys to understand. Listen, track, add visibility, track everything, and change. When you have these 2 things, the visibility and you're able to track everything, the change is easy. The changes that you need to make are easy because they're right there in your face. They're visible. Without tracking, without visibility, you don't know what to change. You don't know what to cut. You don't know what to minimize. You don't know. So with that being said, these are tips that you can take with you today and implement into your business and make a difference, okay? All right, so the second thing I want to talk about, and I'm going to go ahead and close this out, tips to profitably negotiate freight rates. I'm almost certain that you guys want to hear this as well. First tip I have for you guys, know what it costs for you to operate. That is one of the most important parts of business, understanding your cost of operation. So here's what I tell everybody that I work with, all of my carriers. You want to know your costs yearly. You want to know your monthly costs. You want to know your weekly costs. You want to know your daily costs and your per mile cost of operation. Now, when you understand your costs, it's easy to know where your profit margin is. And with knowing your cost of operation, you know what to charge for your services. Now you can't you're not going to be just on the road, just moving freight because you're moving freight, trying to get the wheels rolling, because now you know that if I take this load and it's not profitable, you're losing. So I think majority of the time when trucking companies are in a position to where they're unprofitable or they're losing money, it's because they don't truly understand their cost of operation. So guys, hammer down on that, double down on understanding your cost of operation. And sometimes that cost changes. So because you have varying costs such as fuel, insurance rates can change. If something happens or something like that, you add a truck or subtract a truck, so there are some variables there that will affect your cost of operation. Number 2, understanding the market, the freight market, that is. The freight market fluctuates, just like the stock market, the foreign exchange market, crypto market, all of these markets, they fluctuate. So what you want to do is you need visibility. So with the visibility, you're able to understand what the current market is that you're in, what the previous market was, and how to navigate through the markets. So you definitely want to understand the market as well. Without the tools and the visibility, you can't see. And it reminds me of that story, not the story, but the movie, was it Django? You remember the scene where he says, I can't see, you can't see as long as the horse can see? No, this is not it. So we need visibility. So in order to understand the marketplace, you have to have visibility, guys. Okay. All right. So number 3, I'm gonna have to make up a song here. Always X for the fuel surcharge. 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 When I say always, 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 when these brokers go out and act and negotiate freight, they're looking to gain a customer, a client, right? So when they go out and get the clients want to know, hey, what are you looking to do this? Let me know what the line haul that your carriers require to do. How can you get this done? Pretty much. So most larger shippers, they pay the fuel surcharge separately. That's not even included in their quotes. So because the fuel surcharge change, every week. So a lot of times these larger shippers, they want to, pay the fuel surcharge separately. So always ask for the fuel surcharge, okay? Always X for the fuel surcharge. Always X for the fuel surcharge. Always X for the fuel surcharge, okay? All right, so listen effectively. That's tip number 4, listen effectively. One thing that I learned is that effective listening has been one of the, oh my goodness, effective listening is game changer. Because I can be on the phone with a broker and it's 12 o'clock and the broker tells me, hey, this load has to pick up at 1 o'clock and I'm only 20 miles away from the pickup. I know, boom, got them. So pretty much I'm going to convey all of this information to that particular broker, and I hear the sense of urgency in his voice. So it's easier for me to get a higher rate because for one, I'm closer. For one, he's crunch, and for 2, he's crunched for time because he said the load picks up at 1 o'clock and it's already noon. You understand? So always listen effectively, whether it's 1 stop, 2 stops, driver assist, the details, the money is in the details, the deals is in the details. So I highly recommend listening effectively. That's one of those intangibles that you can begin to develop as well. My final point, my final tip is power hour starts after lunch. Man, let me tell y'all, I love power hour. If I can't get the rates I want at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, I don't mind sitting back, chilling for a minute or finding something else constructive to do with my time. I'll keep my eyes moving. However, I know after lunch, shippers start to close between 3 and 5. Now they have to move this freight. Power hour starts after lunch. Listen, guys, that's my time. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm Angel Lovelace, the Trucker's Assistant. You can follow me on all platforms, and that's the Trucker's Assistant. or you can email us at admin@thetruckerassistant.com. Thank you guys so much. Have a blessed day.
I'm asking for less than 10 minutes of your time to change your life. And I'm confident that this is possible because it took me less than 5 minutes to change mine. When I was a teenager, I didn't want to hear what anyone else had to say. My mind was so closed off. I was a 17-year-old kid, and you know what they say about us teenagers? You don't want to hear nobody because you think you know everything. And that was me. I thought I knew everything it would take for me to be a man and to change my circumstances. I thought I didn't need anybody else's help because I could figure it out, whatever it was. I did figure some things out, but not what I had hoped. I figured out that I did need help. I figured out that I didn't know a quarter of what I thought I knew. And I figured out that I was lost. You want to know how I figured these things out? It took me sitting in a jail cell, facing 7 years in prison, for me to ask for help. I was there for an assault and robbery charge that took me less than 4 minutes. 4 minutes of bad judgment I almost had to pay for with 7 years of my life to make up for that mistake. It took me losing my physical freedom to get on my knees and say a prayer to God that I actually meant. Before that, I only prayed because people told me that I was supposed to pray. I didn't understand the power of having a relationship with God. I thought he made me and he abandoned me because I was in a bad way. I was poor. My family was living in a house that I didn't even want to bring my friends to because of its condition. And my mom had to work so hard for us just to have food on the table. And we still had to live on food stamps. And most importantly, I had no concept of value. I thought that I was worthless. I couldn't understand why he treated a child like this. If he cared for me, why would he put us in this situation? But there I was, praying to him, calling on him to help me for the first time in my life. It took me sitting on a stainless steel stool, sitting across, looking at my mother and my sister through a plexiglass window, wondering if I'd have to wait 7 years to be able to hug them again. And I sat there in an orange jumpsuit with the words Monroe County Jail on the back, staring into their eyes, wondering, what have I done? Because I caused pain to them greater than anything they've ever felt before. It took that for me to wake the hell up. But guess what? You're in a much better situation than I was back then. You are here today, ready to do what it takes to change your life the right way. And I don't want to waste a minute of your time. So guess what? I'm going to get right into the 4 things that you can do to change your life immediately. Now, I hope you came here with an open mind today. So let's get right into it. You ready? You ready? First, I got to know you ready. And I suggest you grab something to write with, something to write on, or some way to take notes if you don't have that already. These steps would have saved me so much pain if somebody would have just shared these things with me early on in my life. But I learned the hard way, so I know they work. The first step is to forgive yourself. In order to move forward, you have to forgive yourself for any mistakes that you've made in the past. Acknowledge the choices you've made, but don't stay there. Use them to inform your judgment now. Allow the new you to be free of the burdens of the old you. Today is the day that you start with a clean slate. Today is the day that you start breathing again. So let's do it again. Let's let all of that stress out real quick. Breathe with me. Take a deep breath in and take that deep breath out. Now repeat after me. Today, I forgive myself for all of the decisions I've made that I felt has not aligned with me. Today, I feel free. I will let go of all of that I held on to. Today, I will focus on the present because this moment is the only one that matters right now. How do you feel? How are you feeling? I hope that makes you feel good. The second step is to believe in yourself. Now, if you don't believe that you are capable of accomplishing some things, you will not take the action to make it so. So, if you do believe that you can succeed, you will do what is necessary to go for what you want in life. And when you run into an obstacle, you'll do what it takes to go up, down, around, or through that thing. It will not stop you, right? You got to lean on your past successes so that it'll carry you through towards your goals. And it's important to know that the goal is not the important thing. It's not the outcome. It is the journey. It is what you learn along the way that matters. Use all of those lessons, all of the adversity, all the joy, all of it to inform what you do in the future. And you will be better for it. The third thing is to set goals and aspirations. Expectations are dangerous. When you set an expectation, you tend to get more lax. And when you face that adversity, it may stop you because you become disappointed that it did not happen the way you wanted it to happen. But when you set an aspiration, now you are working towards something. You don't expect it. You don't think that it's just going to be handed to you, so you will do what's necessary to make it so. Promise yourself that you will never give up on you. When you set a goal, make sure it's a smart one. Specific, so you know exactly what you're going to do. You're going for it. Measurable. You have a way to know how close you are to accomplishing this goal. Actionable. You know that you can do something to take action. You know that you can go somewhere and make something happen. Relevant. It aligns with who you are, who you want to be, and the life that you want to live. And then time bound. You have a by-when date. You know when you want to achieve this goal, and then you can set some goals, some milestones along the way that breaks it out so it doesn't look so daunting. And that way you know exactly that you're on track. And it also motivates you when you see that you're doing little things to make it, to hit that goal. Remember, aspire to be great, but don't expect it. And number four is to take intentional action. You have to do things with a purpose. When you do things with a purpose, it aligns with who you want to be, not who you are, who you want to be, right? It's a difference. It's very distinct because when you do things with who you want to be, that means everything you do is in lockstep with the life that you want to live, and you believe that you can get there, right? You have a vision of that life you don't need a vacation from. Now, suppose you've never imagined this. Suppose you've never taken the time out to think about what you want. It's time to do it right now, right? Take some time right now, because it's very important that your mind sees success, because it doesn't know the difference between reality and your perception. So you have to tell your mind that you've been here before. You have to tell your mind that that success is already in place. That way, you know what to do. And if you don't, you're willing to find a mentor. You're willing to find some people along the way that can help you, because you don't have to do any of this alone. You really don't. We are social creatures, so it's meant for us to be with other people. It's meant for us to build with others. Collaborate instead of compete. And remember to invest in yourself and move with the purpose, because mediocrity is no longer acceptable for you. You are too great. You are the embodiment of excellence. And because you're here at this conference, I know you're ready to take action. I know you are a champion and you will do what it takes to get what you want in this life. I know you believe that you can get what you desire because you deserve it. So I will help you implement the 4 steps I've just given you. All you have to do, take out your phone and text champion to 866. Hold on, let me get this number for you. I don't want to mess it up. 866-948-0854. So you can begin to implement these 4 success steps that I had just gave you today. You'll receive my free guide on the top 6 actions that you could take right now to change your life and achieve your goals. This guide offers 6 steps that you can implement immediately into your life to maximize your productivity and your joy, and quite frankly, change your life. If you don't do anything else that I said today, take advantage of this offer. I'm telling you, you'll also receive information on how you can contact my team and work with us to expedite your success. Remember, before you forget, text champion right now to 866-948-0854. It's time you live life on your terms. It's time you live the life that you desire and deserve. You are a champion. I'll see you soon.